I'm in the world, but not of it. I praise God every day and I love it. I say what I want and I say what they want. I stand for the truth and what's right and they don't. Life is simple, it's no puzzle. Common sense will tell you not to wear a muzzle. Fear no evil, trust no people. When in doubt, shout, I'm a believer. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me.
I offend everybody, the left, right, in the middle. Blame my parents because I've been this way since I was little. It used to be normal, now everybody praying to crystals. No wonder why it's so easy for the devil to trick you. They treat you like dogs, putting muzzles all on your faces, forcing kids to wear them in schools. Doesn't this seem outrageous? They ban Bible scriptures on TikTok.
Let's go to Target! Let's go to Target! Need some PlayStations! Let's go to Target!
I'm in the world, but not of it. I praise God every day and I love it. I say what I want and I say what they want. I stand for the truth and what's right and they don't. Life is simple, it's no puzzle. Common sense will tell you not to wear a muzzle. Fear no evil, trust no people. When in doubt, shout, I'm a believer. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me.
I offend everybody, the left, right, in the middle. Blame my parents because I've been this way since I was little. It used to be normal, now everybody praying to crystals. No wonder why it's so easy for the devil to trick you. They treat you like dogs, putting muzzles all on your faces, forcing kids to wear them in schools. Doesn't this seem outrageous? They ban Bible scriptures on TikTok.
Let's go to Target! Let's go to Target! Need some PlayStations! Let's go to Target!
All right. Stop that. Stop. Okay. It's New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. Dean, Jeff, Clayton Bigsby. Happy New Year, guys.
Is that like Gibbsby or Bigsby?
This says Bigsby. Let me see that bottle.
The whiskey?
Yeah. So Shane brought this over. Remember I saw the ad for this on YouTube and I was like, ooh, I want to try that. That looks good. Jameson Black Barrel Reserve. So that's what we're drinking tonight for New Year's. Pull up a glass. Ball drops on the east side at 10 p.m. my time. So,
This is for when the ball finally drops.
Well, you want to wait till midnight our time, or you want to wait when the ball's drop at 10 o'clock?
Well, that's fine.
So maybe we'll open it then. But he got some champagne. Doesn't this need to be cold?
You can have it cold, but it's not necessary.
It'd probably be better cold. You want to go put it in the freezer? Wait, I don't have any champagne glasses. I don't have a cork popper. How are we going to open it?
It actually, it's one of those metal types that has the little.
You know that it has one of those underneath there? You can feel it?
Because the little wire things right here and right here. That's what holds the cork in.
All right, good, because I don't have a corkscrew. We got champagne and we got Jameson, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to burn through the news. Woo! I haven't been super focused on the news this last week because I was with my family for Christmas, but I did gather some news for us. Still got some memes. I haven't. Oh yeah, I did copy the memes over. Okay, cool. So I didn't write any notes, but I do have folders made up. Not a whole lot of news. For the main story news. Oh, good. I just smoked a cigarette. We're gonna start with travel. Plane accidents happening all over the world over travel season, over the holiday season. And I wonder if that's just something they show us more to scare us, but a lot of them weren't in America. So we're going to talk about the Azerbaijan crash and the South Korea crash. And there was a shooting in a Phoenix airport. It wasn't a mass shooting. It was like a shootout. You can sit down, Jim. You're always
Actually, I
standing.
was planning on oh wait, you don't have time to roll for my life, do you?
No, that one's already rolled. Happy 2025, boy. Oh yeah, you're in Australia. It's already 2025 for you. So we got the airplane stuff, and then we got the stuff with H-1B visas, the Maga versus Elon versus Vivek drama that's going on with the H-1B one. My thoughts on that, and then we got memes, we got reels, we got a little bit of rapid fire, and then for the last segment of the show, you guys know I'm super anti-flat Earth. I've always been anti-flat Earth. I've never done a segment of my Monday night show dedicated to flat Earth because I really don't like it. But
Speaking of flat Earth, you know how a coin looks with the shadow, right? If it was to cast a shadow on a flat thing, it would make a line on the moon, right?
yeah,
So how is there a flat Earth?
I
There's
know,
never
I
been a
know,
line
I
on
know,
the moon.
Shames. It's very dumb, I know, but um, but we're gonna talk about the final experiment. You got time for games? Um, maybe if you're still up after we do the news, Mario. Actually, probably not because I got to finish this Lego set. Once the news is over, once the ball drops, I'm going to work on this Lego set. I got to get this Millennium Falcon done. So we're going to combine the after party and the stream into one stream tonight. I already got the beer. I already took Echo out. So we'll do the stream and we'll just go straight into the after party and open up the Discord. But first, let's get through this news. So these plane crashes. Um, if you want to light this, you can.
I'm not good at letting it, you know that.
Oh shoot!
Always burn half of it.
All right. Well, I can't light it right now. We're gonna an all nighter. I am pulling an all nighter. I wanted to start earlier, but I slept. I went to bed at like 6 or 7 a.m. and I woke up at like 6 or 7 p.m. I slept for like 12 hours. But let me light this celebration blizzy up. All right, so plane crashes. We got an Azerbaijan crash and we got a South Korea crash. We got Putin saying he did it, basically. What's this website? Flight Trador. Flight Trador. No, Flight Radar. Oh, it's Flight Radar. 24. Um, Azerbaijan Airlines E190 crashes near Aktau. This happened earlier in the week, and I don't know. I just had to ride a plane, and I hate jet lag like a mug. Yeah, I was tired from the trip. One moment, and then I'll read this. Uh, Crash near Aktu, Kazakhstan. Uh-oh, Borat did it on 25th of December while attempting an emergency landing. ADS-B data and video of the crash indicate control issues with the aircraft. On the 62 passengers and 5 crew members on board, 38 were killed and 29 survived the crash. That'd be crazy to survive a plane crash, huh?
Have a crash into the ground. You're just like, I was up in the air and now I hurt.
If the Earth is flat, then why do people argue that it's not? Then why do they argue to people that it's not round? That doesn't even make sense, Dean. What are you talking about? If the Earth is flat and you're a flat earther, why would you not argue with globers? If the Earth is globe, which it is, why would you not argue with a flat earther? Why would you not have debates with somebody who believes it's flat? It doesn't make any sense, dude.
Yes, it could be stating that trying to teach flat earthers like trying to teach a worm.
Yeah. Pretty much. Even Shane knows it. He said, When you see an eclipse, you see the shadow of the Earth, it's round. If the Earth was like a quarter, why would we never see a flat line? At some point, the Earth would be flat. Is the Earth always just happen to be laid up this way when the eclipse happens? Because we see a round shadow on the moon. But the problem is that they'll just say the moon isn't real. The moon is just a projection. Okay, back to this plane thing. Valid ABSB position data was received from the aircraft until 4:25 UTC when the flight encountered significant GPS interference. Uh-oh. Is this like the Malaysian Airlines flight? Aircraft stopped sending positional data altogether for the period between 4:25 and 4:37. Between 4:37 and 4:40, the aircraft sent likely erroneous position data. Flight Radar 24 receivers did not receive data from the aircraft between 4:40 and 5:03, and a second gap from 5:04 to 5:13. From 5:13 till 6:07, all data received from the aircraft lacked positional information. From 6:07 through the end of the flight at 6:28, position data was received from the aircraft. Is this a video of it crashing? Oh, dang, we got video of it crashing. Hold up. I didn't even know I had this.
Lleva quita. ¡Oh, my mind!
About half of them. That's surprising. That it's only half. While data was not received, the ADS-B data available from 513 demonstrates variable altitude, dozens of times, and oscillating ground speed. Cover your mouth! And vertical rate. The aircraft was unable to maintain consistent altitude and speed for at least 75 minutes. So this is all the flight data from Flight Radar. Look at this flight data. Like, the plane's doing backflips and stuff on the flight data. I'm guessing. What is the rainbow line? The black line is the real path the plane took. And then the orange, the rainbow line is the data that they had, I'm guessing. So this is all the flight data. Let's see what NBC. Oh, NBC has another video from another angle.
The fiery Azerbaijan Airlines crash moves forward. Tonight, new information and new images as the investigation into the fiery Azerbaijan Airlines crash moves forward. This video showing confused passengers, some standing in the aisle after oxygen mask dropped and something appeared to tear through the cabin, peeling away sections of the wall. This man saying he heard a loud bang and began praying.
So it almost sounds like it got shot at, because they said something tore through the wall, and you see the wall is like ajar there, and then the mask fell. Then they started losing, what was this? Maybe some sort of energy weapon or something? I don't know. Satellite lasers?
This survivor saying she felt two explosions, then saw a man injured by the blasts and panicked. The plane was headed to the Chechen capital of Grozny, but instead crashed into a field.
That old lady survived? That little old lady survived. That's pretty cool.
In Kazakhstan. Dazed passengers miraculously emerging from the fiery wreckage. Now the U.S. has intelligence indicating the Russians may have misidentified the airliner.
So wait, I thought the Russians shot at the Korean one. I didn't think the Russians shot at this one. Or Russians may have shot down the jet.
Believing it was an incoming drone and shot it down, according to two U.S. military officials. Just hours earlier, Russian air defenses shooting down a Ukrainian drone only 70 miles away.
Russian air defense force.
That was a drone? No, this is part of the building. The drone crashed into the building, I'm guessing. But it looks like this is like a giant spaceship crashing into this building. But this is part of the building, and the drone must have crashed into the building after they shot it down.
is shooting down a Ukrainian drone only 70 miles away.
Russian air defense forces in the North Caucasus Federal District, which includes Chechnya, were defending against a Ukrainian military-grade weaponized drone attack, and that involved air defenses being used to shoot down drones.
Holes like these in the fuselage could be the result of an air defense missile exploding near the aircraft, the officials said, sending shrapnel hurling at the plane. Russian officials initially attributed the crash to an apparent bird strike, but today said that Ukrainian combat drones.
So wait, I'm confused. So is it the drone that shot the plane down? Was it Russia that shot the plane down? Was it Russia shooting at a drone that shot the plane down? Or was it a bird? It was Russia? I think it was Russia too.
Were mounting terrorist attacks on civilian.
But see, the reason I didn't think this one had been shot by anything was because I thought that was the South Korea plane that Russia admitted to shooting down. Maybe Russia shot both of them down.
Infrastructure in the area. Today, Azerbaijan Airlines said the jet crashed after experiencing physical and technical external interference, and they've suspended flights to several Russian cities as the investigation continues.
That's true, Shane.
Courtney Cuby, NBC.
Shane said, well, usually when a bird hits an airplane, it doesn't tear through the side wall. If a bird takes out an airplane, it flies into the engine and the plane goes down. If a bird just hits a plane, it just splats. It doesn't fly through the plane. Russia did it, and they haven't quite decided on what they're lying as yet. Seems like they're just admitting it. I don't think Putin's scared to say, yeah, I shot that damn plane down. I don't think Putin cares right now.
NBC News, the Pentagon.
A good morning begins with hope and optimism. A chance.
Look at images of when like a seagull hits the front of the Boeing 747, the whole dome of the plane is caved in, but there's no hole.
I don't think they can hear you, Shane.
I'm saying you, not them.
I know, but hold on. I got to get through this. The quicker I get through the news, the quicker we can chill and drink, which we're kind of just doing right now. But ABC crashed Azerbaijan plane damaged by fire from Russia. So ABC is saying Russia, and this is from the 29th, so this is 2 days ago. Azerbaijan President Imam Aliyev said on Sunday that the Azerbaijan planes that crashed in Kazakhstan on Wednesday was damaged from the outside on Russian territory. The investigation, but they said they saw it fly through. The investigation into the deadly Christmas Day crash is ongoing. So this happened on Christmas. Traveling from Baku, Azerbaijan to Grozny, Russia. It was going to Russia, but it crashed near. Maybe there was somebody on the plane Putin didn't want getting in. Maybe Putin's like, I don't want people from Azerbaijan flying into Russia right now. I don't know. Aliyev told State, you can't really trust any media. You can't trust the Russian media. You can't trust the American media. Aliyev told state television channel As TV that while the plane's flight recorder data is still being analyzed, a picture of the incident is emerging. We got video of the incident, so don't need a picture. I got chicken in my tooth. The facts are that the Azerbaijan civilian plane was damaged from the outside on Russian territory near the city of Grozny and practically lost control, he said, citing fire from the ground for serious damage to the tail section of the aircraft. How low are you flying? And apparent shrapnel holes on its fuselage. Okay, so there was an explosion below them. They're like flying low over Russian battlefields. What is going on here? Why would a commercial jet be flying low enough to be? Oh, fire from the ground, like shooting from the ground. Like they're shooting at them. They were shooting at drones, they said. Maybe they thought they were shooting at a drone. We also know that our plane was rendered uncontrollable by electronic warfare. They shut down the systems. Well, stop firing over a damn war zone, buddy. Survivors from the crash told ABC News that they heard and felt explosions outside the aircraft during the flight, after which the plane appeared to lose control. Yeah, so they're shooting at drones. And shrapnel is flying off and hitting this plane. Why are they flying commercial planes over Russian war zones. Amanda's in the chat, but it says I have 0 viewers. Am I not allowed to talk about Russia? Amanda just chatted and it says 0. What the? Oh, by the way, I need to bring up the ball drop in the back room.
When it gets chill time, I want to talk to you about the reason why we shouldn't mess with nature, because we genetically engineered chihuahuas. You know what I mean? We altered how.
Designer dogs? We made designer dogs. Yeah.
Is that we made designer dogs.
We made pit bulls to fight and kill things. And now people walking them at the park where there's children playing. What the?
Like Tibetan mastiffs.
All right, what's going on in the ball drop? Here, let's put this in so we can check it in the background. It's just chilling up there. It's a red ball. Oh, it's changing. Now it's a blue ball. All right. Putin apologizes over tragic Azerbaijan Airlines crash without admitting responsibility. This is what CNN's saying. Hold on. Take a sip. For Putin. I need my beer. Yeah, there should be one open on the table. Russian President Vladimir Putin. What am I showing right now? Let's go here. Russian President Vladimir Putin has apologized. Bitch. Sorry, I'm just kidding, Putin. You're not a bitch. It's tactical. Never apologize. For the fact that Azerbaijan Airlines flight crashed after entering Russian airspace in Grozny, Chechnya, on Wednesday, but did not say that Russia was responsible. Putin said Saturday that Russia's air defense systems were activated when the plane attempted to land in Grozny, according to the Kremlin. Unable to reach the airport, the aircraft diverted east, eventually crashing near Akhtau. So they were supposed to land in Grozny, and the Russian anti-aircraft machine guns turned on. We're like, shoot it down. Get it, boys. People from Azerbaijan, Russia, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan were on board the plane. Among the survivors were 2 children. Yeah, well, among the dead, how many were children? It is unconfirmed what was behind the... 2 kids lived? Could you imagine surviving a plane crash? That would be nuts.
You'd be like instant most popular kid in the school. Let me just survive a crash. Dude, God said no.
What happened to your dog? Somebody dog.
What happens if propaganda is partially just bullets from mental warfare?
I don't know. Hold on, Shane. I got too much going on. Okay, we know about the plane crash. I just want to know about Putin. Putin also expressed condolences over the crash in a phone call with the president of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, on Saturday, the Kremlin said. Ukraine's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, said on X that he also spoke to Aliyev on Saturday and conveyed his condolences regarding the tragic crash. It was a tragic crash. I would come to the funeral in my green shirt. My funeral shirt. Russia must provide clear... Oh, wait, is this... Oh, yeah, this is Zelensky. Hold up. Russia must provide clear explanations and stop spreading disinformation. Photos and video clearly show the damage to the aircraft's fuselage, including punctures and dents. Did he say this in English? He'd probably be saying this in damn Ukrainian, and I don't speak that. Which strongly points to a strike by an air defense missile. Zelensky said, 24 hours of Twilight Zone, the only good part of New Year's. Ooh, is there 24 hours of Twilight Zone? That was a good show. After asked by a reporter whether Putin should take responsibility for the crash, U.S. President Joe Biden, who's on vacation in the Virgin Islands right now, he's taking a vacay. He's about to be off the job. He's using up his he's using up his PTO before he leaves. He saved up a bunch. He's like, I gotta spend it or lose it. Let's take a vacation, Jill. All right. At least 5 airlines have temporarily suspended flights to areas in Russia since the disaster, including Azerbaijan. But you know who didn't suspend flights? South Korea. They didn't suspend flights. So what happened next? What happened next was from BBC, South Korea plane crash kills 179 people with investigation into cause underway. I don't think anybody survived this one. All passengers and most of the crew. Ooh, some of the crew survived. That's because they got better harnesses. He is very comfortable. He won't poo. Put simply, 3K surgery on a dog is better spent on people that can't afford food. I would never spend 3K on surgery for my dog. I could not afford it anyway, but yeah, can't do it. In the old days, I won't say that.
Like 200 bucks.
Well, in the old days, it was a shotgun in the backyard.
I remember the dog.
It
He was
was-
old, had a big tumor inside of basketball called dog.
Now people got insurance on their pets. That's crazy. I don't even have insurance on myself. I've never had, well, when I was a kid, I had health insurance from my parents, but as an adult, I've never had health insurance. And I know people that pets got health insurance.
What the fucking Mark Beast sort of shit? Beast?
I don't know. But we're derailing. All passengers have died after the plane crash landed at the airport. 179 out of 181 people. So 2 members of the crew survived. Probably the 2 pilots. Like right before the crash, they're like, let's let the back hit first. Maybe we'll survive. They tried to dip the tail end down.
The fuselage survived just because it flew forward.
Yeah. So it went, and then the pilot cockpit was the last thing to explode. That'd be smart. You know, I mean, it'd be evil, I think.
It would be.
2 survivors, both cabin staff, so it was flight attendants, pulled from the burning wreckage. The plane landed at Mwaun International. Well, it didn't land. It skidded. It did land, but it skidded off the runway. That's what I hate, dude. When we're landing, and it's like, you've never flown, right?
My feet have never left the ground in 31 years.
Takeoff's not bad, but when you land, it's like it always just feels, and I'm just thinking, dude, all it is like you like twitch the freaking control stick a little bit, and that wing dips off, and it's just like you're done. And that's pretty much what happened, I guess. But now I guess they say most of it's autopilot. Autopilot does like 95% of flying.
Starting to take jobs everywhere too.
They're taking their game.
Serious, vertical farming is a thing.
Vertical farming?
Yeah, it's the maximization of the land that they can buy.
I saw a thing the other day. You can make mounds in your garden and have like rocks. So you build up mounds of rocks and then you put like compost and then soil. And then you can build plants. You get more space out of a smaller area because it like grows up. I'm talking like tall hills, like little 3-foot.
That I've seen for vertical farming are like these big racks of hydroponics.
Yeah. They got like coiled PVC, giant 20-foot coils of PVC with holes drilled in it, and just plants are growing in it, spraying mist on them, and there's lights coming down. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
The futuristic ones that they got now.
They got whole agricultural buildings where they farm on like every floor of the building. I don't think they work great good though. I don't know. If you like mass producing garbage that's like GMOs and chemicals and
You know, I like what that. Yeah, don't want to.
there's probably something to that stuff being grown with fake lights rather than the sun.
Well, the sun provides a lot more different light frames, where artificial light usually only provides white and infrared.
Okay, hold on, Shane. I'm getting excited. We're talking about vegetables now. Um.
What would they say about
Oh, there goes the fireworks. Echo's gonna freak out and run in here. Is he already in here? Oh.
I'm in here, I guess. He's like, I want you.
All right. Flight 2216 had been returning from Bangkok, Thailand, with 6 crew and 175 passengers, many of them holiday makers. Holiday makers? I've never heard this term. Holiday makers. It's BBC. An investigation into the cause is underway, with experts and officials pointing to a number of possible factors.
I always thought Harry Potter was their accent, but they actually sound like that. Oh, so you sound great.
Distraught families gathered in the airport's arrival hall in tears as they waited for bodies to be identified. Um, okay, I don't think there's a video of this. I don't really want to watch. Oh, wait. Moment before the crash. Hold up. They're not going to show it. It's BBC. Oh, they did. There is no landing gear down. Boom! It hit a wall, too. Oh, it's a mound of dirt. Speaking of mounds of dirt.
That's why they all died. You know, pilots they flew over the mountain of dirt.
So that's pilot error. Well, unless the landing gear was broken. So, okay, I just had the planes mixed up. I thought Russia shot this one down. Pointing to a number of possible factors. Distraught families. Told nephew's son had been on the plane. Okay, that's the sad stuff. It is sad. 178 souls have been lost. But I'm trying to find out, is this the pilot's fault? Did they not put the landing gear down? Or was their pilot issued a mayday and was allowed to land in the opposite direction as usual? That's why there was a giant mound of dirt there, because you're supposed to be taking off from that side. This suggested a bird strike in bad weather. All these bird strikes happening in bad weather. Climate change. It's climate change and birds, guys.
Actually, seismic change of there's certain frequencies that you can do. Like Tesla did this certain frequency that turned a whole tower of stone, like skyscraper, shaking at the foundations. Just by
There's probably a way I could hook up the DJI mic. Well, there is a way. I know there's a way.
oh, I saw like you could plug into the thing, the big cord.
But they can't hear you when you're talking, so they're just hearing like little noise in the backgrounds. But I have another mic that picks up noise better in a room. Saying landing gear, it didn't have landing gear down. So they're saying bird crash. I'm guessing the landing gear said that it was down, but it wasn't locked in. That's what, huh? Yeah, it's the mic that goes in that. It's not in that right now. It's right here. Sorry guys, I'm drinking Jameson.
The new black fire.
This is just talking about the passengers. I want to know more about if they said birds and bad weather. Birds and bad weather does not explain not having the landing gear down. Yeah. Condolences. Crash is the worst in any South Korean airline since Guam. Killed more than 200 people. Air China crash that killed 129. All right, enough of this sad stuff, guys. It's the holidays. Let's talk about 3 people being shot at the Phoenix airport. Don't get too down. Don't get too pressed. Shout out, Fleckis. God, I can't talk. This is Newsweek. This happened. It was not a mass shooting. It was an argument. It was an incident. Authorities, after investigating a triple shooting that took place at Sky, so actually 3 shootings because it happened in multiple areas. At Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport in Arizona on Wednesday evening. And I guess this guy ran around from like the Somebody didn't get their burrito or something. Somebody didn't get their chicken. You have guessed, now I follow. Error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, what?
Oh, so you have to have movement now in order to keep streaming?
No. This is no. This is not normal. I think I'm on the wrong internet. The one I'm on is called, I think I'm supposed to be on the Josh Shane 5 one, which is this is like the guest one. Because I didn't reconnect and I was connected on a different Wi-Fi, so it just auto connected me to the guest one. Maybe, I don't know. I thought it was a Discord thing. No, Shane is here. My friend Shane's here. We're drinking Jameson. I don't have to show it. They see the glass. But okay, why it matters. There have been several tragic shootings in 2024, sparking renewed discussions on gun control. A leading gun safety group gave 22 states a grade F in its yearly analysis of laws and firearm-related deaths. In all the airports I've been in, you don't even get to the food places until you go through security. All the bars and all the food places, you already have gone through security. So how did he get guns into there anyway? To just be chilling at a restaurant. Phoenix police airport officers responded to reports of a shooting at a restaurant in Terminal 4 located outside of the security checkpoints. Okay, so it was a restaurant that they put. Why do you put the restaurants outside the security checkpoints? They don't do that at Salt Lake Airport. They don't do that. Well, see, at Denver, I never left security. I always am just going through there, so I never go out and come back. Upon arriving at the scene, can you do that at the airport? Can you? That's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Upon arriving at the scene, officers found 3 victims, including 1 adult female and 2 adult males, suffering from gunshot wounds. The victims were promptly transported to local hospitals for treatment. Adult female is in critical condition. Critical! Life-threatening injuries, when the 2 adult males are stable, non-life-threatening conditions. I haven't seen any updates on this. I haven't looked for it. Frankly, I haven't really looked for it. But so it's not a mass shooting, but in connection with the incident, an adult male and a juvenile female were detained in the airport's parking garage. The male was found with at least 1 stab or cut wound. It was also taken to the hospital. He's knifing people up and shooting them in the restaurant at the Pope. Sergeant Myra Reason of Phoenix Police told Newsweek preliminary information suggests a group of known individuals. You know what that means, guys. Engaged in a physical alternation that escalated to one subject retrieving a handgun from the person. What that means is it's gang violence. It's it's some rowdy types. That's young party goers, It's you know what that means. Engaged in a physical alternation that escalated to one subject retrieving a handgun from their person. It means they're black or they're Mexican and they're some gangsters and they're got into a tiff at the bar. During the incident, 4 people were injured and 2 individuals were detained. All 5 of the individuals are known to each other. No other community members or visitors were injured. They're having a little gang altercation. Officials have confirmed there are no active threats. This is in Phoenix Airport. Yeah, they probably just used. Yeah, just youthful party goers. You know what I'm saying, C-Cell. You know what I'm saying, C-Cell. It's just young. It was young. What they call them, adolescent. Adolescent beach goers one time or something like that. Anyway, all right. Are we done with this? Let's talk about politics. Here's what we know about the Sky Harbor Phoenix shooting. Airport. Yeah, I don't think that lady died. What was that? Y'all hear that?
Is that your mic getting unplugged? Or did you plug in your mic?
That was like Discord audio, but Discord's not open.
It also sounded like somebody being plugged in.
Yeah, it was Windows noise. Huh. I don't know. Anyway, shooting and stabbing, Phoenix Sky Harbor. A fight Wednesday near a restaurant in Terminal 4's third level shopping and dining area outside of airport security checkpoints broke out with the sound of gunfire. According to police and airport officials, of those hospitalized, at least one person had life threatening injuries, so I don't think she died. Um, the incident led to two people being detained, a third person who was armed and appeared later. Who's the suspect? Why aren't you naming the suspect that's shooting at an airport? Oh, it's a white guy. I was wrong. He might be brown. I can't really tell. I can't see his face. Phoenix, it could be a white tweaker and a Mexican guy. Who was injured? Responding officers, gunshot wound, blah, 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 stab wound. Sergeant Myra Reeson, who addressed the news media. Who was detained? A girl and a man with a stab wound were detained in connection with the shooting. Oh, so they got stabbed and maybe they started shooting. Their names were not released and it's unclear. Oh, hold on. The picture's playing out in my head. Is that echo? Is he licked? Oh, he's about to start snoring. Police spokesperson also said a third person was taken into custody. Who are the suspects? Why are they not saying the suspects?
Or are they famous and they don't want to get their name tarnished or something?
They're not famous. They're some damn tweakers. The man whose name has not yet been released arrived at the airport with multiple firearms and was arrested following a brief altercation with police. Detaining a shirtless man without shoes. Oh, could be a country boy. Could be a white guy. You're hacking me? Is that what that noise was? The beep? You guys heard the beep? I know you heard the beep. What led up to it? A physical altercation between 5 people who knew each other. Someone pulled a gun and fired. No suspects remained at large, she added, so they got them all. Did not know whether those involved were from Arizona. Cleaning crew employee Marvin Miller said he heard 3 successive gunshots. Miller said they were rounds and not fireworks. Oh, he knew quick. He would have been handy in Vegas. Phoenix police said that Sky Harbor operations later resumed and flights were unaffected by the shooting investigation. Airport spokesman Eric Everett said in an email, Terminal 4 security checkpoint was temporarily closed out of precaution. Operations at the terminal airport automated train system, blah, 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 blah. Okay. How often do shootings take place at Sky? Probably never. I would assume extremely rare. Yeah. Looks like I doubt it's ever happened before. All 4 reports made in either 2016 or 2017. 3 calls of someone with a gun since 2015. But nobody been shooting. We got photos. There's no photos of it happening. This is just photos of the airport. Bro, anybody could take these pictures. They're all smiling, giving each other high fives. We survived the shooting. You guys can't see the pictures. Hold on. It's not even pictures of the shooting. It's pictures of the airport. Okay, that's dumb. Enough of that. Enough of that! Okay, now we're done with all the down and depressing stuff. Let's talk about work visas for immigrants and Vivek Ramaswamy calling white people lazy and saying we need to be more like the Indians. Maybe we can start taking shits in the street, guys. What is the H-1B program? This is from DOL.gov agencies. The H-1B program applies to employees seeking to hire non-immigrant aliens as workers in specialty occupations or as fashion models of the distinguished merit and ability. What does that mean? A specialty, this is from a .gov. This is the H-1B program. A specialty occupation is one that requires the application of a body of highly specialized knowledge and the attainment of at least a bachelor's degree or its equivalent. So there are already people who are little studied in their country, and they want to come here and go to college and work here in high skilled jobs. And that happens a lot, and I think that's okay if they were going to stay here after they got their degree and they kept the job and weren't sending it all home. but most of them are sending it all home and they're planning to go home and then they take the jobs there and then they end up answering the phones in India and becoming freaking scammers and hackers and um, this, that, and the other, taking IPs to China, stealing, getting in a company, work your way up for a little while, get the IP, get back to China, take some American money with you. That's some bullshit. Let's keep reading. Where was I? The intel of the H-1B provisions is to help employers who cannot otherwise obtain needed business skills and abilities from the U.S. workforce. So we're not good enough. By authorizing the temporary employment of qualified individuals and actually, they're probably right about that because colleges are making kids dumber. And so that's why. But I thought Elon was saying I would rather hire somebody without a degree who can just show me that they can like do something cool on the freaking computer or show me they have a good idea and they can make it work. That's what he was saying. Now he's kind of turning over another leaf saying I'd rather just get them from South Africa and India. Like, but so MAGA's getting a little upset about that. That's where we're going with this. If you haven't seen it, um, the law establishes certain standards in order to protect similarly employed U.S. workers from being adversely affected by the employment of the non-immigrant workers, as well as to protect the H-1B non-immigrant workers. Employees must attest to the Department of Labor that they will pay wages to the H-1B non-immigrant workers that are at least equal to the actual wage paid by the employer to other workers with similar experience and qualifications for the job in question, or the prevailing wage for the occupation in the area of intended employment, whichever is greater. So you got to pay them right. Key news 2021, this came up in the news. The Department of Labor issued an, so 2021, this is when Biden stepped, this is January 15th, 2021. So maybe Trump could have did this on his way out. What is this? Issued an Office of Foreign Labor Certification H-1B program bulletin and a wage and hour division field assistant bulletin, a FAB, revising its interpretation of its regulations concerning which employers of H-1B workers must file labor condition applications. That's a lot of words. But okay, so that happened in 2021, January 15th. Yeah. So that would have been after, but that would have been after January 6th, but before January 20th. So super proud of the guy. One of my friends is coming under something similar. He studied here, did his master's in Australia from China. He's now Aussie, just like me. Oh, he's going to Australia to do that from China? Yeah, China's taking over Australia, John. I don't know if you knew that. They kind of already own it. They basically own Australia. China owns Australia. I don't know if you knew that. You probably know that. If you're based, you probably know that. And you live in Australia, you probably know that. But did I just read all that? Yeah, that was crazy. So that happened in 2021. On January 20th, 2021, so this is Biden's first day in, the department withdrew its notice from the Office of the Federal Register prior to its publication and is now withdrawing the bulletin. Okay, so maybe this 2015 thing is something Trump did on his way out. I didn't understand that, honestly. I'd have to read it really slow, and I'm trying to just get through this tonight. But on January 20th, Biden's first day in, he withdraws that. Now it's in the news again because Elon and Vivek are trying to do something with bringing more of this skilled labor from countries like India and China. And MAGA and Vivek basically said on Twitter, and Trump is siding with them now, which a lot of MAGA is upset about that. But they're saying that it's only for like skilled labor workers um and it's going to be based off of what did it say? I didn't save that thing that I saw. Maybe I did in another folder. But Trump is backing them. I don't have the tweet from Vivek. I'm going to try to pull up the tweet real quick from Vivek.
You want to know my based opinion? You don't have to share this, but my based opinion is that we should have exported our technology to other countries.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like aliens giving like spaceships to. Uh-oh. Oh shit.
So he like everybody was talking about this for a couple days. I saved some of them. If I was smart left, Charlie Kirk saying if I was a smart leftist, I would go in all in on trying to create a schism between MAGA and tech world. We must resist this. Charlie Kirk said that. Then Vivek Ramaswamy retweeted that, and what Elijah's saying they're gaslighting the public after the valid H-1B pushback from MAGA. No accountability at all, and this response is genuinely insulting to the base. Yeah. They're saying it's you guys' fault for questioning this because yeah, this is a bad idea. But now they're trying to make excuses and say, well, it's only going to be 0.001%. Um, I don't like it. I'm trying to find the tweet from Vivek that he basically said white people were lazy and we weren't. What exactly did he say?
No matter who called, a lot of the people who have come here through the H-1B system would tell you, as I would, that it is just a broken system no matter who you're seeking to serve. For example, you want to talk about special interests and lobbying? This is direct Silicon Valley lobbying that said that if you get your H-1B visa and you're hired by one company.
This is way smoother than the regular Jameson.
It's stronger. The other is like what 35, like 39,
What is that?
40.
I think the other one's also 40. I'm not sure. But
Either way, it's still stronger.
the other Jameson has like a bite the first couple sips that you take. It has like a little bit of a bite to it. This one's smoother.
Company, you're effectively like a slave. You can't switch to a different company. That's not a free labor market. So there's so much that's broken and bureaucratized. Here's the next question about the H-1B visa system is why the heck do we do it on the basis of a lottery when you could actually just select the very best people? So there's a lot that's broken about the administrative state, the bureaucracy. My general approach is when something's broken in government, you can't really fix it when it's lasted that long. You need to shut it down, start with a blank slate, and rebuild from scratch. And that's just a stylistic point that I've applied to this issue as to any other. A lot of the people who
I wanted to make sure this was a good thing because Trump was winning, but now that there's some things that I'm like,
I'm trying to find the tweet from Vivek. I can't find it. Trump sides with Elon from Reuters. Trump signs with Elon, says he's always been in favor of the program. I hired a lot of people with the H-1B. I like it. But President-elect Donald Trump on Saturday sided with key supporters and billionaire tech CEO Elon Musk in a public dispute over the use of the H-1B visa, saying he fully backs the program for foreign tech workers, opposed by some of his supporters. Trump's remarks followed a series of social media posts. That seems kind of, yeah, because we just read that on his way out, he did a thing. I didn't understand what that bill was saying, what that sentence was saying, honestly, right now, guys. But they were doing that on Trump's way out, and then Biden reversed it on his first day in. So it must have been something relating to the H-1Bs, maybe restricting them. But it was probably because of COVID. Trump probably restricted the H-1B visas during COVID, and then Biden reversed that when he came in because they probably said it's racist. That's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing that. That's guessing, but I kind of know a little what I'm talking about. It seems like something that probably happened. Listen to Dear Elon. Listen to Dear Elon, Sam Hyde. Dear Elon, Sam Hyde. Right now, how long is it? It's freaking New Year's, so if we want to take a request. Sam Hyde's message for Elon. Asmongold reacts. Sam Hyde. It's 46 minutes long. You can't watch all of it. Maybe we'll listen to it later.
And dismissive. You just became a Republican 3 months ago, and you're talking about removing a big portion of regular people, root and stem. No. People fucking love you. They will forgive you. Nobody is trying to get you to become turbo base pilled, full Pat Buchanan immigration policy. People broadly understand that you are a San Francisco, tech, California, international immigrant. Well, if you want to be a regular tech guy, that's fine. You can do that. You can be Larry Ellison. You can go play on.
Okay. Thank you for. We can't listen to it all right now. Why is it on this channel with 397 subscribers? Why is it not just on his channel? Is he banned on YouTube? Maybe I shouldn't listen to it on YouTube. He's not banned on YouTube. Fishbowl was on YouTube or whatever it's called. Anyway. So Trump is saying, I've always been for it. I hire a lot of people, a lot of immigrants. Trump's not racist. He's been hiring immigrants forever. You know how many people he hires? I guarantee he's hired a lot of dang immigrants. Trump, who moved to limit the visa's use during his first presidency, told the New York Post on Sunday that he was likewise in favor of the visa program. I have many H-1B visas on my properties. I've been a believer in H-1B. I've used it many times. It's a great program. He was quoted as saying, Musk, a naturalized U.S. citizen born in South Africa, has held an H-1B visa, and his electric car company Tesla obtained 724 of the visas this year. See, if they're going to build a company and stay in America and help America like Elon did, then I'm okay with it. The problem is a lot of them aren't. They're trying to take stuff. They're trying to just send money home until they can save up enough to get home and be rich once they get home, and then start their own tech company, usually what they learned here in their country, and be billionaires in a third world country, which is like trillionaires to the rest of the world. It's on Hide Wars on YouTube, going viral. All right. Yeah, it's 46 minutes. I can't listen to it all right now. This is just another article from WCSU News saying the same thing, that Trump did back the visas. He's used them, but at a point in his presidency he tried to restrict them, and then I think again during COVID he tried to restrict them, and now, but he's saying he's always used them, and if it's a good system, you just got to fix the problems with it, and that's what he's going to do. We're going to look at everything. We're going to take a look at everything.
Maybe add one more restriction that if they were to take technology overseas, they could get charged with treason and pursued. Otherwise, it's not a visa, right? You're not a citizen.
What time's the ball drop? We got an hour? We got an hour. Ball check-in, checking on the balls. Got to check in on the balls. Pause.
There was an energy drink called Balls at one point. You remember that?
No.
There was literally an energy drink called Balls. It was hilarious.
I can't find the post from Vivek about anyway. Let's move on. Let's do some memes. Oh shoot, I just closed the ball drop video.
Can I send you a meme then? It's hilarious.
I can't enter it into the show. I just have to hold your phone up on the camera.
It's kind of a video on Facebook I can send. Because I managed to get my old account back.
All right. I re-downloaded the soundboard and then tried to get into StreamYard. Tried to get on VK and get on StreamYard. And I couldn't use my StreamYard. The soundboard like takes over control of the mic somehow. When I try to get on StreamYard, I can't select any other mic because the voice mod thing takes over my mic. So I had to delete the voice mod program again, and so we don't have sound effects again. I'm gonna have to figure out the sound effects, but wee woo. You guys ever seen now I can't even think of the name of the movie. Wee woo, wee woo. Combat Evolved.
Oh, that's
Crouching.
Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Huh?
Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
No, this is oh my god, now I can't think of the movie. Chat, what's this movie called? It's like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, but it's a comedy version of it. Kung Pao Enter the Fist is what it's called. It's so funny. What up, James? Is it a video or is it?
It's short meme.
Okay. Just send it to me on Facebook.
Okay.
And then I can pull it up in a little bit. All right, next one. It's Christmas and $20 is $20. This elf's on it. You've heard of Elf on a Shelf? What about Elf in a Glory Hole? These elves are about to make $20. It's Christmas and $20 is $20. I'll have Discord open by the time it's midnight for me, everybody, and we'll drink some champagne. But when it's New York midnight time, we'll watch the ball drop. Next. Bro is level 10 friend zone. There is no escape. Look at this. Look at this guy. He's got a picture with his little girlfriend. He took her out on the date. She said, "From Top Golf to dinner, flowers, ice cream, and horseback riding. You outdid yourself on this friend date, Daniel. You wanted to set a standard for how I should be treated, and you sure set a high one. I thank God so much that he put an amazing friend like you in my life. Thank you for making me feel like a true princess. Hashtag still single, though." Bruh. Bruh. Level 10 friend zone. She said it multiple times. Kids know when they're ready for tattoos. Hashtag my true self. Look at this kid, guys. Hashtag non-binary. Hashtag binary Australia. Kids know when they're ready for tattoos. Tat them up. Get some face tats, you know. I'm on New York time. You got 50 minutes. 50 minutes. Oh. Okay, this is the political compass of chess pieces. Pawn, bunch of little dudes working together, underestimated until it destroys the monarchy once it reaches its ranks. These are the commies. Pawns are the commies, the economic left, and then the king is the authoritarian right. Duh, economic right. The king is the authoritarian capitalist. Is the king. The pawns are the commies, and then the what is this like tanky like libertarian socialist would be the knight. The anarchists, they got an anarchist anarchist move set. They're like moving everywhere, every weird different direction. Horse persona, I don't know what that means. And they can fling attacks over impenetrable walls. These are the anarchists. And then you got the anarcho-capitalists, the libertarians. They hide with a huge the rook. They hide with a huge arsenal until they're provoked, and they happily trade safety of the kingdom with more freedom on the board. That's true. This is Oh, and then the bishop. The bishop's a centrist. I just want to move in any assigned colors for God. I just want to move in my assigned colors for God's sake. I'm probably left in the center. Yep. You just probably hang out in the middle. Yep, that's the bishop. This thing is true. It's facts. All right. Fans shocked after Beyonce banned gesture during NFL halftime show that gets players fined. This is a news meme. Oh, shoot. This is a news meme. So, and it's crazy because I was watching football with my mom and my brother, and somebody did a shooting meme, and Joey's like, yeah, that's banned now. He's going to get fined for that. They threw a flag on the field. And because he was doing it, and he said they call it the no fun league now because like everything's banned, all the like end zone celebrations, you get fined for it, and shooting gesture is not allowed. And we watched the Beyonce halftime show, and she was doing shooting gestures, and we're like, what? Me and Joey were like, what the? How is she allowed to do that? And then, of course, all the NFL players were reacting to it. They're like, we're not allowed to do that, and she's allowed to do that. And yeah. So, what do you guys think of that? That's some BS, huh? How come Beyonce can walk around with a bunch of people dancing, culturally appropriating cowboyism, all wearing white, but they're all black, culturally appropriating the cowboys from America whiteness. No, I'm stop. This is a joke, guys. I'm just playing, but it's kind of true. I hope to one day have someone love me as much as Gary loves Doris. And it says Gary loves Doris right there. Gary loves penis. Wait, what? That doesn't say Doris. That says penis. Gary loves Doris. It says Doris, guys. It obviously says Doris. Even though I think Doris has two R. Well, no, Doris. Yeah, that's Doris. It doesn't say penis. Next. Another satisfied customer. Look at this mug. You buy it, and it pokes you in the eyes. Next. Another chest one. Okay, I move horizontally and vertically. So that's what is that? Sweden's flag or something? Horizontal and vertical. Sweden's flag is horizontal and vertical. Okay, the bishop, I move diagonally. What is that? Like Norway or Iceland or something? That's a diagonal flag, a bishop. The queen. The queen says I move like a bishop and a rook. That's England. England's flag. What does the horse flag look like? The horse. Oh, the wait, no. Do you want to see more or less posts like this on your feed? This one's been blocked. We're not going to show you what the horse's flag looks like, but horse's flag rhymes with swastika. It's a German flag. It's just a German flag. I'm 37 years. This is an old meme, but it's a goodie. I might have even shown this at some point, but it's true. I always thought that this was like a heron's head, and it had a decorative like headpiece. I'm 37 years old. Just today realized it's called a bird of paradise because it looks like the picture on the left, not the right. It's bird of paradise because it looks like this, not because it looks like a retarded retarded sandhill crane with a dang headdress on his head. But I don't know if this is even true. But that's what this meme is saying is that, and it does look like a hummingbird now that I look at it that way. But I've always thought it was like this. It was like this guy. Less LOL. What up, Dave? Next. This, I don't know if this is even true, but it looks true. Here's a useful counterintuitive fact. One 18-inch pizza has more pizza than two 12-inch pizzas. So the area of, and this is simple math right here, you find the area of two pizzas, and it's 200, two 12-inch pizzas is 226 inches squared of pizza. One 18-inch pizza is 254 inches squared of pizza. That's crazy. I think that's true, unless their math is wrong. If somebody's good at math, pi 18 divided by 2. Why are you divided by 2? What you? Anyway, Happy New Year, Dave. Next. I finally got it, homies. My PlayStation 5. It's not a PlayStation 5. It's a dish rack. I got my PlayStation 5. Next. Lego Gaza. Guys, the next set we're putting together after we're done with the Millennium Falcon tonight, if I finish it tonight, we're gonna get Lego Gaza. It's 2,000 pieces, and it's just pieces in a box. there is no construction to be done. Next, no matter how still you've been, he's been stiller. No matter how still you've been, he's been stiller. That's Ben Stiller. That's Zoolander. I knew you guys would like the Gaza one. My brother sent me that, and he's like, "Oh, that's horrible." His friend sent him it, and he's like, "That's horrible. Look at that. That's horrible." And I was like, "Send me that. I like that one." That's probably my favorite meme this week. That's a reel. I'll put that in the reels. If you sent it on Facebook, I'll pull it up when I'm showing the reels. But Black Americans are okay. This is Vivek talking to Maga. Black Americans are lazy, have bad culture, and need to work harder like Asians. And Maga's like, "Yeah, you're right, Vivek." Then he says, "White Americans are lazy, have bad culture, and need to work harder like Asians." And Maga's like, "No, what do you say, Vivek?" But it's kind of true. They're not the same. Next. Oh, wait, is this right? What is this? I don't think this is supposed to be in memes. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity. Oh, this is the tweet. Oh, this was supposed to be in the last segment. This is the tweet. I knew I had it saved somewhere. I just got it in memes. Our American culture has venerated. This is the tweet from Vivek that I was looking for earlier. I knew I had saved it somewhere. He said, "Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and lightly longer." Now, I agree with that. I agree with that. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. I agree. Normalcy, is that how you spell normalcy? Normalcy? Normalcy. That seems like a weird word. Normalcy doesn't cut it in hyper competitive global market for technical talent. And if we pretend like it does, we'll have our asses handed to us by China. I kind of agree with that. This can be our Sputnik moment. We've awakened from slumber before, and we can do it again. Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden era in America, but only if our culture fully wakes up. We gotta be wake, not woke. It's wake instead of woke. A culture that once again prioritizes achievement over normalcy, excellence over mediocrity, nerdiness over conformity, hard work over laziness. But okay, so we need to build that again in our culture, but we don't do that by outsourcing all the work. Getting a little bit of work from foreign countries is okay, and I agree with what he's saying that we have gotten lazy. I saw someone get a Lego typewriter set and a cool car Lego sets. Lego sets are badass. Yeah, they're pretty neat. Pretty neat. They pre-made it. That's nice of them. Yeah, they put it together already. The Lego. H1B, DEI. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture. I think so too. I see where Vivek's coming from, and I'm okay with hiring highly skilled people who already make good salaries in other countries. And that's what something I read today, like an update that they said we're going to hire them based off salary, not test scores. So people that are already making good money in other countries, if they come to America and work for us and they're still just making what they were making in that country, then there's less incentive for them to rob from us and steal from us. Maybe they just want to come here. They don't like that country, and then I'm cool with that. But also, we may need to put a moratorium on all of it for a little while we get everything figured out. But yeah, H1B seems a lot like DEI.
I don't want the rest of this shit. I'm gonna dump it out.
No, you put it on the table.
No.
He said, I don't want, he had his whiskey glass. He took like 3 sips and he's like, I don't want the rest of this. Should I go dump it out? Dump out whiskey? What are you talking about? That's not going to happen. But
did bring back up.
Fear not. You guys get this? Do you guys get this? You remember the the accurate angel episode that I did like 3 years ago?
It's a Christmas cookie.
It's an angel. It's what angels actually.
Are depicted in the Bible.
Yeah. It's a biblically accurate angel cookie. And it's saying fear not.
Uh-oh.
It's got eyeballs and like circles and beams and 8 different arms and legs and wings and it's like 3 different animals combined. For the next 3 months, this is so true. This was me in school. For the next 3 months, every time you write the date. We don't really write dates now anymore, though. All right, next. I got to get through these memes. We got 40 minutes. I didn't care what the song says. I don't smell. It's Batman. Jingle bells. Batman smells. Robin laid an egg. Batman says, I don't care what the song says. I don't smell. Peaceful manger scene or 2 T-Rex fighting over a table saw? It is 2 T-Rex fighting over a table saw. Dang. That's awesome. Next. Things that keep me awake at night, number 408. How do Amish girls know if it's a romantic candlelit dinner or just a regular dinner? Interesting question. Next. We're going to finish that Lego Millennium Falcon tonight, and I'm going to set it right here. It's going to be sick. It's cool once it's all put together. I wish it was the gray Millennium Falcon with the original OG characters, but that one's like $200 now because it's retired. But this one's kind of cool because it has all the generations. It has Rey, it has Jar Jar Binks, Darth Jar Jar Binks, Darth Rey, hippie Luke Skywalker, which he is basically a hippie. They got it right. Good Darth, which is true. Darth is the good guy. You know, he's a father. He messed up. He went wrong. Luke needed to stop being a bitch and forgive him. But I think they did by the end. Luke forgave his father. And then C-3PO. But it doesn't have Chewbacca. That's the only sad part. We need Darth Chewbacca. That would be sick. I think maybe. No, it doesn't. Party size, Krusty's buttermilk. What do you mean party size? Who's having pancake parties and why have I not been invited? The nativity scene one was awesome. Nobody, the LED headlights guy making sure you're blind enough to hit a deer. We were just talking about this with my brothers the other night too. My mom's like, Joey was driving. She's like, I can't see at night. And then Ben's like, yeah, they're making these headlights too bright. And I was like, yeah, the blue ones, they blind you. And then
This guy trying to escape a cop and had a 10,000 lumen flashlight pointed at a cop. And
they had make flashlights that blind people.
And they lost him. They couldn't find him.
If you knew what these are, you're awesome. It's the zebra gum. It's the zebra gum. No, not from the dentist. The dentist would not tell you to chew this. This stuff was packed with sugar. And it was sour too a little bit. I like this. Santa gets free parking all night tonight. It's on the house. Dad joke. Parking's on the house. Next. Quick animal fact number 25. Most bobcats are not named Bob. Animal fact. Good fact. Next. Mariah Carey beginning with I don't want a lot for Christmas and then revealing that she wants you is such a good burn. She does. She said, I don't want a lot for Christmas. All I want for Christmas is you. Wait a second. You saying I'm not a lot? Florida reindeer. It's an albino gator with a crab on its head. Let's go.
It's a swamp puppy.
I've never seen the albino gator. Next. The reason why a grilled cheese and tomato soup go so good together is because it's basically pizza split in two foods. And then you combine it and you just make pizza. It's kind of true. Cheese, bread, tomato. If you put some pepperoni on a grilled cheese, then it's like a pepperoni pizza. Now I'm hungry. I don't think I want a new year this time around. I want a gently used year, like a 2015 or maybe a 1998 if it's in good shape. I can't eat right now. I'm doing the show. But you can get nachos if you want and eat them.
I was kind of waiting for you to get to the reels.
Next, if your grandma got ran over by a reindeer, you may be entitled to compensation. Next, look at this. This is a misprint, or it's a Mandela print. It says the Berenstain Bears, which they say that's what it is. But then it says 13-inch Berenstain Mother Bear. Berenstain Bears, Berenstain. Maybe they were the Berenstain Bears. Maybe their name was Berenstain, but Berenstain means like the familial name or something. I don't know. But this might not even be real. I don't know. Next. How to steal the serotonin from the entire generation starter pack. You show Littlefoot, mother dying. I don't know what this one is, but this is Altraz, or what's his name? Altraz in Land Before Time, when his horse dies in the Swamp of Sorrows. Littlefoot and his mother dying. They should have had Lion King and Simba crying over Mufasa in this picture. I don't know what this is, but then the last one is my girl, my girl. He needs his glasses. He can't see without his glasses. Just a bunch of sad movies. I guess Lion King would have been the next generation. This is my generation. Lion King. Well, no, Lion King was my generation. But I don't know what this is. Is this Air Bud? What is this movie? Maybe that's the joke. I'm supposed to know that one, and that's what makes it funny. Next. I just hope Jimmy Carter stays alive long enough to see Trump take back the Panama Canal. Well, he didn't make it. R.I.P. Jimmy Carter. He died at 100 the other day. In this country, guns have more rights than trans people do. I can't cut the barrel off my gun, though. Wah, 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 wah. That's a man, baby. Next. Hold on. Did you put ice in yours?
Yeah.
Shut it down. Shut it down in red. Push them both. Shut it down. Next. Whoa, what the? That's Michelle with a giant Christmas sausage. Why is and Barry sitting in the back like, whoa, hey, hold on now, Michelle. Wait a second. What are you gonna eat? You're gonna swallow that all in one gulp? Mike, calm down. Let's shut it down. Just for 2 weeks. Oh, that was about the government shutdown that was gonna happen. I don't think it happened. Let's shut it down just for 2 weeks, just to slow the spread. The government will shut down in 29 hours. This is about the budget thing with Mike Johnson that Freddie was talking about. We were talking about that last night. Next. Medieval Christmas painting discovered. Yippee-ki-yay, thy fornicator of motherhood. One hopeth that is not a hostage. Sir MacLean and Sir Gruber battle for Nakatomi Tower. It's Die Hard in medieval writing. It is Christmas. Ugly but truthful Christmas sweaters. There's Ileana Omar. I fucked my brother. Whoa. Fauci says, I kill people. And Jill says, I voted for Trump. Let's go. Jill looked good in that picture with that Trump sweater on. I like it. Next. Keep the Han in Hanukkah. It's Han celebrating Hanukkah. I say keep the Nukkah in Hanukkah. If this was a black guy, you could say keep the Nukkah in Hanukkah. Am I allowed to say that? I just did. Next. Before teasing someone for believing in Santa, remember that some people still believe in government nutrition guidelines. That's facts. before saying, yeah, that somebody can't believe dinosaurs built the pyramids or Santa Claus is real. Stop eating Pop-Tarts. Next. They say the first step is the hardest, but it's actually the third step right before your balls go in the water. Look at this one, Amanda. When libertarians' kids get Legos for Christmas. It's Killdozer. They got a Killdozer Lego set. Let's go. We were talking about that on Killdozer got brought up on VK. I was like, I wish Stubborn One was here. We love Killdozer. I was like, they were like, you can't build a Killdozer for good. I'm like, you could be a pacifist and build a Killdozer. You could build a Killdozer just to have fun and drive it around on your property and move dirt. And, I don't know, shoot at it.
Like not Mr. Beast, but the Beast has a tank.
Yeah, it's basically just a homemade tank. And that's it for the memes. Okay. Well, that's not the way it works because I have to find that one. All right, let me open these. I only got like 3 things in rapid fire. And then we'll probably watch the ball drop before I talk about Flat Earth and then open Discord. But we talked about Flat Earth last night with the Discord open, so I'm not going to want to be talking about that too much. We're killing it tonight. Unless some like serious Flat Earther wants to debate me, we could do one. I'll do one. But I'm not doing more than one. Hold on, I got to find something Shane sent.
Oh, it's hilarious. It's
Oh, it's not in saved. It's in my messages.
Where's the audio?
I'll get it. Hold on. We have a lot of reels and not really a lot of rapid fire news. There's only like 3 stories, and I'm just gonna burn through those. Then I got a lot of I got a whole Flat Earth file built. I got all the Bible verses. I got all of it. But first, let's watch some funny reels. And then we might just go to the ball drop. And then after the reels, after the ball drop, then we'll talk about Flat Earth and open the Discord and do the Legos. Because I still got 2 hours between midnight my time. It's not New Year for me yet, but I do want to see the ball drop. So we're kind of scheduling on the fly right now based off of time. Let's watch this. Yours will be last because I got some lined up already.
Pimp My Ride used to be like.
You know what time it is. Let's go. We about to go.
Who in chat remembers Pimp My Ride? This is so funny. We're gonna go pimp your ride. And they put a pool table in the car or air hockey table in the middle of the freaking Suburban.
Pimp somebody's ride. Yeah. Oh my God, Eric Zimmy! Yeah! Oh my God! Let's go! Hey man, we here to pimp your ride. Let's go! I'm excited, man.
This is not, so this is breaking the fourth wall because it's ruining the, what were we talking about that one night? What's it called? The continuity, the like visual, the storytelling continuity. Nobody was saying let's go in Pimp My Ride time. That's a fairly new thing. Like, let's go. Like that became a thing with Fortnite streamers and Twitch and stuff like that. Pimp My Ride, it would have been like more like, what's up? And I don't know. Cool, man. Awesome. I don't know. Well, he's black. But they weren't saying, let's go. This is like the early 2000s.
Hey, y'all. I'm Watume, and Exhibit just pimped my ride.
All right, let's see how they pinch your ride. Hey, what the did they do? All right, they put a basketball court. So you
No basketball court?
Yeah, it's a court.
No, it's not no court.
It's
a basketball court
while you driving. Get in, man. Look. Hey, you like to...
They put a basketball court. That ain't a basketball court. You can play basketball while you driving. You can DJ while you driving.
DJ, right? They put a Pioneer DJ set so you could drive and DJ. Go ahead, mix.
No, I can't. No, I can't do. That's a distraction. I can't do that.
Hey man, listen, shut up.
Man, wait, what's on the server?
Oh, it's an iPad, so you can.
You can't even touch it.
Yes, it is. Hold on.
No, it's not working. Look.
Hey man, I didn't do this. Man,
what?
They pimped you.
I can't even see.
Look at this. Oh, it's a PS5.
He said, "Hey man, I didn't do this shit. They pimped your ride." Now it's a PS5. They didn't have PS5s back then, but they would put a PS2 in the dash and a big TV in the back seat.
So what?
They got the PS5s.
It's not even hooked up to nothing.
Yes, it is. The TV is in the back.
Why is it in the back?
Wait, get your control. Hey, come on. Let's look at the TV in the back, man.
Let's look at the TV in the back.
Look at the TV. Oh, look. Here goes one of the balls. Oh, hold on. Look. Bam. No, three-pointer. Hey, don't try
Three-pointer.
Because if you do, the iPad might fall off. I almost forgot. Look. We put a snack bar
In the gas tank.
See? We just pimped your ride.
We put a snack bar in the gas tank. We just pimped your ride.
Then y'all messed up my ride. Change it back to the way it was.
Hey man, don't blame me. I didn't do this shit, man. The network did it. I thought we pimped his ride. X.
That's awesome. Okay. Which one's next? What is this? Oh.
What's the matter? I've been getting death threats.
You mean death threats?
Not this time.
You undone me! You undone me! I went along!
Join!
What's the matter?
I've been getting death threats. I've been getting death threats. Don't you mean death threats? No, death threats.
You mean death threats?
Not this time.
You undone me! You undone me! I went along!
Die. Okay. That's not nice. What's this one? Oh, this is Chuck Norris.
I petted him.
Chuck Norris petting a tiger.
You hear this like that. So the trainer says, get up very slowly and back up. So the tiger did. He slowly got up and backed out.
The tiger moved.
I went in and I bent down and I petted him. And all of a sudden, you hear this like that. So the trainer says, get up very slowly and back up. So the tiger did. He slowly got up and backed out.
The tiger moved away from Chuck Norris. This is oh my gosh, now I can't remember his name either. King Jamal, what's his name? I don't know. He talked crap about Eminem and Eminem destroyed him. But he's talking about some gay Biggie lyrics, and it's so true. I've thought this before. I've heard some Biggie songs, and I've been like, whoa, hey, whoa, what? What'd you just say? And he calls it out, and this brought back memories from when I still like Biggie, but he had some lyrics, and I was like, whoa, that's kind of... You hear a lot of them in rap, actually. You hear a lot of questionable lyrics. But sometimes it's done on purpose to be funny, but sometimes I think it's accidental. Or they had some... Or they're secretly trying to tell the truth, or they were unknowingly telling the truth on accident. It was Freudian slip.
Out-of-pocket lyrics of any rapper ever. And hopefully there will never be a rapper with worse lyrics. Gay lines, like, I don't care how good a woman looks.
I still suck on a daddy.
Give fellatio to her father, because she's
She
so
looks so good, huh? I suck on her daddy.
Thought
was a trick.
You look so good, huh? I suck on your daddy's dick.
liquor be digging me in my asshole. Undercover, Donnie Brasco. He said, I fuck with niggas who kidnap your kids, fuck them in the ass, throw them over a bridge.
That's how it
They
is.
know my nigga got to fucking kidnap kids. Fuck them in they ass, throw them over the bridge.
And
That's
in the
how it
beginning of the
is. My
warning
shit is
video, and in the
laid out.
warning video,
Fuck that
the
beef shit.
Transformer is in the bed with Biggie. And then LL's lyrics, he says, he, she, blotitious, Stevie, delicious.
What?
Give me couscous, love me good. Damn, from Hollis to Hollywood. But is he good? Papa love it when he does it.
What?
It's all for you. Something about let your Tims tap or some Definitely Biggie has some of the most.
That's questionable. That's sus. And who was Biggie signed by? This is so funny. This is a girl who, I guess maybe she didn't have some money or anything, so she got her grandma a gift for Christmas. She made a dance for grandma. Let's watch the dance she made for grandma.
Happy birthday, Grandma. You rock so much. You are so cool. You like it? Yes. I'm glad. Happy birthday. Thank you.
One more time.
Happy birthday, Grandma. You
Rock so
much. You are so cool.
You are so cool.
You like it? Yes. I'm glad. Happy birthday.
Grandma's like, couldn't you get me a toaster? I asked for a toaster. Damn, you couldn't afford a toaster. You can't encourage that. That's a grown woman. You can't encourage that sort of nonsense. You got to shut it down. What's this one? The Facebook ones always take a second to look.
A little hint of spiciness.
This is cool when kids say stuff and they're trying to sound smart, but they really don't know what the hell they're talking about. It's so cute.
It's like a little hint of soy sauce, a little hint of the tomato, you know, a little hint of the spice. You know.
Tomato in ramen?
Yeah, it actually has like a little hint of tomato.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What is a hint?
I don't even know. It just sounds like a good word.
A little hint of what?
I don't know. It just sounds like a good word. A little hint of tomato in ramen noodles. She's eating ramen noodles. She got a little hint of tomato. That's cute. That's a feel-good meme. See, we're feeling good for the holidays. We got 15 minutes till the ball drops.
Last reel?
One more. This is pretty funny. When your girlfriend is not that smart.
Recital. I think it's very vital to rock around. That's right on time. And here we go. This speech is my recital. I think it's very vital to rock around. That's right on time. And here we go.
Boom. All right. Hold on. I'll play yours in 1 second. I just need to find the ball drop. Right here. Okay. We haven't started the countdown yet. There's no audio from Fox? Fox has no audio? Hold on 1 second. Ball drop.
Everybody always asks me what the difference between the loan.
Hold on 1 second, chat. We got one reel left from Shane. Okay. Dude, ever since Planet Fitness took over during COVID, this has been so gay. But I still like to see the ball just drop on the building. It's a pretty cool thing they do. One day, it's on my bucket list. One day I'm going to be there for the ball drop and the Macy's Day Parade. Go to New York for the whole holidays. That would be awesome. All right. Last reel from Shane. Or oh, it's only 9 seconds. Okay, be an accurate meme if Kamala had won, but Trump won. I think it's gonna get better for a little bit. But it is funny.
When I first saw Biden won and it wasn't Trump, that's what I played on my feed. I was like, I knew this shit was gonna happen.
All right. I don't want to do a bunch of down and depressing stuff, and that's all I have in rapid fire. We have 3 firefighters hospitalized and 12 people injured after a Brightline train collides with Delray police fire engines, officials say. So a train crashed into. Oh, damn. We got the video of it. Hold up. Oh, you guys can see it already? And is there audio?
For this, a Brightline train crashed right into a city fire truck. Brightline is now responding to the wreck. They posted this video.
We just watched the body cam video like a couple weeks ago or a week ago of the cops who put the suspect in the car, and the cop car was sitting on the train tracks at night, and they just left it there, and she got hit by a train. She got like what'd she get, $8 million, and she was not really that badly injured, which is crazy. That whole car was deformed. Dude, even school buses know, stop at the train tracks, open the door, and wait and look around before you go. You don't. How do people not like know train tracks are there?
You're looking at here on their social media, showing that fire truck past the guardrails, right in the path of that speeding train. The crash led to delays and cancellations all throughout the day for the private rail company.
Okay. And they said 3 hospitalized, 12 injured. Doesn't say any deaths. We had 4 killed in storms that spawned multiple tornadoes across the southern U.S. Some weather stuff. We usually throw a little weather into rapid fire news. Officials assessed the damage on Sunday. Where was this at? Southern U.S. Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. Only 4 dead in crazy storms across 5 states isn't, RIP to them. But it's not like some horrible, crazy thing that happened, but just a little wild storm surge that happened across southern America, southeastern America. Updates from Israel. What's going on in Israel right now? Israeli hospital says Netanyahu has undergone successful prostate surgery. He got a thumb stuck up his booty and he had something up there. Netanyahu getting prostate surgery. Don't care too much about that. That's why it's in rapid fire news. New York correctional officers. This story is interesting. It's pretty bad. I told y'all BLM's coming back. And this is they got a good case here. Oh yeah, we're breaking the bottle out. Oh yeah, it's 9:51. Okay, we'll actually go over this story a little more probably once we open the Discord. If Buff joins that, he watches a lot of police interactions and stuff. I'd like to see what he thinks about this one. But this guy basically gets stomped out and kicked out and punched out while he's on this hospital bed. And he's not really doing much to restrain. It looks like he's damn near unconscious, and they're just beating on him, and he died. He did. But for now, we're gonna go to the ball dropping, and I'll take a copyright for this. And if it gets removed, I'll just edit this part out. But we're gonna watch it from CBS. We have 10 minutes till the ball drops. We're gonna pop some champagne. I'll probably just open the Discord now. One second. All right, we have 7 minutes to go for the East Coast people. We're going to pop this champagne. You already know the horn was going off the whole time? What does that mean? I hope you're doing well tonight. What's up? Are you crazy?
Oh, you want me to?
Just get the plastic off. Or the metal off. We can use this. You need a knife? Is it gonna fly? Is it gonna fizz? Shit, I need a bucket or something. Can you go dump this in the trash can? Do they like shake it up when they want it to foam everywhere? Shouldn't go to. Yeah, I don't want it to do that. What do you do? You just pull this, grab some glasses while you're out there. You just pull that down. Pull it out. Pull it like this. Twist it. Oh, I thought. Hold on. I don't know if I've ever opened a champagne bottle like this before. I just push it with my thumbs. I'm popping some champagne, ladies and gentlemen. Clip it. Somebody clip. Amanda, clip it. No way. Oh, wait. Oh, it's going. It's going. It's going. Echo's going to get scared. Woo! Let's go. Dang, that was powerful. Did I hit you? It just scared him. It didn't foam out
And
either.
up next, just before midnight, we have our final performance of the evening with Mickey Guyton bringing the world together with a special performance of John Lennon's Imagine.
This is copyright. And I don't like this song, so I might mute this. Imagine all the people. I can still hear it. I just muted it and I still hear it. That's weird. No, what the heck? Oh no, I just turned it down. I thought I muted it, but I just dropped it. It's not even John Lennon singing it. I don't know what I have that's good for. Yeah, but you don't have a glass. It's close to a champagne glass.
I'm not sure I might like champagne. It will foam like milk.
It's like Sprite, dude, with alcohol in it. No false divorce is real. Better kiss that special someone. I'm running now. Well, it's not new. Well, I don't know. I'm not kissing Shane. I'm not kissing Echo either. That's a lot of champagne.
That looks like good fruit. Let's see what it tastes like.
What's it called?
Fruit.
Segura Vidas Brut.
That's actually not that bad for a white wine. Dizzy.
I gotta work tomorrow. I can't get too drunk. Damn. I gotta.
Well, there's no putting that cork back in there. It's a dome shape to make that.
Yeah, I probably just won't drink too much of the whiskey. No, I don't want to imagine the people. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. Sounds nice.
You want a billion people know what you're doing?
I don't want to share with nobody.
I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one. Happy New Year!
Good, it's over. They're about to push the magic button to make the ball drop. That was a DEI ball drop. It's going. Oh, is it time? All right. Was that a clip? Happy New Year, East Side people, East Coast. Oh, you got the champagne pop clip? How do I save it? No way. Oh wait, it's going. Echo's gonna get scared. Woo! Cool. Let's go.
Yeah, no, that horn comment. I was talking about that video with the train.
Oh, they didn't hear the horn. What'd you say? They didn't hear the horn?
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, whenever a train crosses tracks, it's supposed to sound off its horn, whether or not it does see someone on the tracks, no matter what.
Well,
So if I had to guess, the train was honking its horn the entire time.
Right. Well, the fire engine was probably, it looked like it was trying to get somewhere, and cars were pulled off on the side of the road and stuff.
Or in its way.
Yeah, and it was pushing its way through the cars, but you gotta know it's a damn train track there.
Trains can't stop, even though they see.
Yeah, if I was them, fuck that. I'd rather hit one of the cars on the side of the road than get hit by a train.
Yeah. Thank you for the clip, Amanda. Toot toot. Emily Celes is it New Year's where you are yet? Oh. Fireworks are gonna start going soon, Echo. There's still the one that's already in there. All right, I gotta talk about Flat Earth. I got videos to play and stuff. Oh, the fireworks are going now. I hear him. That's why he's huddled up over it. He usually doesn't hang out in here when I'm smoking in the room. But he does not like fireworks. But he better toughen up, because in the apocalypse, he can't be. If he's lagging behind, it's a problem.
You gotta signal him somehow, not barking maybe. If it's something that's more worrisome, like a or something.
What are you doing for New Year? Are you working? New Year's?
Yeah, I'm at work right now. That's why I'm fucking. It sounds like I'm moving around a shit ton.
There's a grinder right there. That's fine.
I was like, I ain't gonna not slide up and tell Josh Happy New Year.
Yeah. Thank you. Good work.
I figured I'd try to make him have a good New Year. After, yeah.
Gene got champagne and liquor.
And blood.
You see the Sam?
You're roboting.
Yeah, I can hear myself roboting. Did you see the Sam Hyde video?
It's pulled up, but it's 40 minutes long, so I haven't watched it yet. Somebody else told me to watch it.
Yeah, it's long as hell.
But I found it on like some random YouTube channel that only has 300 subscribers. I typed it in, and they didn't just give that to me from his thing. Is weird. Well, Elon is apparently like.
I'm pretty sure Sam Hyde's banned on YouTube. He uses like an account under someone's name.
Yeah, and Elon's banning accounts or shadow banning and like minimizing the reach on conservative channels that are going against the H1B stuff.
Yeah, that's what the video is supposed to be like a response to.
Slightly offensive. Elijah said he was getting like 1 million, like what's it called? Views, kind of like views on his thing a day. Interactions or something, and it went down to like 200,000 because he was going against Vivek and Elon on the H1B stuff. But you seen the final experiment? No, Elijah from Slightly Offensive. Elijah Schaefer. He's I've always liked his channel and his content, but he's gone hard against the Jews lately, and he's been kind of getting shadow banned and stuff a lot. I don't know. I'm not super against the Jews. I like them. They seem alright. Not all of them. They do a lot of bad stuff too. I'll call it out, but you know. Smells tropical. All right, so pastor taking flat earthers to Antarctica to end the debate. Except the cookies. You seen this final experiment?
I heard about it. I didn't watch like the video, but I heard about it.
They're ending it. They're ending the flat earth debate. Pastor from Colorado hopes to end the debate over the shape of the earth. Pastor Will Duffy's plan to bring both flat earthers and globe earthers to Antarctica on December 14th. 4 flat earthers and 4 globe earthers will fly to Antarctica in what is being labeled the final experiment.
Yeah, but isn't everyone just saying that they were paid off?
Paid off? No, it was only $100,000 budget, and a lot of them crowdsourced to get their tickets paid for. Well, they did it, and now the flat earthers are coming out and saying it was a green screen. I think I have the clip of where they're getting it, that it's a green screen from.
That's what I'm saying. They'll just say that the people that they sent to Antarctica that were flat earthers are now part of the deep state and they sold out. I don't know if flat earth is something you can really like talk somebody out of believing. They just have to like realize it's stupid.
Yeah, that's kind of why I always avoid it. The only reason I'm talking about it is because this thing just happened. And yeah, they've said forever, send somebody to the South Pole and watch the 24-hour sun and we'll believe it. We'll believe the earth is round. And they did it. So it's over. I'm not even going to spend a bunch of time on this, but I can't. But this YouTube channel, The Final Experiment, is posting a 20 video series, and it's from when they went. Hold on, I'm trying to put it on full screen. This is The Final Experiment. Meet Lizbeth Acosta. She went. She got her ticket crowdfunded to go. She was a flat earther. I don't think she is anymore. Jeranism went. He's the one that disproved flat earth with his own experiment on Netflix. I think he's going to be done with flat earth finally. But the big names like Weiss and Dubé did not go. Shocker.
Yeah, the Jaren guy, he was the one that made the video where he was like, so I was wrong.
Did he? Did he come out and make a he was wrong video?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the one who made a video while he was still in Antarctica, being like, so yeah, we just saw it. The sun definitely rotates. He was like, I was wrong about it. He's like, I'm not going to say what that implies, but take that as it is, because there's definitely a 24-hour sun cycle.
Yeah. Yeah, they did all kinds of experiments. They could predict where shadows would be and where the sun would be at what time and everything.
I'll give that guy and the flat earthers that went, at least they were brave enough to get proven wrong.
Well, and they're going to be the ones that are remembered for being like, I think Witsit Gets It and Jaron, they can go on and do more stuff. Because they're pretty smart guys and they actually did the experiments. And I mean, I don't know why Jaronism kept believing in it after he did the one experiment he did that proved it wrong. He had boards set up like every 100 feet with holes in them, and the holes are all measured to be at the same height. And then when he shines a light from one side and has a camera on the other side, if you see the light through the holes, that means the world is flat. But you don't see the light through the holes. And then when the guy holds the light higher up in the sky, then he sees the light. Because that means the earth is curved.
I'll be right back.
Yep. But I got some clips and videos of it. This is like a debate, or this is them talking to him beforehand.
Going on this trip? Like, what does that look like right now?
Actually, they are, which is a little bit...
Trip?
About Antarctica being the key to settle the debate. Antarctica.
What kind of objections have you received from the flat earthers to this whole thing?
So a lot of objections from the flat earth side. Number one, their biggest objection is they don't like the name. The final experiment. They've tried to tell me that it's not an experiment. They've tried to tell me that it's not final. Unfortunately for them,
multiple
they have propped up this experiment for years called the Bedford Level Experiment. And if that was an experiment, then so is this. And in terms of it not being final, flat earthers, the biggest flat earthers out there for years have said that this will settle the debate.
This is the guy
They've
that
said if there's
did
a 24-hour sun,
this guy's a pastor and he's like a multimillionaire, and he paid for all of this.
we are wrong. We live on a globe. If there's not a 24-hour sun, we are right, and the earth is flat. So I actually came up with this by listening to them, and so their issues with the name are really unfounded.
One problem I've found with flat earthers is trying to get them to agree on anything. The moment you say all these flat earthers have said that that this cannot happen on
They'll say,
flat
I don't
Earth,
believe that.
Others will jump up and say, well, we never said that. What do you mean all these people?
Right. Or if you say, do you believe in telescopes? Some of them will say, no, telescopes aren't real. And then some will be like, well, yeah, of course I believe in telescopes. You say, do you believe in satellites? Some of them will say, yeah, satellites are definitely real. I see satellites. I can look at a satellite. And some of them will say, no, satellites aren't real. Space isn't. Some of them will say space is real. Some of them will say space isn't real. So
People have said this, that they're going to disavow everybody else and denounce them. You've encountered that, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely. I've encountered that. My response to them is, can you show me in your content where you were correcting these flat earthers over the years when they were making these
will this end
these
it for
statements?
good now? Probably not, Dean. We have to understand that 99% of flat earthers are just trolls. And they really don't believe it, but they're either trolls or grifters, and you can make money off of it. So I'll just pretend I believe in something I don't believe in to make money off of it. My whole dinosaur pyramid thing is like a response to flat earthers and alien believers and stuff like that. It's just like I'm just like fucking around, but but I can make sense of it and make it sound legit, and you can't debunk it. You know?
And they've yet to show me that. And I also asked them a very simple question, which is, hey, you have a flat Earth map that's in your videos. You have one on the wall behind
Aren't
you,
you?
which is usually
I
a
was talking to my
Gleason's map,
managers
which is
about
an AE map. And
the
I just said,
fucking
hey, just show
flat
me
Earth thing while I was in there just a second ago.
What'd they say?
They were saying one of the people that they said that one of the people that went there deleted their YouTube channel. Is that true?
I know some of them had a lot of flat earthers had like bets up, and they're like, yeah, if you see a 24-hour sun in the south, I'll delete my YouTube channel. But I don't know.
Like you said, some of those guys aren't stupid, but it's going to be really hard for them to switch branding now.
I think it's so for like Witsit Gets It, Austin Witsit, he's a really smart guy. And he's good at speaking, and he came up because of flat Earth. If he says he had the balls to go down to Antarctica and none of these other big flat earthers did, and he comes back and says, flat Earth is wrong. I was wrong. I went and proved it to myself. I didn't need anybody to tell me. I went down there and did it. I think he's like the hero in the story. He destroyed the flat Earth.
How much of his career is built around flat Earth?
All of it.
See, that's where I feel like it's going to be rough for a lot of these people, because if they switch over, I feel like half of it's just going to be their comment sections are going to be like, aren't you the dumbass that believed in flat Earth?
You can go into conspiracy.
Like if they switch over to politics or, yeah, conspiracies, if you went to other conspiracies, you'd probably be fine.
Yeah, that's probably what they'll do. There's a lot of conspiracy content.
Is that a decent one?
Oh, you wrote it? Yeah, it's fine. It's not as good as I would, but. So this is the Gleason map. This is what the Flat Earthers map says. And if you look at any like 3D projections of what the sun would be doing on this map, the sun moves between three rings, which are tropics, or it's the prime meridian and the Tropic of Cancer, and there's another tropic. I forgot what it's called. But these are rings, and there's one close, and then there's one a little farther out, and then there's one really wide out. They say the sun moves back and forth between these three tropics as it circles around the Earth. And the flat earthers agree with the globe earthers that half of the Earth is in darkness while half of the Earth is in light. So on a flat Earth map, you'd see a straight line going down the middle of the Earth that rotates around the Earth as the sun rotates around the Earth. But the problem is when the sun's always giving off the same amount of light. So sometimes it's like farther going this way, but less distance going this way, the way the line lines up with the light. It's hard to explain what I'm doing without having the graphic up. I probably have it somewhere in one of these videos, actually. But yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. And if the sun's doing that, then there should be darkness in Antarctica half the day, just like everywhere else in the world.
Wait, how long does it take to fly to China?
I don't know. If you fly from,
I thought it was like 6 hours. I thought it was like 6 to 8 hours.
If you fly from California.
Because I was just thinking about that with like how the sun sets and shit. Do you think that if you were flying towards the sun, I mean where the sun's setting, so like do you think that considering you're going faster than the sun sets throughout the day, you would be able to unset the sun by flying towards it? Does that make any sense? Like, because China is always 12 hours ahead or behind us, however way you look at it. And we can fly there in less time than 12 hours. Couldn't we, like, reverse the day by flying to China, depending on what time you're flying?
You kind of do reverse the time when you fly backwards. If you could fly at the speed of light with a big enough ship, you could time travel.
That's what I was thinking, because I was like, if you started flying towards China while the sun was setting,
You could
is
chase
there
the
a way
sun.
that you would be able to you'd be able to unset the sun would come back up?
If you had like a jet, you could chase the sun and just fly around the Earth. You'd run out of fuel eventually. You'd have to refuel, but
See, this is why I wish I was a billionaire. Then you would know this shit, because you'd be flying around the world constantly.
time would still be going at the same pace for you. But then when you landed, you would be all screwed up with the time when you landed. So that's what jet lag is. It's not like your body's still aging at the same rate. Like time is still going at the same speed for you. That's just like relative numbers that we've made up. A second is still a second for you, but when you land, the time is going to be different, and then you have to adjust to that, the societal norms of the time where you land.
That's why I try to tell people it's not based off of.
You know, I'm sure, especially flying like all the way across the world, you'd probably be fucking up your internal clock like a shit ton.
Yeah.
Some things can move faster.
But the way we live, we'd probably actually be living a normal life. If we moved to China, we'd be
Right.
awake all day and sleeping all night.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, imagine if you flew a lot, like all around the world. You can put it out and save it. For like your job, if you were always in different places, you'd have to just not like rely on the sun, or you just have to be like, I'm gonna sleep when I'm gonna sleep, and I'm gonna. Like,
Yeah, being like a stewardess or like a pilot or some shit.
so in that sense, not time is subjective, but measurements of time are subjective.
To where you're at.
Subjective.
Time is relative to space, so.
Well, where you're at or your language, like some people you could probably have a culture that doesn't even know about seconds and minutes or hours, and they measure things differently.
Or some that don't even have a measurement by itself.
They probably use shadows and stars and stuff because the world is round.
That's how that.
I mean, that's how we got our metric of time, was just by using shadows.
A pendulum?
No, not pendulum. It's the sextant. It's a naval.
There's so many different societies that discovered time. It's hard. I don't remember exactly which way ours is derivative of. Like, I know that the Indians, they used to stick fucking sticks in the dirt and draw circles around them, and then they would track the shadows.
Yeah. Sundial. That's basically a sundial. That's what they did in Antarctica. The guy had a flagpole in the ground, and then he used math before they even got there. He knew where he was going to put the rocks, like the coordinates exactly. And he put a bunch of rocks around a flagpole. He knew how tall the flagpole was. He knew where the sun was going to be, at what time it would be, and where the shadow from the flagpole would stretch. So he set rocks, like 24 rocks around, to make a 24-hour day. Oh, the fireworks are going off. And sure enough, when they got to Antarctica and he set it all up, you could just watch on a time lapse. You could watch the shadow going around and hitting all the rocks for each hour. And some of them move in and some of them move out because he said the sun's going to go lower at this time and higher at this time. And the prediction was correct. The experiment worked. I think that's the modern day debate one. Where's it at? David Weiss and Mark Cody.
I just don't get why they hinged it all on something that was completely possible to do.
Yeah, so I have it right here. This is MC Toon, who went on the trip debating some random dude who wouldn't come on cam on modern day debate, flat earther. And it's not a great debate. It's a lot of just calling each other idiots, and even James, the moderator, is like, this Brian's Logic guy is an idiot. But MC Tune kind of destroys this guy. Should I put in? If you're on your phone, I can put it in the Discord. I just want to show
I need
this.
to make sure
this video of this experiment he does here in his opening.
Yeah, I did the audio myself, so it's from Suno. So let's see.
This is like, so is you like playing music in your basement type audio?
Yes, no, if people want to see basement music or hear my basement music, that's a different stream. So nobody wants that. It's terrible. The name of our band is Consistently Poor. We named it that for a reason because we're poor. Anyway, here we go.
Off in order.
This is MC Tune. He went on the trip
audio coming
doing
through?
a debate on modern day debate.
The audio
the
is
first
not
day
yet
when he
coming
got
through.
back with some random.
Oh, one
flat
thing.
earther.
Hold on. We can fix this. If you unshare, and then once you click share, there's a little like box at the bottom that you have to tick, and it'll say,
share
"Would you
sound,
like?"
yes, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian's logic. He doesn't have a picture. He doesn't have
We
an
need the
icon. He
music.
doesn't have anything.
We need your music.
They're doing this on Discord.
Okay. It's going to have a restart of Zoom. So I can go without the music. It's just music. So, all right. Are you seeing it at least?
Yes.
Okay. So this is, that was the same piece of paper that I showed. And so here we see the shadow reaching to where these little snow boulders, as I call them, are. And this is the extreme north facing end there, and you can see they're spot on the length that that we predicted long before getting there. So the length of the shadow is known based on the
So they did all this math way before they got there. And then they just got there and set these rocks around this flagpole, snow rocks. And the shadow hits all of them. And this is stuff we've been doing for thousands of years. But it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
geometry of the globe.
Yeah, it's like a daytime clock.
Quite something to be so precise on that. And so it's so much more feeling with the music, because the music is so nice, but it's okay. So this took me quite a few hours to set up. I had to get the angles right. I had to get the distances right. In the end, I was shifted about 2-3 centimeters to the west, and you can see I'm a little shy on the touching the edge of that snow there. But on the other side, it's the same amount over. So just
Yeah,
the
he was like
east-west
2 inches
is a
away
bit
on
off
one
in the
rock.
position, but the length of the shadows is absolutely spot on for what was predicted before going there. Again, I had never been there before. We just passed due south, so it's the sun is in the north as far as high as it gets, and here we're coming
That's
around,
crazy.
starting to face the other direction.
It's not that crazy. It's
So this
actually
is a
very-
360 camera. It's 2 lenses facing opposite directions that are stitched together, and you can see this right here is the power cord feeding it the whole time. And so this is the stitch plane here. So it's quite
So
quite
look,
something.
that right there is CGI. That's a stitch plane. That means it's a 3D camera. It's 2 lenses, 2 fisheye lenses that are facing around, and it's basically making a long-term time-framed composite panoramic photo. Every video you see is 30 frames per second, 60 frames per second. That's just a bunch of pictures stitched together. It's all digital composite. So the flat earthers will say, well, I don't know if that's really a picture because there's a composite. It says it's a composite. It says it's edited. It says it's CGI. There's a CGI frame in here where the 2 cameras are stitching together something. So yes, this frame is CGI, and the flat earthers will be like,
thing that I set this
"Oh,
up
this
and I
is
walked
BS,"
away,
and then it comes
was
back to real.
totally correct the whole time around. And I had asked flat earthers for quite a while before.
And
for
this
their
guy doesn't even say
predictions.
that. He doesn't even
I'm
bring that
stopping
up.
the share now. For
So
their
does it when that happens? Does that happen just when like the lenses conflict with each other?
It's just it's like the stitch frame, since it's a time lapse. It's such a slow time lapse going slowly around that there's frames, there's a chunk of frames. But if you're watching it in real time, it's only like 1 second, but they just have to stitch those two cameras together. So I
Okay,
guess
yeah.
the camera he's using is super advanced, and it has some sort of AI thing that fills in like a digital thing there. Unless he did that himself in post. If the stitch frame is just like a long, but I think the camera probably did it.
And like human eye, your eyes naturally just, you can't see everything.
Yeah, it just fills in like what was there before with what's coming up, and it kind of gives you a basic little rendering of it in for like 2 frames over a time lapse, a 24-hour time lapse. That's like 2 frames twice on the beginning and the end. Actually, only once. You only get 1 stitch frame because you start from the one side, the extreme of the one side, and you go around, and then there's the middle. You stitch it, and then the end. So it only happens once. That's pretty cool. All right. That's all I wanted to play.
You said this video is him debating someone about it?
Yeah, I'm not gonna. It's a bad debate. I listened to the whole thing. It's 3 hours long, and it's pretty bad. But this Brian's Logic guy is the flat earther, and he's actually being pretty like he's British, and he's being pretty courteous and nice. And MC Toon is just calling him an idiot. You're a dumbass. But I think they're related. They keep calling James, the moderator, keeps calling them brothers, and they keep saying brothers. So I think they might be They might be related. So his little brother might be like trolling him, which my little brother does that to me too. He'll try to talk about flat Earth, and I'm like, don't start with me.
Don't start with me.
You're a fucking idiot. Shut up. I think that's kind of what it is. But I don't know if they're really brothers. They kept calling them brothers, but this guy's British, and MC Toon is not British. But maybe, I don't know. Maybe MC Toon moved when he was young, or vice versa. I don't know. But anyway, that's the first like debate on modern, like big debate that's happened of any of them that went on the trip. And Witsit Gets It debates a lot. He hasn't done a debate since he got back yet. But the channel TFE, Final Experiment, is releasing videos like every day about it.
Word. I just pulled up to another house. I'll be right back.
All right, get him. Get the tip. If you don't, stab him. I'm just kidding. I disavow. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. Oh, shit. You gotta help me drink this champagne. I can't drink a whole bottle. Probably.
Oh, did you get the cookies that were left for you?
Yeah, I ate them all last night.
That was from 101.
Yeah. Did they give you any?
I didn't bother to take any. I didn't want to assume.
Yeah. I ate them last night. Them cookies. Ate some cookies from the neighbors. This is David Weiss. He's an atheist. He's a flat earther. Jesse Lee Peterson destroyed him. He's talking about perspectives. This is what one of their main arguments is perspective.
1,000 feet above the mountain. So this line here, this opaque line that is thousands and thousands of feet above his eye level, to him, it looks like it's at his eye level. And the sun just goes beyond it and takes its light with it.
Okay, now...
Okay, let's be honest. New Year's resolutions can feel exhausting. Get fit, eat better, journal more. I mean, the list goes on.
I just want to try and double down on what the observation is here. So what argument are you making in principle?
What I'm making is the sun doesn't go below the horizon. The horizon is not at your.
This is actually a pretty good argument the way he's constructed this. So he's laying out these lines. And if you go back, so he's talking about perspective. And this is David Weiss. And he talks about how if you laid out a field of vision lines, that it would look like this going towards the center, and the horizon meets your eye line. And that when the sun goes down, it's just moving towards the center till it gets too far away for you to see. There's a good argument, except the reason there's a horizon is I'm going to let this guy explain it, but if the world was flat, the sun would move out of distance up here. It would get farther away instead of going towards the bottom. If it wasn't dropping, if it was staying at a higher altitude, it would get farther away out here and move in a ring. Right, but since it's round, the sun is going, and also based off whether you're in the north or the south hemisphere, the sun will set like this, coming down from this left side, or it'll come down from the right side. If you're near the equator, the sun comes down straight through the middle, and it goes straight down to this point. If the world was flat, your perspective, he's right about the perspective here and how it works with the horizon. But the sun wouldn't leave the horizon like that. That's not how it would leave your field of vision. It would leave your field of vision because it would just always be tiny, or it would get big at some points if it was close to you, but it would stay up in the sky. Even if it...
Can you hear me now?
Because the sun never... On a flat plane... Yeah, I hear you now. On a flat plane, the sun never goes below the surface of the earth. The sun's always above the earth. So it would never, in your perspective, drop below the surface. It would still... It might get real far out here, but it would swing around like this.
Your eye level. The horizon is thousands of feet above your eye level, and the sun just goes.
All right, but the next thing we got to disprove is we got to disprove that we exist within a black hole.
Like it's at your eye level.
I don't believe
we got to take Brian Cox down. Brian Cox, that's his whole theory, is that we're in a black hole.
They haven't proven black holes yet. It's all guesswork. I think it's just a chunk of space. I think when you get far enough, it's all black holes. It's just a black. We're in all the whole. Everything's a black hole. A white hole. It's actually a white hole. Earth is a black hole.
Bro, this dude just cut off this cop, and I just watched him get fucking beamed down.
Oh, he got caught?
Yeah, he fucking cut the cop off.
Damn.
We pulled up at a stop sign. He didn't wait his turn and then cut the cop off.
Where'd my pack of...
You see the surface, but it appears black. That's right. It's looking like a big sphere, but it tends to warp light around it where it folds in on itself. You can't see it. And it's what you see is black.
You see a pack of cigarettes around here? Oh, it's right. It's right there. Oh, that's empty.
But yeah, no, Brian Cox is the dude who went on like Joe Rogan to explain to him how black holes work.
I wonder who the first baby that was born today is. Well, there's 24 of them, Amanda. Or how many time zones are there? Is there 24 time zones? Is that why we have 24 hours? Or is there... I don't think there is 24 time zones. There's 12 time zones. No.
There could be 24.
No.
Got the ocean and such. I'm sure there's parts of the oceans that have time zones that like nobody experiences.
There are 24 standard time zones. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we have a 24-hour clock. There has to be 24. So, yeah. Or we have a 24-hour clock, therefore we have 24 time zones. That's actually how it is. But They probably figured out.
Yeah, because we got 3 in America alone. Some of those oceans probably
If
have
we-
like 4 or 5 time zones that go through.
If we had a 36-hour clock, we'd have 36 time zones. If we had a 12-hour clock, we'd have 12 time zones.
Because you have to multiply it by 2 because it's a factor of the sphere. So one has one number, the other has the exact same.
Yeah, so that means there's 24 first babies born of the new year. I was right. See, I'm always right. All right, let's watch Dave Wise explain perspective.
So looks like it's at your eye level.
So then let's take
Now, this debate happened 2 days before the final experiment ended. So they've been back already, and a lot of them were streaming from the North Pole, South Pole, and reporting their evidence.
a slightly alternative example where instead of there being a mountain range, we're just looking over the sea, where we know that there isn't any perspective gains there. It's just
This is
flat.
from a debate that happened 2 days before the final experiment ended. This debate happened.
What about Destiny?
Destiny's not in it.
Oh, okay.
This is David Weiss, who was invited but didn't go. He's one of the biggest flat Earth guys.
Dude, it would have been funny if they had Destiny there. Just like all these like flat Earth people, and then Destiny's there.
This completely flat body of
Okay.
water.
Destiny
no
would
mountain
not go
ranges
to
floodplain.
Antarctica.
The sun in your model is just moving so far away from us that because of the loss of light. from the
Maybe
sun,
if it was
the
completely
atmosphere,
paid for, he would, but he probably still wouldn't.
Well, usually over water, you have the marine layer. That layer becomes opaque. It's hundreds, if not thousands of feet above your eye level. It's just the marine layer. It's the thickest atmosphere is usually over the water. And just look up marine layer. It's literally just thick atmosphere, and over distance it becomes opaque. If you're in an Olympic-sized swimming pool, the water looks perfectly clear. Go to one end of the pool, you can't see the other end of the pool, even though the water's clear. It's called the thickness of the atmosphere. The air is just like water.
Yeah,
But I mean, this again is something.
Particulate matter density in the atmosphere. It's the particles in the atmosphere that make it why the sun seems to go down over the horizon instead of just moving out so far that you can't see it anymore, is because of dust in the atmosphere.
That I think we can both.
Or they talk about refraction. They'll say over water, the reason you see the boat disappear over the horizon is because of refraction of the light off of the water makes a mirage effect, which is kind of true, but we could still see the boat dipping down.
The tides are created by the moon, so we're not necessarily a sphere. We're actually being pulled by
Tides are another breaker for flat Earth because if the Earth is flat, that just means there's a giant mountain of water that's just moving around the Earth in a weird circle, like drawing water in and drawing water. But then they'll say, but water's flat. It has to sit flat to have in a container. It has to rest flat. Water's flat. It has to rest flat and have a container to hold it. So the countries and the ice wall are the container. Why do tides happen? And because there's no gravity also. So the sun and the moon aren't causing this. Unless this bulge of water is following the light. It could be the Leviathan causing the I just gave flat earthers an argument. It could be the Leviathan swimming around causing bulges in the ocean. Uh-oh. I just gave the Bible thumping flat earthers an argument. Anyway. Enough about flat earth. The Discord's open. Anybody can jump in the Discord. We're pretty much in the after party.
Yeah, bro, my whole screen is gray right now. Like I can't get the color gray off my phone screen. I might have to restart my phone.
We still hear you. Your mic still works.
Yeah, I can tell that the Discord call is still working because I can hear you just fine. I can't get this gray off. I keep hitting the home button, the back button, the pull up my apps so I can close them button. Nothing's happening.
Pull up the multi-screen and see if you can reselect the app.
Multi-screen. If all you're seeing is gray, you gotta shut the phone off.
That's what I'm saying. But dude, what the H1B shit? How do you feel about that with the Elon stuff?
I'm against bringing any immigrants in for any reason, but no, yeah, I'm against it. I don't like that they're doing that.
So how do you feel about Trump's decision then?
I think eventually we could get back to that point, but right now we need like a moratorium on all immigration. We need to stop bringing in, whether it's for work, whether it's for college, whether it's for school, whether it's kids, whether it's anything. We need to close the border down and we need to handle the overstayed visas and the illegal immigration that we already have and deal with that for about 2 years. And then we can start focusing on bringing in talented labor.
Immigration are actually starting to improve on legality instead of illegality, instead of being like 25%.
But that's just Elon trying to
Do you
get.
think Elon's gonna last?
That's just Elon trying to get tech workers. He's from South Africa. Vivek's Indian, so it's like it is kind of they're doing the same thing that we're not kind of with as MAGAs.
Well, exactly. Do you think that he's gonna last? He's only 3 months into the MAGA movement, and he's already trying to shake up the globe.
Who, Trump?
No, Elon.
Do I think Elon's gonna last as the Doge representative? Yeah.
Yeah, as like a MAGA member.
Trump might distance himself from them if it starts making him look bad, and I think he might see the backlash from this. But I see Trump's perspective because he has used a lot of even the whole thing with his dad being racist and kicking people out. They were still hiring a bunch of Mexican immigrants at that time. They've used immigrant work, so. Yeah, any big, he's a billionaire. He's used a lot of immigrant work. So that's what he's being populist. He's trying to do the popular thing, and he doesn't want to seem racist. He doesn't want to say, "No, we don't want any immigrants coming in. Shut it all down." That's what I would say, but Trump's smarter than me. And so, what's happening is
Well, he's doing what like all of the worst.
It's like 0.01% hires based off salary that they're going to hire. It's not really a big deal. But when Vivek said that on Twitter, it was kind of like a shot at like America. And it's like, hey, you're not even from here, Ramaswamy. Why don't you sit the fuck down? Just hire. We know you're going to hire 0.01% of a illegal or not illegal, but immigrant workers. I'm speaking, I'm getting a little tipsy, but we know you're gonna hire some dang foreigners to come in here, but don't take shots at us. Just do it. And
well, didn't Elon make the exact same mistake though?
They're both not from here. Damn it.
Even down to you saying you're not from here. Like
that's basically what it is. You need to calm down with saying stuff like that. Like, who are you talking to? Like, you're not.
Well, the way I see it is at least Vivek's been in the Republican movement a little bit longer. Elon's doing that thing that everyone hates about new people, which is you get a new guy and he's there for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and then he's telling everyone about how he thinks whatever he's a part of should be ran.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
And he's rich. And some people's stance that it's, I think it was Chang. What do you think about Chang moving towards the right? I haven't covered that. I haven't even looked too much into that. I know he went on the.
It's not that's surprising with the Anna Kasparian arc.
Yeah, it's just something they're trying to. But he went on the thing with TPUSA. Liberal Hive Mind.
It's still surprising. Yeah.
And they're like, change.
Dude, I would love to hear what Hassan thinks about that.
Yeah, fuck Hassan. Well,
Yeah, because if there's anyone I would love to hear talk about that, it would be Hassan Piker talking about what he thinks about what Chank's doing.
all I have is alcoholic beverages around me. I got champagne, liquor, or beer. It's like, damn. What up, Caldy? Caldy, get in the Discord. Do it. Do it.
I was thinking about hooking up this orange microphone so I could talk.
It's not the orange microphone. It's this. But I have to.
I mean, this way I could at least I can kind of hear them. Like if they're trying to
I need to stop drinking so much. I need to start working on Legos and calm down on the drinking. Let's go straight beer for a little bit.
Or I can put. Well, there's a way to. You got a napkin?
Just put it in the fridge. I'll drink it at midnight here. Well, that's an hour. I won't drink it all. All right, I'm gonna play some of this flat Earth debate while I figure out this DJI mic.
Easily check. We can look at the density in bar of what's happening in weather systems. We study this quite closely. So we would be able to actually know factually what the pressure of the atmosphere over water is and over land.
I've actually talked a lot about flat Earth and done diagrams and stuff in streams and gaming streams and stuff, but I'm very anti it, so I've never done like a full breakdown in a show. So that's why this final experiment, we're kind of doing it now. We're late to the game of destroying the flat earthers. I should have been on it from the beginning, but I just didn't like it. It felt icky.
And we would be able to not only measure that, but observe that that isn't the cause of loss of light. You can put light through different pressures of atmosphere, and you wouldn't see light lost at that amount per distance. We could do that together. That's not something you need to trust.
All
me on. We
one
can
would
test that
have to
together.
do would find a straight line or path
our line that looks like our
between
horizon. Now, these
the highest
clouds up
point
here are the same
and the
height as
rest
these
of the
clouds,
mountain
which are the same
plains
height
where
as
there
these
are
clouds.
none,
And
and
not only
face
do you
the
have
Hubble
perspective going from the
telescope
sides and the top and bottom, but it's
horizontally,
from the back
and
forward.
you'll see
So,
you can't see
like
no land.
from here to here, that could be 100
And once they
yards.
get that
From
path
here
of the
to here
Hubble
could be 25
telescope
miles.
to say, oh,
So it's
look,
all being
through the
compressed. Now, is
mountains.
this sun setting?
I'm playing a video. If you're gonna come in and go on a soliloquy, you gotta let me know, okay?
You gotta say you playing a video.
I said I'm playing a video. The video's playing in the thing.
It ain't playing on my show.
We paused the preview to save your resources. What do you mean saving my resources? What's going on with my computer lately? I don't know. So there's an issue. I think when I was in Florida, I deleted something I shouldn't have. I was trying to fix the audio issues, and I think I got rid of something I shouldn't have. I don't know. But okay, go ahead and talk now. I won't play the video. Now there's people in the Discord. We're done with Flat Earth. Monday night show. TDC show's over.
Yeah, flat earthers was stupid anyway.
But I have a whole file folder. If some flat earther wants to debate me, I'll destroy him. Not James. Somebody who knows their shit and is going to come prepared. I want to talk to them. But otherwise,
How can someone come prepared on something that ain't real?
Happy New Year's, gentlemen.
Happy New Year.
What's
Are you on the East
up?
Coast, Cody? Yeah.
I'm 7 minutes away. I'm Central Time.
Oh, you're Central. Oh, and so is Goon. Okay. 7 minutes till you
Yeah,
guys.
and I'm back.
This is what we do every year. We do like
So-
4 New Year's countdowns.
But yeah, what was Chank talking about? I didn't watch him. So what was Chank on about?
Nothing really. He just went on the road with TPUSA, and he's like, "Yeah, the Democrats are gonna lose if we keep doing what they're doing. It's kind of weird." I'm Cenk Uygur. Listen, Anna. I don't know. I can work on a Cenk. I could get Cenk down. I know. Sometimes when
Well,
I'm
it's
working
so
and I'm listening
fake,
to him,
dude.
I'm
Like
like,
the reason.
blah, 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 blah.
The reason that he'll like say something like that though isn't like for a reason that you guys would agree with either. Like he'll be like, the Democrats are going to keep losing, and it's because we wouldn't surrender to the fucking Palestinians and tell Israel that we're not going to give them anything and force them out of Gaza, and that's why we lost. That's what Cenk believes. He literally thinks it's over whatever the fuck his little pet issue is for the left movement.
I honestly, I don't think Chink knows what he actually believes. Like that guy is so wishy-washy. I think he goes wherever the wind's blowing.
Well, on top of that, he acts like everyone else is doing that too. He acts like everyone else is flowing around with the wind, and he's like super principled while he's sitting there on a right wing show that he's only on because his candidate lost. Like if Kamala Harris won, Cenk would never be on any of these right wing shows.
Yeah. I forget who it was that they were talking about that has no Destiny. I forget who it was that was saying like Destiny just has no embarrassment. Like the guy has no shame or whatever. And I think it's kind of with him too, where it's just he's just gonna keep doing whatever to make content.
Well, Cenk gets to exist like as like an old media figurehead that does YouTube content, but gets to act like a
You plan on
pundit.
streaming tonight? I'll be streaming till tomorrow. I gotta get back in.
You don't have to have shame if you're smart. If you're smart, you just don't show. But if you put to shame, the internet's gonna blast you off the internet. You don't have to show shame. You're gonna be blasted like this dumb motherfucker don't know shit. He got blasted here, and this debate lost this debate, lost this debate. That's what shame is. But if you go on every podcast and you know your shit, ain't nobody. You just say, okay, that's your opinion, and it ain't no shame in that. And he just eats a lot of people's opinion, and they think it's facts. Because religion is all a belief system. It ain't no shame in it.
No, with Destiny, there definitely should be shame. He got literally cucked and stuff like that, and dude has no shame about it.
No,
That's
it's the internet. It's the internet.
It's the internet. That's real life. It's what he did. It's what he did in his real life.
That's what happened. I also think there was a little.
What
bit
y'all talking about?
It was kind of him.
I was just grabbing another run.
Bringing an orbiter to America and a hot chick. He probably benefited a lot off of that. And you know,
Are we talking about Destiny?
Yeah.
Yeah, he only married that fucking bimbo so he could have a hot slut to fucking America.
Right.
And anyone who thinks anything else than that is a fucking dumbass. There was no marriage under God there. It was a fucking easy, easy arrangement for good
That's
pussy.
my first thoughts, and people don't get it, like, because I can put myself in the degenerate mindset, like, except for gay stuff, I can't play with gay stuff, but like, I see marrying a hot bitch from a foreign country and bringing her over on some passport just so you can get some tax
a lot of
benefits.
white men do it,
and
they
it's
ain't even
clout.
hot.
And it's clout. She's some like Instagram model or something. It's building clout. It's like a marketing thing.
A lot of white men go over and grab some.
It's kind of
Thailand or
genius if you're just trying to
Filipino.
market yourself as an internet personality. Why wouldn't you do that? Like, of course, it's degenerate.
Well, he did it the
wrong.
smart way where he was just open about it the whole time. That's the weirdest thing to ask him about why he's married. Is he would just be like, oh, it's the only way that she could get past visa so she could actually stay here. So I wouldn't have to fly to Sweden every couple months.
Duh. Yeah, I got a hot Swedish bitch.
He probably giving y'all.
I don't want to have to go through this
comebacks,
process every time I want to fly her out here. What do? I marry her. Big deal. Like, what This makes
He's saying
perfect
everything
sense.
y'all gonna say before y'all say it. It probably ain't even the truth.
I'm saying,
But just to get under y'all
if you
skin,
live that way, if that's
I'm
the
a
way you
Destiny
live,
fan.
if you live that
I
way,
say it
that's the
about
way you
myself.
live.
That's
Why
what
would you
Eminem
not
did
do
on
that?
8 Mile. 8 Mile,
Seems like a
Eminem
great
said everything
idea.
that he was gonna say about himself.
That basically is Destiny. He's like standing in front of the clearance guy, and he's like, "I am a degenerate. I am a coomer. I do make death threats online."
Yeah, you can't laugh at somebody that already said everything about themselves.
Sure, you
Adam
can.
22.
I laugh at it. I laugh
He
at him
let
all the time. I laugh
Adam
at him all
22
the
let
fucking time.
girls. Let dudes hit his wife. They married. He's still making money. He laugh it off. He's still the richest podcaster, pretty much one of them. Him and Vlad. They can't knock him out his box. They don't care. Once you're into the internet world, it's like you too big to fail. They don't care if you snitch. Once you in the limelight, they don't care. You done past the surface to where the elites are watching you and paying for what you do next. You ain't worried about the masses no more. The elites is
The biggest problem is
controlling you.
Destiny takes
and
fucking
that's what I was
five
saying.
hands
That
now.
there is no shame in what he has no shame. He's just doing it for content.
Should anybody have shame?
Sure.
Oh, dude, I tried to rip off the
No.
one, and it
If you
didn't
got
tear
shame,
right,
you don't
and there was
believe what you're
another
doing.
tab, and I tore it, and it was below the zipper.
That's their emergency one. If you need emergency one.
What the fuck?
What do
That's
you
the
mean?
stupidest
Of course,
marketing plan ever.
I have terrible shame from my past. I don't continue doing the things that bring me shame.
It'll be fine. Just set it over there. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to set up a mic.
By the way,
Judging should bring you shame.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Goon.
Bro,
Happy
if
New
you're a
Year's, buddy.
degenerate and you can get a hot Swedish
Happy New Year's,
girl and
man.
fly her to America, why would you not?
Happy New Year's.
Yeah, we just hit it. Happy New Year's. I'm taking a drink.
Woo!
Damn, I drunk my beer. I don't need no beer tonight.
Give me that. Give me that
I want to
orange
go
mic.
get this baby girl. What's wrong with your audio, Josh?
My audio? I'm not talking straight into the mic. I'm doing stuff.
Shane over there?
Yep.
Put a DJI mic on him.
That's what I'm doing.
There's certain people that just are built to not give a fuck. Like, this might be pre you guys being on like YouTube shit. I don't know if you remember TJ Kirk from The Amazing Atheist. One of the funniest things in the world was when he got exposed for fucking hot oiling a banana and sticking it up his ass. And then he just started making jokes about it constantly. Started eating bananas on stream, like on purpose.
Yeah. They can't
That
laugh
sounds
at you
horrible.
when they laughing with them.
That's called coping.
I just don't think TJ Kirk cared. He was an atheist that had like no devout morals or beliefs. And he just like sticking a banana up his ass.
You either get the mic on YouTube or you get the mic on Discord.
I also got a mic over there.
But if you're in like Destiny's position, a lot of those people, like, you have dirt that gets leaked about you eventually. And you have to be able to like move on without like breaking down, or you'll lose everything. Like Vosh had the horse fucking folder with Lolicon. Hassan had the brothel, the German brothel that had like underage prostitutes. Like, all these people got skeletons in their closets. They're just, the reason they're so successful is they're good at not acknowledging it.
And those are bad skeletons right there. Bad skeletons in my opinion.
I think it's just so long ago, by the time they rich and them little hood boogers come out of the closet, that
hood
they
boogers.
just nobody. They fall off.
Yeah, no,
like,
I
you
don't think
so
Vosh.
back in my
I'm
past,
so
girl. Get the hell on. Ain't
considering
nobody
Vosh
listening
still
to you.
has a career after horses fucking little lolly girls. I'm not surprised by anything nowadays. Like,
Which one is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? None of these.
Like Vosh straight up got exposed for having horse porn with little girls, and then there was clips of him saying that he wishes that he was the horse.
Damn.
Whoa boy. Whoa boy.
And he's still around, like he's fine. I don't. The online shit is crazy. It seems like you only really like lose over a controversy if you crash out and you have embarrassment. If you have zero embarrassment, you can just like roll past any of these things. Dead bodies in a forest, workers' rights violations. Like YouTubers will overcome it all by just ignoring it and making a video where they're screaming.
Check.
Yeah.
Okay, hold up.
Do it again, Josh.
No, it's not. This is my regular mic. This one's not on yet. Why is this one not mic 2? This is mic.
Bacaldi, what do you think Destiny should be ashamed of?
Getting cucked. Fucking all of his lady friends. All of that stuff is just like, ugh. It's not good. It's not good. You look at that and you go like, oh, okay, well they're fucking. So of course
Be
they're gonna get
embarrassed
along.
that he fucked a bunch of girls?
Okay.
No.
Now for YouTube, we're on the DJI mic. But for Discord, can you guys hear me on Discord?
Yeah, I can hear you on Discord.
Okay, Discord is on.
That ugly ass yellow mic. Where you get that at?
Discord
Sesame
is on this
Street.
one. Yeah, this is a
He
Sesame
stole it from
Street mic.
he stole it from Don Lemon.
This is like $300 worth of mic right here, Freddie. This is a DJI mic.
Oh shit. Okay. What the fuck?
I don't even know how fast it's saying now.
But that's not what you're hearing on Discord. That's just on the YouTube. So this one.
Make it work.
Okay, check.
I'm gonna call you two Mike.
Hold on. I can't
Two
hear
Mike.
you, but I'm gonna see if you can hear
No,
me.
but
Check.
answer your question,
Two Mike.
Hello.
yeah, sounds good, Josh.
Two Mike.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm in the living room right now. You hear me? Check.
I was gonna say like
Is Josh able to hear us?
I don't
No,
know.
I didn't have the headphones on, so I couldn't hear you.
Not be embarrassed about banging the chicks, but embarrassed about filming
I'd be embarrassed
yourself
about banging dudes. That's
banging
the gay
the
part.
chicks.
I don't care
and
about
then,
him having a hot Swedish wife.
yeah,
I care about him
filming it.
sucking off dudes.
Two mics.
I got this, which I had never seen.
Yeah, your mics were canceling each other out right there.
No, only one's on. Check.
I don't know.
Is Josh able to hear us? Are there more videos than just the dick sucking video? Because that's the only one I've heard of.
Discord's only taking audio from this mic, and YouTube is only taking audio from this mic right now. So you should be able to hear Shane if you talk. Say something, Shane.
Can you hear me?
Did you hear him?
You cutting out, dude. You cutting out.
It's cutting out. Hello.
Yeah, now you back. Hello?
Take this thing off. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear Shane?
Can you hear me now?
Nope.
No. Wait, maybe did he just say hello?
No, I didn't say hello. I said
That thing ain't even working right.
No, it's not picking you
Do
up.
it. Do it. Check, Shane, or whoever that is.
Check, Shane.
Check.
Yeah,
I hear something.
Barely.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Okay. It seemed like it was picking up Joey when he was far away, way better. Maybe I have to turn it up. I can turn it up on the receiver.
Pump it up.
What it's sounding like is that when both the mics are picking up your voice, they're canceling each other out.
But I don't have one of them on. It's only taking audio. This is not working.
Yeah.
I'm talking it. Sorry. Okay, so
It's like you're too close to it and it's cutting out like noise cancellation. Back your mouth away from it.
Hello.
See, now it might work. When you're too close, it might just cut out.
Hello.
Something's going on.
Hello.
I can't hear you.
You cannot
talk.
Now I can. You just came back in.
Talk for like 30 seconds into that mic.
Hello, my name is Josh. There's
move
fireworks.
Move it around.
There's fireworks going off right now. Shane is sitting over there. The Earth is not flat. The Earth has never been flat.
Okay, all that was good.
Okay, but you can't hear Shane, because when I was in
No.
Florida, the chat was saying they could hear my brother when he was on like the other side of the living room.
Cutting out again.
Yeah, I can tell when it cutting out because it's a half a word when it cut out. I ain't stupid.
I pulled up to the customer's house, and then the first thing you hear is Josh going, "The Earth is not flat."
Hold on, let's do this.
Yeah, retarded.
Let's do Discord on this microphone. So this microphone's not cutting out, right? You hear all this?
Talk again for like 10 seconds.
Maybe this is an internet problem. Is this an internet problem?
No, how's it gonna be an internet problem?
It's not
Your
going to be an
Wi-Fi
internet
ain't
problem.
buffering.
It's going to be
But I'm switched back to this mic now. I'm talking on this mic to the.
And that
it ain't no
great.
internet problem.
Okay. For YouTube.
Probably a Bluetooth problem. Looking ass.
Might be. Is that a Bluetooth mic?
Yeah.
That DJI shit is Bluetooth.
That might be it.
Well, it's Bluetooth to a receiver that is going in.
Man, look, that's Chinese. They in there.
What's YouTube here right now? YouTube is
downloading all your shit.
YouTube's hearing audio from the mic and this right now. I wonder what that sounds like. I want to hear what that sounds like.
I got a badass.
I could give this to Shane. Discord won't be able to hear him, but YouTube will.
Get Shane a camera.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
go
getting
right
off
now.
Camera. Can't nobody see him.
Go out right now.
Or at least an
and buy
emoji
Shane a
box.
camera. Go buy Shane a camera right now.
He got 2 cameras. He don't want. He just lazy. You know what he's doing.
But yeah, no, my big critique of the Destiny thing is, I think, first of all, it was really fucked up the way that he kind of like told the whole story to leave out the Lauren Southern shit and why he got a divorce. And it kind of did paint his ex-wife as the bad guy. But yeah, no, my big critique of the Destiny thing is...
Hold on, sorry, you're going to hear an echo.
I don't even watch Destiny or keep up with that shiznit. You need something? Oh,
Okay,
good.
it sounds echoey.
For some reason,
I also don't know why he was sharing around porn like a 16-year-old boy in high school.
Because he's a degenerate. That's why he was doing it.
Like when I was in high school, I remember this guy got me to show him this girl's nudes.
I'm going to keep it muted, but if you want to...
And I felt like an absolute retard because I was like, what was the point of that? But it's just surprising me to see a man pushing 40 making the same mistakes I was making in high school.
Good point. Very good point.
Different strokes for different folks.
Oh, we missed New Year's for
So
damn
on and so
the
on.
Central
And
guy.
No,
shooby
everybody
dooby
took a
doo.
shot but you, Josh.
I've been taking shots all night. I took a shot.
You
Granted,
sure
I don't know if it's
happily.
known yet if it got like leaked or if it got hacked out. Like if he was like sending it around or if someone got it.
Just tell me.
I'm pretty sure it got leaked.
If I leave it
That someone was
open, then it picks
disgruntled
up
and
both
leaked it.
audios and it sounds like echoey. But if you want to say something, I can just hit unmute and then you can say it into that.
You know what was hacked though?
Discord won't hear it, but YouTube.
The
What's up,
U.S.
Freddie?
Treasury, motherfucker.
U.S. Treasury. Freddie, buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, I got that, but I'm talking about the U.S. Treasury was hacked
If you go into Discord through your YouTube
by China.
you can do your mic, but you're gonna have to keep it muted because it'll start to echo. But you can unmute whenever you want to say something.
BRICS got 9 more countries lined up to add to it.
All right, so I popped in kind of late. What did you guys think about the visa stuff? Where were you guys on that?
I'm
Man,
moratorium on
cancel
all
all of it.
immigration. I've always been that way. We need to do that for at least 2 years. So I don't like it.
Work visas are like
I don't like a guy named Ramaswamy taking shots at America.
work visas are like a complex subject
I'm not saying
because
I'm totally
there's like
anti-Vivek, and I'm not saying I hate Vivek or anything, but he fucked up on that one.
there's like high skilled visa workers that I think almost everyone would agree that they want coming to the country. Then there's low scale visa workers.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. So just don't even talk about it. 0.01% of these high skilled workers, yeah, just bring them in, but don't be. But he is right that America has been kind of pushed towards laziness and the culture. He's right about that take on American culture, and he's been hanging out with Charlie Kirk, so he's making a good critique on American culture that he's heard from like Charlie Kirk types, but you're not the guy.
No, he ain't. No, he ain't. No, he ain't.
Right.
And
because if you
hiring more immigrants is not the answer. Like that's not.
I don't know if I don't know if you talked about this or not, but let me know if you did. Did you pull up the tweet where he was comparing it to a basketball team, an American basketball team?
Hell no, I ain't hear
All right.
that.
Well, what?
I think Josh walked off on you.
yeah. Oh, that's fine. What Vivek said about that was like that. Like look at the NBA teams that we have right now, and that we pull in people from China, we pull in people from everywhere around the world to complement the Americans that are playing the ball game. And I thought that was perfect way of stating that. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong.
There's a weird argument to be made, like, and I think you could even go against like international sports. If you were gonna say like state sports, right? A lot of states teams will outsource their players, and there does become a question where it's like, when more than half of our players aren't even from the state, is this really our state team?
That's all college basketball. Here you talking about? Or football. That's called recruiting.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's definitely an argument to be made there. Like, it's the argument. It's the car argument, where if you have an old car and you replace all the parts whenever they break down, you eventually get to the point to where you have a completely new constructed engine inside of your old car. At what point does your old car stop being the car that it was? There's the same thing with a ship too. Like if you replace a board of a ship, it is still the same ship. But if you replace all of the board,
I got you. I got you on that. But does the car work better?
Why is it doing?
Is the car working better?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Then there you go.
I mean, I'm a Destiny viewer. I'm pro immigration. I'm not right leaning. So like, To me, I would probably agree that the H-1 visas are probably useful, but I also haven't looked into it much, so I'm not going to make like a strong statement on it.
Yeah, I can't argue it deep, but I would say that
hidden use copy
immigration
button,
is good, but come here legally, man.
What the heck? What's your Discord name, Shane?
I don't know about that.
What's wrong with that?
Gonna be sabotage.
Sabotage? You don't think we have crazy Americans that would sabotage shit?
They ain't got the intelligence to sabotage. You going fishing for intelligence from another country, they can send you farther backwards than you going forward before you realize you've been headed in the wrong direction.
All right,
Just
but if
because you already don't know what you're doing, you got to do your own homework. Because Chinese is going to feed India the homework to feed you. Once Chinese is done with the homework and feed it to India, and then you go recruit India, they already know your whole programming because it's so elementary to them. They so advanced. Now you got to go rework your system because you hired some Indians trained by the Chinese that you done thought that they were smarter than Americans and never invested in your own infrastructure. Invest in your own infrastructure.
It just says hidden use copy button. What does that mean?
Would you hire expert killers from Russia and put them in your military, and hire all foreigners into your military and say, hey, we're gonna train these foreigners and make them fight for America? No, they gonna turn against your ass. They're the fucking enemy.
If you're asking me, Freddie, I would hire the best people for the job to get the job done. That's what I would do. The best people.
You invited to my server.
Don't worry about the loyalty, huh? Don't worry about where they from. They can get the job done because they live by a moral code that we don't. But as long as they get the job done, the snake that you let into your house is gonna be the same venomous when it bites you when you're sleeping, and you gonna wonder why they bit you.
I'm a capitalist, Freddie. I'm a capitalist. Whatever makes that money.
Freddie, are you legitimately arguing that we should have turned away Albert Einstein during World War II? And Oppenheimer?
No, I ain't say that.
I mean, that's what that would mean. They were German scientists.
You could have left them in Germany and learned all you wanted to from them, couldn't you? And came to America with your own American knowledge. You didn't have to.
No, I mean, they fled Germany because they were about to be weaponized against America.
No, you didn't have to bring 1,600 Germans to America. You could have killed them all there and took their paperwork.
I can go grab it.
Blindly.
Custom invite link unlock with boosting.
Mark them all. Thank you for your homework. There's no moral than
no. I mean, depending on what exactly situation you're talking about, the reason why we had so many German scientists working with us in World War II is because a lot of the German scientists were opposed to what was going on in Germany.
Of course they was. Anybody that can be teamed with somebody that's going to overthrow the regime that they already in, they going to be bootlickers. They going to be like, yeah, you going to kill our old daddy? You going to be our new daddy? Okay. And y'all run the old country? Okay. We'll be your puppets. We in with power. Look how these podcasters act when they get around with somebody new.
Search you up. What's your thing?
Like, oh yeah.
Sideshow Bob 5.
It's an elitist club.
What the heck? This is confusing.
That's the only time the snakes turn, when they get with the elitists and they think they can be the elite.
Add friend.
I say invest in your own infrastructure.
Hire the best people.
Yeah, but if you ain't over there looking at fake tests, how you know them tests are real? They passing. How you know you hiring the real people?
Bob 7.
That's why you hire the Asians, man. You know they're good.
Spelled correctly. It's not working.
Yeah, all right.
Are there capitals?
Just a capital S on side.
I have to confirm I'm not. Didn't work. Check to make sure the name is correct. It's not working. I don't know why Discord won't give me a link to put in the YouTube chat, but it won't.
You work off of OBS?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm having all sorts of problems lately. I should hit invite people and then, oh, there's the link. Copy. Did it finally
What are you
work?
trying to do?
Trying to get a link for the Discord.
Oh.
Okay, it works, Shane. It's in the YouTube. If you go in the YouTube chat.
He's trying to get it so his buddy can talk.
The link for the server is in the chat. For some reason, I was trying to copy the link for the server, and it just kept saying hidden link, press copy, which is what it says in the link bar. But you hit copy, and it's supposed to give you the hidden link, but it wasn't giving me the hidden link. It just said hidden link, use copy button, or hidden, use copy button. And now it's pinned. When you go to the YouTube.
Watching live?
Yeah.
Happy New Year, watching
It's pinned in the chat. Go to the chat.
Do.
Scroll up farther.
Yeah, I don't think they smarter than us.
Some of them are.
Yeah.
Like, I know they wouldn't want my my idiot ass working at Google or any of those tech companies like that.
Yeah. They know if they wanted the best, they'll go to Taiwan.
Oh.
They can't have Taiwan because Taiwan belongs to China. They either I bet you President Trump don't go to Taiwan. How much you want to bet that? How much you want to bet that?
You gotta turn your speakers off too.
To Taiwan, I have no idea. I don't think I've ever heard his.
Yeah, you won't hear him have a take on Taiwan.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard him have a take on that.
He know he can't go.
click on the chat again so you get the full. There you go. And then down the bottom it'll say share screen.
He said that it's beneficial for both countries, so they let U.S. play in their background.
What
Tommy,
Tommy, if you're in the chat, you gotta join in the Discord. Unless I banned you. You probably. I don't think he's banned. Is he banned?
I wouldn't doubt it.
What in the hell does it take to get banned from your chat? Not
like much.
Just full out racism. Like what is what?
Oh, I love.
Yeah, I was about to say, what the hell does that take?
It don't take a lot for real. While y'all laughing, you just call JS and prove him wrong a couple times. He'll ban you.
No.
He said no.
You gotta piss me off real bad. No, I don't think Tommy's banned. Tommy, if you're listening on the YouTube, you have to come into the server instead of calling me. If you call
Did you get that Rocky video I sent you, Josh?
No, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you did. It was Rocky and the Adrian video I sent you that I was trying to say, and I ended up sending it to you.
There he is. Now you are muted. So see, you've joined and you're already muted. That means I have you muted from the last time you were here, Tommy. So I'm gonna unmute you.
Well, why would you mute me?
Yeah, there you go. They can.
Happy New Year's, Tommy.
Hey, Happy New Year's to everybody. How is everybody doing tonight?
Everybody's good.
And now you guys
Hey,
wanna,
Freddie.
you can
Freddie,
watch
how are
Shane
you
playing his
doing?
game in the side.
Good.
Is that Assassin's Creed Gauntlet?
Well, hey, you know what?
No, this looks fine. You can
I
play this.
appreciate you taking me off of volume or you whatever. And since I'm not on camera, I don't have to get all dolled up and looking good. You can still look
You probably
like.
ready to cut your hair on stream again.
Oh well, did that hurt everybody's feelings? They're like, oh, don't do that. No,
Nah.
I hope not. I hope not. I'm not here to. I'm not here to offend anybody or hurt anybody's feelings or anything like that. We got Jesus up there. So, and Jesus, yes. And I do think the Africans were part of.
I'm not here at the mics. Tommy, what are you talking about? Africans?
He's talking about those damn Africans.
Yep.
What happened to him?
No, I didn't know if old boy was hearing me yet. I didn't catch your name. What's your name?
Oh, me? I'm Caldy.
Yeah. Oh, me? What? Cody?
Caldy.
Caldy.
Yeah, Caldy. Or you can call me that crazy fucker. Anything like that. I also answered hey you.
Hey you, Caldy, call. How about Caldy's nuts?
Yep.
Nice boy.
Yep, I answer
I'm
that too.
sorry.
I go like, oh, Caldy's nuts. Yeah, what's up? What's up?
All right. Well, that's what I'm gonna start calling you. No, I'm just kidding. Caldy.
How
All
are
right.
you, man? How are you, man? It's good to meet you.
I'm doing all right. Hey, Happy New Year's, everybody.
Happy New Year.
Fucking Happy
You too,
New
sir.
Year. Yeah, don't call me a sir, please. It's disrespectful.
I'm Southern. It's it.
Oh,
It just
I know. I'm only
it
pissing
just
with
comes
you.
out.
I'm only pissing with you. I know. I'm Northern, and you know what? I had a dream the other night. Oh, you don't even want to hear this one.
Well, boy, I do now. Tell me.
What?
Well, boy, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Well, boy, let's go. Does it involve Linda Ronstadt? Let's hear it.
No, that was boy. Was boy. What boy? What boy? What you want to get out? That's funny. Anywho, oh, that was just funny. How's everybody's holiday? Holiday got me fucked up on that boy shit. I don't answer the boy ever, because I'm not black.
Nah.
No, and no, neither should anybody else answer the boy. So what's up, boy? Hey, well, what's up, son? How about that? No. Hey, how's everybody doing though?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing really great. Yeah, I don't have my kids around now. They went back home and all that, and I'm on my own, and I love it. And I'm just enjoying the New Year's, and got a nice fire going, and yeah. That's what I'm doing. Drinking a beer, absolutely. Yeah.
Cheers, sir. Cheers.
Cheers to you too.
Okay, headphones
Mm.
back on. I got that.
All right. So Josh put his headphones on, so let's stop talking the racism.
Huh? I love racism.
What?
It was kind of funny.
Racism is my favorite. No.
No, it was kind of funny, but no. Yeah, I mean, stepped out of line a little bit, but no, I mean, it was all good. It was all good. Are you live on the radio?
What up, Jubby? Jubby once banned a blind man for coloring outside the lines. Yeah. I don't appreciate that. All right, we're pouring out bag number 5. Pouring out bag number 5. Pouring it in.
Well, thanks for having me in, Josh. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, Tommy. No,
I really
it's
do
usually
appreciate it.
the F bombs and the N bombs. Just watch the F bombs and the N bombs.
Oh no.
You get drunk and start calling everybody the F bomb.
Yeah, well, F bombs, not the N bombs. Jeez.
But you say a lot of F bombs more than N bombs.
Yeah, I guess that's natural human consistency thing. I don't know. Shut up,
Sounds
Josh.
about right.
Shut up. All right.
I mean, I don't disagree.
I know it does. I know it does. But it's a new year. It's a new year right now. It's a
Right.
new year.
That's right.
And this is awesome.
That's right.
So, what's your
we're
New
making the
Year's
back tail fit.
resolution? Hey, Josh,
What?
is your what's your New Year's resolution?
I don't like New Year's
What do you got?
resolutions, but it's going to be the same it is every year. Smoke less, drink less, go to the gym more, make more money.
All right. Well, why don't you wait? Why don't you stop drinking, stop smoking, and just spend your time in a gym? That's
It sounds good.
that's a good idea.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah, Josh, why don't you do that?
Yeah.
Why don't you just do
Why?
it?
Why don't you?
Why aren't you in a Planet Fitness right now, Josh?
I know. Well, no, usually he is. And Josh, I can see a little transformation. Not very much, but a little bit. I see them arms are a little bit bigger, but come on. Now, take your protein and get in there. And my problem was when I was going to the gym, going to like Planet. I wasn't going to Planet Fitness. I think I was going somewhere else. And so I'd take that protein shake, and then I'd start working out, and I'd shit myself every time.
Oh my god!
Like that protein shake make you shit. It's like you just blow up all, and then you're like, oh, I can't do this anymore. I've got to leave.
Well, I shit all the time already.
Well, the protein shakes. Oh, watch out for them. I guess my message is watch out for the protein shakes. Yeah,
Maybe
definitely.
you just lactose intolerant, Tommy.
I'm
trying to
definitely
get,
lactose intolerant.
I'm
Definitely.
trying to get some protein shake with some peanut butter powder. I saw they got peanut butter powder and some creatine, and then some fruit, and just
That's what it was creatine. It was like 100% creatine. Oh,
if you're drinking that for one meal and then going to the gym and then drinking another meal or eating another meal of like some steak and some eggs or something.
good. Yeah.
You're good. You're good.
Yeah. See, yeah, but what if you just drink that creatine and all that, and then go to the gym?
Some dang pasta. One meal, a smoothie with some protein, some peanut butter, some
You're
creatine.
you're busting your
Go to
butthole
work,
out.
hit the gym, and then eat a meal with some steak, some eggs. Good.
that's going to be even worse, though. I mean, I would think so, because I mean, my belly's different than your belly.
Yeah, what's your
You
belly
know what I
want?
mean?
Some kale and some broccoli?
No, no, hell no. My belly wants exactly what your belly wants: some steak and eggs. But then when I take that creatine just makes it
All
turn into
creatine
milk.
does, all creatine does is make you retain
Shit.
water. No, it makes you retain water. So when your muscles tear
Yeah,
up,
in your
they
butthole.
rebuild faster because they load up with water. So a lot of times,
In your
if you're
butthole.
if you're doing like UFC or something, you're trying to cut weight, you're trying to cut water weight. You lose your water real quick if you're running and you're doing exercise and stuff. But you want to hold that water weight in and stay thick and stay your
Well, I guess that is not the job for me because I just shit all over the place.
Oh my
I shit all over the barbells.
That sounds like something different. I don't know. That has nothing to do with
That
anything.
sounds like you might have that actually sounds like you might have C. diff.
I don't know what C. diff is, but
That's a disease where you literally just shit all the time.
sounds like
That's
C.
nasty.
shit.
That's funny. Oh God, I probably do. Hell, I'm gonna stay out the gym now. Yeah, I'll just do it from home. Shit all over my house.
Eat some cherries and stuff like that. Get some fiber. Get some fiber, man.
That's gonna really get me
Yeah.
going. Yeah.
You gotta get some solid food in you to with
All right.
some fiber to stop that because
That's what my daddy always told me. Eat
yeah
something solid.
yeah we can't have you doing that on the barbells.
Shit. Damn it. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's not good. It smelled like cherries though.
Tommy's a little retarded.
Tommy is definitely a lot retarded. Tommy likes having a good time. Tommy just likes fucking around with everybody. Oh my God. So anyways, what's going on, Josh? How you doing? How
I'm
you
putting
been?
together Legos. You see this, Tommy, on the stream?
Legos. Oh my God. You know what? I went over where out in South Bend, and I was at a garage sale, and I was looking, and this guy has like tons of Legos, and I got a buddy of mine on Facebook, and I wish I knew his name. I'd call him out, and he has like Star Wars Lego setups and Legos. And oh my God, this motherfucker's got Star Wars, Legos, like sets and stuff. And he's got them all set up in his room, and he's like, I'm looking for what's his name? Les, because I always said less Legos. I don't know, but yeah, he's got like a whole room filled with Legos. But I'm more into like baseball, or no, not
Hold on.
baseball. Uh-oh. Where'd he go? Anywho.
I think that I think that was Goon. His phone probably dropped.
Right.
Oh no, that was Freddie.
Oh yeah, that was Freddie. Jeez. But I need to get you in, and if you like the Legos, hey,
I love Legos.
fuck, dude, I can get you in touch with him, like over here. Anyways, I'm more into like baseball cards.
I like cards too.
Uh,
Not so much sports cards, but I like Magic and
do you
Dragon
have
Ball.
any Garbage Pail Kids?
Nope. You've told me about your Garbage Pail Kids about 1,000 times.
I've got loads of them. Hence, anybody out there listening, if anybody's interested in full packs of Garbage Pail Kids 1980, what is that? That was 86 or 87. Yeah, I got them.
He got them.
Yeah, I got them.
You take
And
Bitcoin?
Huh?
You take Bitcoin?
Fucking Bitcoin. No, hell no.
What?
You
Never
nuts.
mind. Never mind. Never mind that. I don't want your stupid cards.
What a stupid
Well,
answer.
good. I don't want your stupid Bitcoin.
The answer was yes,
Fucking-
you take Bitcoin. Yes.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
No, hell no. I don't want your Bitcoin.
Wow,
Hell no.
you're a terrible salesman, Tom.
No, that's fake money, bro.
Is it?
Whatever.
Yes,
You can
it
sell it
is.
right
Are
now
you
for real
nuts?
money.
Dude,
I did not mean to derail this. But
I know.
Caldy,
I play
know.
the stock market.
Thank
I
you
know
so
it.
much for showing how intelligent Tommy is.
Dude,
What, wait.
okay. So if I sent you 0.0005 Bitcoin for one card, a trash card, you wouldn't take it.
I wouldn't even know what a Bitcoin is. Tell you the truth. But I heard it's garbage. And do not take that.
Well, you got bad advice.
I don't
You got
know.
bad financial advice from somebody.
Yeah, very bad.
Somebody gave you the wrong advice.
Oh no. Oh, really? Really?
Yeah,
Somebody
really.
gave me bad advice.
Yep.
Well, all right. What I want, Josh, are you on like live right now?
Yep.
All right. I want 10 people to tell me that I am in the wrong on saying I should not go for Bitcoin. Then I will
people
buy.
in chat, tell Tommy he's in the wrong. We got 2 already. We need 8 more. We only have 7 people in chat, so.
Oh, well, all right, 7. If we got 7, then, but would you want to buy any of my Garbage Pail Kids cards?
Yeah, for Bitcoin. But you said you won't take it, so I guess you can't sell none of your Garbage Pail Kids.
I've never had Bitcoin. What is Bitcoin?
Money.
Is that
it's
crypto? Is that cryptocurrency?
You can sell it for money right now.
Or you can watch it go up.
I like cash. And then I do stock.
I like cash too, Tommy, but still, you can still.
I like cash and I like stocks too, but I also like Bitcoin.
What kind of stocks do you like?
I only fuck around with ETFs because I don't want to bother with the single ones, but mainly like SPY-I and SPY-D.
Oh, okay.
And,
All right.
and mainly SPY-I because it pays out monthly.
Well, yeah, definitely. Do you
Tommy
ever
has
watch?
no idea what that means.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking.
Do you ever watch Nancy Pelosi? Her
Why?
trade deal. Nancy Pelosi. Seriously. Seriously.
Let me tell you, Tommy. Let me tell you.
Go ahead.
My little heart my little heart got broken so bad because there used to be an ETF that you could invest in. There were two of them. One of them tracked the Republican trades, and one of them tracked. It was the Republican was called Cruz, and the Democrat was called Nance. I think it was NANC. When they took that away, that broke my heart so fucking bad, so fucking bad, because it was just upwards.
Yeah, I hear. Oh, fucking lighters!
I hear that lighter, man.
I know it's like click.
You got to buy Bic. You got to buy Bic, man.
No, that's what it is. A fucking Vic. No, my kid has been using it. He's like, Dick, use a lighter. He just went into the joint today.
What?
Oh shit! Sorry about that.
You've had your kid living with you, and he just went into the joint. What is this, Tommy?
He's in jewelry.
This is a new development.
He's getting done. He's getting done with his probation.
Somehow I skipped a step.
But this is a Vic, and it's American Lighter Vic.
I skipped the whole
And it's failing me. Come on now.
I don't think there is an American Bic. I think they're all.
If I was on camera, I'd show you.
Can you quit flicking it in the damn light?
Wait. Hold up.
Hold on.
No, yeah, hold 1 second, Tommy.
Yeah.
Right here. What just happened? This is a great example of why we need immigrants to come in. Josh, you hear this poor man? This is an American-made lighter that is crapping out on him.
He's out of fuel. That's because he needs to buy a new lighter. That's not.
If we'd had a Chinese guy making that lighter would still be striking.
No, that lighter.
All right, but the Chinese
that
know
lighter
their
would
place.
go out a year ago.
But the Chinese know their place.
Lighter would blow up in his face.
Chinese don't come over here, and immigrant, and
No, I don't.
Fucking all kinds of crazy.
What the fuck?
But listen. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about Bic. All right, Bic lighters.
Tell me.
They're great. Bic lighters are great. But you know what? Once your lighter runs out and you don't have any more fucking fluid in that son bitch, you know what? You can pop that thing open and then take that flint out. That flint is way big. That flint is something else. I mean, just for a
Am I missing another piece? This is what happens when China makes the Lego sets. Am I missing a piece? Don't tell me I'm damn missing a piece.
No, I can take this out right now, this flint, and it'll be huge.
Huge.
Now, if you have a Zippo or something, you got all the light all the flints ever you can ever have.
This is not the piece.
Now I've been saving them flints for a long time.
It's 11:53. It's almost midnight at our house, my house.
Really? Well, it's already been midnight here.
I'm missing a piece. Damn it.
All right, we'll wait.
You didn't buy that.
Go outside.
You didn't buy that Lego set from Walmart, did you?
I did.
I love how I just said that and someone chuckled. I don't know. I was just literally just saying it because I knew you did, and I was just making a little funny,
there-
and Tommy laughed at it.
Are they freaking scamming us with pieces? Because I've had
No, I literally was just making it up out of my head.
I've had multiple missing piece issues. Where's Tom? You
didn't get the Lego set made in America, did you?
Well, I never had missing pieces like this when I used to do Legos, and I'm missing pieces. Tommy,
Really, this is unbeknownst.
go
I
away.
know.
Go away from your mic.
Yeah, Tommy, if you get an eye on your stove that you can go heat up for a second.
So
you're laughing, but we've been there. We've done that. We've done that, man.
Dude, I've done a lot more than that. That's like my last hope. Oh, what? Oh shit! Huh?
Oh, we start doing Oh, we get Darth Vader in the next bag. Let's go. We get the minifigs next. So, hold up.
Yep. No, that's done. Fuck. I guess a stove. Here I come.
I think I'm missing pieces again.
Shit.
If I put this here. No. Okay, I put that there. Then I put this here. I'm going to put this here. Oh, it is right. Is it right? No. It's not the right piece. They gave me the wrong piece again. Twice they give me the wrong pieces. Like, they give me the right number of pieces, but it's the wrong piece. That goes there. This goes right shawl. Shane's playing a game in the Discord.
What game is Shane playing?
It's called Valheim. You can oh, you have the mic over there. Looks like RuneScape with but
It
more
looks like World of Warcraft with is it like survival World of Warcraft? I don't know.
Something like that.
Looks good.
All right. Two of these. Get rated. How many planets are there?
There's 9.
There's only 8 after I destroy Uranus.
Jeez. Well, fucking A. I opened that door and walked right into that one. Can't get away from that one. Gay, beta.
It's kind of gay on my part for telling the joke, but it's funny.
It's funny as shit.
I missed something.
Oh, did I tell you Jalen sent me $10?
For what? Just because?
No. It was because me and him bet about you and James's debate, and I told him, I was like, you don't have to fucking pay me. Like, it was 50-50. Like, you don't have to pay me, man. And he was like, no. But the funny thing is, I have no idea which one of you I bet on.
It wasn't 50-50. He won the poll. I don't believe in polls.
That doesn't matter over there. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
All right, now this goes into here. We're making the back wall. I think
making the back wall, making the back wall, making the back wall, making the back wall.
Where'd Freddie go?
I don't know.
Oh, 1 minute.
Oh, he dropped. He dropped off a little bit ago.
I don't know the countdown, but 10, 9. Oh, 1 minute left. You have a timer, Rome?
I'll say it in Rome's voice. Yes, Josh, I have a timer, and it's a good timer.
Time it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
There we go. There
2,
we go.
1.
There we go. Yeah, everybody
midnight.
kissed. Everybody start making out.
I just made out with my mic. Fireworks are going off.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
We made it to 2025. Let's go. Look at the fireworks.
God damn, that was a good idea. Fuck the lighter, I'm gonna use a stove from now on.
I told you, man.
Hell yeah. No, I knew that. I knew that, but I haven't done that in years, man.
Yeah, that lighter you have was struggling hard.
Yeah,
I know what I did. I messed up. I gotta fix something. This music is banging though. You guys can't hear it.
Yeah, we can hear it. What the hell? And why am I like all control panel? Josh, why am I in a control panel?
I don't know.
Oh.
Live look at New Year's around the world.
Oh, there we go. All right. Now we're talking. Hey, busybody. Callie, what? What's your name?
My name is Callie Caldy.
Callie.
Fireworks are going crazy around here.
I'm just gonna call you Callie. Then
I will adhere to Callie. That's fine.
all right. Well, all right. Good deal. Good deal. You know, I got some sunglasses too. But we're gonna look
awesome.
like.
You look like my neighbor.
I look like a neighbor.
You look like my farmer neighbor that stops by to feed his horses. How you doing, Bob?
Hey, Bob up and kiss my ass. No, I'm just kidding with you. I don't know, Bob. I like Bob. I don't know.
Hey, Bob's a good guy. He's a good family guy. You know, he raises horses.
He's from Family Guy, or is he
No.
on Family Guy?
No, he's literally just my neighbor,
just a
and you look
family guy.
just like him, and you look just like the guy that has horses next to me.
When you go up to the avenues, which is like the rich people neighborhood up on the side of the mountain, like right now at New Year's or on 4th of July, you can look out over the whole valley and it just stretches forever and just fireworks going on.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. I like that.
So I was not missing a piece. I freaking put the piece in an earlier section. So I have to take this out of here and get it into here, which is a bit of an operation. I have to go backwards.
And Callie, I'm not black.
I am not either. I don't know if you can tell.
I know, but my lighting is really horrible.
Caldy. His name's Caldy, not Callie.
Oh, Callie? Okay. I got you.
I'm used to those Yankees mispronouncing my name.
I need to get this piece.
Where are you
this
from?
piece out and switch it
Just
with this piece.
Where are you from?
Where am I from? I am in a shack in the middle of Mississippi woods. That's where I'm from.
Mississippi. I fucking love Mississippi. Yeah, that's awesome. Hell yeah. More power to you, brother. More power to you. You know what? You're off grid, or I like that.
No, I'm 100% on grid. I'm just in a shack in the middle of the woods in Mississippi.
Where's my tool?
That makes no sense to me, but it's all good. It's all good. Yeah.
Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Most of the people in Mississippi are out in the middle of the fucking woods. That's the
Right.
deal. Yeah, that's the deal.
Well, yeah. Well, fuck, that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, it's a lot cheaper.
Yeah, and
We don't want to live with those damn liberals in Oxford.
Same
Hotty toddy Ole Miss bastards. No, we don't want to hang out with them.
Well, see
Hell State.
now,
Hell State.
Yeah. Now you see, you said, "Oh, them up north, them up northern people." Well,
yeah.
You know what? I'm up northern, and I'm very up northern, like up underneath. I'm up underneath the peninsula of the Lake Michigan, and I'm right on the tip of Lake Michigan. And you know what? I live in the country. You know, I got cornfields around me. I got a farmer right across the street from me. I got woods all around me.
What are you talking about?
I went where I'm fucking living compared to him. You know, he's got it great where he's living. And
What do you know about where he's living?
I hate motherfucker. Goddamn, are you gonna listen to me?
He is right. I do have it a whole lot better. I don't have that bitch Gretchen Whitmer as my governor.
Yeah.
Are you talking about where?
Talking about you. You said you're on the tip of Lake Michigan. So that would be Michigan, Minnesota, or Iowa. One of those top countries.
Well, what's the other state in between?
Minnesota.
That's right underneath.
Minnesota.
Come on.
Illinois.
No. Come on.
Wisconsin.
No.
Maine.
No.
California.
Dude, at the tip of Michigan.
I literally don't know my states that well.
All right. Well, Indiana.
Oh, Indiana.
Jeez, come on now.
Indiana was the first state when I was playing music. I went on a short little tour, and I went through Indiana, and everybody in Indiana had a barn. Literally every fucking house that I drove by, they had their own barn.
You know what? I got a barn too. It's called a chicken coop, though. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Missing something.
That's funny.
Something's missing. Something's missing.
That's funny as hell.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun in Indiana. Indiana was fun, but it is a lot of cornfields, a whole lot of
A
cornfields.
whole bunch of cornfields. That's what I got across the street from my house. Cornfields. But that motherfucker.
And it's probably that ethanol corn too that you can't even fucking eat.
No, it's corn that you can eat. It's corn that you can feed. Yeah, it's good. But then he does it like every other year. And once the corn is gone, then he puts up beans. Then he does the beans. Then, next year he cultivates more corn and vice versa. So that's the
But
main
what kind of beans we talking here? We talking soybeans? We talking
soybeans. Yeah,
Oh
soybeans.
shit. Yeah.
You know
Yay!
what? I used to work. I used to work for a
The back wall is in.
oh Jesus Christ!
You gotta grow
Hang
the
on,
green
I'll be
beans,
back.
man. Green beans are where it's at.
So see, this one, instead of a blue tube along the back, this one has red lights. The dark Millennium Falcon. Back wall's in. That's a big step. Bag 6.
Hey,
Getting our first minifig.
Hey, real quick, Josh. John Mosman in your chat said, "I'm at Friends, but I wish you the best of the new year, Josh."
Oh yeah, I can't see the chat. I have too many things open. Shout out, John.
John, you're a great guy. We love you.
Yeah, all right.
Even if I still don't completely understand Christian anarchy.
Oh, I lost a head. Can't be losing pieces. We're on bag 6 out of 18. That means a third of the way there.
Oh man,
That was good.
I was telling my nephew what you were building the other day, and he goes, "Shit, I've got to get that." He can't find it. We can't find it here.
It's at Walmart.
It's not here, and we looked online and we couldn't find it either.
It's on Amazon. We're doing light side Darth Vader, so he's got wrinkles on his face. Chat can't see. The Force Darth Vader minifig. So this is like a $30 minifig right here. It's exclusive. You get a lot of the value of the set out of this guy right here. Does he have a cape? Oh, I gotta put his cape on. Gotta put his cape on before.
Yo! The base man is back.
Hey, Goon, welcome back.
Sorry, I got back to work and we had a shit ton of dishes, so I was like, I'm logging off to get these dishes done real quick.
Oh, this is the box of capes. All the capes are in this box. So we need Darth's cape first. It's more of a felt cape. It used to be a more stiffer material. Now it's more of a softer material for the cape. I kind of like
I just had a very funny thought. Like, if you go back and you clip you building that over me and what's the dude's name? I forget the dude's name. Me and Tommy arguing about beans and corn.
Yeah, that's what it's been.
That would be hilarious just to show that.
Wait, hold on. I'm missing a piece. Well, I'm not seeing it. There's something else that goes. Oh, it's right there. In this tiny stuff bag. Gotta be careful with the tiny stuff bag.
There's a piece to
Did I
Darth's.
miss any good combos?
We've talked about beans and corn and lighting a cigarette off of the burner on the stove.
Yeah, so not really.
Nothing deep. Nothing deep, man.
So Darth has like a collar on an extra piece that's like a collar on his helmet. And look, it's white light side Darth Vader. Jedi Darth. Where's his lightsaber at? Jedi Darth Vader. That's one part of it. Oh, there's the handle. Put the
God
lightsaber
damn it! I
in.
lost my vape.
Look, it's Jedi Darth. White Darth Vader. This is based. Jedi Darth Vader on the Dark Millennium Falcon. Let's go. Let's go.
What is that? Is that like Boulder Gate? Who's this Shane guy? Why is he streaming like Boulder Gate?
He's playing a game called Valheim or something. That's Shane. He's sitting right there.
Oh, I didn't lose my vape. It was on the charger. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, dummy.
Dude, I was wanting to smoke, and I was like, dude, I'm going to be real pissed if I just got off and I ain't got no smoke.
No smoke. Is it a tobacco vape or is it ganja vape?
I got both, but the one I was looking for was a tobacco vape.
All right. Okay, we need this long thing. This long thing. 1, 2. This goes. Oh, we gotta rotate. This comes off of this black spot here. So we got one other half of the back wall we gotta build. This goes right here. Fireworks going off. See, instead of the chessboard, it has this like,
out too.
volcano demon scroll.
I've driven by like 4 or 5 accidents already.
Really?
That's
yeah. I mean, I was delivering all night.
That's why I didn't deliver tonight, because I knew there were going to be accidents all over. I was like, fuck it. I'll stay home and drink.
Yeah, on our interstate, we had a 10-car pileup.
Little white circle. Little white circle. Little white circle. There it is. 2 of these. 1 of these. There's 1 of those.
Lord, I don't know.
I'll eat it.
I don't think Lord! Lord! Oh, like you both out the way.
What?
What
in the world?
Move, bitch. Get out the way.
What in the
All these
world?
goddamn cars, Tommy!
I know.
What the fuck?
It's not my fucking.
Yes, it is.
Popcorn.
Don't fucking send in your ball. Who the fuck lives here?
Who's
goddamn
that?
ashtray.
I don't know, man, but I'm here for it.
Lord.
Is that your friend,
Move
Tommy?
out the way, dog. Move out the way. Lord.
I think we're hearing an altercation.
Well, that's who does that. Okay.
Don't let my dog near.
Beat their ass,
He just
Tommy.
had a bath. Come on.
What?
Choke them the fuck out. Put them in a Kimura, Tommy.
Shut the fuck up. No, the goddamn. No, the movie we were watching was with Rock and landslide and all this and that. And the first person that got killed, she's like, "Can't watch this. Gonna change it." Da, 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 da. And
What
so she's
the?
like, "Oh my god, it's your phone." So I give her my phone. I said, "You can have it for like a half hour till midnight."
Right.
Is that Gail?
And then Jake's like, "You shut the movie off it."
I know.
And all that too. I think we did by now. Dude, I did 2 gummies today, and I did
Oh yeah.
Only 2 gummies.
Oh, good. He never should have had his own weed. What? You got tape recorders?
Yeah, something going on.
Shout out,
No,
Gail. Happy
fuck.
New Year, Gail.
Tommy, you gotta put the gummies down, man.
You better not be on your fucking page, dude.
You gotta put the gummies down and pick the pills up.
You're on your fucking page talking to people.
He's on page.
No, he's just talking to me. It's just me.
Get him, Gail. He's on his page. Oh, he's gone. That was his girlfriend, Gail.
What?
Oh no, Tommy's still here.
Oh shit, Tommy's still here.
Gail,
Hell
don't
yeah,
hit
you
Tommy.
guys are hearing everything I'm talking about.
Fuck you.
You gotta see my dog. My dog will
where'd you
bite
go?
your ass.
You left. I don't know. Somebody else.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy.
You're wrong. It's so mean.
Happy New Year. Oh,
And that ended it. Yeah. Oh my God. I am so glad I was here for this.
That's Gail. She attacks him. She beats Tommy.
Oh my God.
He just deals with it. She looks
He
scared.
had like a green filter on too.
Yeah. Gail's about to whoop Tommy's ass for being on the page. You're on your page.
You got that page open and you talking to people on that page.
Tommy's always drunk.
Man, that guy was fun to
He's
talk
like,
to.
I was just talking to my friend.
Hilarious.
He
That
got
was
pictures
such
of Cat on this phone in the background.
that was such a fun conversation.
I don't know. I would talk to Gail, but Gail never wanted to talk.
Gail don't want to talk to you on the page.
On the page.
She don't want to talk to you on this page.
Who calls it a page anymore? It's like 1995 over there. Why are you on that page?
What you doing on them damn internet? You better not be on them sites, boy. I whoop your ass. Uh-oh, shit. Bad news.
All right. I'll see. I won't drink all this drink. I'll drink all the champagne because it'll go bad or it'll be flat if I don't. But
Yeah, it's alright. I was just kind of expecting that.
I definitely can't drink all that liquor tonight or I won't be going to work tomorrow. Yep. Happy New Year. All right. Shane left. I got a mess going here. This is good dip. Cheesy enchilada, Tostitos medium cheesy enchilada dip. It's got like black beans in it. Pretty good, I must say. Pretty good, pretty good. Let's do these Legos. Talk about, what are we talking about? You want to talk about flat Earth quality?
We can. I don't know that much about it other than it sounds like a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. I agree. I concur. 2. There's only. They're asking. What are those sounds?
I keep hovering over this button to buy the Mac Mini.
And thinking about clicking it. Is it a computer?
James up in this bitch. What's up, James?
Hello, Goon.
Hey, man.
Like a laptop?
Hello, Carly.
No, it's the Mac Mini. It's like I don't want to build a PC and I don't want to buy a pre-built or anything like that because like the only thing I do, like I don't game on the computer. The only thing I'm wanting to do is like in my live stream, now that I've gotten bit by the fucking bug of streaming, is I just want to stream myself writing songs or playing and stuff like that. And I haven't found anything that's a better bargain than that.
The Mac Mini. So it's like it's like an interface, but you can plug instruments into it, and you have
No,
a Mac.
No. I'll have to buy the like the Mackie board.
Isn't Mac real weird about like compatibility? And you kind of, if you have one thing Mac, don't you want to have like everything Mac?
Well, I mean, like the computer that I'm on right now, the graphics card, the fans have stopped running in it. Like, I have no idea if the graphics card is actually even fucking working. I think I might just be working off of the CPU in this computer. So this one's about to die anyway.
Yeah. So it is basically just a new computer.
Yeah. And when I priced around, I was like, shit, why don't I just get this one? This one looks great. I can I've got an iPhone, I can just mirror it immediately to it. I can do all this shit. And I've been asking a couple, like I was asking, are you crazy in chat? And he hasn't told me not to buy it yet. Like no one has said don't fucking buy that piece of shit.
Well, I would just
And
say
that's what I've been looking for.
My only thing would be with compatibility.
I've never even owned a computer, so Josh is man.
Mac. Once you go Mac, all your like I tell people don't buy Macs because but I know for audio production they are one of the best. And a lot of people who make music and stuff say that for ease of use and all that stuff, it's really good. The only problem is compatibility with other outside things. If you're gonna buy cameras and hook it up to it, and MIDI instruments and hook it up to it, and interfaces and microphones and all these things, Apple is a real stickler for. Echo, you're sitting on my wires, dude. I know you're scared of the fireworks, bud. You're like on all my. I can't stretch.
Echo's a good boy. You're a good boy.
Dude, he's hiding from the fireworks, so he's like up under my desk.
But yeah, what Jay is saying is it's real stickler for
compatibility
using certain devices and stuff because you have to use mainly Apple devices. Far as Apple product.
Yeah, you can use other stuff, but sometimes it gets weird when trying to find drivers, and Apple just really likes you to use just Apple stuff. But they are good for making music and audio things. A lot of people say it's the best, but just matters on how much you're going to be using different pieces of equipment. But if you're buying all the equipment after you buy your computer, then you just buy what works with it. So it's not really a problem. But if you have a bunch of equipment and you go to Apple, it could be a problem because it might not work. I don't really know a whole lot about Apple though.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have the problem with that. Like the I don't know. It's just such a good deal. $5.99 for the processors and stuff. It's so good.
For what it's got in it, that's a good price.
Yeah.
Then and if it, I know Apple has like GarageBand, and it is very
That exactly right there that's what I've been using for a long time.
and the
I've
ease of
been
use with the Apple
yeah.
stuff and making music, I've heard a lot of good things about. So you might be right. That might be if you're more into music, that might be the best play.
And what really pissed me off about GarageBand on the iPhone is that when Bluetooth came in really hard, now you can't record with an iPhone unless it's just solid live. Because if you go back and you pop in headphones or something like that, there's like a half a second delay, and you can't record with a half second delay. You can't time that. Like, no one's that good. I mean, someone's that good, but I'm not that fucking good.
Come over here, bud. You're right on my cord. I can't move.
You're a good boy. You're a good boy. I know you can't hear me, but you're a good boy.
He is a good boy.
I'm sure you could
He's
get it.
scared
It's
right now.
just practice and all.
Yeah, I mean,
What have you been up to, James? Is it New Year's?
Sleeping.
Is it New Year's where you're at?
Yeah, it's been New Year's for like 2 hours and 31 minutes. I'm on East Coast, remember?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I'm in the same time zone. Well, no, you're Central. Right. You're
Yeah.
Central, right?
Yes, I'm
I
Central.
thought you were in Arkansas. That's Central. I'm just joking, James. I know you're in Virginia.
No, I'm not in Arkansas.
West
If I was
Virginia.
anywhere outside of Virginia, I would be in Tennessee. Forget Arkansas. No offense.
I like Tennessee. I love Tennessee.
I like Tennessee better.
I might like to live in Tennessee someday.
I've lived in Tennessee, and Tennessee was pretty fucking banging. Pretty fucking banging.
Yeah,
You could be by yourself, and then like I lived outside of Nashville, so yeah. You could go in and see whatever you wanted to see, and then go back out to the countryside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can get a taste of the city life in Nashville, but not like the crazy city life. If you want to take
Exactly.
a little bit of the crazy city life, you can go to Memphis.
Oh no. Oh, well, no. We don't go to Memphis anymore. We go to New Orleans. We go to New Orleans if you want the really crazy, you go to New Orleans. But no one goes to Memphis.
Yeah.
Like Bill Street ain't safe. And it's only like half a mile long, so fuck that.
Yep. Yeah, Memphis is wild. I remember I went to Memphis and I was like, I never knew a ghetto could be this big.
Jesus. Yeah. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God.
Most of Memphis is looks pretty rough.
Dude, Memphis is so bad it stretches into the delta of Mississippi.
Been there, done that with Memphis. Seen Memphis.
Usually you get a couple blocks of the city where it's like, don't go there. And Memphis is like, the whole city is that.
So, well, I mean, technically, if you go to the museums and stuff, I don't like they're too bad.
I don't even remember there being any museums in Memphis.
Really? There's museums and a zoo down there.
The whole place is a damn zoo.
Well, I didn't mean that kind of zoo. I meant like an actual zoo. They have an actual zoo down there.
Yeah, the Memphis Zoo. I haven't been there since I was a kid.
They don't have any spy
it was awesome.
The Memphis Zoo.
Cause we went to the Memphis Zoo down there, so.
That's a field trip right there.
Go to the Memphis Zoo and then try to go to the Peabody Hotel and catch those damn ducks.
Cause my
It's a day out. That's a day out right there.
My folks took me down there for my birthday one year. That was a birthday trip.
What's up, you hobos? What's up, man? I don't know. I can't
Hello,
call it.
are you not crazy?
Hey, how you doing, James?
I'm okay.
I'll be right back.
Setting in 2025 already.
Do what?
Setting in 2025 already. Can't believe it.
Yeah.
I think everybody's in 2025 except California now.
Well, California, Hawaii.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Because I'm not sure exactly where the cutoff line is. It's somewhere over that way.
Where'd
Because
Freddie
Australia
go?
and New Zealand already
Where is Freddie?
in 2025. So
Freddie's got to smooch some dude on New Year's.
Freddie, get your ass back up here. I want to argue with you.
Can we not have
About black
Kenny
people?
back
Come
out
on.
here?
Egypt wasn't black; it was white. Come on.
I'm glad I actually missed Freddie.
All right. I need to get this Lego set built. Get her done.
Get her fucking down. Do it. Get to work.
Yeah, where's Buff at? Buff's been driving. He's been doing his own stream. Got too big for his britches. He can't hang out with us anymore. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I'm trying out something that I finally got yesterday. Game capture card.
Oh, did you? An Elgato?
Actually, it's this $120 some game capture card.
It's Elgato, right?
Or excuse me, $130 some game capture card.
It's an Elgato, right?
Yeah,
it says it right there.
Elgato. Oh, Elgato. Okay. I didn't see what
Spanish
brand
for
it was.
the cat.
The cat.
Yeah.
Are they any good though?
Yeah, they're good. I have one too, but the problem that I've been having is that my Elgato sound capture takes control of my mic when I try to get into StreamYard. So whenever I try to get into StreamYard, instead of being able to choose between all my different mics, because I have a mic for my webcam, I have a mic from this, I have this mic, I have a bunch of different mics. I can't select any of them because the Elgato line dominates it, and I deleted the Elgato sound capture, and I haven't tried the Elgato video capture since then for my Switch, because if I want to stream playing my Switch, I do it through the Elgato.
Yeah.
But
because I'm gonna use the Elgato to stream playing all my gaming consoles I got.
Yeah, PlayStation. You can hook up whatever to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I probably won't, as far as like if I were playing on PlayStation 5, because it's already got the streaming stuff integrated.
What the hell? Are you crazy? What the hell?
That's the
that looks
virtual
awesome,
background
dude.
he can,
That looks awesome.
But
Thank you.
Can't really see him that well though, because he keeps.
That's something in Discord.
But
Yeah,
you
it's
don't
in
have
Discord.
a,
Yeah.
You don't have a
'Cause
real.
I can do that.
Discord does that automatically, but you don't have a real green screen behind you, so it's not like a super.
No, sir. No. If I keep on doing this crap, I'll probably have to get one.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't do it automatically because I always get none automatically.
Hey, let me ask you, man to man up here, like, is that mini Mac? Would that be what I'm looking for? Let me pull it up real quick and look at it. Yeah. I don't want to be lying to you. I don't want no liars.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't really know a lot. All I do know is that people complain about compatibility. It's the main
On the
complaint.
Mac.
That's the main complaint with Macs.
Yep.
The only computer I've ever had was one of those like $90 Dell computers.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
I got a badass Dell computer on credit when I turned 18, and I never paid for it. I paid for some of it, and then I ended up not finishing paying for it, and just yeah. 7 years later, your credit resets though, so it's all right.
Been there myself, Josh. Been there myself.
Yeah. Pay your credit, kids, or just don't use it in the first place. I don't believe in credit.
Yeah, I've thought about doing online stuff, but every time I save up enough money for a computer, I'm like, I could buy a computer, or I could buy like 5 different retro gaming stuff. I think I'm just gonna do that.
I'd rather have a sick computer than 5 retro gaming systems. But I guess
Yeah. See, I'm just wanting a dependable computer because this one I know is I built it in 2016, 2017. It's gone through many phases.
Computer cost?
What are you going to use it for, Cody?
Literally getting online and doing what we're doing right now, and hooking
Yeah, he said
up.
just for like streaming.
Streaming music though. He wants to do music. So music
yeah,
is
and hooking up a Mackie board and playing the guitar and singing into it.
So you want your focus to be more music.
Yes.
Streaming is secondary.
Yes, because like I'll give you an example, Josh. Instead of listening to the crazy music that I play on my stream, and you've heard the crazy shit that I play on my stream, I want to create that music.
There you go.
Right, and Apples are good for music production, not so much.
Yeah, they are.
Not so much for streaming, but it does stream good too. So,
but he'll be using StreamYards to stream, so it's online.
Yep, I'm seeing a lot about OBS.
It may work great with the Apple device, with StreamYards being online.
but the audio sounds like crap through StreamYard. When people play videos
It does.
and stuff, what is that?
It does. I don't know. Well, that would be something where I would have to.
Because when I play OBS, you're hearing what I'm hearing in my headphones from my desktop. But StreamYard seems like it's playing it through the mic or something. It doesn't.
It's
sound
compressed. It's compressed.
Yeah,
that's what it is. It's compressed.
And it's using your hardware. What is that called? Hardware. I can't even remember. Hardware acceleration.
Yeah.
Yeah, StreamYard. If you're trying to play music on your stream and stream it, I would say you might just want to go straight through OBS. And the only thing that's going to affect is your ability to have panels.
That's a lot of people's complaining about this mini book and OBS.
Well, as far as that, if it comes to that, I wouldn't care about a panel because I would not have a panel while I'm
making the music.
The music, because the little, like, what I'm wanting to do is like create a song on stream, live in real time.
StreamYard is only so good is because it makes panels so accessible and so easy for everybody.
Yes.
Yeah,
If
it
you're
works
just
great.
trying to play music, I would think you would want to just do it through OBS because it sounds better. And if that mini Mac doesn't work good with OBS, that might be a problem for you. I'm not trying to discourage you from buying it. I'm just trying to,
No, you're fine. Like this is, hey Josh, this is
Mac.
actually what I'm wanting. I'm wanting the discussion on this because fucking A, I'm about to lay down.
But I'm also biased. I would never buy a Mac. I'm a PC guy.
Yeah, but the reason, like, you've already shit. I hate to say the word conceded, but we agreed like that GarageBand is such an easy fucking tool to use.
Yeah,
And
but I would still rather use
it comes
Fruity Loops.
preloaded.
I would still rather use Fruity Loops on a PC and have a MIDI controller with an interface hooked up to and go through OBS. If I was
OBS does work on Mac.
I wouldn't.
Hey,
But
OBS works on Mac.
but that's because that's where me and you differ, because you do beats and stuff like that with Fruity Loops. I go straight recording. Like I do all
But you
of
could
it.
do that in Fruity Loops and Audacity too. Better than I think
Audacity,
you could through the GarageBand. I think the reason people like GarageBand so much is because of user interface and ease of use.
No. I've also worked with Audacity. GarageBand is much better. Much better.
Well, Audacity's
much
free
easier to
and
use.
yeah, Audacity's
Yeah.
not the best, but you can do
Yeah,
recording in Fruity Loops too, but it costs money.
Yeah, and GarageBand is free on that, and it's I just think it's a better. I'm sorry, James, you got something to say?
OBS works on Mac, so you're good. It'd be good to use Mac.
There you go, JS. What you got to say about that?
Nothing. I'm not telling you. Don't buy the damn
fucking
Mac.
with you, buddy. I'm just fucking with you, buddy.
But
fucking
Are
with
You
you.
Crazy just said there were complaints about OBS
Yep.
with Mac. So
I don't know if it's compatibility or it's like freezing up on them. I didn't read all of them. There was a bunch of them.
Well, I mean, sometimes OBS has problems on PC, so that's not really a legitimate. I would say not really. I would say if it's not frequently, it's not like a legitimate thing to really be as concerned about. It just depends on the frequency and stuff for how often it has problems. I'm sure they're getting it better.
Oh yeah, they will, but they're isolated. They're kind of
Yeah, that is the problem. They are isolated. I will give you that.
All right. So, are you crazy? Hear me out on this. So, what I would do is I get the mini Mac. I get the Mackie board where I can plug it. My guitars in. Go into the thing. Right. I do it live, and then I can go back and clip that where it actually sounds good and not shitty through StreamYard. Correct?
Yep. Yeah, that's correct.
Boom. Holy
and
shit.
then you can clip it, or cut it, do whatever you want to with it after you have it made.
Let me check my bank account. I might be about to buy a computer,
you could probably re-record it and then just.
Yeah, he can do it.
No, there's no re-recording. It's live. That's the whole.
All I know is when Freddie wanted to stream,
you could put them all together.
When Freddie wanted to stream, he said, "Josh, what computer should I buy?" And I said, "Buy a PC. You have this price range. Buy a refurbished PC off of Amazon or build yourself one." And he bought a Mac. And then he's like, "How do I do this? How do I do this?" And I'm like, "I don't know how to tell you how to do it. You're on a Mac. You gotta figure it out yourself now." And he had a bunch of problems. And I've heard this a lot from people that get Macs once you start getting cameras and you start getting mics and you start getting different programs, you're gonna be like, "Oh, this one doesn't work with Mac. This one doesn't."
I think it's software more than anything, don't you, Josh?
Yeah, it's a software issue.
Macs are usually for people with like more experience with computers.
It's actually it's a hardware issue too, because if you want to upgrade, it's like
you ain't gonna do that.
It's like you're buying a Tesla or a Volkswagen or something. You need their tools.
You can upgrade it if you buy a new one.
Yeah.
Only way I know how to upgrade a Mac is buy a new one.
Right.
But what I was saying, you could go back and record the bits to
I could take my laptop apart and I could switch out parts and stuff. You can't do that with a Mac.
Yeah, James. That's
I've got a gaming laptop. You definitely could do that.
That's the plan. Is to
make it to where they're all together.
Yeah.
All the good parts are together.
Here is my idea that I'm wanting to do. Like I write songs. I have all these crazy ideas in my head, right? These gypsy crazy ideas, and I just want to. I want to get them out, and then I can go back and I can clip it and have it at better production quality.
Why
I
wouldn't you
get you.
record
I get
it
you,
and
dog.
make it better production quality first, and then put it out?
It's going live.
And
Because
then live, you want to record live how you're making it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah, so
yeah.
And then
people can
clip it
watch
out
them
wherever you want it.
literally
Yeah,
live.
I
Well,
want
yeah,
I want to.
you would just record
Yeah.
directly into the GarageBand while you're streaming, and then work on the GarageBand
Exactly.
stuff.
Yep.
And you
Exactly.
you could do that in the stream
Exactly.
too. You could mix and master it down.
Exactly. It's yeah.
It should do that pretty good, I think.
See, I do
Long
all
as the
that in
software.
Audacity. I do all like the beats, and then I do the vocal stuff in Audacity and mix and master it that way and compress it and all that. I haven't done that in
I just bang on drums and make noise. I don't do none of those things.
Yeah, but I don't. I
uh,
don't know much about computers, but from what I've heard, I'm pretty sure the only reason you would get a MacBook is if you know how to use Linux and you're going to use Linux on it. I don't know what it has more operating capability, like for you to personalize your own operator services. But if you don't,
I'm not getting that gay into it. I literally just want to open up Garage.
well then I don't know what the point of getting a Mac would be. Then you would probably just want to get a more simplified PC.
Cost.
You want to hear a song? Lord Spike wants to hear a song. You got a song, Caldy?
You
Actually,
can't
Macs
play it.
cost more.
It'll get you demonetized.
Yeah, it usually does, but he has some type of deal where you can get a MacBook for pretty cheap.
You don't know that it'll get me demonetized. It'll get the
Oh shit. Okay. Let me look one up.
It'll get a strike.
He's saying he can get a new MacBook for like $599.
You'll get a soft copyright strike from TuneCore on this, but let me send you one.
Yeah, fuck TuneCore.
But I'll be right back though.
All right. Do they want to hear like a heartfelt song or a rock song?
Can you play it and just share it to Discord so I don't have to find it?
Send one that you think is the best,
or you can send it in Discord.
Send a sexy song.
The
okay.
Sexiest.
All right. Yeah. Gotcha.
If you can play it and just share it, or you can send it to me.
I'm gonna send it to you on Discord.
He won't get a strike in Discord, will he?
No,
it's the audio playing through YouTube. It's TuneCore. So you used a sample or something, or you marketed it through TuneCore. You uploaded it to TuneCore.
Yeah.
Then they claim
it's
DistroKid does that too. They'll once you start putting your stuff, then they start. Now they're sending it to the artist allegedly, or they're supposed to.
Yeah, see, I registered with BMI way back in the day, and then that got picked up by TuneCore.
Yeah, I think.
Anyway, I sent you the song.
I think some of my
because if the money thing's the way it is, it's probably worth getting.
all that.
But you're probably going to come across the problem Josh was talking about that Freddie had, where there's going to be it's going to be more confusing to use it.
Going to be compatibility issues with new softwares and new devices with Apple. They're going to make you jump through hoops because they want you to use their stuff.
Like I've played it on my stream a couple of times, and I get the copyright, but I'm not monetized, so I don't know how it's going to affect you.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but
can't hear it.
Not playing yet. But
yeah, unless your streams are monetized, does getting copyright striked on music even matter?
Nope. These may look like hits you is when someone has a hard copyright, and then it pulls you down.
Yeah, because it's not even a strike, right? It doesn't go as a strike on your account.
Nope.
This is
they
you
just
playing
claim
these
it, right?
instruments?
Wait, what?
This is you playing these. I'm gonna share it to Discord so you guys can hear it.
Yeah. Well, that's my band, but I wrote the song.
Is it Jazzercise?
Yep.
Jazzercise. People don't know about. People don't remember Jazzercise. I used to be in daycare when my mom was doing
Fuck yeah.
Jazzercise.
And it was hilarious, and that's why we called it. It's just because it was fucking hilarious.
What was it? HBO that had the butt in their face all day. They'd have girls in a circle.
This a whole album.
Pretty good.
Are you on this whole album?
Is that what you're talking about?
Or it's a playlist on YouTube.
Yeah, that's my old band. Yeah, there we go.
So to be honest, DistroKid's actually doing TuneCore is doing their job by claiming this. So that's what you signed up for. But it's crazy that it's your channel. You have to notify them and say, "Hey, this is my channel," and then they'll stop hitting it. But I don't know if there's some clause where the whole band, that money, I guess, should be going to the whole band. I don't know. I don't know how the industry.
Well, no, that goes into publishing, and I own it 200%.
So you should still be getting the money from it.
Wait, so your own music's getting copyright striked?
Yeah,
I have played my own.
Oh, dude, those are there's people in India. That's why there's people in India who will fucking claim copyright on shit that they own no copyright over. But it's because most people won't dispute it.
No,
they try to get them.
No, it's not that. It's not like I got copyright struck. It's just I got
yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure the way it works is I could go on to YouTube, whatever their back-end service they use for that, and I could claim your music as mine. And I could put through a claim claiming that I own the organization that made your music. Because you'll have this happen with bands where people are like, our music just got claimed by some random fuck that we don't even know.
Yeah, you could do that, but that's not what's happening here. You haven't seen my streams. My streams, they start off watching a couple of videos, and then they end up the last 4 hours just playing music. That's all. And the next day, I will go through and clean up some of the copyrighted stuff, right? And it will be like Blur. You can't play Blur. You can't play Pulp. You can't play ZZ Top. You can't play other bands. You can play, but other bands, other bands you can listen to all night long, and they will not get your stream pulled down. But you'll have you cannot be monetized on it. It's fucked up. It doesn't make any sense, but that's the way it is. Trust me, man. Me and Rome have hung out many a night listening to music. And Joe Satriani got me struck one night. Got pulled down. Which really, that one surprised me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, a lot of music.
But yeah, a lot of random songs will hit you.
Yeah, well, what it comes down to is who owns the publishing on it and how tight
you're not
they
even
are
monetized, and it's
on
not
that.
like they're taking down your stream. They're just doing a claim on the music.
Yeah, they're just hard asses on the publishing, and they don't want you restreaming it at all. And supposedly YouTube sent me a copyright tool, but the copyright tool does not work. Where supposedly I can type in a video and it will show me if it's copyrighted or not, but that has failed.
I don't know about any of that, but I know that if you watch your little light on your stream, if you're playing copyrighted audio for too long, it'll turn yellow instead of green, and it'll say we've detected copyright audio, and you can stop it in time. But if you keep playing it, then it'll catch you. You can pause a lot. You can play in double time. Some things like Joe Rogan's podcast, if you're gonna get taken down, even if you play it double, you got to do a lot of stuff to it and talk a lot. But
John,
yeah, then you got to get the Destiny effect where it's zoomed in by 1.5. The screen's partially gray. Joe Rogan sounds like a weasel.
It's like, and then he's slowed down. Destiny's slowed down. Joe Rogan's sped up, or whoever Joe Rogan's talking to is slowed down.
I'm looking forward to seeing as we're playing this song. I'm looking forward to.
Oh yeah. I didn't even play it yet.
Oh well, hold up real quick. I just want to say I'm looking forward to your response to the guitar solo.
All right.
Who's doing the guitar solo?
Have a delay.
That's pretty cool. I usually don't play people's music, but I like that.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
Who was doing the drums?
That is we call him Snee. Andy Snyder. He's I think what he's doing right now is he is the cameraman for not Keith Olbermann. Who's the Australian guitar player? Keith Urban.
Keith Urban?
Yeah. He's the he follows Keith Urban around and photographs him all the time.
Didn't he marry Nicole Kidman?
Yes, he did.
Did you see the picture I had up just a minute ago?
No, I did not.
I was with Nicole Kidman, and she married him right after that.
Let me go back to Discord.
I took it. I'll put it back up there. It's
Dang,
on my
that means
profile.
you didn't do your job. Are you crazy? You didn't get with Nicole Kidman? Take her from
Yeah,
Keith Urban?
she heard my country voice, man. She couldn't stand it no longer. She was climbing all over me. I'm full of shit too. I'll find it again here in a minute. I've been messing around back and I found it. Ah, there it is. Where you at, Nicole?
Where you at, Nicole?
Nicole, baby. Look at her. That's really her, though. I promise you. I got all kinds of shit. I was out in California and I met her at the Chinese theater. She won that year too. That's her though. See her? She's all up in my business.
Oh yeah.
I had the old cell phone. Back then they had the big cell phones. She grabbed it. She said, "Is that a what she say, a gun or a weapon or something?" I said, "No, it's a phone."
That's
she was freaking out. Yeah, it really is. It don't look like her, does it?
No, she looks old.
I've got a couple more pictures with her, or a whole bunch of them, really. It's her.
I didn't even see.
It's on my profile thingy. But she makes her own perfume.
Oh, okay.
And she went on David Letterman that night. It's the best smelling woman I ever smelt in my life. She smelled like honeysuckles and roses with rain running over it.
Hopefully she's not making them out of children.
She probably is.
Who'd you meet?
Nicole Kidman. I've met a few people.
I don't even know who that is.
You don't?
Nope.
He's too young.
She used to be something.
I'm like 24. If that makes it make more sense that I don't.
Yep, that picture's probably 24 years old.
My girlfriend's saying she knows who she is, and she's my age, so apparently I'm just stupid.
Was she married to Tom Cruise?
Yes.
Not at that time. She was, yeah.
Yeah, way back.
She won
way back.
In, Vanilla
Her
Sky
movie that
or
year was Cold Mountain. She won for
The
Cold
girl
Mountain.
that was playing the bongos with him naked.
Cold Mountain was that was a great film.
That's what she
Great
won
film.
right there that year. She won, and she was out there pre-walking or whatever. She had security, police ever down where's.
See the one from the Tom Cruise bongo story? Where he was naked playing the bongos with some girl in his backyard?
Possibly.
I don't doubt it.
I don't know that story,
I mean,
but I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, honestly, who amongst us hasn't had that happen?
If I had bongos in a backyard, I would probably do it.
Drum circle.
Yeah.
Drum circle, light the patchouli.
Hey, I wasn't shaming it. I was just asking if that's who it was.
Yeah.
What's up, y'all? What's up?
Not much.
What's up, brother?
Chilling and doing my
I gotta get
Elgato.
my baby back.
You done with work?
There
You're
she
back
is.
home now?
You
looking up
stationary?
other stuff
Oh yeah, he's got the lizard.
Bro, he's up on top of someone else's enclosure.
He's a lizard. He's the lizard.
Like, he's up here. But this is the enclosure for that one.
Did you watch American Idol, whatever it was, when Kathy McPhee was on there?
Idol.
Yeah.
You remember her?
Y'all get to see him throwing up?
I didn't watch it. Like I watched the first season with I forget who it was, but I was engaged at the time, and my fiance hated American Idol, and I got an RJ, one of the guys that was one of the top 10 finishers,
right?
Like hung out with us at this coffee shop, and I knew him before he went on there, and I was like, "Hey man, like sign this autograph and make it out to Laura," like, and he was like, "Why?" I was like, "Yeah, you know, she loves you."
Yep.
She was so fucking pissed. She was like, how do you know these people? Like, how do you know these people? What are you doing? What are you fucking doing to me?"
Just whatever I feel like doing.
Yeah, like,
what you don't know won't hurt you.
Yeah, I'm fucking me. I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do. I'm gonna have fun doing it.
Yeah, I was on a cruise with that girl, that one chick. She was, oh man, she's really pretty too. God.
Caldy.
What's up?
Caldy. You've seen Jurassic Park, right?
I think when I was like 12 or something. I don't know. Yeah, sure. It's been a while.
All right, here, look at my screen real quick. Look at my screen.
Hold on. Let me go over to Discord.
Oh, damn.
Oh, man. Is that a Jesus lizard?
What is that?
That's a frilled lizard.
If you got a Jesus lizard?
That's those ones from Jurassic Park that have the huge, they make their ears go all big and they spit acid.
Oh, hell yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
The Lapidosaurus. It's not a real thing.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's not real, but that's what they're based off of.
A real thing.
I have always wanted to have a Jesus lizard.
No,
what
I'm
is
kidding.
that?
That could be.
Yeah, those are called basilisks. Those are really cool too, but mostly those are green.
Are you crazy? They're the lizards that run so fast they can literally run on water.
Holy shit. I'm not familiar with that. And that's their name, a Jesus lizard?
Yep.
There's actually a couple of them. Here, I'll turn on my light again real quick. If you look, These lizards can also run on water. If you look at their feet, they have these webbed feet here.
No, they don't break the surface tension because their legs are just like propellers that are going.
Do you see how flat this one's toes are?
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, this one on its back legs can run right across water.
That's crazy.
Jesus Lizard, also a great band from the late 80s, early 90s.
You know, I have all types of lizards. I show them off on stream whenever I get the chance.
He showed them to me one night.
Actually, I'm going to look up this song and I'm going to send it to you, Goon.
Now, why is my Elgato?
I don't know. I don't know if you've heard it or not. If you've heard it, cool. If you haven't, you know.
You know, I'm the type of guy who wants alligators one day.
Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. I think we're getting it.
Yeah, I still think an Elgato would be a better way to stream PS5 gameplay than using the native PS5 streaming software. If you run it to your computer and run it through all your streaming stuff on your computer, I think it's better. James.
Yeah.
The big problem with it, I used to upload videos off of my Xbox and PS4 whenever they made those softwares. The biggest problem with those is there's no like editing that you're able to do on those. So if you're like uploading a video off of your PS4, you can't like customize the thumbnail.
Well, you could do that
Right,
on YouTube.
But if you do it with an Elgato, you do that all on YouTube, and then you just run it through your streaming stuff.
Because the way I used to do it is I would upload videos on private, and then I would go onto my shitty fucking laptop that my mom gave me that's worth like $60, and then I would just edit the thumbnails and then post them to public.
The good thing about doing it with the Elgato, I could do it with OBS, as far as like where I stream it and stuff with OBS or Streamlabs or something, and then get my face in the camera where people can see.
Damn, I literally just hit live and then I go with whatever I want to play.
Or at least I guess I can. I gotta figure out.
Yeah, well, some people put the work in and figure out how to do the tags and the titles and the thumbnails. It's important.
Beta.
Not beta. It's important.
Beta. That's alpha. What are you talking about?
That's like one of the important parts.
Well, my streams are also pop-up stream. My streams are just fill the time streams, so there is no Jesus Christ. Fuck, Josh, you were there last night.
Yeah, it was interesting. I was drunk. I was drinking all day yesterday. And now I'm drinking a lot tonight too, because New Year's. It's the holidays, boys. We're gaining.
I am drinking and smoking.
I'm putting on 10 pounds. I'm drinking. I'm eating some sweets. I don't even like sweets, but I'm just eating them. Getting a little belly going. It's winter time. You gotta warm up. Cuddle up. Yep.
Josh, you ever seen one of these?
What is it? A Pokemon? A Pikachu? Pikachu N64? Yeah, I seen it. I seen it.
Yeah.
I never had one.
The light up cheeks.
What?
Yeah, the cheeks light up.
Why do you just have that out on the floor? That might be collectible. That might be worth a lot of money.
It is. Yeah, I spent about as much as Holdy's willing to spend on this fucking MacBook on this.
Yeah, I would probably just put that in a box and not be playing.
It's not a MacBook. It's a mini Mac. It's a little.
You don't buy that. You don't
It's a
buy
little
that
square.
to play Pokemon Snap
I'll be right
and
back.
Zelda. You buy that to put it in a box on a shelf somewhere.
I do, dude. I'm evil. I buy vintage shit and then I instantly depreciate the value by ripping it right out of the box and using it.
Just cruel.
Dang. Or it's a flex.
I think it's better that way. These things were meant to be played. You know what I mean?
That is a good flex. You're like, I don't care about the value. I just wanted to play a Pikachu N64.
Exactly. Sometimes I'll play Pokemon through it because on Pokemon Stadium you can play the original GBA games with a controller attachment. This is it, actually. This is the controller attachment. But yeah, you slot in the Game Boy games in here through this, and then you can play them on the 64.
I just built this whole thing wrong. I'm like kind of retarded right now.
All right, now it's time to flex. Now it's time to flex the games. We got Majora's Mask.
Well, like
I never beat Majora's Mask. I beat Wind Waker. I beat Breath of the Wild 1 and 2. I beat all the big ones. But I never beat Majora's
We got
Mask.
Donkey Kong 64. We've got Mario 64. Yeah, Mario 64 right there.
You got Pokemon Snap. You got Perfect Dark. You don't got an expansion card. You got GoldenEye.
We got Mario Tennis. I don't got GoldenEye, but the GoldenEye on 64 is like the worst port of fucking GoldenEye.
Well, I've got access to that one with the Nintendo thing.
There's Stadium.
You got an expansion pack?
Yeah,
We got Tooie. We got Banjo and Tooie. Yeah, we got the expansion pack.
Banjo.
You can't play Majora's Mask without the expansion pack, actually.
Or Perfect Dark, or there's like one other game that was good.
I think DK64 is the other one.
I can't wait to get the GameCube game.
You got Beetle Adventure Racing?
No.
Bro, that was the
Paper
game.
Mario.
You don't know about Beetle Adventure Racing?
We got Smash 64 out in this bitch.
You gotta check out Beetle Adventure Racing.
Quest 64. A lot of these games end in 64.
Yeah, because that was they really wanted to market the N64.
So we got Snap.
That's the cool thing about Nintendo is Nintendo has the exclusives. Then maybe they're childish, but they're fun. A lot of them are.
No, I mean, if you're getting a console, you like Nintendo's the only console that's like truly worth getting, because like almost every other console you can just play all the games on PC.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I have a PC and a Switch.
But Nintendo won't let you fuck around like that. You have to get their consoles or you're never playing their shit.
They're saying the new Switch is coming out. It's going to have PS5 graphics, PS5 level graphics on a handheld and a convertible into it. Dude, the Switch is epic. People don't get it. Like, you could play it in your hands and then play it on the TV, and it's still good graphics. It was good at the time. Not as good, but if the new Switch has PS5 level graphics, then that's gonna be pretty.
Also,
sick.
the nunchuck controllers are like good. I like the nunchuck controllers.
Yeah, the detach and the fact that you can take
Joy-Con. I mean,
if you have a game, you could switch the Joy-Con sideways and have two players play on two. So I could have
that's just cool.
Yeah, I could just beat somebody on the dang subway and be playing Mario Kart with my Joy-Con.
Yep.
Well, it also makes it to where it's one of the only consoles that comes with two controllers, because no consoles come with two controllers.
Yep.
Yep.
And they killed split screen, which was messed up when they went to online. So it used to be, it was really family. Gaming was like a family thing because you'd have one system, but you'd have 4 controllers and one TV. And the family could get together and play Mario Party or Donkey Kong or racing games and war game or whatever, shooting games. You could play all these things as a family. Then when they went to online,
yeah, that's how I grew up. We all got together, played Dr. Mario and like Mario 3 together, trying to beat it and shit.
They got rid of split screen. They killed split screen. Like split screen was a childhood thing. Like and you punch somebody because they're screen sniping. Like, I know you're screen sniping me, dude. There's no way you knew that I was right there. Dang.
Yeah, Borderlands is like the only thing I can think of that still has split screen.
Borderlands is awesome. I love Borderlands. A lot of people don't know how good the Borderlands series is. That is if you like RPGs,
I don't like a lot
shooters,
of the newer games.
It was a user error.
I don't like the newest games that they have that came out, but Borderlands in general is my favorite gaming franchise.
You know, Borderlands 1 broke the record for most weapons in a game. And then Borderlands 2 broke the record by having more weapons than Borderlands 1 and every other game weapons combined. Borderlands 2 had more weapons than every other shooter game, all their weapons combined, plus Borderlands 1, which had the record for most guns in a game.
It's probably still that way because the way that they constructed their weapons in the game was by manufacturer parts.
Yeah, it's infinite.
Yeah.
There's almost infinite guns, basically, because the stat system that they built around them. Yeah. So RPG with shooting with multiplayer.
I mean, shit, you could go even further than that. There's like over 100 versions of almost every gun. Like, you can get a gun, but then there's different versions of that gun. And then there's better versions and worse versions.
Oh, yeah, there could be 1,000 versions of one type of gun. Yeah, because it's just adjusting the stats and multipliers and all that. Yeah. That was a good game. I haven't played the newest one.
The new, especially the Tiny Tina one, in my opinion, sucks ass. And that's the newest one.
Borderlands 2, I was in there. I was doing like raids and
Borderlands 3 is like, the gameplay's still fun. It's got like whack ass fucking dialogue though.
Yeah, I only really watched the dialogue once, and then you just skip through all that every time.
Yeah, exactly. They switch the writers though, so it just doesn't like the writing doesn't feel the same though.
Let's do a testing recording.
Testing
my
recording.
Elgato.
You know, I agree with you though. That game does not get enough flowers, especially for how much it like influenced the future of gaming. Like, everything has like rarefied loot now. Everything has like legendaries, commons, uncommons.
Yeah, really, that started with WoW, I think. Well, maybe even before WoW, but the blue and the legendaries and epics and supers and blue and green and purple.
Yeah, just looter shooter in general. I'm pretty sure they coined the term looter shooter. Like, that's a Borderlands term.
Okay, yeah. So but they took from like, so they took like World of Warcraft type stuff and made it into a shooter. Yeah. I think they were the first to put it in a shooter. Uno, dos.
Which you see everyone doing now. Like, Destiny arguably was a game franchise that was inspired a lot by Borderlands. And then like Halo. I'm not Halo, fucking Call of Duty literally has like legendary loot, uncommon loot, and common loot now.
Yeah, I think you're right. Destiny kind of borrowed from Borderlands, and then now like Fortnite does it, and PUBG, and then Call of Duty went to a battleground looting. Yeah, you're right.
Like you said, it's perfect. It gives you infinite possibilities
of guns. Yeah.
Okay, so let's try this out.
What are you doing, James?
Elgato.
What's up, John?
I finally got a game capturing device that's gonna work. Yes.
We got John up in this bitch. What's up, John?
What's up, everybody? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's, man. 2025. You feel old?
Feel old?
Yeah, that's what I asked. You feel like life's passing you by?
Don't we all feel old?
I'm just wondering if we're gonna make it past 2030. I got 5 years to build up a Bug out vehicle. I got a bug out bag, but I need a bug out whip. We got 5 years, ladies and gentlemen. No, I'm kidding.
Just make sure it's not anything that's going to get killed with an EMP.
Oh, yeah, definitely. No computers necessary. Just gasoline and passion.
Just gasoline and musk.
Gasoline and man.
Sweat.
Gasoline and man.
Gasoline and balls.
You need an international scout, dude. That's what you should look for, Josh. An international
Hello, lady.
scout.
Would you like to get away from this anarchistic danger by getting in my musty truck with me?
I'm better than a bear.
Well, you know we're in the presence of a anarchist, right?
Well, I don't know about all that.
Yeah, John would be one of the ones running the street while Josh is trying to pick him up in the truck.
Just picking, John. Just picking.
This is not going to be anarchy. This is going to be
Don't,
survival.
Yeah.
don't take it. Don't.
Which
take
will
it,
be anarchy to some
picking,
extent.
Possibly.
You understand, right, John? I was just picking.
Oh yeah, of course, James. Yeah. You're good, buddy.
I took offense.
You took offense. Oh, John.
I took offense because you
took offense
said
for
anarchy.
John. Okay.
And, like my version of anarchy, I completely took offense to that.
You take offense as a person of anarchy.
Yeah, because my version of anarchy is running around the streets and busting up shit and going crazy.
Well, that's gonna be happening.
Well, yeah, that's gonna.
So in other words, Baldy, you mean a Democrat voter?
The thing is anarchy can only last for like 2 days. Like the thing is people are gonna be like, it's gonna be anarchy. Like how long can you raid the grocery store? You can only raid the grocery store for like
4 days,
2 hours.
4 days, 4 days, 4 days, 4 days, and
Yeah, exactly. Anarchy will be done in like a week.
Well, no, because then for the next 6 months or next 3 months, as people die out, they're going to be raiding people's houses and killing the people who stockpiled the food. Because a lot of people are going to run out and buy a bunch of the food really quick, but those are going to be a lot of weak people. And then other people are just going to be walking in and taking all of that from them. So that's still going to be anarchy for a while. And then it's still going to be anarchy after, but anarchy is assuming there's any sort of political system. It's just going to be people surviving.
It'd be like in Atlanta where Childish Gambino's friend steals from a store and he's got like an old lady chasing him in a wheelchair with a knife.
Basically, it will be a Democrat state. That's all it's going to be. The nation will be just like every California and Michigan and
no, there's going to be no
Illinois.
Hey, hold up. Do you know why that show was called Atlanta, not Memphis? Josh knows. Everybody knows.
I don't.
I think it'll be more anarchistic than democratic. Everybody for themselves. So
It's
yeah,
tyrannical.
Kind of would be anarchy.
But that's not the classical definition of anarchy. You could say that there's a form of chaos that would seemingly, by people's loose definition, called it anarchy, but that wouldn't technically be anarchy.
But even the idea of anarchy is kind of an oxymoron because it's like a political. It's like a
no, it's
political
not
ideology.
an oxymoron.
It's a political ideology that believes in a lack of politics.
No, it doesn't believe in a lack of politics. It believes in understanding that politics have to be an agreed upon idea. That's no different than some form of capitalism. That's no different than some form of democracy. It's just in democracy,
but it's forming a system of government around a system that believes in no government.
We actually pretend that our votes matter in democracy in certain ways, and we pretend that, and so we don't even have like pure capitalism anymore. We don't even have pure democracy anymore.
Guys, that only took 2 hours, but I got the whole back wall done, and it looks sick. Look, there's the whole back.
Nice.
The blasters.
We never had pure democracy.
So it is what it's always been, which is oligarchism. That's what it is right now. It's what it's been the last 100 years.
Well,
I mean, that's just kind
if
of
there was
how
no form
like
of money, and there was no. So if the grid goes down, there's no longer currency, there's no longer money, there's no longer debt. All of that's erased. Then it goes to anarchy instead of oligarchy or like technocracy or anything like that. Well, the problem is that even the billionaires, they still have bases and they have things built where they'll be all right. So they'll still be better off than the average Joe. But
of course they will.
So that becomes anarchy because now there's no more government. It's more every man for himself, survive.
It's not every man for himself. That's not what anarchy means.
Once you start getting communal and you start having hierarchies and you start having levels of power, you don't have anarchy anymore. So then it becomes an oxymoron. So it's a system of government and politics based on no government and politics. It doesn't make sense.
No, that's not what it is, but that's okay.
But that's ideally that. Unless then you have anarcho-capitalism.
Wait, so John,
and ask
John, do you think there could be like a coalition of anarchists? Do you think that like coalition building and anarchy is like able to coexist?
Well, that's the aspect of anarchism itself is cooperation. The problem with cooperation is there's a couple of problems that we would argue, I think, objectively.
Some people aren't going to cooperate.
Exactly. That's the one. That's the biggest hindrance to it, is that some people won't cooperate. So what we've said is for the people who don't cooperate, what do we do? Well, you have to have a way of trying to enforce contract. And so that's why we have things like courts, right? We've introduced some basic laws in that.
Then.
No, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because anarchy is nothing more than having a cooperative system. And if someone breaks a
I feel
contract
like that is
with
not
you,
the definition of anarchy.
It's volunteerism. That's the whole aspect of anarchy, is that you voluntarily enter into contracts with people, and that you have to accept that if with those things that you have to be able to not rely on the force or the threat of force of government to do that. And so the question comes, how do you do that? Well, I think you can find people that you would prefer to work with, other people. I think also the other thing too is that there is a natural consequence to if someone breaks something, right? If someone does something that's bad faith, people will learn about it. And just like with what free market capitalists would say, you would allow the marketplace to determine that. And so the only difference is how do you enforce certain things? And the question comes, the problem that I think most people would have with anarchy is to say, what's to prevent it from devolving into outright chaos to where one person feels like they have been suffered, and so the other person then feels they have a right to then go about and do their justice,
like
right?
Anarchy is just like a state of chaos. Like
that's the misconception that we've been taught about anarchy, but it's not what anarchy is. That's the whole point.
Well, that's like the application of the word, though, right? Like, if you were to, like, even if you weren't talking about, like, politically, if you were like, oh, all of my kids are, like, tearing up the house, I come home, none of the dishes are done,
it's anarchy.
The laundry isn't done, the house is in anarchy.
No, that's it's a word that we've used. We've used that in a kind of like a cheap way. We've done like with a lot of words.
I think that's what the word means. I think
no, it's not.
As a political ideology, it is.
No.
Chaos and disorder.
No, it's a word that.
No, well, I could give him that. Not as a political ideology. It could have a completely different meaning, right? Like when Satanists exist. Like Satanists aren't people that worship Satan. Some of them are, but most Satanists aren't people that worship Satan. So I could believe him that like the political meaning could be different than like whatever you would use in like a casual speaking.
the extreme opposite of an extreme authoritarianism would be extreme anarchy, and but really we're saying there's like a spectrum. There's like some people can kind of be more libertarian, some people can be more conservative, and you're not like an extreme authoritarian or you're not an extreme anarchist.
Right.
But
The difference in any way that we look at any political system, right, whether it be a collective system or an individualistic system, is this: that the people who usually are manipulating the system or using it for their gain, they're usually doing it for an individual sense, anyways. And so the only reason why people don't have individual power is because they have a system that's been built against them that advantages the people who have the means, right?
now you're starting to
So,
sound Marxist, and see, this is
well,
where
there is an aspect of Marxism within anarchism. I'm
I know.
telling you.
Well, because Marx wasn't totally wrong about his problems that he saw in society. He was wrong about his
No,
prescriptions.
you're right.
But
He
I
was
think
wrong. He was not wrong.
anarchists are also wrong about their prescriptions.
Well, but see, I don't look at anarchy as a way of looking for prescriptions. I think, in fact, if anything, it's meant to be a system of checks of saying, okay, how do we do this without doing this?
It is a prescription,
it's simply,
though. It's a better way to run a society instead of having,
well,
communism or authoritarianism.
But this is what it comes down to, is that almost any system is relying on people to have systems that are working for the benefit of people. And we know that whether it be a democratic system or a social system or Marxist system or a monarchical system, we see throughout history examples of where the elites are able to use that.
Yeah.
And so here's the
they
question.
could all be good or bad. They could all be used for
right.
good or bad.
So here's the point, though, is that
that's why I'm not like totally anti-anarchy. I'm down with going and living in the woods by yourself, and
well, that's not even anarchism in itself. Again,
that's called anarcho-primitivism. That's that's centrist anarchism. That's not anarcho-capitalism or anarcho-socialism.
What I'm saying is this: anarchy at its basis is saying, I will not rely on any moral system or any institutional system to force me to do something. I don't need those things. People who think that people need those things are people who have.
But you do if you're going to take part in any sort of civilization or group of people.
I know and that's my point. So the question comes.
But this is why we have. It only works if you're alone in the woods.
Okay. Yes, you're right. If you are able to live in a complete 100% individualistic society where it's just you or maybe just a handful of people, yeah. I'm not saying.
Have a family.
I've never said that
because you would
anarchism.
Have a hierarchy in a family.
I've never said, and it's not about it's not about hierarchy so much. Hold on, buddy. I'll get you some canned food here.
Begging.
I know he's jonesing for canned food. My attention, probably, because we just got home from some friends. But the thing about it is that what you're trying to say is that's why I've always said I don't deal with political anarchism. I'm not interested in political anarchism. Only certain expressions of political anarchism. I'm more pressed upon the moral and the theological aspects of it. And so this is where I come from on it. But I will say that, again, the problem that we have is, again, the prescription is we either have to have with an anarchical system a reliance on people being good people, but you still have that in any kind of government hierarchical system. And in fact, the only difference is that you have more ability for people who are bad actors to abuse the authority, and you have less safeguards of security.
Well, then overthrow that authority.
No, this is
F
the
those
problem.
guys.
Because it
Hold on, I gotta
doesn't
go
matter
get a
who
bag.
takes authority.
We're about to put on some cool pieces. Hold
It doesn't matter
up, Wally?
about the people just don't see that, but that's okay.
Wicked Wally joined the call. What's up, Wally?
Josh, are you finally building the Millennium Falcon of your dreams?
Hello, Wally.
What's up,
Welcome
boys?
into the crazy call. We're talking about anarchy.
I gotta tell you, nothing
Ooh,
says...
Wally, why are you trying to
says-
always bring up the fact that I wear wife beaters? You trying to accuse me of being a woman beater? I would never do that.
Well, at least not just any woman, right? Because you wear a wife beater.
All right, continue with
Wife beaters are very specific, Josh.
No. I stopped doing that when she left. When did you stop beating your wife? When she left me. All right. Don't worry about that.
Well, now that you're building a Millennium Falcon, we can smuggle you a new wife.
Yeah. From Endor. Look at that. That's a new piece. So that's different the way they did the back.
I mean, but to be fair, like if the Imperial inspectors board us, Josh, we will have to dump her out into the vacuum of space. We can't get caught, doing that in space. It's just, especially not in Imperial space.
It used to be a blue tube, but now it's red lined up lights and it's like a black. There's two black tubes. That's pretty neat.
Now y'all can hear me good.
Yeah, what's up, James?
All right, what were we talking about?
I'm on my tablet.
I gotta say, nothing says 2025 and ringing in the new year than doing so by playing a game that's gonna turn 10 in March.
What game?
Bloodborne.
Yeah, what game?
Bloodborne. Is what's the damn samurai game? Toshinoku Ghost?
Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah,
Is that like a Dark Soul styles game? Is that made by the Dark Souls guy?
Ghost of Tsushima is the game I'm gonna replay in a couple of months when Assassin's Creed Shadow comes out
Yeah,
instead of getting
Josh, the
that.
game you're thinking about is Sakurai. Sakurai is the Dark Souls
Sekiro.
Japanese sword. Sekiro, yeah, that's the
Thank you.
Japanese sword fighting Elder Scrolls
made
game.
by the game. It's made by the people that made Dark Souls and Elder.
Yeah, that's the other one.
Elden
Yeah.
Ring.
Yeah, which just like Bloodborne.
Ghost of
Ghost of
Tsushima
whatever
was-
is on sale right now for Christmas. And
Ghost
it
of
looks pretty
Tsushima.
cool.
That's a beautiful game, man. Get it.
I don't
It's
know if my
literally
computer will run it,
Assassin's
though.
Creed without all the Assassin's Creedy bullshit throughout the game.
It's still beautiful.
It looks pretty good.
So it's
but
a
I don't know if
better
my computer
Assassin's
will run
Creed,
it.
and that's why everybody liked it.
Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 is solid.
Hey, and by the way, Wally, Happy New Year's, buddy.
Happy New Year.
Good to see you,
all
buddy.
Merry band of assholes.
I feel like Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 still stands up.
Asshole. I feel offended by being called an asshole.
Would you like to talk to my manager, James? Because Andrew will tell you to fuck off.
Yes, I'd like to talk to your manager, please.
Well, the manager just went to bed for the morning.
I'll talk to him tomorrow.
What the hell, James, are you doing? What the hell are you doing,
Just messing
buddy?
around like an
Never
asshole.
do that voice again.
You gotta be crazy when you're gonna do a voice, James. You gotta
Dude.
talk crazy like this. You gotta talk
can't- I'm
about
messing around like an
gypsies or
asshole.
something like that. You just can't say.
I gotta pick the character of an asshole, right? I can't be an asshole without being an
Actually
asshole.
become a woman.
James, you sound like goat that I would take out into the back.
Okay.
It's on their Frankie arc.
I mean, I played that voice pretty good, didn't I?
Yeah.
No,
I
no,
got a
sir,
little
you
excited,
didn't.
James.
No, it was that was frightening.
I was about to put on my
Were
wife
you
beater.
trying to do a girl voice?
Oh shit! I know how to diffuse this. James, do you know who you sounded like?
Who?
You sounded exactly like Melanie. Like I couldn't tell the difference.
Harsh.
I could not tell the difference. I
That
could
is
not tell the
cold.
difference.
It
That
was
is
pretty,
cold.
yeah.
That's cold.
Cold.
That is cold. Saying I sound like Melanie. That's cold.
Sounding like
Herbie.
a woman who's been taking testosterone.
like a what? Shit.
Are you a
Yeah,
Furby?
I'm not saying it either. I know where you were going. I'm not saying it either.
All
Hey,
right.
but at least I got y'all to
Nice tree.
laugh, right?
I'm putting together Darth Ray. I think this is who this is. This is Ray, but she's evil.
But I just had to be an asshole to fit that asshole
Don't do that,
vibe.
James.
That's the vibe.
characteristic that I was given.
That's the vibe
Now
we go
now
with
we
around here.
we're gonna have to set up so every time James comes in here, we play the asshole song from Dennis Leary. Because I'm
Oh,
an
that'd be
asshole.
awesome.
I'm an asshole. Why handicapped people make handicapped faces? I'm an asshole.
Yeah,
I love that song.
I think that's kind of a theme around here. It's just everybody be an asshole.
That's where obviously the Spaceballs comes in. I'm certain. Who's your asshole now? I'm surrounded by assholes.
Oh shit, we lost Wally.
Biggest asshole of us all.
He's at the bottom. Or he's in there. He was, yeah.
Oh, geez, James. Don't do that, James. Don't do voices,
Yeah.
James. Oh,
Did I
geez.
just say that out loud?
Furby.
Oops, not oops. Did I say that out loud?
That Furby has something. That Furby has something against me. Every time I'm in Easy's room, they're always going off. I'm like, okay, I don't know what your problem with me is.
He seems to go on every channel.
He
but
always goes off.
I said when I talked to him one time, I was like, I'll debate you on anything, and I'm ready to go on gender blockers for minors. And he never came around these parts, so I don't know.
What, y'all talking about Cosmic Fox?
I literally saw
Yeah,
where
we're talking about
maybe he's scared of Discord.
No, Chris Lestrange has got a debate coming up with him.
Does he?
Yeah, I saw it on.
Yeah, but that gun control debate isn't going to be difficult. Like
No,
Furby's going to have
not at all.
nothing but the same old.
Oh, is that who you guys were comparing James' voice to? His girl voice to?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Dude, his voice training's about as good as fucking Cosmic Fox's is. That's for sure.
Well, I guess I've heard his voice so many times I can imitate his voice.
Ray's got a double lightsaber. Check that out.
Every time I hear his voice, I think of that Canadian comedian from Kids in the Hall that was on It's Pat that played the girlfriend. That was the guy. Hi. Like you know what I'm talking about, Caldy? Did you ever see It's Pat?
Yeah.
This is
And the guy that
Ray,
was the
double lightsaber.
The guy
I remember the sketches, but I never saw the movie.
But the guy
But
was
I
like
do remember Kids in the Hall.
Yeah.
Oh, Wally's back.
Well, I always wonder if people like that are trying. Like, Blair White sounds like a woman. Like, it's not hard to be a man and sound like a woman if you want to spend time learning how to do so. It's not like the world's hardest thing. So people like that really weird me out because I'm like, how do you seem like you have like zero voice training?
I don't know. No, Blair White doesn't sound like a woman to me.
Whoa, boy!
I know people that used to do like Call of Duty trolling with girl voices that have like more passable voices.
Yeah, back in what was it, the 360 days? They used to do that a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, I have it backwards.
I mean,
I don't know if they still do that stuff anymore.
Depending on the person, doing other voices isn't hard.
That's what I used to fucking do on Xbox. I used to like do fake voices and convince people I was a little kid or a girl.
Peter, what the hell?
Whoa, boy.
And then
Why did you do that?
because then guys would like hit on you. Because guys would like hit on you, then you'd get them to join them into their friend party. So you'd get them with like 6 of their friends, and then you just start talking like a dude and being like, "This guy was flirting with me. He's gay. He's gay as fuck. I'm 13. Not only is he gay, he's a pedophile. I'm 13."
I reiterate.
And the friggin' frog's gay.
I reiterate my Cleveland Brown impression. Peter, what the hell?
So yeah, that's what I used to get up to when I was 13. Ruining people's like whole online relationships with their friends.
It's super gay. I used to tell them it's gay all the time.
Dude, it is gay. People used to think that was like super funny though. Like girl voice trolling videos would get like over 1 million views on YouTube in like 2012 to 13.
Yeah, that stuff was really popular.
Dear God, send the fucking meteor.
I don't know. It was a trend. What can I say? And then
I think it was better than the kid voice shit, dude. The kid voice shit was the worst.
Dude, the COVID Discord troll or the COVID like Zoom and Omega trollings, those were so good. When people were going up in classes and stuff.
No, that's how funny. People. Isn't that how most people found out about that Too Mad guy who died? Was because he used to troll.
R.I.P. a king. Yeah, he overdosed on fentanyl. Fucking retard. But R.I.P.
How did I not hear about that? What did the dog do? How did I not hear about
Too Mad died like early 24, didn't he?
Maybe I did talk about it.
I want to say it's not 24 anymore.
Allegations, and he got addicted to like
He died
opiates.
last year.
Yeah, he died recently.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, no, he got a bunch of allegations on him, and then he became an addict, and then he fucking killed himself with fucking drugs.
Dang. Well, that's the crazy part about allegations. A lot of people do that.
A lot of the people I watch on YouTube are like close friends with him, and yeah, it was pretty fucking fucked whenever he died.
The problem was
Wait, let's back up. Most people don't do that with allegations. They don't do that, James. They don't.
It seems like they do.
No. Most people with allegations, they fight them. They don't just act as this world. No.
Well, maybe it's just because I've seen a lot of YouTube videos where people have done that. Or heard that people.
That might be it. That's
such a crash out dummy.
James,
like Too Mad was a crash out dummy. He caught allegations, and then he said his response to the allegations was, "I'll do it again." Like, no, he said it like 8 times. "I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again." And the allegations were him like beating and sexually assaulting a woman. Yeah, and he was like, "I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again."
He was gonna die regardless.
I mean, I should probably confess that while I was out with my girlfriend yesterday, gentlemen, I slapped a woman's ass in public without consent.
Oh my God. You fucking monster. You monster.
Not only did my girlfriend not consent, I did it again.
You're a little hard-headed, ain't you?
I
won't admit that on YouTube.
Wally, I'm going to give Evan the best name change ever after this one. Only Wally knows that joke.
I'm pretty sure the Bloodborne boss I'm at is a tribute to Verbal Combat, or at least to the losers of Verbal Combat, because the boss is called Living Failures.
It's rigged, bro. They threw me out for Bricky. That game's rigged.
It's rigged.
See, bank opens at 9 o'clock. I gotta go to the bank.
I've never lost anything in my life.
Yeah, the bank. There was a check I forgot to cash. that I
Wait,
need to
wait.
cash.
You're going to the bank right now?
No, at 9 o'clock.
It's gonna be closed. It's New Year's Day.
Yeah, they're not going to be open
It's a
anyway, dude.
bank holiday. You can go to an ATM.
Oh, I forgot.
James gonna
Today's
talk to a living
Bank holiday
person.
comes 6
I
days a
forgot. I don't know
week.
what I'm thinking. Today's
Everybody
New Year's.
standing
I don't know what I'm thinking.
Everybody speaks. Bank
I don't do
holiday
much for
comes
New
6
Year's. I'm
times
not
a
really a
year,
New
and
Year's
it's
kind of guy.
American
Hey,
time.
I don't have to think about that.
Hey, James, have you ever played this game?
What game?
The one's on my camera?
Baldur Gate.
Hold on, I gotta look. I've been cleaning my room.
He's got Baldur Gate pulled up. It's Baldur's Gate.
No, I never played Boulder
It's
Gate.
on discount right now too for
But I've heard
Is
it's
that the
lovely,
original?
Oh, it's a great game.
Is that the original Baldur Gate?
No, this is Boulder Gate 3.
3.
Oh, word.
Yeah, because you see the little 3s behind Boulder Gate.
Thanks, James.
Yeah.
Yeah, up on the screen.
Keep us updated.
I mean, shit, I didn't see it.
I know. Yeah. It's commentary on you and James.
Well, actually, I don't even think I have to go to the bank in order to get this.
That's why I was confused. I thought he was retro gaming for a second. I was like, the first Boulder Gate's old as hell.
It is. I have it, though.
I could
James,
probably go to the bank. Yeah.
James, if you got a check, can't you just take a picture of it, send it in?
Well, I could. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking through the bank app.
Yeah.
Like I could do that through the
Yeah,
bank
do
app.
that.
Use it.
Don't take a
Use
picture
it.
of your bank app on the stream.
No, I'm not taking a picture of my bank app on the screen.
Yeah, take a picture of the bank app and then send it to me, and I'll let you know if you're doing it right.
Yeah,
What are you
let's look into your
talking about?
here's
I
your
ain't an
login
idiot.
number, your account number.
I ain't an idiot, JS. Come on.
Yeah, James, you should test out your money transfer. I'll 100% send it back to you.
Not an idiot.
All Wally needs is your Cashapp pin. That's all he needs, and we're gonna test it out real quick.
And we'll test varieties too. You can send
Yeah,
5
but
right
my
away, and then
bank
I'll
won't
send 5
accept,
back, and then we'll move up to 100 to make sure your 100 works.
Yeah, my bank actually won't accept transfers below $500, so we can't test it out unless I get $500.
Ha ha ha, y'all. Ha, ha.
Hey, Goon, you like my barbarian here that I made?
Fuck yeah. That's he looks like he's a fucking like Skyrim Nord.
Yeah, that's kind of the inspiration I did for it. I
You
love
know what's
this game.
annoying is that when I have my PS5 hooked up to one of my computer monitors and I try to share my screen, it doesn't show the display. It shows the PC display.
Huh. That is annoying. I blame the communists for that, Wally.
I blame Big Capture Card for demanding I use a capture card.
Right.
Is it always big something with you, Wally? Big cartology, big. Now
It's
big
not
capture
always big
card.
stuff with you, James. That's your problem.
Well, that wasn't the point of my comment. My point of my comment
I'm
was
just
directed
saying.
towards Wally, not towards me. Who cares about me? I'm asking about Wally.
I care about you.
Yeah.
James, JS cares about you.
Gay. Not really.
Yeah.
If you were choking and JS was next to you, he'd put you on his lap and he'd burp you.
Okay. That does sound a little sus.
Gay.
If it would save your life, I might. If that was the key, I would do it. I would do it for you, James. There it is.
Okay.
Anyway.
You moving
Can we
right
all-
along.
Can we all agree that vampires with handlebar mustaches aren't scary?
I'm trying to check, so that's why.
Yeah, we can agree with that.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay.
Are you
look
talking
good.
about no
Wait, have you all seen that video of that little midget guy getting like coddled by fucking Mike Tyson?
What's his name?
Like Mike Tyson
Todd
thought this
Tesla?
midget was like a kid. He thought it was a little kid. So yeah, he's like giving him kisses on his cheek and shit. And it's like a grown
Yeah, he
man.
punched him. That's
He's like picking him up and like playing with him and playing boo with him.
That kid's awesome. That guy's awesome. Have you seen the videos? And he did a whole interview on the ice cream.
Yeah, the interview is so funny when they're like, "Did you know that that was a grown man?" And he just looks so sad, and he's like, "Oh my god." He's like, "No, I did not."
But
Yeah,
Goon, look at
Nosferatu is not scary.
look at the details on that, Goon, on the way that the face.
Holy fuck! Yeah, and you got like tattoos and shit.
Yeah, yeah.
I almost went and saw that. My mom was like, "What do you want to go see at the theaters?" I was like, "I've seen everything bootleg already. I don't need to go to the theaters."
That's the game where you can customize your dick size, right?
Yeah, you can. And whether or not you're circumcised or not.
I watched Squid Games 2 and Yellowstone.
You can also do that in Cyberpunk, and you can give yourself mechanical genitals.
Yeah.
Hey, Wally, does it refer to the original movie at all?
The game sounds weird.
I think with the way they try to film some of the shots,
The game sound weird.
They definitely do with Nosferatu. But here, there's just some weird things. Like, you know how in the trailers you have they have those aerial shots of like the shadow claw creeping over the village.
Yep.
Yeah, those are actually in the movie. Those aren't just like filler shots for the trailers. Those are in the movie. It looks really fucking pretentious on a big screen when you see it.
Man, I love that the original Nosferatu. I absolutely loved it.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well, it's a remake of a remake, but I mean, they didn't. The soundtrack, I think there were some scenes where they tried to do something similar to like the silent film, but it just
didn't
they
transfer.
make so many like questionable choices with that movie, and one of them is that you spend half of the movie getting indirect or incomplete face shots of Bill Skarsgård in full vampire face.
So it's like a Godzilla movie, but with vampires.
It's just the way they end up doing it, like, it's not scary, and really, like, Depp's daughter, I think she's overacting and really out of control in with most of those scenes, and really, I think most people in it are overacting to some degree. And it just made us start laughing at it. Like,
I hate overacting.
Like, not one, like, I went to see it I took my girlfriend and my son on Christmas to go see it, and all three of us started laughing our asses off at different times in the movie. Because then there's other scenes where, like, it goes from all this overacting, over dramatic horror to sounding like you're in an ASMR. And then all this other stuff that's supposed to be like oddly, awkwardly, uncomfortably sexual. And it's like, they thought this was brilliant. That is the conclusion I reached as I was watching it. They thought they were making something brilliant. Like, this guy was jerking himself off while he directed it. He had to have been. He was writing this he was writing this with one hand, filming it with one hand, but then the other hand was down his pants the whole fucking time.
Yeah.
Like, he thought this was,
yeah.
Like, Robert Eggers thought this was brilliant. Like, it's so self-congratulatory. Like, and it's weird because, like, I really liked The Northman. I thought that was a great fucking movie.
That was excellent.
Like, this guy does some shit that I think can be brilliant.
Yeah, that's his best movie by far, for sure.
Oh, yeah. And like I didn't I wasn't really into the lighthouse. Like the lighthouse didn't really do it for me, and the lighthouse is kind of like in some ways it's more of this.
What about the scene in the lighthouse where they fart and then they laugh about it?
I watched,
but it's
The
like you
Lighthouse.
look
I
at
didn't
how
think it
the
was that
ending
good.
with the lighthouse works and everything, and like
Wait, so then you know what scene I'm talking about? The scene where he farts and then they laugh
I'm
about
talking
it.
about like I think ultimately it seems like the only thing that probably frustrated Eggers in this with Nosferatu is that unlike the lighthouse, he had to write an ending that made sense.
Yeah, I barely even remember that Lighthouse movie.
Again, it's like there are very few. I like black and white as a film format. Like I love there's so much old shit I love that's in black and white. I wish people would still utilize it more often today.
Like Night of the Hunter, right? That's a great black and white movie.
Yeah.
You seen that movie?
That's one of the best ones.
I know.
The only one that guy directed.
Yeah, Charles Laughton.
Yeah, Charles
Bro,
Laughton.
soap operas hit hard in black and white. Like I feel like most of soap operas dying is that they're not black and white anymore.
I wish it was used. I wish black and white was used more often than it is in film, especially when you're doing cool shit with it, like Sin City.
Yeah.
But like in the present day, like it's still done, but it's done so rarely that the only times you're really seeing people film something in black and white is when the director is purposely trying to just be a pretentious windbag.
I hope I have all
Like
these
now,
pieces set
like
up right.
it's the only people who are generally using it now are people who are just using it to like it's cinematographic masturbation for those directors, basically.
I do think there was a great narrative reason why they did the black and white and the color scenes in Oppenheimer, you know. Because it was
I wasn't
meant
even
to
thinking about Oppenheimer. I was directly thinking about like I only could think of like the lighthouse and maybe
Well,
like,
yeah, Robert Eggers, he basically thinks he's God's greatest gift to filmmaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could not stay awake during Oppenheimer. Every single time I've tried to watch it, I've fallen asleep.
It was the only Christopher Nolan movie that let me down so far.
Yep.
There's a
I actually liked it a lot.
H.P. Lovecraft.
I thought it was very powerful, and I was
not horrible, but it just wasn't
as
good as I was hoping it would.
it kept me. I mean, let's be honest. Unless you're talking about a movie like Tenet or the ending of Interstellar, let's not try to put this at the very end of. I mean, because that's the worst part of his movies.
Tenet was good. I like Tenet. A lot of people didn't like Tenet. I like Tenet.
Tenet was good. Interstellar was great.
Interstellar got slow and it got a little weird at the end, but
the end was gay as fuck, but doesn't matter.
I was about to say the ending of Interstellar is like the worst ending to a movie ever.
The ending, well, the ending was like watching Contact. It was like, oh, it's her fucking father. Yeah,
yeah.
But it's getting to that.
Yeah,
I thought it was all right, but I didn't think Oppenheimer was horrible. It just I didn't fall asleep during it like Caldy, but yeah.
I literally put Oppenheimer up
did
with
another historical movie. It was a war movie, and I didn't really...
Wolf Hall on PBS. Like you put one of those two on, you're gonna go out real fucking quick.
I fell asleep during Bohemian Rhapsody.
The guy in Oppenheimer, that actor's really good.
You know, we went and saw. This is more for Caldy, but my wife and I and my father-in-law went and saw the Bob Dylan movie, and we liked it. It was good. I thought it was good. Edward Norton as Pete Seeger, Caldy, amazing.
I don't know anything about the history of that, but I like Edward Norton.
I'm I just know I'm gonna hate it when I see it. I just know I'm gonna hate it when I see it.
That's what my father-in-law thought too, as well, and he
All
was
right, you know
pleasantly
what?
surprised.
One movie where I thought, like a biopic movie where I thought everybody, like top to bottom, absolutely fucking nailed it, was the Motley Crue movie, The Dirt.
We
That was a
watched.
terrible movie. Wally,
I
what are
love
you
that
talking
movie.
about?
It's one of my favorite musical biopics. I loved it.
It's terrible.
That movie was a riot. And like, if you're an 80s heavy metal fan, like, it's just so much fucking fun.
Hold on.
Even like the Ozzy guy, whoever they got to do the Ozzy cameo, he acted like Ozzy perfectly. And that scene is a true story. They tuned down.
Now, okay, all right. As far as capturing what was going on the tours and stuff like that, yes, they got it right. Other than that, no.
They actually had to tone down some of the shit, especially where Ozzy was
100
involved, because
100% they did.
the true
100%.
stories were too much.
Yeah.
The greatest
Wally-
music movie of all time will always be This is Spinal Tap.
Yeah, and the
Changed
true
my mind.
story is they're probably like fucking 16-year-old girls.
Wally, you like wrestling. We watched, me and my mom and my brother watched Iron Claw with Zac Efron.
Great movie.
It was a really good movie, super depressing. I was like, this is not a good holiday movie to watch with your brothers and your mom. Like, they all die. It's horrible. It's sad, but it was a good movie.
Well, they actually
and Zac Efron was
actually-
jacked as fuck. Like, that was
They
crazy.
actually condensed it because in real life they had to write the fifth brother out of the movie because they didn't want to
It's
have
too
to
much.
kill another character off.
Well, have you
Yeah,
seen, JS, have you
they had
seen
to compact-
Zac Efron's face?
Yeah, that's what Joey kept saying is he got some stuff done to his face, but
Well,
I don't
that's
know
not.
about
He
all
says that he fell. He said he fell and he hit his face on like the corner of a table.
Oh, I don't know, but in the movie he's just jacked. He's obviously on steroids, but it's
Some of the guys did a really good job as far as like the people who were like supposed to be impersonating someone. There were a lot of lookalikes in the Iron Claw and sound-alikes who did a really great job.
Oh,
And
it
like
was the pacing was good, but I mean it's hard pacing when you got to kill off the four main
Like,
characters in like
if
2
you go
hours.
back, like if you watch like some actual
Spoiler alert, but
like,
it's real life thing, so I guess it's history. But
like if you watch some actual like footage of the Von Erich family from back in the day in Texas, like the guy playing Fritz Von Erich absolutely nailed it. That I believed that was Fritz Von Erich for a minute there. Like
yeah,
he
it's just sad,
absolutely
like,
killed it.
the one brother wanted to play music, but he ended up getting it. Oh man, that was a sad movie.
Yeah, and like I said, the real story is even more depressing, but they had to cut some characters out just for like
the fifth brother's
runtime
not even in
and
it.
everything else.
They mention one brother, and then if you read the true story, another one of them actually, I don't know. They say he
and like
he
there's
dies in
stuff
the
that
war or
like
something, but really it was suicide.
yeah, and like there's stuff where as a wrestling fan it can be frustrating if you really know the history of like the territory days of wrestling because there is so much stuff there that is wrong because of how they had to simplify the story. So it's not even if the history's not inaccurate, it's not presented correctly either in some instances.
Yeah, we didn't know all the history and stuff. I was wondering about that.
Yeah,
but-
because like there's a lot of context for for like why some things aren't presented if you know they happened. Like, and a lot of it is because the youngest brother got written out of the film. And
they mentioned
with
him, but it's just quick. Yeah, probably just for runtime.
no. There was another brother who was alive, who was the last one to die, who was written out of the film. So basically, the Mike Von Erich brother in this movie is a composite of Mike and Chris Von Erich, who was not written into the film.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't
And
know all
because
this.
Chris was not in the film, they couldn't create certain scenes that happened. Like they couldn't actually do what was done during like the David Von Erich memorial show where Fritz came out of retirement. They don't film that because he came out of retirement in a 6-man tag match that involved Chris.
Well, they probably cut it on purpose, right?
The filmmaker basically got permission from Kevin Von Erich and his family to write Chris out because of the reason that they really thought it was going to be too much for the audience to go through a fourth brother killing himself.
Yeah, because one of them they mention 5 brothers in the movie, and one of them they say he's the oldest brother and he died when he was 5, and so they just
Yes, but that's because in real life there were 6 Von Erichs.
Oh, okay. So you only
There
hear about
was
5 in the movie. You hear the one that died, then there's the 4 in the movie. 2 kill themselves, 1 dies in war, and then Kevin, and then the older brother you hear about that died when he was 5. But you're saying there was a 6th one. Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as far
and that's
as
what
like
Google said
as
because
far
we were
as
looking into
brothers
it on
who
Google, and it's like another brother killed himself. And
yeah, as far as Von Erichs who all lived into adulthood and were wrestling because yeah, Jack Adkisson Jr. died in like an electrocution accident when he was like 5 or 6 years old, stepped in a mud puddle near a power line, got electrocuted. But
that's crazy, dude.
Otherwise, it was David, Kevin, Kerry, Mike, and Chris.
Yeah, they don't
And it's
mention
actually it's very much disputed that David Von Erich, whether or not he actually died of what the family's always claimed when he was in Japan, because they've never made the autopsy report public.
Right, they said it
And
was
a
an
lot of
intestinal
wrestlers
thing or
have.
something.
Well, a lot of
Well,
wrestlers.
depending on how it's done, Japan doesn't release their autopsy reports to the public.
Well, they would get it. Well, here's the thing: is that the autopsy report, the family would have gotten.
Yeah, the family would get it. Yeah.
Because he's an American citizen who died abroad, the embassy has to do a death report. So they would get the Japanese documents. Yes, Japan would probably give those.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they wouldn't have the documents. I'm just saying.
They would.
Yeah, they would
also
definitely have the documents.
Yeah, they'd have been an autopsy report in English through the embassy.
Yeah, I was just saying that's probably why it's not public though, because like our autopsy reports are public. If you want to check someone's autopsy report, you can just go do it.
Yeah, they have never released the autopsy report. They claim that it was gastroenteritis, that his stomach ruptured in his sleep and he just died in a hotel room.
That's what they said in the movie, and he was puking blood in the movie the night.
Well, because the thing is like it causes abrasions in your stomach and your esophagus that are and in your intestines that are extremely painful. You drink a lot of alcohol to numb the pain from them when you're
Which doesn't make
experiencing
it
them.
better because your blood gets thinner. Yeah, that's probably not a good.
Yeah, and so like they said, like they claimed like he had a huge meal. Once they did the promos for the Japanese shows, they went out, he ate a ton. They got back to the hotel. He told the guy, I'm going to call my wife. And he said, okay, and closed the hotel door. He's like, I left the room. I closed his door. David Von Erich sitting on the side of the bed near the night table about to get the phone, and that's where they found him dead the next day. And so like some people have said his life probably could have been saved if he'd had somebody with him, because he ruptured in the middle of the night and nobody was there to call an ambulance for him. He didn't have a roommate at the hotel.
Right.
But other people have, like Ric Flair has said over the years that it was drugs, that some other guys who traveled to Japan back in the day with the NWA said it was drugs. Other people have specifically said Bruiser Brody went into the hotel room, took a bag of coke out of the room, and flushed it down the toilet in another.
Well, that would kind of explain why the family would be hiding the autopsy report, right?
Yeah, and Bruiser Brody was very close to the Von Erichs because outside of his time in Puerto Rico, Brody only wrestled for the Von Erichs in Texas when he was with the NWA.
Yeah, because if the world didn't know he was an addict, I could definitely see his family hiding that up for him after he's dead.
You also have to consider, like, back in the day, like, the popularity of wrestling, especially in particular parts of the country. The Von Erichs were, like, clean-cut superstars in Texas. And it would have ruined the entire family's reputation, and it would have tanked their business if David Von Erich was a drug addict.
Yeah. And now a lot of wrestlers are on drugs. Like, it's a painful job, and they're on opiates and uppers for traveling and sleep medications. And
oh, please. Well, not anymore, because now the schedules have gotten so much lighter, even for WWE. It's bizarre to see it.
That's actually one of my favorite Randy Savage interviews, the one where he's just openly talking about how he did steroids and how everyone used to do it and how the cat's out of the bag.
Yep.
Well, here's the thing about the steroid scandal in wrestling. It was always retarded. It was always retarded.
Well, most of these people that are like care so much about people being all natural don't work out at all. Because if they worked out at all, they would realize these people definitely aren't all natural just by looking at them.
Yeah, and the people who claim to care about it are the reason why like 70% of wrestling looks like ballet nowadays, because it's kids in their 20s who are like 5'8" and 120
Literally
pounds.
Logan Paul.
Yeah. With some exceptions, like I said, about 70% of the modern wrestling business are men who look like gymnasts. And their wrestling matches is just Cirque du Soleil bullshit for 20 minutes.
This red thing I just built is Vader's cell, because it's Jedi Vader, and this is Dark Side.
Yeah, because I will give
Millennium Falcon. So Vader goes in the red cell here. At least that's where the display is showing me to put him, but he can't go in there with.
I will give Logan Paul that. He is jacked. He's definitely on them roids.
I mean, I have always, I will say, like, Logan Paul is somebody who, you know, he's, as a celebrity who's gotten involved in wrestling physically, because there aren't many anymore that really do. Even though that Paul Walter Hauser guy loves doing indie wrestling for some reason. And then there was that time Stephen Amell got into wrestling while he was doing Arrow years ago. And Amell had a really good wrestling match out of that, like for about 20 minutes, and he worked his ass off. So like
If I think about like wrestlers, like WWE wrestlers that did other sports, the only one I can really think about is Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, because Lesnar did football and MMA outside of wrestling.
That's Luke's surfboard. We just put hippie Luke's surfboard on the wall of the Death Star.
Dude, Brock Lesnar used to have like the best fucking UFC fights in his prime. His fucking fights were
a lot
like
of the
killer.
guys now for like the longest time, a lot of guys that go into wrestling that are coming from like other sports are usually coming from football, because either they're college guys who didn't make the NFL draft, so they started training in wrestling, or they're guys whose NFL ship has sailed and they're training and they're getting into wrestling in their 30s.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of those people, they're still extremely fit. They just can't run anymore.
Yeah.
Especially like when you're talking about like football and shit like that, there are so many leg-related injuries to football that just put you out. You're just done.
Or there's just some guys that aren't even injured, just kind of like they're like getting any kind of stardom level in the NFL has kind of passed them by. So like they're just not a big star, and then they get bored with the NFL.
Wally, you and I are gonna have to do a wrestling stream one of these days because you and I can tell are big fans because I mean, just the stuff that I see you wear and the stuff that you know, and you probably watched a lot of the same great matches that I did back in the early 2000s.
I grew up watching. Bro, I grew up watching Bobby Heenan and Gorilla Monsoon hosting primetime wrestling with my grandmother when I was 3 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that.
You see Mae Willis take her top off? Or May, what was her name?
Mae Young.
What
Mae
the
Young?
fuck?
Mae Young
No,
take her
let
top.
me tell
Mae
you
Young got
something.
slammed through the Dudley Bros through a table.
That was
awesome.
random.
Let me tell you.
I like
something.
that segue, Josh. I like that segue.
That was completely random, though.
Josh knew what he was doing.
Not only was like this is how
Dude, I saw
this
old
is how
lady titties at a WWF pay-per-view when I was like 10 years old. I was like, dang.
Okay.
She got topless.
Nobody
She was like
wanted to
80 years
believe.
old and topless. And she went through a
Nobody
table.
wanted to believe that everything in wrestling is 100% real more than my grandmother, because here's how based my grandmother was as a wrestling fan. One of her favorite parts of wrestling in the late 90s and 2000s became women getting put through tables.
Yeah. Awesome.
And that became one of her favorite remarks. Was every Monday she became like the world's oldest living Dudley Boys fan because she just wanted to see them keep putting Mae Young and Moolah through tables.
Yeah.
My grandmother used to be like, "Well, I wonder what broad's going through the table tonight."
Nice.
But I'll tell you what, Wally. When I met Ric Flair, that was like it was an amazing experience, you know.
Dude, Ric Flair on Kill Tony is one of the funniest fucking.
No, oh my god, it was
It's one of
so
the
bad.
saddest.
It was
It's
so
sad. It's sad. That
it's funny because
they're
it's
trying
so
to make
sad.
us depressed. It's a comedy show, Rick.
that
Damn.
dude was so drunk he didn't need to be there.
I don't know.
And I'm saying this.
He was drunk and old, and yeah, it was rough.
You know who were actually
He was out of his
very
mind.
You know who were actually very, very chill guys when I met him at a meet and greet once, John, were Sid Vicious and Jeff Jarrett.
That's awesome.
This was it. I went to a WCW house show in like 99 in Lowell, Massachusetts, when WCW was on the down trend. So this is like 99, 2000. So this was when Sid Vicious and Jarrett were in the company at the same time briefly.
My
but
friend,
also the nicest guy you could ever meet back then, David Flair.
Yeah.
David was like just a sweetheart of a human being. Like,
I just love that my mom was talking to Bill Goldberg and he was like, "Yeah, I'm in sports entertainment," and he was talking about his cat. You know,
Eddie Guerrero.
Like David was so unlike his dad. It's not even funny. Like he just seemed to be like glad people wanted to talk to him and like take pictures with.
But that was always my favorite group to cheer for was the Four Horsemen. I loved the Four Horsemen. You know.
Yeah, I'll still pull up the Four Horsemen theme on my Spotify every so often.
You guys like hate new wrestling, or you guys like only into old school stuff?
Well, it was so damn good. It was so damn good in the early 2000s. It's so hard to like even measure it. It's
well,
like
not even just new. I mean, like anywhere from like 2000s onward.
I still like a lot of the new stuff. It's just like
I lost interest after 2010 because
a lot
of things changed in wrestling around that time.
I mean, I watch a lot of wrestling from Japan just because I'm up all night anyway, and it's live at like 4 a.m. Eastern time.
Eddie Guerrero went to the gym that my mom instructed there, and my dad went there.
Oh,
and
his
I would
daughter is
take it.
fucking based. You should have seen her rant on Instagram about people a couple weeks ago. Her telling them like what her father would have really thought when about abortion. She was like, "No, my father was a proud Christian man, and he'd have applauded the Supreme Court. You don't know him like you think you
Eddie
do."
Guerrero was
Damn.
I'm like, damn, his daughter's fucking based.
I'm
Yeah.
Eskimo Brothers with John Cena. True story.
What the fuck?
True story.
I met Cena's dad once.
Cena used to hang out at the Lutz LA hangout. The Lutz
Yeah, that's
area
more about
hangout.
what I was asking about. Basically, was like, what do you guys think about like the John Cenas? They're like even a little bit older, like Rock, like Dwayne the Rock Johnson. Do you guys
The
like hate
Rock
these
was
guys?
awesome.
What do you feel
When I
about
was
them?
into wrestling,
Rock
it
was
was
good.
The Rock.
Okay, I
Stone
remember when
Cold,
The Rock
Mick
first came
Foley.
on was first put on TV as Rocky Maivia. So like
Yes. Yeah.
like
The Rock was a boss when he
like
was-
Goon, a lot of there are some guys who have been out in the past few years that have definitely become like favorites of mine to watch. Like I could not watch WWE for almost a year after Bray Wyatt died. It just wasn't the same for me.
Right. But you know what? I think, Wally, I don't think it ever got as good as NWA. I mean, I love watching Kevin Nash and just all those guys come in and just wreck shit, and spoil shit up,
Oh,
They were
I
the bad
remember
boys. I liked
the
it.
NWO era was insane. Like
Yeah,
people
it was
don't
good.
even like people do
My,
not
my
know what
only
it's like.
experience is my dad used to look up YouTube highlight compilations, and this is back when like YouTube was in its infancy, and he would look up Undertaker compilations. It would be like Undertaker throughout like multiple matches doing stuff, and he would talk to me about how cool Undertaker is.
That's some epic content. Can't be mad at that.
Now tell me this, John. I want this. This has been my greatest dream that I know I'll never have because it can never happen. But
Right.
wouldn't it be great if they did? Let me pitch this movie, this wrestling biopic movie here to
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
The American Dream, starring Chris Farley as Dusty Rhodes.
Yes. That would be awesome.
Just
How do y'all feel about all the Hulk Hogan hate?
Chris Farley's
natural
dead.
hair color. I know, but like the way he could do impersonations and the way he could do voices, like he had the ability to do a really great Dusty Rhodes impersonation,
And he was a
physically
great
looked-
physical comedian too.
Yeah, and he could do the physical comedy. He had like the stage energy that Rhodes would have in his promos, just doing shit like like when he would do like the Matt Foley sketches on SNL and like the whole van down by the river. But that's like the kind of manic energy you'd have to play Dusty Rhodes right.
Yeah, you would. What were you saying, Goon, about Hulk Hogan?
They
Oh, I was saying, have you guys heard about all the shit, like how everyone like hates Hulk Hogan now?
Yeah, because he endorsed Trump.
Well, I've heard more about than that. I mean, people have like been calling him a liar and shit. Apparently, he like lied. I didn't really care to look
he
into
endorses
it.
Trump. That's a bunch of
Well,
lame
no, Josh.
attacks.
To be fair,
he's always had drama.
Well,
He's had
Hogan's
some
also
issues.
always had revisionist history of things, even
Yes.
if everything
Yeah.
else contradicts him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not surprised by that. And also,
Okay,
he probably
okay.
only showed up
Okay,
to the
all right,
Trump
all
thing
right.
because he probably got a paycheck. Like,
No, I'm very curious. What did Hulk Hogan lie about that is going to affect my life? Please fucking tell me. What did
Well, none
Hulk
of it should
Hogan
affect
lie
your
about
life,
that is going to
No,
affect
nothing
my
that
life?
affects you, but just like when he like
Yeah,
gives
the fans probably care.
he gives a lot of revisionist history about stuff involving other people that hasn't been true. Like,
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't care, but there just are autistic fans who do care, and that's just the way it is. That they don't lie about stuff like that.
I'm sorry. Wally, you meant every fucking celebrity that opens their mouth at some point.
Yeah, but when Hogan does it, it's so reliable. It's become a game to like catch what he gets wrong in every interview or what he's like giving a different version of. Like, is this the second, third, fourth, fifth time he's told the story? What's changing this time?
Let's just put it this way: Hulk Hogan is the Steven Seagal of wrestling.
There we go.
Oh shit. That's rough. That's rough.
I heard about it through a guy called Too Lazy to Try, and I'm pretty sure he does not make left-leaning content. So I'm pretty sure it was just some guy complaining about the fact that he lies.
But
he's probably a wrestling fan who doesn't like that Hogan's like blown up like stadium numbers and like made up records
I'm
he's
on
never
bag A.
held.
We got a lot of
like-
archways.
I mean, Hulk Hogan will always be his hype man, and you can't divorce that from him.
Oh yeah, Hogan's a mark for himself, as wrestling fans would put it. He's a mark for himself. He believes all his own bullshit, no matter what.
Yeah,
earnestly believes it.
Hold on,
like Ernest.
Yeah, Ernest goes to camp.
Well, Ernest saves Christmas. Ernest
Ernest goes to
school. Ernest goes to the military.
Ernest goes to camp is the best one of them all.
Ernest goes to hell.
I mean, Ernest goes to
Steven Seagal is so fucking
everywhere
rough.
and just everywhere.
What the fuck are we talking about right now?
Let me put it to you this way.
Acid trip.
I'll do one better than John. When it comes to historical accuracy, Hogan is the Frank Dukes of wrestling.
Yes, that's a spot on. That's spot on.
I don't get it. I'm too young.
No. These guys have gone like Super Saiyan nerd talk on us right now. Super Saiyan.
Hey, we like our nerd talk.
You never heard of Frank Dukes, Caldy?
No.
Okay, well, according to Frank Dukes...
Hold up, Wally. Let me give you like my wrestling background.
No, it's not wrestling.
He's not wrestling. He's not
Yeah,
wrestling.
so here's Frank
what the
Dukes
fuck?
in 5 seconds. According to Frank Dukes, the Jean-Claude Van Damme movie Bloodsport is a true story based on his life.
Shit,
Yeah.
I have heard of that guy. I have heard of that guy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have
According
heard
to
of that
him,
guy.
Bloodsport
Yeah.
is a true story.
Shit, I forgot about that guy. Fuck.
You just,
I'm gonna
you just have,
I'm gonna
just
have to I'm
you have to
gonna
just get-
I'm gonna go ahead, buddy.
I was gonna say you just got to get past the fact that Wally and I have a secondhand language because we have a lot of the same interests. And we're around the same age, right? I think we were born the same year, actually.
Yeah, I'm 85.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
I was-
85. I thought you were 81, but no, so you're younger
No,
than
I'm
I am.
85. I was what was it? Same year as WrestleMania 3.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
You old
I don't think I was
farts.
born for WrestleMania
You old
3,
fart.
but I came out the same
Wally's
year.
only 2 years older than me. I don't know about this stuff.
Caldy. Can you
What?
really?
What-
Can you
what's
really
wrong?
talk on that oldness thing?
Caldy isn't old. He's like 36.
I'm not
What
old.
are you talking about?
Look at me, dude.
He's 36.
Actually,
Old as hell, get mogged. Me and James are like 25. James is probably 25. I'm 24.
I'm 27, but
Look, I mean, look,
I'm 120.
Caldy is
almost
obviously
28
like,
this year.
Caldy doesn't look a day over 21. He's so baby.
120.
I mean,
Yeah,
look
I'm
at him.
1,000 years
Look,
old.
look. Hey guys, real quick. Look at this baby face right here.
Yeah, you don't look a day over 21, or you'd have a beard. So you
Yeah.
can't
Yeah,
Baby face.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Keep living in that delusion. Keep living in that delusion.
I'm wearing a fucking rock t-shirt. Come
All I
on.
can say is keep living in that delusion.
I'm drinking a beer. I'm obviously 23 years old.
Keep living in
And
that
I
delusion.
obviously am 43, almost 44. I don't look it, but I am.
I'm 20.
Maybe it's the hair.
Yeah, it's the fact that it's
Whatever.
it's the fact that I don't have facial hair and never will.
I just had a birthday and I was for a
Well, John, it's also because at the right angle, you've got thinning man's hair on a young man's face.
Yeah, true. True.
What, Wally? You'll appreciate this. I just had a birthday, and I was thinking about going on verbal combat and just continually telling people that I had a birthday.
If it's not on your birthday, it's not special. Mine
That's
was
true.
on my birthday.
No,
The
I'm
bell
talking about. I'm talking
the
about.
bell rang on my birthday, even though it was November 30th by 4 a.m. The bell rang on my birthday.
So
you actually weren't who I was talking about, buddy.
Oh yeah, Evan did that too.
Yes, that's what I was getting at.
I
Yeah.
was on there a day before or 2 days before my birthday, and it didn't help anything. Not this recent time, but one time.
Josh, I wanted you to win on Friday just because of your debate
should
with
have.
Effigy because Effigy choked so bad.
He didn't say
With-
nothing.
did.
He didn't have anything to say. And I kept giving pauses, and I was like, well, we can't just have dead air.
He
So if they're-
rarely has anything to say. What he does is he obfuscates, and then people think that's argument. So it's not.
But he does bring up civil rights in every verbal combat. At least once or whenever he's on the stream, he'll
Well, and
bring
he
it up.
also loves bringing up no true Scotsman when it does not apply.
Right.
Because I argued with him and he doesn't, and he somehow
I didn't want
won
James
that
to be in it. When
vote,
James picked
but-
Effigy, I was like, oh, let's go. Me and Effigy. I want to see what he's got to say about civil rights because I could talk about that for hours. But
Yeah, I was wild that night. I was putting everybody.
Yeah,
against
you
Yeah,
you
I
were
was sided with me, James.
you
Yeah.
were fucking hot as shit last Friday, James. What was up with you, dude?
I don't know. I just had a
he's trying to
little
get
bit
me
of a
off
bug.
there.
Me and JS was there just to get on his nerves a little bit, and then I had to get Eternal off before I got on there. So
You could have kept her. You could have sided with me and
I
her.
knew you could get rid of Eternal for me, so I wanted to get rid of Eternal. There, JS. So I knew you could get rid of her.
Why would you want to get rid of that beautiful lady? Why would you want that beautiful lady off the panel?
That's
James?
true. That's true. Definition, not mine.
I don't understand what's going on here, James.
He's got boobies.
That's your definition, not mine.
You're the one who needs to talk to her and learn to debate and talk with women and not get nervous.
Yes. Yeah.
No thanks. I'll skip.
No, James. Like that's the lady that's going to teach you how to
You
talk.
know, James, when I called Effigy out on civil rights and I was like, I want to talk about civil rights with you. Let's go. You should have known, oh, JS knows about this and he's about to go ham. And you should have just sided with me, and me and you could have rode to glory, James.
That's right.
But you
No.
No, what are you saying? You're racist, JS.
Racist.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
He's
you
racist.
called it. Yeah, you
Did
called
I?
him racist. Yeah,
Did I?
yeah,
You
You're
can't-
racist.
You can't be
That's
racist.
hard. That's hard to do when you
James
don't
says
believe in the
that's
idea of a
not real.
race. That's
You
hard
can't
to
be
do.
racist, Josh.
How do you call
James
someone a
said that's
racist when you don't
real.
believe in the concept of a race? Like, how does that
He
work?
didn't call me racist, but he did bring up
How
race.
does that-
He's like, well, does that seem a little racist? And I was like, I don't believe in racism. What are you talking about? You don't know who you're talking to.
Well, if you don't believe in racism, you can't call Josh a racist.
Right. There's no
Right.
such thing. So
Right.
Well, I didn't know from his. I was
and
looking
I
at it from
can't be
possibly his
mentally
worldview.
ill.
I
if
didn't know
mental
how he
illness
felt about
doesn't
that or
exist,
not.
you know?
That's
There
not
we
him
go.
saying that they
There
shouldn't
we
have
go.
rights, though.
Shots
It seemed
fired.
like,
I mean, you're both mentally ill if racism's not. If you think race isn't real, but
No,
well,
race is real, but racism isn't real.
Mm,
The belief in race is a false belief.
well, if race is real, how can you not be racist? If race is real,
You can't.
if
be
you hate
racist.
someone of a particular race, then you would be considered racist. by that
Yeah, you're
logic.
probably just dumb and angry.
Dumb and angry.
Yep.
Angry at who? A certain
Angry at
particular
yourself,
race.
angry at everyone.
I mean,
That's why Hitler didn't just
I wouldn't
kill
say
Jews,
everyone.
He killed
How can you be
gypsies
angry
and
at
gay
everyone if you're
people
angry at
and
a
black
particular
people and
race?
people that look like him.
Like if there's races.
so Josh, would you agree that proximity between groups creates conflict between groups?
Yes.
And that would make
no, James. So okay, so then if we were going, so then in order to mitigate conflict, one thing groups would probably do is create exclusionary factors that separate them from other groups. Correct?
Yeah, I know where you're going with this, but you have one flaw. But go ahead, keep going.
Well, I'm just saying that. So now, hypothetically, if you had groups of varying skin colors, they would probably list the varying skin colors as exclusionary traits, and would be telling people, "Hey, don't mix with people who aren't in our group because we just don't like them, or we just don't want."
But that's
them
no
integrating.
different. So different groups in a small area would probably have similar skin colors, but they would differentiate between each other based off of their like cultural practices and the colors
But if
of
there were,
clothes
but
that
if
they
they were
wear.
different skin colors, then race can always be an exclusionary criteria, and using any kind of exclusionary criteria can be labeled something-ism or something-ist.
It can be, but it would be dumb. It would be
Like literally, people will say you are
it would be like
sizist if
labeling.
you discriminate.
No,
against
Wally, that makes no sense. But also, man and woman have a very stringent scientific definition. There's no depth and complexity to words, except for when Josh decides.
Wait, what?
I
The
can't
whole
tell if I want
concept
to
is
tell-
upon this
I
whole
can't
like
tell
the
if I
whole
should-
concept you have is on the subjectivity of words, but you only apply them whenever the subjectivity of words
Man and
applies
woman
to
is
you.
not a subjectivity in words thing. Skin tone is
Yeah, it
based off
is.
pigment
Yeah, it
and
is.
melanin.
Yeah,
It's
it
based
is.
off the sunlight.
Yeah, it is.
So different groups in a small area, they're all going to have similar skin colors, and we're going to tell each other apart by the clothes we wear and what we do in our cultures. And so skin color is no different than Crips and Bloods, one wearing blue and one wearing red. It's just a
All right,
it's just an
18-year-old black male
identifier.
fucks a 18-year-old black man fucks a woman, leaves her with the kid, bails out on the family. Is that a man?
18-year-old black man. No, that's a boy.
Fucks a woman, knocks her up, bails out on the family. Is that a man?
That's a boy.
All right, if he's 20, is he a man? At what age does he become a man, even though that he's not doing the responsibilities of a man?
A man is a male who became man by turning to God.
I thought it was just someone with a dick.
You know, you're born again as a man. You're born of your father.
I thought it was just someone with a dick.
No, that's a male.
So once again, I was correct when I said
No,
words
he's a
like
boy.
man and
He's
woman
not a
are
woman.
subjective.
I mean, he
and
acts
they have
like
different
he might be
applications.
I just love how y'all all stuck up on all these particulars.
He might not. He
I'm
might
gonna
be,
sound like
he might be acting like a woman, but he's still a male.
I'm gonna sound like Andrew Wilson.
He's just not a man.
That's not. But what I'm trying to say is there's
I'm not saying
things
he's a
that are
woman.
subjective
You're
that we
saying
agree upon. I mean, you
gender-
could go
you're
even
saying
deeper.
you're
Like the
comparing-
way that you say that like mental health isn't real. Like you could apply your same arguments to things like good and bad.
No.
Like morality is not real. Everything's subjective. Things are just words that we garner to put on top of things that we identify.
You're right. If
So
you don't,
none of it's
you're right.
real,
If you don't
but-
believe in God, you're right. But I believe in God, so
I
it's
don't-
not. So psychology is of the mind, and it's lies in our mind, and we're supposed to bring our. So from Christian ethics, I can differentiate what I want to stand behind and what I don't want to stand behind. So morality. I mean, if you want to get into like what's real and what's not real, morality is an idea. I don't even know if I would say it's real. But yeah, I can justify morality. I can't justify thoughts.
I mean, the best way I could put it is that everything can be debated upon, but certain things are not worth debating upon, or you shouldn't
So
debate
man
upon.
and woman is not the
Like-
same as race. You're conflating race with gender or sex. Synonymous, same thing. Gender
Yeah, I
and
think
sex, same thing.
race and gender are pretty close. Whenever like usually when you fill out your gender, underneath is your
if you
race.
think gender is a social construct, then yeah, that makes perfect sense. You're right, but I don't believe.
Josh,
I don't think gender is a social construct. Like that's the thing. I think that like biology is a thing, but there's also deeper levels of speech that go into
I'm
everything that
saying
we
race
say.
is real. There are different races. There are different skin colors. right?
Okay, so Josh, if we had decided, thousands of years ago, if everybody just decided, hey, we're gonna point arrows at any boats full of people who look different from us and tell them to turn back around where they came from.
It's not because they look
are we
different. It's
being
because, well, yeah. No, but that's
Are
not
we
racist. That's safe. You don't know what the people are doing.
Are we being colorist? Are we being
You're saying the
what?
Sinhalese, you're saying the Sinaloan people, when they're arrowing up preachers and stuff, that's racism?
No, I'm saying I am pointing to, we're just going to put people with like bows and arrows and muskets all along the shorelines. And if we see boats coming up full of people who don't look like us, go back where you came from.
Like, because I could accept that, like, racism is a socially constructed idea, but literally so is like rape and murder.
Yeah, racism.
Josh,
Like, offer you the same argumentation. I can literally say rape and murder is not real.
Yeah. Hold real quick. Josh, are you going for like Farney's definition of racism?
I've done a debate on this before. My definition of racism. Oh shit! What was my definition of race? Race is skin color, and ism is a belief. So it's a belief in skin color. It's a belief that people have different values based off of their skin color. It's a false belief. It's not a real belief. And the people who are racist are usually dumbasses. They're usually low IQ.
And race isn't real. You don't believe race is real, then?
Race is very loosely defined.
Hear him out, James. Hear him out.
Race
Hear him out.
Super loosely defined, and it changes a lot. But if we're saying race is skin color, then all it is pigment and melanin in your skin, which is based off the sun. That has nothing to do with your ideologies. So people who hate people because of their skin color is usually because they're dumbasses that have been taught this. And we've seen examples of this when Homeboy went up in the KKK and he joined the KKK after talking to him on the phone, and he went in and he was black, and they're like, "Oh, you're a pretty cool guy. We didn't know that there were cool black people." Like, it's LARPers in their base. The KKK, there's 3,300 members in America, which is nothing. And they're LARPers in their basements. Like, lynching happened to white people. It happened to black people. Slavery happened to every race. Slavery was not about racism. It was about profit.
Josh, let's say I'm pointing a gun at your face. Then you say a really funny joke, Josh. All right, and that joke's so funny it wins me over. I stop pointing the gun at your face. Do you think that now you can never say that there was a threat? There was never a threat imminent because I didn't shoot you. You talked me out of shooting you. You could have always made the joke to make me stop.
What?
Like, just because racists are willing to not be racist if they meet black people that they like, that doesn't mean that they weren't racist ever. That makes no sense.
I'm saying their racism is based in something else. It's based in hatred.
But no, Josh.
Y'all are so shallow. Everybody's so shallow nowadays.
No, Josh. What does 3,300 KKK members have to do with the fact that somebody?
That it's nothing. It's not a big deal.
You're not. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
What does that number have to do with the fact that you could probably encounter plenty of like average white people who are like, you know what? I don't associate with like the Puerto Ricans I work with outside of work because I just don't like them.
Yeah, because that's not racism. I don't speak these guys' language. They don't like the things that I like. So in high school, we had black kids that wore country clothes, and they hung out with the country boys. They hung out with the white guys, and they wore boots, and they wore Dickies, and they wore or not Dickies, but they wore country cowboy hats and stuff. And then we had wiggers. We had the white boys that dressed like thugs. They had Jinkos, and they listened to hip hop, and they drove Cadillacs, and they hung out with them. And it's not about racism. It's about what you like and your culture and the things. This is why we don't. So
actually, I've known plenty of the white boys, as you.
You're also talking like in a privileged point of view of like modern day society, where like in the past racism didn't allow those white or black kids to interact with each other. Like these wiggers and these black kids that you're talking about hanging out, they didn't hang out together in the 1940s.
What the fuck is a privileged point of view?
I'm not
what
privileged.
the fuck,
This is
Like
dude?
I'm talking about
America.
the way that we are, the way that we live now is extremely privileged compared to when people used to
talk like a normal person when
when
you say it. Don't say privileged point of view. Just talk like a normal fucking human being.
I wouldn't bring it up like usually in any other context, but like socially we are.
Because
to come from the privilege of like black and white people always being together and being like, well, look, they can get along. It ignores the fact that there was a point that there was
language
nothing.
that talks about racism is the same language that talks about privilege. So if we're going to pretend racism is real, then I guess privilege is real. I guess we need to start paying reparations. We might as well just turn into communists right now because we're using their language and we're pretending their ideas.
I don't. Do you not think that that privilege is real?
No. Privilege. Well,
I can
privilege
understand
is
thinking
real.
it's like gay.
Privilege is real, but
I can understand
privilege is
thinking it's
earned.
gay, but not thinking it's real is like retarded.
Privilege is earned. Privilege is earned. People have privileges they're earned. Maybe their parents earned them. They didn't earn them, but their parents earned them or earned them. The privilege.
I could accept all of that. Like I said, I'm not like soy or like a loser.
And they don't get
or anything.
tough,
I'm not
they're
like
going to lose it within
yell at
2
you about how
generations.
privileged people are. It's just, it's
Generational
clearly
wealth
it's a
is
real
gone
thing.
within 2 generations usually. So, but yeah, privileges are earned. Rights are earned.
Like even the idea of streaming, like there's like third world countries where people don't have fucking computers. Just the lives that we live as Americans are privileged compared to other societies where they're fucking subsistence farming and their country could collapse within the next 20 years. I don't.
What the?
Why
okay.
has their country not figured it out faster?
Cool story. What the fuck do you want us to do about that? Like
nothing. I'm just saying you have to realize. You just have to realize you're in a better position. That's all I say.
No, I don't. No, I don't. You know why I don't?
I mean,
because
true, you don't. You don't have to.
No, I do not, and I'll tell you why. Because I am competing against myself in this world. That's it. Everybody is competing against themselves. So you try to do this bullshit where, like, oh, you're privileged. Nah, it's bullshit, man.
I don't think that it should be something to beat someone over the head with. I think it should be something to like accentuate certain people. Like if you have someone coming from a third world country and they're thriving a shit ton, I do think that's of note. That's something you should know. It's like this person has one of the worst circumstances, but is still performing at the top. Like that's.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say about that. It's just like
we literally already have that. We literally already have that. What is it called when you get no, it's not meritocracy. What is it called when you get free tuition to a school? Scholarship. You have a scholarship. There you go. Yeah.
I mean, there's countries that don't offer scholarships, like they don't even exist.
I'm so fucking sorry about those countries. But
I'm just saying, like that. Our position
I'm so fucking sorry about that. I'm so
if you were
sorry
smart about
that
it, you would brag about it. If you were smart about it, you would brag about it and use it as a selling point for your country.
And that's what we're fucking doing.
We had to work.
We are the country where everybody's coming to.
On every single word.
How are you missing this? You're part of the country that everyone's coming to.
I'm not adding like a pariah. So Josh, am I an extremely pro-American person to the point where I will support our allies throughout wars?
No.
What do you mean? I'm constantly talking about how I love Israel.
Wait, what?
I am not a leftist. Like, if you guys are thinking that I'm some type of like fucking soy-cucked leftist, I'm not. I'm like heavily in American exceptionalism, but understanding that exceptionalism is realizing what we do better. Those are privileges and those are good things. We should be trying to maximize our privileges.
Okay,
if the other countries aren't doing that, that sucks for them.
But we earn those privileges. So privilege, the word privilege is not bad, but the way
exactly. I'm not trying to use it as like a fucking as a word to beat over your head like a stick. I'm just saying it as like the actual term where privilege would be applied. Like our society is privileged off of the backs of giants, which are giants that pave a way for our future society. This is like what I was talking about you earlier, where you're talking about how there's certain things in like China or Russia.
We are not built on the backs of giants were built on the backs of freaks.
Whoever, like someone like Einstein creates something like E equals MC square, or the guy that mapped out how to figure out the slope to a parabola. These are things that you could grab 1 million people. Nowadays, they wouldn't be able to construct that equation for you. Almost everyone can apply those equations. They can't be reconstructed. This is what I mean by giants. These are people that had brains that are extremely exceptional compared to at any point throughout history.
Okay.
Well, that's just assuming that certain things would never be discovered absent one person. That's like telling me.
No, I'm not saying one person, someone else would do it. I'm saying that these people are exceptional. There are exceptional people.
But that's assuming that, like, if George Washington Carver was wiped from existence, we'd have never gotten peanut butter. We would have figured it out somehow. Like, it's this. It's like, this is what I would almost consider like it's a knuckle dragger theory about humanity's evolution, that like absent particular people we could have never somehow figured X, Y, and Z out.
No, we could have, but it could have been delayed by a great amount of time. Like a lot of Einstein's work, a lot of people even still nowadays will argue that Einstein's work would have taken forever to replicate.
But we could have always still gotten there.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying, like, these people have, and then the difference between us, and if you want to argue, like, the difference between us and India is that they haven't gotten there yet. They didn't get their Einstein.
You brought that up, not us. You brought that up, not us.
Brought up what?
India.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, these third world countries that, like, we talk about that we're doing better than. I'm saying the reason that we did better is because we had these exceptional people that pushed us forward.
That's not what I said. I said you are competing against yourself. Literally, me. I am competing against myself. You brought up India.
Why would you be competing against yourself?
Competing against others, not just
yourself. Who the fuck are you going to compete against? You are
everyone else
in this one.
The competition.
Okay. So, Jesus fucking Christ, you don't understand what the fuck I'm saying.
No, I mean, if you could, yeah, like that's why I answered it like that.
In this life, you are only competing against yourself, you dumbass. You get that?
No, I don't understand that just because you said it. Like, yeah, no, yeah.
Have fun competing against people throughout your life and being miserable then. I don't know how to explain that better.
Do you think any athlete is like out there saying, I'm just competing against myself?
That's a team. That's a team, dude.
Not really. Not if you're a single wrestler.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's fucking break it down. Who are we talking about then? Who are we talking about?
Well, whenever Moneymaker from the pool. So
that person is only competing against themselves. That quarterback has only.
They're not competing against our opponent.
Do you motherfuckers not understand
the sidewalls
I'm making? Wally, please tell me you understand what I'm trying to get.
I totally get it. They're stupid.
Yeah, you dumbasses.
You just keep saying the same sentence over and over again, and then saying that we're stupid for not understanding it. Widgets are purple. Widgets are purple. Do you understand that? Do you understand that widgets are purple?
Yes.
You fucking retard. How did you not come into this conversation knowing that widgets are purple?
Okay. Once again, you are only competing against yourself.
Holy fuck, dude, make an argument. That's the fifth time you said this sentence.
Can you shut the fuck up, you fucking dumbass?
You're repeating yourself like a retard. You realize you sound like a retard repeating himself over and over again.
Because you're literally not seeing the point. Because nobody is literally.
Them repeating the same sentence over and over again isn't going to get me closer to the point.
You are not seeing the forest for the fucking trees, sir.
The forest from the trees. Can you please say something that elaborates?
Because people arrive at the concept of privilege because they're ultimately competing with what other people have. So they say, I don't have this because I'm not privileged and someone else is.
What if you get like a really good fucking job start? Like, what if your dad's well off and he starts you off in a job and then you lose it and you're like, damn, I was privileged back then, but now I'm like, fucked. I threw away my privilege.
It's still not is not a good thing for someone to be comparing themselves to their life.
You can still arrive at privilege, even comparing to yourself. Like, there's points in your life where you're more privileged than you're less privileged.
I don't know. I don't like the sound of it. Privilege, nah. Your dad earned that for you, and you threw it away. So
Yeah, once again, none of my arguments have been that you should use it as an excuse or anything like that. It's just that the word does exist and it has an application. I
think we're all just tired of the way it's been used.
I'm tired of the way that a lot of this speech gets used, but I mean, it's real. Like, I don't. It's meant to describe things that you see. I don't.
But that's not real.
Like
privilege.
most speech is.
Like being
no, but the
born
word
in
itself,
America,
like,
that's
it's meant
not
to
a real
describe a
privilege.
circumstance.
You're not more.
Maybe, like, the best way I can explain it is the word privilege. You could apply the word privilege to elves in a fantasy world.
Maybe the kid that's
the
in
best
Africa
words
is
can
more
be
privileged
described
than us because he doesn't have all the chemicals in the food and the like screens in front of his face and the public school education and democratic governments and politics and stuff. All these maybe it's more of a privilege to be born
to live out in the woods and sustain yourself off of fruit and some berries. I agree. That's once again, my argument hasn't been that Americans are super privileged, or it's literally just that the word privilege does mean something.
Then the way you're using privilege is wrong.
What do you mean?
Because you're saying that who's more privileged? Who are we talking about? White people.
Indians and fucking wigwams versus white people.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we just said. So no, that's not true. We're not more privileged than them just because we have more technology and more access to energy and things like that. That's things that over generations our ancestors have earned, and it's a weight you have to carry because if our people don't live up to the expectations and keep
the thing
it
is
running,
you guys
then it
seem to be
collapses.
thinking that me saying this is implying that it's not earned.
It's
I'm
not
not
a
saying
privilege,
anything
it's
is
a
not
burden.
earned.
It's not even a privilege, it's a burden. It's something you got to keep this going. You got to stay smart. You got to stay vigilant. You got to keep working
Country,
hard.
it's not a burden. Every country deals with the fact that it might collapse. It's not a unique problem to America that they might collapse one day.
Not for smart people. We don't collapse. We're going to keep it going. This isn't a this is a civilization where we have wheels. We have
Rome.
We know how things
Rome
work.
thought it was smart too, but guess what? It failed.
And also
did Rome fail or did Rome just migrate?
When those civilizations collapse, people still find a fucking way to get by.
Yeah. And certain people are better at figuring it out, not because they're privileged. You're not privileged with naturally higher IQ. You're not privileged with. It's just, I don't know. It's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Exactly.
The only thing that messes me up about this is I feel like you guys would agree with me if I just switched the word privileged to blessed because it sounds religious.
No.
No.
I was blessed to live in a first world country. I was blessed to not starve my entire life. I was blessed to not live in the Middle East. Like, you guys would not frown at any of this. You guys would be like,
okay. So let me change it to you, Goon. I was blessed to be born in Los Angeles on Skid Row, and my mom is a trank addict.
And like, you could still make arguments on an academic level that that's still privileged because there's people in like Baghdad that are like absolutely fucked.
Yeah.
Why are you comparing it to other fucking people? My argument, sir, is that you are competing against yourself.
Right, even if you're competing against yourself, let's say you lose your legs 2 years down the line. Now you're even less.
Then
you're
you
more
fucking deal with it.
It's sticker time.
Jesus. Yeah, that's it.
I gotta do stickers. I hate the stickers.
You are literally just competing with yourself. Wherever you are, you are competing with yourself in this life. That's it, Goon. You don't
Yeah, and I
look
mean, at
over.
certain points in your life, you can have more privileges than you have at other points. Let's say you have a scholarship for college. You don't
Yeah.
take it. Now, 10
Well,
years down the line, you want to
also,
go to college.
I woke up this morning and I had a cup of coffee and I thought, oh, that poor little son of a bitch over in Afghanistan, he doesn't have this good cup of coffee. What the fuck is your argument here?
Yes, is that it literally is that
What
everything
the
can be
fuck?
looked through. Everything can be looked at through a lens.
beta,
Yes, you are
beta.
allowed to think about things. You are allowed to think about things. That is
Yeah.
true.
Well, I'm sorry that you're thinking about that, but you're only competing.
I'm not thinking about it. I don't give a fuck. I
You
think that
just said
Africa
you
is,
were.
I think Africa, to its core, is a fundamentally culturally weaker country than us.
Whoa.
Based.
Okay. All right.
agree.
Okay. Let's go. Tell
That's
me
what I'm
more.
saying. I feel like you're getting the wrong you're getting the wrong impression of me out of this. Like I'm using the word like in the scientific way that you would use it. It's like
No, and there's no hatred here or anything. It's just we're just talking loud. But let's keep talking.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say is like I think like the privileges that we have, like Josh said, are privileges that we've earned. But that doesn't mean that we don't stop calling them privileges. It's just something that if you want that privilege, maybe you should go earn it.
How did you earn that privilege? How did you earn that privilege?
Depending on what it is, most of the privileges I have, I didn't earn any of them. My family earned them, or their successors earned them.
You just said then that's not a privilege. You didn't earn it.
I technically go back to the
That's
mate
not a
Loud.
privilege. Then you didn't
your,
earn it.
Your parents
it's
can earn
bullshit.
privilege for you, but you gotta keep it, and usually they don't.
Yeah, exactly. Like my parents live in suburban housing, and I live in an apartment working a minimum wage job now. I basically threw away all the privilege that I had.
Cool story. Don't care.
Well, also at your age, you should be in an apartment. You're 24. You just left your parents' house. You should be probably in. Well, actually, ideally, in a greater America, where one father could sustain the income of 4 kids, you'd be able to leave at 18 and buy your own house by 22.
Actually,
I would love to have conversations about something like that.
Actually, Goon, right now, you're a fucking success story. If you're able to get out of your parents' house right now with the rent as high as it is right now, I applaud you, sir. I really do.
Yeah, no, it's just you always, and like you said, you shouldn't compare yourself to other people.
Exactly.
But there is always going to be an inclination to compare yourself to other people. And I think the reason why is because if you if you never do, you wind up being a 40-year-old man in your mom's basement playing video games all day.
What?
Like, in my opinion, because comparing myself to other people has made me push myself forward in life multiple times. Being like, I am falling behind. The people around me are going to wind up more successful than I am.
No. You were not getting what I'm saying, sir. You are competing against yourself in life. You are pushing yourself in life. That's what I'm saying. Do not look at other people. Only push yourself. That's the message. That's it.
Message.
Was I wrong there, Wally?
Sorry, I was locked in Mortal Kombat with a threat to the eldritch existential existence of the universe. Don't mind me.
Feel that, Wally? Do you think we're in a black hole?
I got bags.
I think Brian Cox's black hole theory makes no sense, personally.
That was a fun conversation, though, Goon. I like that.
You know, I was responding to what Wally said, but we can still keep talking. I was just responding to what he was saying. I wasn't trying to like switch it.
Racism.
No, I think we beat that one into a dead horse.
Yeah, I had to finish cleaning out the VK graveyard, aka the Living Failures, as the game called it.
Whoa, boy.
What are you
There we
talking? You
go.
talking about me? Are you coming at me, Wally? What are you talking about?
No, I said it's the VK graveyard, so that's where I find it funny. That's why I find it funny that the game has a boss called Living Failures.
I don't. I'm a VK failure. What are you talking
What are you talking about? You beat Effigy.
about? Oh, okay. That's true. I
Dude,
beat Chris and he won.
I'm the VK failure.
I beat Chris.
It's
and
all right.
won.
I'm right with you. I'm part of the league
Hey,
of the
JS, the fact that you stayed up there, you're cool, dude. Like, because you stayed up there as much as I attacked you, bro. Like, come on.
I made it the whole
You
time.
stayed up
but
there. You made it, bro.
I beat Chris in a 1-on-1 and he ended up winning. How's
Like,
that?
I was just doing it out of fun. Like, and everybody thought I was being serious about it. I was just doing it for the fun of it.
No, James, we knew what was going on in your mind. You had those gypsy things going on in your mind. You was trying to take out Josh. You were trying to attack Josh.
Yeah. He wanted to get
Well,
up there
believe
without
what you
me
want to
being on
believe,
there.
but I'm the one that knows the truth.
Boobies.
And the truth shall set you free.
Titties.
I know.
He said he
I
wanted boobies. They got boobies. I like women. They got boobies. That's what
I
he
was
said.
so mad because I like talking to pretty ladies, and I was like, "Damn, I don't want to eliminate her. I feel bad." You ruined it, James.
That was a hilarious 5
She had
minutes.
to go before I got up there.
That
She
was
had
a
to go.
hilarious
She
debate.
had to go.
Bro, she's saying all the things I would say for why we should keep cash. And I'm like,
Had to
wait, why are you
go.
saying we should get rid of cash?
And she kept saying like, "Where's James? Where's James?"
Bye.
Oh, she was asking for you, James. Like she kept
I know.
repeatedly
I heard
asking
her.
for you.
I heard.
James,
That was a,
well, what the fuck
another
is
reason
the
why I should go
problem then, man?
bye-bye.
Make the move.
Up to bye bye. They hope to add it up to bye bye. So.
I know. I'm trying to find. She kept saying, "Join my Discord. Join my Discord." I'm trying to figure out her Discord. Get her up in here right
Oh,
now.
Josh, you don't want to do that. She's not wifey material. I don't think.
James.
Who is James? Nobody is. You gotta make them wifey material.
James, you sweet man. Not all of us are looking for wifey material.
I am. I'm looking for wifey material.
James considering
Mama
joining the
material.
religion so
Wifey
he can
and
get a
mommy
wife.
material.
I'm a little older than you, James. If I want a girl,
So-
I gotta find one with a couple L's.
James goes on Google and he's like, which religion gives you a wife?
The Mormons. I told him already.
Hey, that wouldn't. Hey, that doesn't exactly. I've been trying to figure out which one is the best one to help me with finding a wife. Though I have been trying to do that.
You come to Utah and you join the Mormon church, you'll have a wife. You're 20. What are you? 27.
Nah, I'm going with Orthodox, man. Nah.
Oh well, the Mormons.
Yeah, but then you have to be weird for the rest of your life.
I'm going with Orthodox. Mormons, I don't know. Something about Mormons, they're a little bit off.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's what I said.
I've seen Mormons.
You get a wife. He's right. You would get a wife, but you'd have to be weird. You'd have to be weird.
Dude, you're right. Imagine James. I don't know if James could handle having to be weird the rest of his life.
She will cheat.
But we have
She will cheat on.
But we have a Mormon.
Definitely gonna.
We have a
cheat on
Mormon congregation here where I live at, and it's
Bro,
just
Wally
weird.
killed me with that one.
There's something weird about when you step into a Mormon congregation. It's just something awful
There's
about
something weird about it, James.
it. Yeah, something awful about it. I've stepped into the local Mormon congregation that's here, and it's just I don't know something awful about that place.
I know.
Yeah,
It's
you
off.
you couldn't handle being weird your whole life, James.
I said off. I didn't say that it was good. It's a bad feeling. It's off.
Oh yeah, but if you had to be weird for the rest of your life, you
to
don't
get
think
a hot
you could handle that?
blonde. Multiple. You could get like.
No,
3 of
I
them.
could not be weird like that kind of weird. It's just something about it's off. Something weird about it.
Something weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't
I
put
don't
my
know how you
finger
can
on it,
handle
but
being
it's
weird your
something
whole life,
odd.
James. I don't see
You
it.
know, I just can't. I
don't
can't.
get
I
it.
can't figure out what it is.
Well, you're right, James. You got a good sense.
Killing Caldy here.
Yeah, I'm fucking dying. I'm fucking dying
Episcopalians
over
could
here.
be good, but you might have to share them with the preacher.
Oh, that's definitely a no go there. Ugh, that's just nasty.
Now, granted, I don't know if that's every Episcopalian church, but I've met some people where that's their experience with those churches.
Ay.
I just want to say some things about those dirty Mormons. Those dirty Mormons and their game nights. And
Game nights.
And
They do have
what
game
the
nights.
heck?
and their family values.
They have great
Damn
family
you.
values and game night.
Damn
There's
you,
lots of
damn you
kids,
guys,
lots of white
damn you
children.
guys.
Less
Us Southern Baptists used to have that, and you stole it from us,
They
you
did.
bastards.
They took it. If you like family values and you like having lots of kids and repopulating the earth with beautiful white children, Mormon Church is very good.
Become
at that.
Irish.
I also want my own spaceship.
I don't care about the skin color.
Dude,
What the
fucking
heck?
if you want to do that, if you're Irish, dude, you're set.
Well, in that
Actually,
case, then just move to Africa, James. Fuck you.
What Wally? I want my own planet. I want my own fucking
James, you
planet.
need you a Catholic. James, you need you a Catholic Irish girl. They don't believe in
Our
contraception.
world a real place.
No, I need me a Latina or Hispanic.
And on top of that, the dude, Catholic Irish girls are willing to have like 9 to 11 kids.
No,
They're fucking
James.
crazy.
No, James. No,
you cannot
James.
handle a Hispanic girl.
James, you need
to calm down.
you need a chubby white girl.
You trying to jump straight to the dang Hispanic girls? You need to calm down and get you with a nice white
Okay,
girl.
so
first.
James,
you
here's
can't
some-
handle.
No,
one of them.
I need me a nice Hispanic woman.
You can't handle a Latina lady, James.
So James, here's the
They're
good
gonna break
news.
you down like a dang burrito.
So James, here's some good news for you. Latino women, they a lot of them, they'll have a lot of kids. They're very good at it. So like that's good news for you there. I mean, the added bonus is that you'll probably get at least 4 that aren't yours.
Whoa,
They also have no problem telling you. They have no problem telling you if your dick's small and if they've met another man that performs in bed better than you too.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they're gonna
Just
let
to
you
let-
know quick. I had the puppy. He was so much better than you. What are you doing, James?
Yeah, I had this baby and now, so I just can't feel anything.
What are you talking about, James? He's my man. Why are you talking about James? Why are you talking about him? Why you keep talking about James? He's my man.
He's such a man.
James, you need to calm down.
Yeah, calm down.
You need to get
I mean,
you a
eventually
nice,
women
damn
with broken
nice
English gets
Christian
old. Isn't
white
that
girl.
right, Josh?
Well, actually, fuck that shit. I'll go even further. A Latino woman will tell you your cock is small when it's not, James. You need to watch out. There's gonna be mental warfare going on.
Yeah,
Whoa,
10 inches ain't small,
boy.
James.
Whoa, boy.
Yeah, you don't want that drama, James. I'm telling
He
you.
went to sleep. Shit.
I heard the very first therapists were actually just in relationships with Latinas and were trying to come up with words to describe their behavior.
Yeah, they're just making up jargon. This is depression.
They were like post-traumatic
jargon
stress.
to use,
They're like
guys.
post-traumatic
Dog
stress
jargon.
disorder. That's what I get when my fucking Latina goes crazy on me.
That sounds about right. All right. How many of these I got to do? 2? Uno. Dos.
But was what y'all said serious, or was y'all just joking?
About
Good
No,
about
that's
what?
serious. That is 100%
Everything
serious.
we said
Latino
was
women will do all of that and worse.
Yeah, Latina woman's gonna damn rip
James?
your junk off
Oh,
and,
and
make
if
breakfast
you-
sausage
And if
out
you
of it.
think they'll ever keep a secret, no, you get into an argument with one of them, they'll tell the whole neighborhood the last 10 years of your business.
And everything we said, they're not checking one box. They're
Yeah,
checking all of
Wally.
those
Yeah,
boxes.
Wally. They talk
James,
shit.
I tell
Don't
you no
believe it.
joke here, James. They will stab you.
They will. They have the highest amount of domestic abuse from
I've
woman
been
to man.
stabbed by a Latino woman before.
Hispanic women,
Aren't you glad we left you, Josh?
Hispanic women, very gypsy-like.
If you were with a crazy Latina lady with drugs involved, you might raise your hands once or twice too.
Josh, is the Latina who stabbed you also the one you married?
We've had lots of issues, but yeah,
that's a yes.
Yeah, you need to
Yeah,
be
that was
careful,
the one.
James.
No, that was your wife.
Yeah, technically still is.
Yeah.
Did you ever almost want to slip up and be like, "Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Josh, and this is my lovely wife."
Well, the real question is, Josh, did she hit you with a knife, or did she hit you with the average Latino woman fashion, which is a fork or anything but a knife?
Just nails and scratching and yelling, and aggression in general. A lot of aggression.
Yeah, that's what
don't like-
James. It's not a real knife. You'll get got with a screwdriver before they get you with a knife. But they're stabbing you with something.
Man,
nice
this is
but
bad.
you will get stabbed.
Who? What does it matter?
Who
Not
what?
the
Who
knife or not?
cares? You
It's
gonna say
just
who
as
cares?
bad. If it's just no. I was gonna say who. What does it matter if it's a knife or not? It's the fact that it's still just as bad, whether it's a knife, screwdriver, or whatever.
No. Hey, everybody, calm down. James, the important thing is you love her. That's the important thing.
Well, he doesn't even know her yet.
She will definitely think that that's the important thing too.
Look, this is why I'm glad I, don't have daughters, because I don't have to worry about saying to someone, "Oh, it's okay, honey. I don't care who you bring home as long as he makes you happy and he's white."
Basically, and that's not racist either.
When my son's an adult, he can get himself all
That's
the.
not. There's no such thing.
Like my
as
adult
racism.
sons can go out and get themselves all the Japanese girls they want.
What you described is
my daughters
literally
are
how
bringing
you
home white
guys realize
what you described is literally how you chase a white girl into a black man's arms.
If you say there's no such thing as racism, you can never be racist. If you say there's no such thing as mental illness, you can never be mentally ill. If you say
if you tell your daughter no fucking black dudes, no fucking black dudes, no fucking black dudes, I promise you, your daughter will fuck 100 black dudes before she's 25.
No.
You can't be too oppressive
Hold
with
up.
it.
Hold up.
You
Hold
gotta
up.
do it subtly.
I don't live near
You
any,
gotta
so
do
that
subtle.
won't be a problem.
You gotta feed her subtle clues about how they're not good throughout her life.
Yeah, because the first time you tell her you're not getting her the car you want, it's instantly, I'm fucking a black dude.
No.
That's so true.
The fastest way to send your daughter into the arms of a
darker man
is to not raise her.
A Nubian man is to let her have all the cereal, feed her McDonald's, get her really fucking fat, and then boom, problem solved.
I mean, the other way for a white guy to send his daughters to black men is to not raise them.
That also works.
Teach her how to manage.
Well, I'm
her
talking about
money
more like
bad
country
so she
shit.
ends up in the credit office, the government building. Okay, stop.
Well, no, because it's all those. It's all those. There are so many, at least like around.
That's funny, Josh. Keep on with it.
Oh no, in the cities, like around where I'm from, like especially in the cities, like it's you will meet so many white girls who came from like single parent homes, and then they only fuck black guys or Spanish guys, and they just overtly will talk shit about white people in general, and it's all because they hate their fathers who didn't raise them.
Yeah.
And it's apparently they want to take that out on their entire race.
It's rebellion. Yeah. It's common.
It's not white people's fault. It's not racism's fault. You were in a single parent home. So why are you actually going to be the most racist white person in the room by doing everything you're doing?
Actually, sounds like anarchy to me.
Is John
Yeah,
here?
I don't think black people feel like it's racist whenever you fuck them.
That's
What
what I'm
was,
saying.
when was I even saying that? That's not the
No,
point.
I'm just saying, like black men. I mean, even I agree with you. If you're having sex with someone just because it's racially motivated, that is racist. But no black people are going to call that out.
What?
At least black
No, they're
men.
not.
Black
What?
men are not going to call that out.
It's their
What?
favorite form of
What
racism.
what did you just say? If you're having sex with someone because of their race, you're racist?
Most of the time, yeah. I mean, if it's just like if I'm just trying to fuck a black guy to get back at my dad, that usually means like, I mean, maybe you could be progressive and you're also getting back at them, but usually it's you also have the same values. You're just like, fuck that.
Dealing with self-loathing racism is what she's dealing with. She's coping with self-loathing racism.
Yeah. Sir, that's not racism.
Reverse self-loathing racism.
Once again,
It all
that's
sounds like
different-
bullshit to me.
different
It sounds like
things.
she's angry at her
Well,
father.
I think
and she needs
that
to forgive
is
him.
it's racism was Wally's
They make
argument,
it about
right?
race.
Was that not your?
If they make
that-
it about men, they'd become lesbians, Josh.
I mean, that girl might do some lesbian stuff to get back
But
at
I'm
her
just
Christian
saying, they
parents.
have to make it about race or they'd be gay. Because then they'd be going to fuck girls to piss off their dad.
Hold up, Wally. Goon challenged you on a or one.
Well, I asked.
Not
Isn't that what
challenge.
you were saying? Isn't that what you were saying? Was that like it's racist that these girls are chasing black guys just to fuck like exotic black men?
Yeah, no, regardless of what direction I think the motivation goes in, it would be, yeah. But I think in their case, the motivation has nothing to do with the other person. The motivation is inward. It's towards their whiteness.
Yeah.
In
so
the
that's
case
not
of women,
racist.
it's far more about the fact that they have a self-loathing racial tendency for one reason or another. If they had a problem with men, that's like I said to Josh as I was making the joke, I said, well, if they had a problem with men, they would end up probably experimenting with girls, but
And
they're
some
not.
of them do that too, though. So it is just
Some
a
of
thing.
these girls want to hate their dads and still be straight.
Yeah.
You know, because you talked about the lesbian thing, and there are girls that do that. Will literally become lesbian just to piss off their dad. Like.
That's why I said, but that's because they are making it very clear they have some kind of hatred they're working out towards men.
Well, that's why you never interact with women like that. Because the worst part is that they don't make it clear. They act as if it's through some form of altruism or personal belief, but it's just because they're angry at their dad.
Look, odds are the overwhelming percentage of women out there in the wild who have some sort of daddy issues, generally those who are abandoned by their dads at a young age, have probably grown up to either be sexually deviant in some way. Either they have experimented with the opposite sex, they've had experiments with same sex, like they've had relationships with the same sex, or they've experimented with straight sex that's outside of their racial group. One of the two.
Yeah.
Probably both in a lot of cases, but they're going to do something that is like rebellious, and because of that, it's both rebellious and self-loathing.
Mental illness, it sounds like.
Well, there's not necessarily a mental illness making them do it, James. It's a coping mechanism more than anything. They're, like I said, they're addressing some kind of base resentment that they have, and when it's and depending on their environment, if you end up, so like if you're raised by a single parent in the ghetto and you're white, you're probably going to assign the problem that you grew up poor because your white father abandoned you, not your male father. You're not going to have a problem with men in general so much as you're going to have a resentment towards white people who grew up in a better environment than you.
Right, but see, so that's not racism. That's something that is embedded in you through your parents and through society, and so that's just further proof that it's not really about the race. It's just
Oh no,
about...
they're internalizing some sort of blame for all the resentment that they have towards
their
their fathers, whether it's
But that's-
racial or sexual.
That's always the root.
But that's happening on a mental level, though. So wouldn't it
Well,
be kind of like a
because they're addressing
It's
it
not a
in
mental
some
illness.
fashion.
It's a
Like a
spiritual
lot of
trauma from their mother and their father. And they
most people
rebel and they
who
act on
do some kind of deviance, James, are working out some kind of base trauma that they have.
Yeah, I know right
No,
wing
your
people.
spirit is in your mind, though. It's
No, it's
embedded in
not.
your mind.
No, it's not. That's a
Ain't it?
horrible
Or
idea.
or is it part of the? Or is that just the oxygen? Is like your spirit, like
Your mind.
Cause
Your
you-
mind is a physical. Well, it's not a physical thing. Your thoughts are a
Spirit is
physical thing. Your
metaphysical,
brain.
James. It doesn't
We're
have a
we're about to
finite
get deep.
location.
We're about to get deep.
Your brain
James,
is
the
physical.
spirit can't have a finite location. It's metaphysical.
Yeah, but your thoughts
So
and your
you.
mind.
So
and
what
your
is
spirit,
it? All over your, all inside your whole body? Then your
Yeah,
spirit.
it's intangible.
Yeah, it's not. It's
It's
metaphysical.
got,
It's not like you. It doesn't. It's almost
we
like
can't confirm it in the same way we can confirm our minds because the mind requires a brain to exist.
Yeah.
So we can at least say,
Yeah.
like, we know our mind is real because it had a brain exists, therefore it creates a mind.
But I don't even think the brain creates the
Yeah.
mind. I think the.
But you can't have a mind without a brain.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess you're right. But thoughts and consciousness and stuff, nobody really knows.
But like the spirit, like I can't like poke my arm or like point to an internal organ and say this is where a spirit exists.
Right.
I might have to. I might
Because
have to
there is no particular organ or anything, there is no particular part of the human body that creates the spirit.
Yeah, it's not physical.
It's intangible.
Well, maybe I could get more insight as far as like how the Bible would explain it from the Holy Fathers.
The Bible or the Holy Fathers?
Well, how they interpret, how they understand what the Bible is saying.
Okay. Well,
give me something to think about.
We could just look at what the Bible says. Take all thoughts into captivity to the obedience of Christ. Your thoughts are not your own. Satan whispers fiery dots into your mind.
So wait.
Yeah, but it doesn't exactly.
When the dude's having seizures, he says the only way to cure this is through prayer and fasting. There's other verses that say these demons can only be cast out.
What I'm saying,
I ended this debate hours ago. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, everybody else up in there. Josh, I could have ended this debate an hour ago. Josh, give me your thoughts on race mixing, please.
I think that generally it's done out of, like we were saying earlier, it's done out of anger at the father.
No. For or against? Are you for or against it?
For or against race mixing? I guess I would say against, but I'm not totally against.
Yeah, that's what you've said the whole time I've ever known you. That's why I find the racism opinion funny, because you don't.
I don't believe in racism.
Prescribe to race mixing.
No, I believe that you should want to get with someone who looks like you so that your children's look like you. I want my son. I want my son
is
to
racism
look like me.
by other people's
That's
definition.
not racist. Now, I'm not saying that you can't. That's why it's a tough question, because I'm okay with somebody having kids with somebody from a different race. I don't like when it's done out of resentment for your parents, which is usually what causes it. And a lot of these young girls today, they're doing it out of resentment. It's a social contagion. It's like, I want to be woke and virtue signal, so I'm going to get with the black thug guy and I'm going to save them. I'm going to play mama and save him. And then this girl ends up getting beaten.
So what about
and left? And this happens all the time, especially with overweight white girls in America who are already vulnerable. So they're preying on vulnerable people. I don't like that aspect of race mixing, but generally, I think you should want to be with somebody who looks like the family you grew up in and make babies that look like your family.
So what about when a guy?
But that's not
does
racist.
the mixing?
That's not racist.
No, it's called you want to.
That doesn't mean I hate. That doesn't mean I hate black people.
Specifically,
Yeah, but what is the reasoning why a guy would do it if it's supposedly trauma for a girl or a woman?
James,
Why
if
would
you
a
want to
guy
go
do
biblically,
it? Boy or a guy?
Well, James, and actually, if I wanted to take this biblical, we could look at Nehemiah, where, and this is pretty late prophecy. Race mixing was very frowned upon because it messed up census data and genealogies. So it's hard to keep track of the genealogies of the families when we start having sex with the slaves and stuff. It's not a good idea.
Well, wait a
So
minute.
if you want to go
Different
biblical
skin
with
colors,
it,
different skin colors could be
identity. It dilutes group identity.
Yes,
they went
so
based
there is
on
a
not
practical
skin color in the
there's
Bible.
a practical
they went based on
reason.
ethnicity.
So it's not to
Not
say that
skin
it's
color.
a sin if you sleep with a woman of a different race. It's not necessarily saying it's a sin.
Hold on, they didn't go based on skin color in the Bible. They went by ethnicity.
Read Song
not
of
skin
Solomon.
color.
Read Song of Solomon, James. Read about how the
Well,
forbidden
then
love was
why
with the
could different
black
people
woman of
join
the
the
field.
tribe of Israel? Then I don't think everybody joined the tribe of joined the nation of Israel was the same skin color.
No, they
That's
probably
ridiculous.
Well, okay, James. Well, hold on. Let me explain, James. Let me explain.
Now, how you get the Ashkenazis today?
So the people who worked in the field workers, the slaves, they had darker skin because they were in the sunlight more. So in like Song of Solomon, it references the black woman. She was black and
Well, you're
beautiful.
talking about simply
And
the
it was a
the
forbidden love.
servant.
Huh?
You're talking about the servants. That's different than the.
Talking about when skin tone was referenced
I won't
in
say
the Bible,
slaves,
which
but I'll
it
say
was.
servants, 'cause
You said
I don't
skin
think it is
tone wasn't
slavery.
referenced, so I'm telling you where skin tone was referenced. Go read Song of Solomon.
But that's a different group of people than the
Goon,
normal
you got a
people,
bunch of
though.
different volume. You got a bunch of background audio, Goon.
Sorry, I thought I was
If someone
muted.
joins the nation of Israel, then they could
Right.
mix with other skin colors.
So
it doesn't
Nehemiah,
matter. That's
so
not.
Nehemiah is about race mixing, talking about races as in tribalism, as in different tribes, which is what I do believe in tribalism because ideology is more important than skin tone. I don't believe skin tone is important, James, but in Song of Solomon, they do talk about skin tone because darker people were the field workers. They were the laborers. So it was a classist thing. It was like kings and royalty. So it used to be like in Victorian times too, if you had pale skin, if you had really pale women who had very pale, light skin, it showed that they didn't work in the fields a lot. They come from a high bloodline where, they're not dark. Dark skin was somebody who's in the sun a lot, who's working in the sun, or comes from different areas. So this has always been a thing throughout all of history. Skin tone means things. But even in that time, they didn't hate the slave because they had dark skin. They didn't even hate the slaves. That was just a slave. Biblical. Go read Song of Solomon and then Nehemiah. You'll learn a lot about race in the Bible, James. But yeah,
It had nothing to do with race.
the black
Based on how
woman
you
was
told
the
it, it had
forbidden
nothing to do with
love.
race.
The black woman was the forbidden love, but not because she was black, but because she was a slave.
No, it had nothing to do with race. You literally just said it didn't have nothing to do with race, like skin color. You literally said that.
Right, but that's the point I'm making is that racism isn't real.
No, just because they referenced it doesn't mean that in the context has something to do with it. That's the point.
I know, that's my point, is that racism's not real. The reason the love was forbidden was because she was a slave, not because she was black. But they call her black. They reference her being black. So black skin tone had to do with people who are out in the sun more in that region.
But you literally avoided my question.
What's
when
your
I was
question?
asking why do men do it then? If what you said earlier about women was out of rebellion, so why do men mix with different skin colors? Why do they?
Same thing. They're mad at their moms.
Really?
They're angry at their moms. They're rebelling at their family. Generally, throughout history, men are more attracted to what their mom looks like. That's a typical trope throughout all of history, men are attracted to what their mother looks like. Now, in modern times, when different cultures are being brought
That's why
in,
Josh married a Latina.
well, yeah, well, even my dad was, he was base, but he always said like marry a Latina because they're loyal and because basically they don't act like these crazy white women. This is 20 years ago, 30 years ago. But the Latino, you just realize that they're all the same. You gotta kind of just be a man and tighten up, and you're not just gonna find this perfect Proverbs 31 woman, no matter what skin color she is. But the point is, if you're rebelling against your parents and getting with somebody of a different skin color because you're like, I hate you, mom and dad, that's bad. If you find a woman of a different skin color and you love her and you get married to her and have kids, I don't have a problem with it. But biblically, that was not a good thing. You shouldn't be doing that.
Biblically, it didn't matter. It only mattered whether or not you was part of Israel or not. It didn't have nothing to do with skin color.
No, it had to do with tribes. It had to do with ideologies.
Tribes.
So do you think that Mexican or African women have the same tribal and religious and cultural values as you, James?
Well, if you found one that's an Orthodox.
Okay.
Because but according to the faith, though, we're all one, no matter where we come from, though. As long as we're in the faith of Christianity.
What are you eating, James?
I don't know what the hell he's
talking about. A biscuit.
Yeah, put the biscuit down when you're talking.
Put the biscuit down.
Taste the biscuits.
Hard to put it down once in my
Taste
mouth.
the biscuit. Dun, 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 dun.
That's what you said. That's what he said.
Taste the biscuits.
Hard to
Taste
put
the
it down.
biscuits. Oh my God, I got to say that. All right, I'm stopping now.
Let me finish chewing real quick.
I got more than half of this Millennium Falcon done. Ugh. I built Luke. I built 4 figures so far. We still have C-3PO.
But yeah, the point is, you're one when you're in the faith of Christianity. It's not your tribe doesn't matter no more. You become one in Christ.
I agree, James.
So as long as they're in the faith, it could be anyone of any skin color. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. That's why I said, if you're getting with somebody of a different race, it doesn't really matter as long as you have the same ideologies. That's why I said all that. The problem is when you're doing it for rebellious virtue signaling reasons and you're adopting kids from Africa just because you want to look cool. That's when it's a problem. That's what I've been saying the whole time.
Something like that? How are you reading someone's mind?
Right, Josh?
How do you know what's happening? Are you studying their mind? Are you reading their psychology?
Why do you just try to argue with me when really we should be agreeing, James? Like,
yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to make sense of it.
James.
A lot of times,
I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to make sense of it. Like, how are you reading
the
this?
sense of it is what makes sense, James. What I'm saying is common sense. If you, especially from somebody who's a Christian dude living in Virginia, Christian guy giving life, like, what am I saying that is controversial or crazy to you?
Yeah, but I don't understand how you know that they're doing it for rebellious reasons.
A lot of people do. How do you know? Psychology is how I know, James. I use psychology. That's how I figure it out. I listen to talk shows.
You don't believe in psychology.
I listen to a lot of talk shows with a lot of black callers where they talk about the struggles they've went through with their life and the struggles they deal with racism and the idea of racism. I listen to a lot of different talk shows and a lot of different people calling in from all around the world. And
so you do believe in psychology?
Yeah, and I use psychology to figure out that I study behaviors in people in mass, and I can figure out through behavioral psychology that this is a common thing that happens.
Yeah, but self-reported behavior.
And when Wally said it, you didn't argue with him at all. But when I say the same thing, now you want to argue about it.
Well, it's because you're using psychology, but you don't believe in psychology.
No, I'm appealing to what
You
you
want to tear
believe in,
down the psychology
dumbass.
system, but
Hey,
yet
hey, dumbass! I'm appealing to what you believe in. Try to follow, James. You believe in psychology, so I'm using psychology to figure it out. That's how I'm figuring it out.
yeah, but that doesn't
God,
compute with what
James,
you want to do with psychology. You want to get rid of
you
psychology,
irk
so it
me,
doesn't make any
James.
sense to me.
I
Is
don't know why
all.
you. I don't know why you want to fight me, but
Well, I don't want to fight you. I just want to understand, like how can one get rid of psychology, but yet also appeal to psychology as an authority? It just doesn't make sense to me.
I know it's
It
confusing.
doesn't make sense of it in my mind. It's a contradiction.
No, it's an internal critique. I'm looking at it from your worldview, from your perspective. You have no reason to disagree with. From a biblical perspective, you have no reason to disagree with somebody who
So
says
for you,
interracial marriages are bad. From a biblical perspective, from a psychological perspective, you can't disagree with it. From whatever, but you still.
So you're completely removing yourself from the equation. You're just purely looking at it from my point of view.
Well,
That's what you're saying, right?
I already explained it to you from my perspective. Now I'm explaining.
You
it
also
to you.
explicitly said that in the Bible part that you were sourcing that it was not about race and it was about labor.
No, it was about. Well, it was always all of Marxism is not really about race. It's about it's class or race or it's just othering in general. So they're all the same thing, and it's all bogus. It's all nonsense. The only thing that matters is ideas, cultural ideas, what we believe in, how we think. So, but they called that race. That's like what they thought of as race in the Bible. Now they think of race differently and they change it. So it's all bogus. It's all nothing.
It's all comedy googly guy.
It's all a bunch of
I'm pretty sure race is like new. Pretty sure race is like a newer concept. It's literally what James was saying. It's like determining it by color. It was originally ethnicity, but for a lot of like white supremacists, that doesn't work anymore because you have to kick out all the Italians. If you have to kick out all the Germans. I mean, shit. Germans and Polish people make up like 50% of the white supremacy movement. Like they would be absolutely fucked without them. So.
That's what I'm saying, though, is that race is BS.
No offense, but it sounds like some
it could be
commie
it could be
gobbledygook.
it could be heritage, it could be lineage, it could be geology, it could be race. Where are you born? What time are you born? It's all a bunch of BS.
Comedy googly guy. I love that soundboard.
The tribalism only mattered because it was ideologies that separated them. You can't be having babies with the people who worship Satan. I don't know where my letter went.
I just missed like the last 45 minutes of what you guys were talking about because I was down in chat. Could you guys rephrase that?
I don't even know what we were talking about.
I'm fucking with you, dude.
I don't even know.
I was talking about how white supremacists switched from using ethnicity to race so they could include people like Nick Fluentes. Because somebody with the last name Fluentes 50 years ago could have not existed in a white supremacy movement.
No, ethnicity is another made up thing.
Wait a minute, what? Say that again.
Ethnicity, race, and
what the fuck are you talking about, Josh? Are you serious?
Ethnicity, race, and lineage.
Up to you, man.
Like seriously, ethnicity?
Yes, they can all be used.
Brother.
What's ethnicity? Tell me.
Okay.
See, this
no,
is why
I want to hear this.
Understand you, Josh. I'm so confused about you, Josh. Everything's made up.
Ethnicity, race, and I think there's one other one. What's the other one? Is it lineage or heritage?
Why I sound like I'm coming off arguing when I'm trying to understand.
They could all be used interchangeably. Religion, ethnicity, like Jewish could be Could be a skin color. It could be a place they're from.
No, it can't be a skin
It could
color.
be a
Whoa.
religion. It could be.
It
Who
can't be a skin
knows? It
color.
could be anything.
Get that out of here. It's
Latino,
just either ethnicity or a religion, not a skin color.
Hispanic could be from Spain. Could be from Spain. It could be from Europe. I could be Hispanic and be a white guy from Europe. It's all BS.
Yeah, but a Jewish can only be an ethnicity or religion. It can't be a skin color because you got Ashkenazi and you got Sephardics.
White
two
people
totally
are
different
Jewish.
skin colors.
Everybody knows real Jewish people are white.
No, real Jewish people.
That is not at all what the white
skin colors because
supremacist
they were
movement was
spread
built
across the
on.
entirety of the.
I thought the original Hebrews
four
were
corners
black.
of the planet.
I'm not a white supremacist, and I'm not a black
Oh
Hebrew
my
Israelite.
goodness.
So I will say they're white.
No, they're all skin colors because they were spread across the four corners of the planet. They're all skin colors.
I know, James. I'm kind of just fucking around at this point. This is a stupid. We're a bunch of white guys talking about racism. It's dumb.
No. Let's keep going with this. This is hilarious. I'm dying.
This is crazy.
Sorry, I limit myself to one proud bigot speech per stream.
Is there like a secret gag that goes on with Josh? Like, what was that last line? We're white guys talking about racism. What are we doing? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, we're white.
That was like the most Destiny-coded language I've ever heard.
We can't know what racism is. For what?
I have some codes. Some codes.
Hearing a right-wing person try to say white people shouldn't talk about racism is crazy.
Because it's not real. You know?
Oh, man.
I don't know if it's coded, but people know I don't believe in racism.
Yeah, you don't believe in a lot of stuff, Josh.
Yep.
Just say.
I feel like Josh just sees like
I'm more base
super
than you.
annoying.
You think the world's flat. You fell for the dumbest, fakest conspiracy theory meant to call out conspiracy
Hey,
theorists
look,
so they
I said
couldn't be
I'm
credible
more
for
comfortable
anything else they ever
being in
say.
the unknown at this point.
You
on
know,
that. I told you, I'm.
You know, the
I'm more
atheist
comfortable
CIA
being-
agents made up the flat Earth so that they could make Christians look stupid, and you fell for it.
But I told you, I'm at peace with being in the unknown on whatever it is. I don't know anymore, so I'm at peace with being in the unknown.
Hold up a second.
On whatever it is.
Whoa, hold up. James, this is something I didn't know about you. You're a flat earther?
What do you mean
Well,
you didn't know that about him?
I did
hold
not
on.
know. That's why I'm asking it right now.
Hold on, I had
Well, wait,
looked
James
into
might have took the L.
I had looked into it back when I was first starting to take the Bible seriously. Because when Rob Skiba was talking about it and everything, if you know who Rob Skiba is.
No.
But you know who Rob Skiba is? He was a Hebrew.
Nope. I have
well, excuse me,
no
not.
idea.
I mean, he was a what do you call it?
Roots.
Did he?
Hebrew roots. There we go. It was Hebrew roots. Hebrew roots.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I only
Hebrew
know
roots
that because
kinda
you
guy.
talk about it every time you come on here, and I did see.
But
them recently.
I don't. I'm at this point. I don't know which one it is. I'm just okay with being in the unknown, though, about it. So I don't care if it's round. I don't care if it's flat. It's I don't really care. Like, because I don't know. I can't really know for sure. Like, because you can make educated guesses, but you can still be wrong because you don't know. It's one of them unknown things.
Whoa, boy.
Or like, unless I go to space, I can't know. I can observe what people say, but it doesn't mean what people say is reality.
Apparently, get whatever that gay fucking test they just did was.
Sounds like I'm leaning more on the side of where John Mosman is. Like kind of, I'm not sure if I could just believe what everybody says.
Okay, well, tell me where is John Mosman on this? I
don't know where he's at on the whole flat Earth versus round Earth. I'm not sure where he's at exactly on it, but I'm just saying on the.
What the
I'm saying
fuck
on the.
are we talking about then?
I'm saying on the fact of being skeptical of what people say. I wasn't really referring to the flat Earth, round Earth thing. I was talking about being skeptical. and not necessarily
Okay.
taking
All
whatever
right.
someone says.
Okay.
Actually
Yes.
thinking about it, critical
Yes.
thinking. Is what I'm
Critical
trying to
thinking.
express.
Critical thinking. All right. Let's dumb this down for my southern dumbass mind. Why do you think the world is flat?
Well, I'm not. Again, I'm more like I'm at peace with being unknown on that, whether or not it is flat or round, because I'm not really too sure. I've studied it. I've studied both points of view. I'm not really sure which one exactly
I'm pretty sure
for
he
sure is
kind of
real.
just said he
I'm
thought it was
more.
like canon to the Bible.
I'm
He thought it was like
more
a Bible
lean.
thing.
I'm more lean towards the flat Earth,
Yeah.
but I don't
Oh,
know that
okay.
it's flat. I
Okay.
don't know.
All right. Let's knock it down to that. What was the original thing where you were thinking from the Bible that it was flat Earth?
The whole thing about the Earth being on pillars and then the fact that it seems to refer to it a little bit in other spots. I can't remember what all spots because I haven't looked up the verses in a while.
I got it all right here for you, James.
Because it was a lot of different verses across the Bible, and
So
that
Isaiah
seemed
40,
to suggest that
22, Job 26:10, Revelation 7:1, Psalm 104:5, 1 Chronicles 16:30, Matthew 4:8.
Yeah, I've heard people say that I believe the Bible's. I believe the Earth's flat because
lot
it
of it's
says
all
so in the Bible.
BS. A lot of
Like,
it all does not lead you to
I'm saying,
believe.
like I am new to all of this talk, so educate me.
A lot of it's going to lead you. A lot
What
of
the
it's going to lead
fuck
you
is
to
going
think
on
the
here?
Earth is solid and immovable, not moving.
No.
So you could get to the
Well-
idea that the sun moves around the Earth. So like Isaiah 40:22 says, "He sits enthroned above the circle of the earth." So that's what the flat earthers will cite, the circle of the earth, which.
Yeah, and that's why that one dude almost died. Whatever the fuck his name was, the guy that proved that the Earth rotates around the sun.
Galileo.
Because he was in like a very religious. He was in a religious country at that time. So
Yeah,
he
he
was like
got,
basically fighting against their
He
religious
had a
estate doing
telescope. He
that.
came up with a telescope and he said, "Look, it's not like that," and they killed him because he was a heretic.
They killed him? Whoa, boy.
Yeah, I don't think they actually killed him. I'm pretty sure they like fucking put him away in servitude, and then they might have killed him when he got older. But he was in
Galileo got
servitude.
murked, right?
Yeah, but wasn't he like in servitude for a long time? Like I thought he was in basically like house arrest for like super long. And then he did some like shit to like fight back or something, and then they killed him. But I don't know. I learned this all in school, so this goes back to whenever I was in like middle
He was
school.
in house arrest.
Hey, I'll be
he
back.
died.
Gotta go
Oh,
back.
no. So he didn't. He wasn't killed. Okay, I thought Galileo was killed. But no, he was on house arrest and he died of heart palpitations and a fever at age 77.
Damn, bro, how did I remember that? I learned that in middle school, and I remember that he was on fucking house arrest.
Yeah, I thought they murked him. I thought they killed him. I guess I was wrong about that. But yeah, they were real mad because he figured out a telescope, and now the telescope has brought a lot of atheists to God in the microscope. A lot of atheists find God through a microscope or through a telescope because they figure out fine tuning and how impossible the universe or microbiology is. It's completely the likelihood for a planet to sustain life is like the same as if you won the lottery every day for the rest of forever. And the likelihood of an eyeball to be able to work is the likelihood of winning the lottery every day for the rest of forever.
See, this is something I can get behind. I hate it when religious people decide to fucking just reject science. Because religion and science can coexist. There's multiple things in science that are unexplainable.
Dude,
Like
I
the
agree.
creation of the universe, the creation of the
agree.
universe itself makes no sense. There's no purpose for it, and it doesn't make sense on how it arrived, even on a scientific level, of like how the Big Bang was started up. Also, there's just other things throughout science that are like you could go to like qualms where like the periodic table, the one that we operate off currently, is literally quoted to have been discovered by given to a man by God in his dream.
Like that is how the periodic table was apparently discovered. Was a man went to sleep and God came to him and gave him the periodic table. There's like they don't have to not coexist. Like
Hitchens
Josh
said
is talking about
divine.
life. There's no reason for life to exist on a scientific level, but it does.
Yeah. That was Hitchens said that was the best argument for God was the fine tuning. And it really, from a science brained person, it is the best one.
That's also a very weird argument to have to say a guy was given a gift in a dream like that and not say it's
I don't know
divine.
about that. I don't know where he got that from, the periodic
No, that's
table.
real though. You can look that up. The periodic table was that guy. He also went on to sue people because he discovered elements that hadn't been discovered yet. But he had discovered things like the mass and volume of the elements. So once they had gotten physically discovered, the people that discovered them, he sued them and then said, "No, you actually discovered physically what I had already discovered years ago, and you can't claim that."
Huh.
I know a bunch of shit about that story. He was like this Russian guy. His like whole family died when he was like 11, and he was like fucking given over to a college.
Sounds like divine intervention.
Well, he was a religious man, so from his perspective, it was.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not anti-religion. I'm just not religious myself, but I don't think religion is disproved through science. I think certain like things and certain stories, like religious stories, can be disproved through science, but I don't think that that means religion itself is fake.
I would agree. Let me just say this. I would agree with that. Religion and science go hand in hand.
Not, I don't know if they go quite hand in hand. They're kind of two separate things. I'm not. They don't.
I could say religion and academia goes hand in hand. There is like I think it's an unnecessary, but there is a rejection of the science that exists within religion that I don't think needs to happen.
Well, originally, religion is like what started science. A lot of Catholics were the first ones doing science.
Yeah, and now there's a lot of scientific people that spend their time trying to reject religious people, but it is in response to the fact that originally religious people were trying to persecute scientific people. Like it's like the Galileo thing we were just talking about. It's this fucking. There shouldn't be a war between religion and science. It's the dumbest fucking war that humans have ever waged philosophically.
There's
a good place for both.
And you're right on that.
Yeah. All right, we got the side tunnel of the captain's pod done. I gotta click this in. How's this go? Goes right here. Oh, I got it wrong. I got it backwards. There it goes. Does not want to click in. There it goes. Cool. Oh, we're getting there.
Yeah, that's what I always thought was like very respectful about Stephen Hawking. Is like Stephen Hawking did this whole like 10-year like thesis where he was trying to disprove religion on a scientific level, and he eventually conceded and was like, there is no way to disprove religion. Like God could exist. So there's no way to disprove that he could exist. And it's a stupid venture. He put it
And
down.
I would go farther and say that there are ways to prove God. If I can show enough small proofs through math, through science, through logic, through rationality, through cosmology, all these different sciences, and just logic and other things, history, then if there's enough building blocks to make it, then I think there's a good argument for him to prove him and less to disprove him.
If I had to guess, the problem that he came across is the very ways that you would try to disprove God are the same ways you would try to prove God.
Yeah, it's symmetry breakers. You need symmetry breakers. So like the modality argument, there's a symmetry breaker where basically you just flip it. You say, well, the opposite could also be true. Like think of the best God.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you can be like, look at this miracle, he can be like, look at this disaster.
Right. Think of the best possible God, and then they could just say, well, think of the best possible universe that doesn't need a God. Like we could have a universe that doesn't. That's how they would argue with fine tuning, that we say the only way that this universe came into being is with a creator. If you think of all possible universes, is a creator possible? And if a creator is possible of a universe and he's the greatest creator possible, then he has to be possible on all of the possible universes. Therefore, God exists. That's the like the ontological or the modality. I forget which one it is argument. It's a complicated one, but it's not my favorite. But then they just say,
The
well,
biggest thing I hate about whenever atheists argue about religious people about it is it's always like based upon like this weird fucking like rejection of like a specific religion. It's almost never like the rejection of the idea of God. They would never argue against the possibility of a God existing. It's just like, well, if you read blah 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 in Matthew whatever, it says that the water
slavery is the thing.
yeah, it's like it says the water came from the north, but that water is clearly only came from the south from the very beginning of existence. So how could that be true? And it's just it's fucking gay. I hate it.
Usually what the atheists will go against the Christians about is slavery. And they'll be like, look, it endorses slavery in the Bible. And the Christians are soft nowadays, and they won't just bite the bullet and be like, well, sometimes slavery isn't bad. Because that's a hard thing to argue, because the nature of the word in modern day is inherently bad. So you can't really justify it, even though you could. But that's what a lot of them go to. Shit, where was I going with that? You were talking about. Oh, but they won't call out they won't call out Muslim. A lot of them won't call out the Muslims because they're scared of getting.
Oh yeah, dude.
Fatwas.
That too, but I get what you're saying. I hate whenever it's just like, well, these people did something 100 years ago that wouldn't be socially acceptable now. Isn't that bad? And it's like, all right, bro, go ahead and stand on your fucking high horse, like Jesus.
Yeah, or like they'll say, I've seen a debate with a Christian and a popular atheist, and they're like, could you find any way to justify slavery? And he's like, well, no, by the nature of the word, it's not slavery. If it's anything like conquering people in a war and now they work for you, that's not slavery. That's indentured servitude. Or if you, I don't know, if somebody decides they want to sell themselves to you, that's not slavery. That's an employee, or that's so it's all just how we've changed words, but there's always been slavery, and it's not inherently immoral. It could be immoral. It could be done immorally, but the Christians won't say this. Instead, they'll usually go with something like, "Well, that was the times." But then the
Well, it's
atheists,
so easy to say like slavery should never be done when you're living in a society that's nearly completely automated. Like farms used to be huge. Farmers could not pay enough workers to work on the farms. Slavery was a necessity. Until the cotton gin and the plow came around, slavery was something that needed to exist. If it wasn't black people, we would have enslaved Asian people. We would have
did. Everybody was enslaved. What happened? He cut out.
enslaved.
Yeah, everybody.
Oh, you cut. I think you cut out, Goon. But I was gonna say everybody was enslaved. Everybody got enslaved. Everybody had slaves. It was about profit, not racism.
Yeah, it was the way of the world. That's what I'm saying. It's so stupid to go back and look at something like that and judge it from like modern day morals.
There was sharecropping
Yeah,
immediately
like
after the cotton gin, like that sort of that.
well, I mean, slavery was abolished after the cotton gin and the fucking plow. A lot of people don't like really bring that up when they talk about the reasons why slavery was abolished, and it was because farms could sustain without slaves. The North was never pushing slavery to end until they could sustain without it.
I got you on that, but I'm talking about sharecroppers. That's where that came from.
Shared croppers? I actually I can't hear exactly what you're saying.
Sharecroppers.
Sharecroppers.
Hair? Hair?
Share.
No, share.
Okay.
Like you share with someone. You
I'm
share
sorry, man. I'm
something
not on
with
a
someone.
PC. This all coming through my phone, so the audio quality is a bit worse.
Oh, that's okay. We're just trying to make sure you
Yeah, what
hear
is
it.
that? Is that they all work on the same farm together, or they all like share a farm and then they help each other do the labor? What would that be?
No. Jesus Christ. I don't have to, like, I'm about to go to bed, so I can't explain this to you. Like, if you don't know what fucking sharecropping is, seriously, don't talk about the South and shit like that. Like, look that up.
I mean, I'm going to talk about the South if I want to. I'm from South Carolina, so we were the state that seceded from the fucking North.
How do you not know about sharecropping then, dude?
They don't teach you about it in South Carolinian school. I can promise you that.
I don't know a whole lot about.
Well, schools
sharecropping.
neglecting a lot there, Carly. Schools changed.
And in South Carolina, they teach us that like we were pretty much like in the right in the Civil War.
Sharecropping. No. Well, let me say this real quick, and then I'm gonna crash out. Sharecropping was plantations all over again, just in a different name. That's what it was.
Oh, is that like the indentured servitude shit?
Yeah, except it was.
Okay, yeah, I know what that is. Okay, I didn't hear it ever be called sharecropping.
Well, it wasn't exactly that, but it was just turned over to that. And I cannot believe you haven't heard that term. Anyway, I've got to go to bed. Y'all have a great one. Happy New Year's, everybody.
Caldy, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Caldy.
Happy New Year's. Have a great one, Carly.
Happy New Year's, man. You know, if I had to guess what he's saying, the reason I've never learned that is probably because I'm from South Carolina and they kind of teach you that you were right.
JLP, well, no,
South Carolina history.
JLP was on a sharecrop, and yeah, I've heard of sharecroppers. And like a lot of the black slaves that got released, they just went to sharecrops because.
And then, like South Carolina, the way we're
What
taught
else
the
you
Civil
gonna
War is
do?
it
They
was
didn't want
basically
that
over
shit to end. They were like,
taxes.
"What am I gonna do now? I don't have the slave house to live in anymore. I don't have work to do anymore. Just
Now,
gonna go
granted, I don't know
wander
if this
around where
changed.
people
Whenever
hate
I
me."
was going through schooling in South Carolina, the way they taught the Civil War in South Carolina was that it was like mostly because of taxation, and that the North was overtaxing the South, and that it was all over how they were trying to like wrongly tax farmers.
Yeah, the whole 3/5.
Like we're literally the way they teach about it in South Carolina when I was in school was that Abraham Lincoln doesn't bring up releasing slaves until the last 6 months to the last year of the Civil War, and for most of the time the countries are just fighting over taxes. I don't know if that
Yeah, I haven't done a deep
Well,
dive on
or
Abraham
not, but that's how I
Lincoln,
was taught the
but
Civil War.
I've learned
it
a lot
wasn't
about
really about
Abraham
tax.
Lincoln, and I've heard a lot of conflicting things from people that I respect on both sides that are like Abraham Lincoln was great, but I've heard a lot of arguments that Abraham Lincoln was kind of a douchebag. And
Yeah, well, I've heard someone also say to me once that the
one day I'm
taxation that they
gonna
were
dig
complaining
into
about
it.
was
I haven't.
taxation on slaves. So yeah, exactly. It's something I have to look into because I'm not sure.
Well, it wasn't really about. It was really about states' rights more than anything. But everything that was happening, as far as like it kind of slavery and everything, kind of got put into that. But it was really overarchingly about states' rights.
Yeah. Yeah, slavery wasn't the main thing of the of all that.
Of the Civil
Yeah, because I
War, yeah.
googled it once, and then if you Google it, like every single website is like slavery,
Wow, my mic is
civil
And
rights
I
was
know they
like
say
was the main cause of
slave
the Civil
labor
War,
built
and not
America, but like cotton was like 20% of our economy, but like it was a big percent of our economy, but the majority of it was because of shipping and industrialization of the North. Um, they were able to ship it and move it around, which made it profitable. So they really
Which,
weren't.
granted, the other thing I said I do think is true, though, that slavery would have never been abolished if farmers couldn't sustain farming without slaves. Like, it was something that only got abolished once it was finally capable of happening.
Well, it was always actually a loss of money. The South was poor. So when they talk about slaves couldn't read, they wouldn't let the black man learn to read. White people in the South couldn't read. Like in general, boys were farming. They were the white boys. Everybody was waking up. They weren't literacy was not a high thing in the South among anybody. They knew how to read the Bible, and they learned how to read the Bible, and the slaves learned how to read the Bible, and that's all they read. And they didn't have time for all this fancy learning stuff. They had to work the fields and make money and build a country. And so everybody couldn't read. And a lot of the slaves loved their life, and that was the South. The North was industrialized, and they were shipping and moving things. It was hustle bustle, immigration, democracy, and I'm just saying, I don't know if
But I want
I'll fly a rebel flag. It's not about hate. It's about pride of the
well,
South.
but were they not in chains though, the slaves? So how did they love their life?
They weren't always in chains. You've believed some revisionist garbage that you've been fed. That all the slaves it's like Amistad or The Color Purple, and they all got shipped here in boats. And it's
Well.
first off, James.
I'm
James, do you
asking.
think the white man went to Africa and captured the
Dude, I'm
slaves?
asking you a question. Don't get all
Okay.
bent out of shape.
Okay, go ahead. No, the slaves were not constantly kept in chains. How are they going to be productive workers if they're in chains all the time? That would be a harmful way to treat your slaves.
Well, I mean, didn't they have
I'm
people
sure
in
some of
chains that
them.
were in prison back in the 50s? Didn't they have people in chains on road
Well,
crews in prisons
Yeah, I
in the
think
50s? So why couldn't they do
I
the...
think prisoners should be kept in chains and they should be made to work road crews and do slave labor. Yes.
So, I mean, how could they be productive if they're in chains? So they could do the same thing with slaves.
Well, we're not expecting high productivity out of our prisoners.
Actually, funnier, James, they replaced the slaves with the prisoners.
And actually, you're right, James, because they were losing money. They were losing money on slave labor, and as industrialization happens and we start getting farm equipment, they're not making money off slaves anymore. So, Goon, when he said earlier, when it wasn't financially viable anymore, that's what ends slavery. That's capitalism. So we start building better things.
Capitalism,
we don't need to have
baby.
slaves anymore. Yeah.
And I mean, the only reason the North was so gun-ho about it was because their economy did not rely on slave labor.
Well, they also weren't doing farming and stuff, so they didn't even know.
There's a reason why yes,
were
the northern states were more progressive than the southern states, but Jim
they
Crow
were a
still
little
existed in
advanced.
most of the northern states past the ending of slavery.
They were the progressives. They were too advanced because they didn't know what it was like to make the food. And that's the same thing we see today and all throughout history. When people are disconnected from how the food is made, they get kind of retarded. When you get into a city where you buy everything in plastic wrapped up for you at Walmart, then you get kind of retarded. You don't know how the world really works. You don't know that we have to kill cows. We have to shoot them in the head. We got to freaking raise 1 million of them and kill them all tomorrow to make sure that everybody has food for Christmas. And the farther people get from how the food is made, the more dumb people get. And that was the same thing. That was industrialization versus off. It's not totally off the land. Of course, we're going to have a little bit of, we're going to figure out how running water works and things like that. But
Well, depending on which part you're talking about, the problem changes. Like the taxation problem is like the same thing that still exists between
But a lot of the
Republican
slaves
and
were just workers.
Democrat states now, which is Republican states produce less income for America than left-leaning states, and usually have to rely off of them not fucking them. Like there's more people in left-leaning states, and they generate more income. So like if there weren't protections for right-leaning states, they would be getting fucked constantly because they're usually farmer states. And nobody gives a fuck about agriculture except for people that are in agriculture.
I did a show when I was when I had more time throughout the week to put my time. Shut up, James. When I
Well,
had
I
more,
was gonna say I care about agriculture, even though I'm not in agriculture.
well, I did a show
I need
about how
agriculture to
black
survive.
Well, I mean,
people
like in the way that a lot of people oversimplify agriculture. Like if
loved
they
their
don't have
owners,
anything to do
black
with it, they make it seem
slaves.
like it's basic and it's not worth a good wage. And that was a lot of what was going on in the North, was this idea of really how hard is farming? Is it as hard as whenever we have people working in factories creating
Tough as
train
hell.
pieces to make trains?
Tough as hell
Yeah,
to farm. A lot more than
that's what I'm
probably
saying.
They had
When you have,
labor
whenever
unions, and they had communism, and they had. It wasn't a thing yet, but it was on the verge.
Well, this is like how farmers' unions were started up, was because of the lack of representation of farmers throughout society.
Because I have some experience in farming, because we had a little garden and everything. We worked when I was a kid, but I ain't like a farmer.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And it's
Is like
not
people who
easy.
are farmers. But yeah, no, I'm not saying that they thought they didn't even think it was easy. They thought it was low skilled labor. It was something that didn't require a lot of
It's
skill
not
to
low
do.
skill at all. Though. They're
Therefore, you don't
delusional.
deserve to get paid a lot for it.
They're delusional, man. Because you gotta have a lot of skill to be a farmer.
Well, Goon, did you see what the lovely lefty government in the UK is trying to do? Putting a 40% death tax on inheriting farmland.
Really?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Well, because essentially then nobody's going to be able to pay, if they're... So if the land is worth, I think it's like if the land is worth over 1 million British pounds, you have to pay like a 40.
Oh, they're just going to outsource it and turn all of Britain into a city? Is that the plan?
No, I think the plan is that the government wants you to have to sell your farmland back to them so they can lease it out instead.
Hello? Did audio cut out?
Yeah, no, I have not. No, I just hadn't responded. No, I hadn't heard about that though.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately what they want to do. Most people aren't going to be able to afford.
I wouldn't be surprised. Like I said, it's the disconnect that I'm talking.
Yeah, most people are not going to be able.
When you
like,
get
farmers' families are not rich. Like, no matter what country you're in, like farmers are not rich. They're usually very cash poor. Because
that's why most Republicans won't even argue against a farmers union. That's why farmers unions were considered like bipartisan. It was because it is like a group of people that needs to be represented, and they heavily impact our society, but can be easily forgotten about.
Yep.
That's why they're
we need
protesting.
farmers.
That's why, like, all over Europe, like, farmers are
But I still don't
protesting
think farmers
against a
should-
lot of the environmental regulations being imposed on them with the emissions and all that other shit.
Farmers Union sounds commie to me.
Oh my goodness.
There's better
Everything's
ways to do it.
It's a lobby. It's basically a lobbying group, Josh.
I know.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Exactly.
Well, in some ways, I've heard like there's certain ways that
I
it
don't
sucks
believe
too.
that. I'm just saying that's.
I've heard certain
No, that's
farmers
the
say that
perfect
like
thing
the.
to play. I would play that if my hands were free, James.
I've heard certain farmers. I heard certain farmers claim that they I can't remember now.
Sorry.
No, it's
We
alright. I
don't
got
need
Borderlands going in the
unions.
background.
Just-
That's why.
Oh my goodness, Josh.
You don't need a damn union. It's all right, James. You'll be more based one day. You'll wake up.
I mean, the farmers literally did need the union.
You'll
Yeah, they do need the unions, bro. They're like the backbone of our
you'll figure
society.
out
What would
that
you do without
unions and
farmers, Josh?
labor forces.
Josh, you're talking about losing your sense of where things come from. You're losing it, bro. You're losing it.
Yeah, I think you're wrong, James. I think you don't
I don't know what
understand.
city you live in, but you need
I
to move
think you
out.
don't understand that the Red
Get
Scare
out of
was
there.
not paranoia, that it was actually communism seeping into America through Marxism,
my
through
God.
civil
Everything's
rights, through
communist to you.
feminism. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh my God,
James.
Josh, you want to know what
Everything.
communism is?
James, what do
Communism
you
is
think
that
about
red-leaning
feminism?
states with
James,
lower
what do you think about
populations get
James,
higher
what do you think
electoral
about
votes.
feminism?
What do I think about feminism?
Uh-huh.
It's bad and it needs to be gone.
Oh yeah? Yeah, where do you think that came from? What do you think about racism?
I don't know. Did feminism come
What do you
from
think about
communism?
ableism? What do you think about
Feminism
ableism?
started in
We shouldn't be
America. So how
mean
did
to
it
people
start?
because
How
of
did it
their
come from communism?
disabilities. It's all commie
Wait,
gobbledygook, James.
wait a minute.
Welcome.
How did feminism? Hold on. I'm trying to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
How did feminism come from communism? It started in America.
It's Marxism. It's the oppressor versus the oppressed. This is the
Marxism.
yes, the
I
theme
thought
of.
Marxism.
Go
I
ahead,
thought
James.
Marxism did the whole thing where the males were in control,
No,
not the females.
no, James. The theme of
Stalin was a male, not a female.
The theme of
Like,
Marxism is the
he was
consistent.
heavily
You gonna listen?
Yeah, I'm gonna listen. Go ahead.
So I don't think you know anything about what you're talking about. So the theme of Marxism is the eternal struggle between the oppressor versus the oppressed. So it started with classism. Marx and Engels, they focused on classism with the Communist Manifesto. And so it was classism. It was the bourgeois, the bourgeoisie, the bourgeois, the bougie versus the proletariat, which is the lower class versus the middle class. Now, he doesn't talk a lot about the elite because Marx knew what everybody knew is that the elite always stayed the elite, but the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, the working class versus the upper middle class, where people you can invest in stocks and things like that. The upper middle class, he pits them against each other, which is a story as old as time. His analysis of the problem is true, that it is always the poor versus the rich. But he turned the prescriptions he makes for that is destroy the rich. There is no more rich. You have no more upper middle class. You have no more middle class. Everybody's the same. And what that ends up doing is leads to eugenesis and leads to killing off the poor and killing off the weak and all of that stuff. And you just have the middle class, and the rich have to pay out to the poor and take care of the weak and stuff like that. So his prescriptions turn out wrong. So that's what we see with feminism. That's what we see with racism. That's what we see with ableism, with psychology. That's what we see. It is a constant thing that is involved in politics and philosophy and theology. The atheists, part of communism is atheism. You can't have a God with all of these things. It yeah, it's all part of the same web, James.
But communism, did they have feminism though? In I should say Marxism rather. Did they have feminism?
It's a branch off of the sexual revolution, which comes from France, which is where all the dictators that pushed communism and stuff, they all went to school in France, or they were exiled from their countries, like Lenin and Pol Pot and Mao. They all went to school in France, or they studied from France. And it's all this French sexual revolution, Marxism, equality, equity, diversity, all these words, all these things, they come from the same general idea of Marxism. It comes from Marx. Marx is the father of all this, and it's about equality. And we have to have equality among all the different groups, and yeah, all this stuff leads to that. whether it be racism, whether it be psychology and mental stuff, whether it be sexism and feminism. They hate the hierarchy. They hate the patriarchy. They hate the fact that men are stronger, that men are more powerful, that we take the top. They hate the church. They hate Christ. They hate God. And that's what I'm against, James. And why do you fight me on this stuff?
I ain't fighting you on it. I'm just trying to.
You fighting me on it. You fighting me on it, James.
No, it's not fighting. Asking questions is not considered fighting.
Me and you versus Effigy. Why do you think that you should take the side of Effigy versus me?
Yeah, but that was on civil rights, not on feminism.
Same thing. Civil rights is commie bullshit, James. You didn't figure that out yet?
So you don't. How do you figure civil rights? People being treated with dignity as humans.
In general, it's.
Well, I mean, I don't like the term rights, but rights.
If Andrew
is what
said it,
actually,
you believe it. If Andrew said what I'm saying right now, you'd be like, "Oh, it's."
Well, I don't like the term
That's
rights.
God's
The thing
given
is,
truth.
though, but the thing, well, Andrew has talked about the idea of
civil rights is the
rights not
same
being
as
real,
feminism. Civil rights is the same as feminism. It's just done with race. It's the same as
But-
Marxism. And Marxism did it with a class, and then it turned into race, and then it turned into sex, and then it turned into ableism, which is how your mind works and your body works. And then this is all stems from the same ideology, which is a secular, godless ideology of equality and diversity and equity. And we're all just do as thou wilt. We're all just here to just serve
I
the
believe we
purpose
have
of
a
the
duty
Gaia.
not
I
to
don't
do
know.
harm to others, but the problem is that's from a God perspective. What do you do about people that are not God believers, and why shouldn't the government
Fuck 'em.
be involved to enforce? Well, how are we going to live in a society?
What are you talking about?
Where,
Is that a question?
how are we going to
Fuck them.
how?
I'm serious.
Well, how are you going to have a?
I'm 100% serious. If you're given over to a reprobate mind and you're gonna suffer and die, and you're gonna live in death forever. And what am I supposed to do about that?
Well,
Fuck
the thing
'em.
is, until we get out of this sojourning state, we have to somehow deal with these people.
You can tell them about it. So we do our duty and we tell them. We blow the trumpet. We spread the word. We
Well, if
announce
they don't
it.
listen,
And we say, "Hey,
you gotta do it
this
from
is what's
another
up."
perspective. But they don't listen.
Who cares if they don't listen? I don't know. So maybe somebody, hopefully, God. We'll pray that God gives somebody who can talk to them the way they need to hear it.
I mean, why do you think?
I'm not the guy that's going to reach.
Argues,
I'm not the guy that's
why
going
do
to
you
reach
think
those
that
people.
when Andrew debates people, he debates them from a secular point of view? Because they're not gonna. Secular people are just not gonna listen to.
I don't care. He can do what he wants to do the way he wants to do it. I don't care. That's not. I can do that too.
Well, I'm just saying that's why
It depends on what the topic is. So like when I debated you about psychology, I quoted a Bible verse.
We're both Bible believers.
I quoted a Bible verse in
irrelevant.
my opening
Well, that's irrelevant.
statement,
We're both
but
Bible
everything I said
believers.
was based off of science in the world. You couldn't rebuttal any of it.
But that's irrelevant. We're both Bible believers. I'm talking about if you're trying to talk to someone that doesn't believe in the Bible, who's secular.
Yeah.
How are you going to deal with them people?
The same way that I dealt with you.
No, because they're not going to listen.
I dropped one Bible verse so that you would hear it, and then I destroyed it from a worldly point. James, my sources were psychologists who write books who say that psychology is not a real science. This is not like a
Well, why is
controversial
it going back to the psychology debate? We're talking about.
I'm just using an
We're
example.
talking about civil rights.
Example.
Right
It's an
now.
example. I'll do the same thing with civil rights. From a biblical perspective, it's bullshit, and from a worldly perspective, it's bullshit.
Excuse me.
What biblically, it sounds like some
I'm
Marxist
burping.
gobbledygook. And,
My bad. I was
worldly,
burping because
it
I
sounds
ate.
like some commie gobbledygook. Like, I don't.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if
Same
getting
thing with
treated
labor laws.
fairly.
Same thing with.
I don't know if getting treated fairly. You could say is not biblical. That's
You sound like a liberal woman when you say that. Honestly.
Could you say it's not biblical to be treated fairly?
James, that was the gayest thing
Should we
I
not
ever
treat our
heard.
like let's
Be
say from a
treated
biblical
fairly.
perspective?
We gotta make sure we're treated fairly. Oh my goodness.
Well, doesn't God
out
call
for
us
that.
to treat people with kindness, providing that they don't? I mean, he specifically calls us to treat our brothers like that, and we're supposed to treat the world in a different way. Where we're trying to.
So what if I said? What if I said you sound like a
convert
sewing
them
circle? You sound
to
like a
us,
sewing
but we're still
circle
supposed to treat them
feminist Christian.
kindly, though, in the sense of we're to try to convert them.
James. What if
in
I
a
said
way,
James, hold on. What if I said you sound like a sewing circle feminist Christian and that God wiped out entire nations? He made people take
What if I said you
slaves.
sound like a feminist Christian whenever you're talking about fucking how Jesus wanted peace and happiness and love? Let's go back to your other debate.
No,
Josh.
don't step in here for him. I'm trying to take this up with James. He's going soft Christian. I'm saying what happens
I'm
when
not
you deal
going
with somebody
soft
who's
Christian.
going.
You don't let me finish, so I can't exactly fully explain
You've
the whole thing.
talked. I came in after you talked.
You do realize that the whole thing takes a long time to explain. We'll probably won't even be able to explain
I'm
it.
sorry,
right
James.
here.
James Cash apped me $5, so I had to
I
come
didn't
in.
cash app him. No, don't let him tell you that. I didn't cash app him nothing.
Yeah, I will admit he did not cash app me anything. It was just funny
I
to
don't
say
even
in
know
the
your
moment.
cash app. So how can I cash app?
James,
I don't even have a cash
listen,
app.
James, hold on. There's a verse in Amos, James. I forget what the verse is, and I'm going to paraphrase, but it says, two preachers, they spoke in two ways. One spoke with fiery retribution. One spoke with love. And I don't even know if it's in Amos. So forget I said that. But let's just say somewhere, this is somewhere in the Bible, and I'm not lying to you, James. And but basically what it says is there's two ways to preach the word. You can.
Well, rebuking someone is considered love, though, biblically.
Right. So you can speak
so it's loving
fear and love, and you can be that fire and brimstone guy that's like, this all sounds communist and gay biblically to me, and I want to get rid of all of it. Or you can be the guy that's like, listen, I love you, and I want to hear what you have to say about it and talk to me about it. Both of those are adequate, and both of those are.
But getting back to civil rights, though, getting treated fairly is biblical, though.
Thanks for just totally ignoring what I was just saying, James.
Yeah, but you're getting off the point of the civil rights.
I'm trying to say that we could both be right. That maybe I just say it a little different than you say it, and you're tone policing me. You're like, well, I don't like that you say it so mean. And that
really
sounds a little racist. That sounds a little racist to me. Or why don't you like the mentally ill people? And I say mental illness
for clarification.
Mental illness is bullshit. All the
I'm giving my assessment.
I just call it. I call it like I see it, and I just call it out. And you say, "Well, but I don't like the way you're saying it," and so you're kind of tone policing me, and you're kind of being like the soft Christian, and I'm kind of.
I'm not telling you can't have those beliefs. You can have whatever beliefs you want.
Well, no, you're not going to tell me. I mean, you could tell me, but
I mean, but I'm just saying that because I can't force you to do anything. Only Christ could change your heart, not me. I'm not Christ.
All right, well,
but
Christ already changed my heart, and I still don't see things the way you see it, which is like some communist, libertarian. I don't know.
So you don't think people should be treated fairly?
Some soft
except for when they're doing unrighteous things, they should be rebuked. So you're saying when they're righteous and everything, they should not be treated fairly. Now they should be rebuked when they're not righteous, which is still in a way being, I guess, fair, because as long as you're rebuking everyone in a fair manner, it's still unrighteousness.
Yeah. I don't know what you just said, but yeah. What's chat been saying? I
'Cause
haven't looked at chat in forever.
You should
What up,
treat
Rome?
you should treat people irrespectfully of who they are. It should be a fair and equal
Rome
way of
deserves to be
treating
a
people.
mod. Now that I'm making women mods, Rome deserves to be a. But Rome's a mod
Do it.
on every other channel. Rome
She's
can't
here all
be.
the time.
But
Now
she
there
can't
are
be a
biological
mod on
differences
all
between men and women.
the channels. She's got other channels where she's got to be a mod of.
But people, as far as a particular skin color, no. But as far as men and women, there's definitely differences in the fact that one can have babies and one can't. Things like that. You know.
I lost you, James. I'm sorry. I'm just fucking around tonight, James. It's New Year, but if you want to get destroyed in a flat Earth debate or whatever, I don't know. It could happen.
I think civil rights was about like having equality across skin color, not necessarily across.
No, that's not what it was about. It was about a bunch of political action committees joining together to sell the black vote to the Democrat Party and keep them enslaved for the next 600
Well,
years.
but
And
they
to
were
sell
saying
them
though civil rights
through
was about
social welfare programs to take the man out of the house and to have.
that may have been.
Go ahead, James. Tell me about it. Tell me about it since you know all
I'm
about
saying,
it. Tell me
but
about
what they
it.
were saying out in public, though, I'm not saying what their underlying motives were. I'm talking about what they were
Wait,
saying.
that was the
publicly.
Democrats' plan?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
Did you
Was
support
that
BLM
not
too?
under Nixon? Was that not under Nixon?
James,
Was that
were you
not pushed
marching-
further by Reagan?
Well, I was saying Democrats
Fuck
push civil
Nixon
rights.
and Reagan. James, are you pro
So-
BLM? What did you think about BLM?
Oh, Black Lives Matter? Oh, that's
Yeah.
a bunch of bullcrap because all lives matter.
Okay, well,
Not just Black lives.
you're not being very consistent, James, because
No, I am, but
MLK
I'm saying
MLK would have been
equality.
at the forefront of BLM because all of that stems from the same organizers and the same
I'm talking about
protest organizers.
equality. Like everyone should be considered equal.
James,
From what I
you're not listening
I
to what I'm
understand what they
saying.
were
You're
pushing
not-
on the outside.
You're
I
not
don't know
listening to
what
what
their
I'm saying.
underlying
You're
agenda
not listening.
was
You're not
for
listening,
civil
bud.
rights, but what they were pushing
If
on the
Candace
outside,
Owens
from what I
says it, or
understand.
Brandon Tatum, or Andrew Wilson, or somebody that James respected on YouTube, he'd be like, "Oh my God, that's a new thing that I'm gonna start repeating." But when I say it, he doesn't even listen. He just brushes it off and he just keeps talking.
But I'm saying what they were saying outside wise. I'm not saying their underlying
James,
motives. I'm
James,
talking about what they were pushing to the
James,
public was about
James,
equality for everybody.
James, Martin Luther King would have been at the forefront of BLM, just so you know. Based off of his writings in college, based off of what he supported and what he was doing while he was alive and what it led to and who it was supporting and the party
But did
it
he
was
push
supporting.
all that publicly?
All right, well then you're a
Did he
fucking
push all
commie,
his
James.
beliefs
Just say
publicly,
whatever.
though?
Just keep defending the civil rights movement, James. You're a commie. That's why you lost the debate. That's why you were the first one out. And you should have just taken my side and
I'm not
paid
a commie.
attention and learned something. But you're basically a commie. Like, yeah.
I'm not a commie.
Racism is real. It's all about it's racism. It's all
I don't believe in races,
Bruh,
dude.
whatever, dude.
Like much less racism.
You're not gonna listen to what I'm saying, so you're not gonna hear anything.
I mean, hating people for their skin color is real, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily racism because we're all human. We're
Are you
supposed to be one.
Are you a IQist if you don't like dumb people? Because I don't like stupid people. Am I?
Well, I think everyone on whatever
I don't, James. I don't like dumb people.
of the IQ spectrum has their respectful place in society.
What about
no
if
matter
I
how
don't
far,
like?
you
What
know,
about if I don't like snakes? What if I don't like snakes that have fangs and rattles? Am I a speciesist?
Well, I think everything has its
What if
proper
I don't like
place.
pit bulls? What if I don't like pit
And
bulls
God
because
created it in its proper way for its proper
70% of the
place.
attacks of children from dogs are done by pit bulls. So what if I don't like pit bulls? I think 70% of the violent crime done by dogs is done by pit bulls. It's only 13% of the population, but it does 70% of the crime. And I think we should probably not allow those sort of things Does that make me
But I
Also,
also
stupid?
believe that humans have the
Martin
free
Luther King
will
would have not
to
been in the
alter
BLM movement.
things
Yes, he
too.
would.
That is
Martin Luther King
crazy.
would have been.
And how
Martin
No,
Luther
he
things
King
wouldn't.
would have
act
been
because humans
leading.
have the free
Martin
will.
Luther King would have been
He would tell
leading the
them.
BLM.
He would tell them to stop rioting, and they would say that he's an Uncle
Let's
Tom
go.
racist Republican, and they would kick him out of the
Bullshit.
movement. That's what would happen.
Bullshit. So you're taking that from a clip of a speech from Martin Luther King where he's talking about rioting and how it's not something we should do.
He's
But if
never
you
led a
listen to
single
what?
riot.
No,
He's never
no,
led a single
no.
riot.
If you listen, I'm gonna pull it up. I'm not gonna pull it up, but I could pull it up. I pulled it up before. If you listen to that speech in its full context, he is totally endorsing rioting. And there's just one part of the speech where he's like, "It'd be better that we didn't have to riot." But you took the one. You're cherry picking the one part of the speech where he's like, "We shouldn't riot." The rest of the speech is like, "Let's riot." Martin Luther
If
King
he
was
endorsed
a
rioting,
vowed
why did he
socialist.
denounce every single rioting movement in the civil rights movement? You realize there was competing movements during civil rights.
What do you mean? They did exactly what?
It wasn't just the MLK movement.
No, it
The
was
big
practice.
distinction between what do you think Malcolm X's big problem?
I'm gonna respond.
What was Malcolm X's big problem with Martin Luther King?
Ask again. Sorry, I'm gonna respond to
was
what you just
Malcolm-
said, but I
Malcolm-
gotta answer your question first.
What was Malcolm X's big problem against MLK?
So
if he was pro rioting,
I'm gonna answer.
What,
Hold on.
was there?
No. Let me answer. Don't interrupt me. I gotta answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Malcolm X post Mecca, he realized that racism was a bunch of bullshit because there were a lot of he thought that Farrakhan went up in the spaceship and met Muhammad, and then he went to Mecca and he saw white people and brown people and golden people and black people all coming there to worship, and they were all the same. And then he realized, oh, this lie that they're telling us in the Nation of Islam with the race hustlers, with the Jesse Jacksons, with the Farrakhans, with the Martin Luther Kings is bullshit. And then he came back and they killed him for it. And he was going against what Martin Luther King was saying. And when Martin Luther King started waking up, they killed him for it too. He was a avowed socialist, and he was going along with the narrative that they were telling him to preach, that it's the white man versus the black man. It's the old white man trying to hold us down. It was oppression. It was the oppressor versus the oppressed. It was Marxism.
Voting registries
What do you mean?
are still existing from that time.
This is not like
Voting registries
there
are still
wasn't
oppressive
segregation
of
then,
that
was
time.
there?
This
The-
shows
the
you
real-
guys have
segregation,
no
was
idea.
there?
Like you haven't looked into any of this.
Like
stuff.
segregation wasn't real. Like they didn't separate people based on skin
Yeah,
color.
they did, James. And guess what? None of the black people cared about having their own fucking water fountain, you retard. Nobody cared about having a special place to sit in the theaters. Over time, there were black theaters where only black people went, and then black people had their own businesses, and they were growing faster, and they were more religious, and they were more family oriented, and they were going their own businesses. And then we forced integration. We shut down all those black owned businesses and forced
Well,
them to
I'm not forcing people to do something.
Well,
I'm
that's
just
the
saying
civil
we
rights
do them
movement.
equally.
God dang it. Gosh, I
It
need
was.
to, woo, I need
It
to
was
calm down.
forcing
I need to
people
calm
to
down.
do something.
I need to calm down. Yes, James, that's what the civil rights movement
How
led
do you
to.
force someone to do something by adding the fact that people should be treated equally?
I
How's
hate when people try to think they're like sounding smart, but right now, James, you're saying the same exact thing that I've been
Because
arguing.
I can't
this whole
force
time.
them to live in the same. They can
Yeah.
live in their own separate communities if they want
Yeah.
to, but I should treat them with
Yeah.
equal dignity when they're around me, though.
Yeah, I agree,
I should treat
James.
them
Yeah, I
better
agree,
when they're
James.
around me.
I agree, James. Yeah. That's not what the civil
As
rights movement did, genius. That's not what the civil rights movement did, James. The civil rights movement
How
compelled.
did the civil rights movement adding the amendment that they added to the Constitution
It
force
compelled.
someone to live in the same community as other people and being
Well, the civil rights movement, the reality of it, James, is the civil rights movement
I
did
don't
good
even like
things,
debating with
and then
James because he
Republicans.
really doesn't know what he's talking about, but he pretends like he does, and it's like, I feel bad.
Well, I'm asking questions.
I'm telling you, James, exactly what you're saying makes total sense. The civil rights movement did the opposite of that. It compelled people to force people to do these things, which ended a lot of black-owned businesses. when you start forcing
What ended a
people,
lot of black-owned businesses were Republicans. And now a Republican is using their work to act as if liberals did it, when it was clearly Republicans that did it.
that's
I
not
don't.
true. It was Democrat
Yeah,
policies.
sure. Democrat policies devalued the black market. Yeah, Democrat policies removed black men from the household. It definitely wasn't Nixon after his vice presidently openly admitted that they put smack into black communities to make them addicts and put them in prison. It was definitely Democrats.
Oh, the drug war. Now we're bringing the drug war into it. That's way later. That's 20 years later, which I think is also bad. I'm not a fan of Nixon, and I'm not a fan of putting crack into the black communities. I'm not a fan of that either.
But every
that
step of the
doesn't
way, it was
disprove-
Republicans that ruined
that
the
doesn't
civil rights
disprove
movement.
anything that I've said. That's
It wasn't
just
that
adding-
the civil rights
that's
movement
just
was
more of
destined
what
to
I'm
fail.
saying.
It was that every Republican in lockstep worked against the civil rights movement.
But that's
at every
another
point of its existence.
that's another step in the whole objective that I'm talking about. So I'm not. I agree with you. They did do that, and I'm saying that's part of what I'm. That's the whole scheme that I'm talking about. The Democrats turned the blacks into basically.
Well, the scheme is
Slaves.
that
They turned them into
Republicans
slaves
ruin
instead of being
the benefits
slaves.
of civil rights movements,
Instead of
and then
being
they
slaves,
claim
working on the
that
land
the civil
and
rights
stuff, they
movement was
turned them
bad,
into
even though that
slaves.
they're the ones that ruined it.
They keep them in prison and keep them on drugs and keep them in the poorest neighborhoods and keep them fatherless and keep them aborting their kids.
Who are they?
That's all.
Who are they? It's not Democrats. It's
The
not Democratic
Democrats.
leaders.
The children of the lie. The Democrats, the rhino Republicans, the lobbyists, the freaking oligarchs, the millionaires, the eugenicists, the Satan worshipers, the atheists, the damn commies. That's who.
I don't. Yeah, no,
Mic
that's just
drop.
not true.
Mic
I don't.
drop. Mic drop. Oh. Oh. You can't deny that. Look at all these beers lined up in this Millennium Falcon. I'm on piece. What am I on? I'm on step 252 out of 500, which means I'm more than half. Or wait, I'm halfway there. I'm halfway.
Yeah, but where did you get this idea that MLK is a fucking communist, dude? He was a registered Republican, and he was a fucking preacher.
Bullshit. That's not true. Bullshit. He was a socialist. He wrote about it a lot in his early formative writings. He was not a registered. Maybe he was a registered Republican to look like that. That's something that they've been doing forever. Is Democrats they register as Republican to kind of.
Dad was a priest, dude. He has conservative values.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. That's a lie. That's revisionist history. That's a lie you've been told. Watch the documentary Uncle Tom 1 and Uncle Tom 2. And
why would a bunch of leftists want to lie to me and tell me that MLK is actually a right-leaning person? Why would that be leftist talking point?
To make him seem like he's a more balanced character and like he's really a man for the black community. Like, oh, he was a Republican, but he went Democrat because he found that their virtues were. No, he was a socialist his whole life, and it was some fake Christian. Like, there's a lot of not so savory Christian Protestant groups. And
well, I mean, originally the Republicans weren't seen as anti-black because slavery just existed all throughout America. It wasn't until the Republicans fought harder than the Democrats to keep slavery.
The Republican Party was started as half black and half. It was to stop. Yeah, they because they didn't want the blacks to get the vote in the Democrat Party, so they started the Republican Party that was made with freed slaves and slave owners. And
yeah, I know they all flipped at some point. I don't know what the fuck the purpose of that was, but yeah, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican.
The ideology never flipped. It was people and populations who flipped over geography. So, like, once things happen, the industrialized North starts moving south to buy up all this land because they have money, and they just. Not only were these people poor to start with, but we just destroyed them in a war. So now they're really poor and we're buying up the land. It's gentrification. It's the same thing we've seen Democrats do all over major cities throughout America all the time. They push the poor people to a section, which lowers the price of the land, and then we buy up that land, and then we move there, and we turn it into a. This is what New York and California type Democrats, and they've done it forever. So that's what happened. It wasn't a the Southern flip, or the flip wasn't a flip in ideology. It was a flip in people moving and ideologies changing. But yeah, democracy, and it's always been communism. It's always been bullshit. The same ones that had the slaves are the same ones that made the KKK, are the same ones that made the Jim Crow, are the same ones that sold the Democrats or the black people to the Democrat Party and put the abortion clinics in the thing, is the same ones that love eugenics, is the same ones that it's the Marxists, the Democrats, the leftist ideology. It's godless. It's just godless. Really, I say Marxist and I say commies. Really, it's just godless. It's godlessness is really what it is. Facts. Facts. Nobody can deny that.
Did Wally fall asleep?
Oh. Dang, I drank that whole thing of whiskey already?
Nope.
Nope.
I was just wondering because I was like, I haven't heard Wally in like an hour.
Yeah, I heard Wally in a while.
I got food in my mouth. I'm not staying on mute.
James knows what I'm saying makes sense. He just doesn't want to admit it.
Oh my goodness.
James. I'm always right, James.
Not always.
Always.
You know who's more right than you?
Who?
You know.
Jesus?
Yes. Well, him, but who's the second? Who's the one that's still here on Earth? What?
Who's more right than me on Earth right now? Trump.
On Earth. That's still on Earth.
He's
Trump.
talking about me.
No, not you, Wally.
Yeah, you are.
I thought
No,
you was
it's Jesus or
but
Trump. If it's not Jesus or Trump, then nobody.
Well,
I was gonna
I
say
was gonna
Andrew
say
Wilson.
Oh no.
Yeah, so
no,
James,
no.
it might interest you to know that Andrew probably would have said Chris's Jesus argument about self-suicide was retarded.
It was bad.
Well,
I
don't
agree
think that
with
was
that.
Chris's argument, though. I don't think that was Chris's argument, though.
It's literally what he led with was a heretical statement, James.
He shouldn't have brought Jesus.
I don't think it
into
was.
it.
I
That's
don't
where he
think
messed
suicide
up.
was his argument, though.
No, he literally.
And how did he
tried
win? See, I beat him in a one-on-one,
James, he
and he
literally
made the
led
worst
with
argument ever in that one-on-one.
Well, how about you
And I was
ask
like, what
Chris,
the?
because he can explain what his argument was better than I can.
He
I
was
don't
First, I'll ask
literally
Chris.
He shouldn't have
leading
won
with
that.
He was literally leading with a heretical statement that by consenting to the crucifixion, Jesus was killing himself and the Romans.
And
were
I'm a
assisting.
heretic.
Did he say that
I'm
Jesus
a
was
heretic,
killing
and I was
himself,
still
though?
like, that's heretical.
He was going with the fact that he was. I don't know. Maybe,
I'll say some
again, maybe you should
heretical
ask
stuff,
Chris
but I
because
was like,
I can't
I
really
don't know
speak
about
on
that.
what
It
he
is
was
literally
going.
what he led with,
Nah.
James. I was in the debate. I was sitting right there. No one's mind was in it more than me.
Yeah, but the way I don't know if that was based on how Chris
He
was
couldn't
explaining
even
it on the
contend
after
with my
party. I don't
arguments
think that's
because he
what he was
busy
going for.
presenting his own shitty fucking case, and that's where the whole debate went, was his shitty case. He couldn't even contend with the anti-arguments.
What happened with the drama afterwards?
But either way, how does that got to do with what I was saying about Andrew Wilson?
I'm just saying, Andrew Wilson would have found that argument retarded if he was watching the show.
Well, he probably was watching the show. Who knows? Because he lurks sometimes. Does he not?
Actually, no, he did come in the Discord later on in the morning, and we asked him, and he said, yeah, that's retarded.
Oh, it came in his Discord later on in the morning.
Yeah, he was in the group. He was in group chat with us for a bit Saturday morning. He was bored.
He was bored. Hmm.
I don't think
I don't get it. I wasn't there. What was the whole line of argumentation for it? Why is it stupid? I don't.
Oh, because well, number one, just the fact that he's trying to frame that he's trying to come at it in a completely nonsensical manner. Like there's no statement from anyone who would ever teach that the crucifixion was somehow a suicide. It was an execution.
Oh, he was arguing for legalizing
The fact
suicide.
that fact that he's trying to make an argument by saying, "Well, Christ consented to be crucified," but his argument is Chris's argument is basically, saying, "I let you win." Like in execution does not require your consent. Consenting is like saying, "I let you win" after you lost a fight.
No, but he was arguing for legalized assisted suicide, and he said basically Jesus did it.
Yeah, I feel like that's a stupid connection. I feel like
Yeah, he said basically
you could
Jesus did
maybe
assisted
make
suicide, and
make an
everybody in the
argument.
chat and everybody who was listening was like, "No, it doesn't matter what Christian. Don't bring Jesus into this."
And yet then the La Simps in chat were saying it was cope that I lost.
That was
Did
against
Jesus
you, Wally?
not basically kill himself?
That was against
No.
you, Wally?
What?
That was against you?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I don't even remember.
But like,
that.
didn't Jesus know he was gonna die?
There's no way. There's no way he won that. And yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to understand the line of argumentation here. Did it?
Bro, he wasn't even
Well, no,
supposed to
like-
be in the last vote. I was like,
Well,
Wally's
no,
not
Josh,
here and Chris
later
is not
on-
here. I was like, I think I can win. And then all of a sudden, it's like Wally's coming back, Chris is coming back, Wally's coming back, Chris is coming back, Wally's coming. And I'm like, I need both of them out of here.
Well, the other thing is, Josh, is that even
But then it still would have went to Adam.
Flat out, like later on in the show, Easy called out the fact that he knew for a fact there were like haters of mine who voted for Chris purposely. So that's why it's like, but yet people like John Barrett were in chat and other people who I've never seen in the VK chat before last Friday were in chat saying people who disagreed with Chris, including me, were coping about the vote, when it's like, no, you guys obviously just came in to vote for Chris because it was Chris. He didn't have to make a fucking argument. But then
just because Jesus did something doesn't mean you should be allowed to do it or should do it.
Fucking brilliant. And even especially when I'm pointing out, like, no, Chris won a rigged vote. He didn't win a debate. And he was being told that by multiple people afterwards. I saw like his stream after VK was him coping about being chewed out, and then Shiva chewed him out.
Wow. All I know is somehow I won in the one-on-one with him. And
Like, I guess,
I thought you
from
won.
what
I
someone
thought
was-
you won on the one-on-one with him too. And I was like, damn, he just used Jesus in an argument for assisted suicide. I don't think anybody's gonna agree with that. And yeah, but
and I don't know how anybody.
Yeah, that's like insane.
I don't know how anybody could have voted for Chris, supporting him making a flat-out heretical statement who says that they're Christian.
Is there not an argument to be made that he did commit suicide, though?
No, he didn't.
I mean, I don't think that the rest of his argument makes sense, but I think that you could probably at least make the argument that it was suicide.
there's an argument you could
Because it's
make,
already
but
because here what is happening?
from,
He's being killed. What happened? He was arrested. He was sentenced to death by crucifixion. At that point, the Romans are executing him by force. It's like being on death row. Saying you consent,
if he had free
is
will,
like
he
saying
could
you
have
got
stopped.
beat up.
He could have.
But he didn't.
No,
I mean, he Isn't that what the whole Last Supper conversation? Wait. Let me respond to what Wally was saying. Isn't that what the whole Last Supper speech is about? Is him talking about how he's going to get captured, and them being like, "You should run," and then him being like, "I'm not going to run. I'm going to accept it."
He also, when he's praying in when he's praying about it, he's also asking for God to let it not happen if possible. He did not want to die.
Right now I could call down a legion of
No, I'm not saying it's definitely a suicide or anything. I'm just saying I've never heard that argument before, and I think that there's definitely some compelling arguments you can make behind that. I don't think the way that he applied it makes any sense.
Well, again, the only way, but again, in the full context of what is happening, like I said, ultimately, you have the Roman authority using force to carry out an execution.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't ever just full blanche be like, Jesus killed himself.
Yeah,
but I think you could make a stupid roundabout argument where you could be like, it was kind of like he accepted his fate.
Well, no, because during the crucifixion,
sacrifice
as he's dying, Jesus says, "Into your hands I commit my spirit."
So
and I would probably agree with that. I would probably agree with that too.
If I jump,
is that sacrifice isn't the same as suicide?
Yeah, if somebody's shooting a bullet at my wife and I jump in front of the bullet, that's like suicide, but it's also not suicide; it's sacrifice.
Yeah, even further, less parative in the moment. Defending your country. If you're on the front lines, you're almost definitely going to die, but you're not committing suicide by being on the front lines.
Right, you're fighting for your country.
In the same way as Effigy was in the chat at the same time, Josh being retarded.
That's why Chris's argument was stupid.
And Effigy's trying to
this
go one
step further. This is why everybody was mad at Chris for making this argument, like on the sake of Christians, well, Jesus commit suicide, and all the Christians was like, whoa, what are you saying? No, this is some bullshit. But
well, no, and that's what I'm saying, Josh, is Effigy was taking it one step further and was trying to say in chat that it was suicide by cop. Yeah. And it's again,
okay, that's kind of funny.
The thing. Let me actually finish making the full analogy so that the flippin' logic, so I can show why the flippin' logic doesn't make sense. The fact that if you were on death row and I'm putting you in the electric chair and you say I consent, well, your consent's irrelevant. One way or another at that point, you're going in the chair. So you don't get to say, I'm also committing suicide. No, you're not. You're being executed. This is happening against your will. We're using force to make it happen one way or another. Your consent's irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, even the way that I've read it, because I'm not religious, but the way I've seen it, whenever the Last Supper is depicted, is it seems to be that Jesus is more trying to convey that he's tired of running, and if they're going to kill him, then he's going to accept whatever they have for him, rather than to continue running away. I don't view it as a suicide. I was just saying that I do think there's if someone was just saying, it could be considered somewhat in the same realm as suicide, I would think that there's an interesting argument to be made there. But if someone's trying to say it's suicide, so you need to justify it, that's crazy.
I would say there really probably isn't the best argument, because it's ultimately going to come down to, in order for something to be suicide, like we're saying, where there's a difference between suicide and sacrifice. A suicide has to be absent anything but your
it's perspective. What me and Josh were talking about earlier with soldiers on the front lines, right? You might actually get some people on the front lines that are this is suicide. They're freaking out and they're like, this is suicide. We're going to die.
Well,
that does happen on the front lines.
But they're saying the odds of the mission are suicidal, or the battlefield odds appear suicidal to commit to that battle, is what they're saying.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't argue that they are literally committing suicide, but I wouldn't argue that they're wrong either. I wouldn't be like, dude, this is not suicide.
Problem is that a lot of this with the whole suicide comparison ultimately gets into a lot of just hyperbolic statements and parsing them apart, and it's that's why I say, no, someone's saying, in the context of a battlefield situation, bringing that in. Well, that's, again, it's in full context. It's a hyperbolic statement. It's not an argument.
I lost a piece.
Is Josh like losing a battle with some potato chips or something?
I lost a piece. I lost a Lego piece. It just flew off. I don't know where it went. It could be in a beer box. It could be in this bag of chips. I don't.
I couldn't tell if that was chips or okay, now I'm almost tempted. Maybe you accidentally tried to eat Legos. Is that what you did, Josh?
There's
Did you
chips.
try to eat the Legos?
There's chips and Legos involved. So. Oh man.
Just don't mix them up in the wrong bags or your mouth.
I need one little piece. I don't know where it flew.
But no, like he was being called, like Chris was being called out by multiple people for how bad faith that was. He knew it was a bad faith statement about Christianity to try to make an argument with using Jesus in that fashion.
It seems like the statement works off of the assumption that it was a suicide. Like, I feel like that's why it's bad faith. It's because he's not even arguing with you guys about it being a suicide. He's like, Jesus Christ did kill himself, therefore I'm right.
Well, and it's bad. Well, it's bad faith to present that argument, especially if you're going to be debating a Christian, because you're just bringing someone an argument that you know runs completely heretical to Christianity and as a whole, no matter what. It doesn't matter if you're Orthodox, Catholic, or some kooky Protestant sect.
Yeah, it does sound like an atheist shitpost. Like something like an atheist would shitpost.
Yeah,
no church father, no theologian, no apologist is ever going to present an argument that teaching that the crucifixion is a suicide. Like the other example, like what the other way that Chris is essentially trying to present this is someone who got his ass beat in a fight, walking away, shaking his fist, going, "I let you win." Like, that's not how the crucifixion works.
Yeah. But
as I said, like,
did he win that one with you?
You cannot have external factors determining whether you do it or not for it to be considered a suicide.
Did he beat you in that one-on-one? Did he win that? Didn't he lose that?
He won the chat vote, but everybody was blowing him up, saying, "No, you absolutely lost the debate. Everyone there agreed with me."
But he won the vote.
Like I guess from what someone was telling me, Shiva came into his like morning stream after VK and was like, "Chris, I'm just gonna give it to you straight. Like, your argumentation is horrible. Your arguments are horrible. Like you think
Is Chris that the neckbeard guy?
The South
No, the
African.
mustache. South
The
African
mustache
mustache
guy.
man.
Oh, the twirly mustache guy?
The twirly mustache, yep. On both sides.
Well, no.
But you're basically laying out one of the only reasons he even gets attention for people to vote.
I thought he was the guy who punches the rubber skull the whole time.
Yeah, that's the same.
No, I don't know who that is.
No, it's the same guy.
He's the guy that's always muted, right?
When he's muted, he punches the rubber skull, yeah.
Oh.
Well, fuck that guy anyway. He's a dork and a dweeb. Have you seen the way that he punches that skull? He punches it with his fist out.
Chris is cool.
He punches with his fist out, like with his fingers facing outward.
Who are we talking about?
Yeah,
This
but
Chris
he's
guy
not
that they're
exactly
talking
in a fight.
about.
When he punches that thing, he's not exactly in a real fight.
You couldn't pay me to ever throw a punch like that. That is fucking crazy.
Well, he's doing it to be funny, though.
I was like recreating the throw after he was doing it, and I was like, dude, this is the craziest like swinging method in existence.
He's making jokes for a stream. You don't know that's how he punches, but
all I'm saying is if I'm doing a skit where I'm punching something, those are gonna be some crisp, fine punches.
no. But I beat him in a one-on-one, and then Wally should have beat him in a one-on-one, and then he won the whole show, and I was like, what? I don't have anything against
every time
Chris,
I
but I
fucking-
was like, that's some bullshit.
Then every time I meet someone that's boxing, they're just like, "You choreograph your punches too
But then
much."
Adam got second place votes, and I don't really think Adam did a whole lot that night. I don't think he put a lot of work in, but he's got the Crucible behind him, and I think they were the Crucible people were kind of voting for him.
All right, fuck it. You won't make the accusation. I'll
Honestly,
make it.
Josh,
I'll make it.
I think he pissed
Verbal
off so
combat's a
many
rigged
people with
show.
that debate against me, Josh, that a lot of people just rallied behind one person to make sure Chris lost was the goal, probably.
Verbal combat's like definitely rigged. It's like the same 8 people in there every single time, and they always win.
Well, well, no, Goon. Like I said, there were that chat when Chris kept coming back and was like those last few hours. The chat had a lot of people that were not regulars in there. Like the voting was much higher than it should have been for 3:30 in the fucking morning.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was odd. It wasn't a normal day.
So yes,
Sure.
I will flat out say it.
Been there a
I think there were people that were supporting Chris that came in and packed the fucking vote. I'll fucking say it.
How many people support Chris? Chris, like when he does the stream.
Well, he's got like 200 and some subs on his channel. Like,
Josh, Josh, no, Josh, you don't get it.
You just don't get
Ever
it.
since he had that
Well, he's got, like,
disaster
5
of a
people
fucking
that came in and Kieran and
No, Josh, you don't get it. Ever since he had that disaster of a debate with Jim Bob and Andrew, he's had people suck his dick.
Oh, well, I don't know about
He's got like dick suckers from that whole face off with Jim Bob and Andrew.
Oh, well, I don't know, but
I missed a lot of shit, evidently.
Speak Easy's alright, but I'm here for the real streamer, Josh.
I should have won.
I'm going to say something in a very particular way so that this doesn't actually get any heat on me, and it's intended to be funny. But
I don't think you have anyone that's going to rat on you here.
I'm just going to say that nobody who has ever argued with me on verbal combat is as smart as they think they are, because they have nobody has ever actually gotten any of their arguments past me, so none of you can get an argument past an intoxicated person, because I am never sober on VK.
I'm offended.
Whatever.
Write your fucking congressman, James.
Churches should pay taxes. I already got you. You know it.
Why should churches pay taxes?
Andrew came in and said the same thing a couple nights later.
He did? Where?
Yeah, and Andrew's wrong on it for the same reason, and he's conceded that to me before.
No. You just forget about this
He
Johnson
has conceded to me, like, the Johnson Amendment is ultimately what creates the debate.
Well, we'll get... Yeah, but there's still going to be a debate. They got to pay taxes. They're going to pay some taxes. The Johnson Amendment, we fix that. Who knows what happens? I don't know.
It's called you remove the speech restrictions on them that the Johnson Amendment imposes, then churches can be politically active to a higher level and still not pay taxes.
Perhaps you're right.
Because ultimately, a church should not be beholden under the state as to whether or not it can operate, because the state has the authority to reach in and bankrupt it if it wants by taxes.
I lost a piece, and this is the first time that I know I lost a piece because I saw it fly off, and now I can't find it. And it could be somewhere in this bag of chips, or it could be somewhere in my box of beers, or it could be anywhere. It could be lost in my Christmas tree. I don't know. We have a problem, though. I think I'm be okay not having it and fixing it later. I think it's a safe piece.
Maybe you ate it.
I didn't eat it. I might have eaten it. I don't think I ate it.
It could have landed in one of these cans, but I don't think I ate it.
I'm just saying, Josh, like in like the almost 30 episodes I've been on, many people have had the chance to outsmart an intoxicated man, and they've never been able to do it.
I don't know.
I don't think I've ever done a one-on-one with you, Wally. So I can't say that.
No, the vote outcome does not mean does not indicate if you've outsmarted me or not. Just so we're
then
clear.
what are we going off of? Because if we're not going off the votes, I've
Just
never
the fact
lost
that
anything.
nobody has ever like ran circles around me in a debate because they've gotten something past me. No, nobody's ever been able to like completely out argue me in a 1v1.
Yeah, but I think I could say the same. I've never, other than the debate with James, I've never lost anything on Easy's channel. I've never lost a one-on-one. Well, I guess I've lost a VK.
Wait a minute. He just conceded that he lost the debate. He just conceded.
Other than the vote with James, I never lost a one-on-one. I haven't won a full VK, but I've only stayed in one of them. But
thank you for conceding that you lost the debate.
Even in the UVC I didn't lose a single round. And then James wins that debate. I don't know. James is using some dang AIs to vote for him or something.
Oh, now he's gonna say it was a rigged vote.
Yeah. Dominion. James got Dominion voting.
Oh, come on.
No, but Wally.
Josh did say he was going to go Trump with this.
The only thing I ever lost in my life was a Lego piece. I did lose the Lego piece. I don't know where the Lego piece is.
Damn, that sounds like an ego problem.
I might find it later. I think it's a piece where
You
I
got some
could keep
ego
building.
issues there.
Whatever. I don't believe in Freudian psychology.
He's saying you're like the black guy from Guardians
Ego
of
is
the
not
Galaxy
necessarily
3.
psychology. What the heck?
Ego is from Freud. The id, the ego, and the superego is from
Well,
Freudian
pride,
psychology.
man. You got some pride issues. You want to use the word pride? There we go.
Pride is for gay people.
Didn't you say you believe in some of Freud's stuff, like the wanting to fuck your mom or some shit, JS?
What the hell?
No, I never wanted to. What?
I thought you said you believe in the wanting to mom fuck.
No. There
What
is
the fuck?
something to say about sexual development, and if you don't successfully accomplish your sexual development stage, then you end up gay and trans because you want to fuck your mom. I kind of,
What the fuck?
that is
James,
kind of
if you've never looked into it, you wouldn't understand. This guy built
don't
most of
wanna
his
look into it. It
philosophy
sounds
off of the idea that guys want to fuck their own mom.
It sounds creepy. I don't want to look into it.
That's Freudian psychology. That's the basis of the psychology that you love. He's the godfather of psychology. Like,
Crawl out that hole and you want to crawl back in.
yeah. Spend 9 months trying to get
I wouldn't
out.
say that's
spend
real
the rest of my life
psychology.
trying to get back in.
I would disagree. That's real psychology.
That is the foundation.
That's the
of
real
psychology.
deal.
He was one of the 4 founding members of the foundational blocks that
Not a
made up.
demonic issue.
Well, it wasn't. He didn't describe it as if it was a good thing. His whole idea was to try to help people deal with these internal struggles that he thought that they had. His philosophy was not that you should fuck your mom.
I hope it wouldn't be.
That's just weird.
Beyond.
I mean, he talked to a lot of people. You got to think about it. That just might be how weird people are.
Could be. You never know what
He,
somebody's really
he
thinking.
talks to a couple hundred people, and he's like, "I think they all just want to fuck their mom." What does that say about people?
Pretty bad about people, yeah. In general, we'll do anything.
But no, he could have been wrong too. But yeah, no, I do think that there could have been some. I never really looked into any of his studies really. I don't know how he came to that conclusion.
It had to be doing the interviews, I would think.
I can't. I think he was I think he was the one that believed in like secret traumas inside your head too. That you could have like repressed memories.
Well, that could be possible if it's really memories. And you
Yeah,
kind of
that
suck
could be
them away.
possible because
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he would argue like a bunch of people like were indoctrinated into cults when they were young or were molested when they were young, and they don't like remember it properly, so they have like all these like fucked up brain shit, but it's actually just because of something that happened when they were a kid.
I had friends that were, well, not really friends, but I knew them that were molested and stuff like that, and it was bad. But they thought it was kind of normal, for real. I guess it happened so much. I mean, if you eat cheese every day and it's green, you're going to think green cheese is the normal thing.
Yeah.
But there was like negative applications to that science too. Like I'm pretty sure a bunch of people convinced people that they were like abused by their parents and put into cults when they never were. Like they were just implanting fake memories in some of these people's head. Where they were like, "Are you sure something didn't happen to you as a child? Are you sure? Are you sure?"
Yeah, the old
yeah,
leading.
that's where it gets wrong. Like trying to plant stuff into people.
Yep.
Yeah, because you had a bunch of people that came out of those experiments and they were like, "Yo, it's like 10 years later, and I'm pretty sure everything I told that guy was a lie."
I got my drugs. Right?
Yeah, no, and it would be crazy. It would be like people like truly believing that they were like assaulted and shit as kids. And then they would have to like come to the realization that they made it all up in their head. Because some like fucking gung ho therapist was like implanting shit.
Right. And that could get some parents through in jail if they're not guilty. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
So
or at least have them looked at.
For the you guys can't see it, but for the chat, the piece I lost is a little angular black piece that goes, and I had it. It just flew off, and I don't know where it flew, and I've looked for it, and I can't find it. Maybe I'll find it someday. It's either in the chip bag or it's in the, I don't know. It flew over here, and there was a chip bag over here, and a beer box over here. I've surfed the carpet for it, but I think we can keep building. But if I find a little angular black piece that goes right here, it goes right here. That's what it's for.
Is it some kind of weapon or
No, it's just a piece that goes there.
just a piece?
Yeah, it's kind of aesthetic. It makes it look more like I got. Like
I
a
was so
kid
confused at what you were saying half the time. I thought you were trying to say that there was somebody in chat named Angular
No,
Black.
I just found it. It was under the flickered Millennium Falcon. I just found it.
Yep, there it is.
There it is.
10 seconds behind, but there it is.
I can't get it to lock in there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of like Freud stuff, he's one of those guys that like a lot of his shit did not hold the test of time.
No, a lot of it did. Now they've like sexual what's it called? The stages of sexual development is pretty accurate. If you don't successfully accomplish your stages of sexual development, that's why you get into things like gayness and transgenderism. And that comes from the mother and the father, which comes from you have to complete these stages of where you're yearning, You have penis envy of your father because your father has a penis and your father sleeps with your mother, and you're yearning after your mother. You want to be with your mother. You came out of her vagina, and so at this young age,
Or if you're Peter Griffin, you have penis envy of your son.
What the hell?
That's basically
Y'all
all.
ever seen that episode where Peter sees that Chris has a bigger dick than him in like one of the episodes?
That's
He gets like super insecure about it.
Freudian psychology is the idea that you're born from your mother's vagina. You see your mother's vagina. Once you're a kid and you're about 3 years old and you see your parents naked, you start to question why your genitalia is different from your parents' genitalia. You have a yearning for your mother or of your mother, and you have a hatred for your father. It's different for boys and girls, but this is the stages of sexual development. And if you don't go through them properly, you end up gay or trans. And it's kind of accurate. The only thing is it leaves out God, which is why it is not the truth. It's just an idea based off of minds and how people act and behaviors, but it leaves out God. It leaves out the metaphysical, which is the true answer to why all that happens. But they try to cut that part out, which is why Freud fails and why all of these atheists, naturalists, scientists fail, because they're leaving out an important part of it. You disagree with that, Jay?
Freudian psychology is not like there's 4 different pillars of psychology. Freud is just like one of them.
He was one of the main pillars. There's
Well, I
Jungian.
disagree that they leave out God, of course. But I don't disagree that we should study the human mind. That was my argument. And we should reform psychology.
We can't really study the human mind.
Like
we can study behaviors.
I don't think like
well, behavior
I agree.
is studying the human mind. Is
but if I say, James,
I agree with like a lot of things other psychologists agree.
Is it studying human minds? If I put a bunch of people in a room and I turn the air conditioner up, they're probably if I turn the heat up, they're probably going to put on their jackets.
That's studying behavior, so I have to be studying the human mind.
Right, and so I'm saying I will concede
to
you that
what
doing that
behavior
is real.
is the mind.
Doing that is real, but
the mind manifests that behavior when both the mind and the spirit communicate together.
If that's what you want to say psychology is, then that's fine. But that's not what psychology is. So I'll give you that. I will give you behavioral.
I can
research of behavior, especially how humans act
well.
with animals when they're in groups. We could study animals and see how humans are going to act. They'll probably, if we turn the heat up, they're probably gonna, or if we turn the cold, we make it colder, they're probably gonna huddle close together. We can study animals and figure out behaviors in animals to figure out, because in groups people act like animals. So
I think the psychology can also study the physical as well. Eventually, once we develop enough to study that. Right now, we're having a hard time studying that because
I've already conceded. I'll give you behavioral psychology. I still think it's kind of bullshit too, because we're acting like humans are animals. But I'll give you that.
Well, I'm saying we stop acting like humans are animals and we act like humans are conscious living beings because God created us like that.
Yeah, and so maybe we should stop trying to figure out how minds work instead of how each individual person is. Just talk to people.
That would still be arguably trying to see how someone's mind works. It's just we'd be basing it on a individual basis instead of a collective.
Studying can be good. The problem is like people use it as like cheat codes. The guy who made introversion and outroversion, he even the introvert and the extrovert, right? The guy who created that. There's a huge thing, a lot of people talk about it, where he came out about 10 years later and he said that extroverts and introverts aren't real. The whole point of it was to describe somebody's position at a point in time. Exactly. It's not a characteristic that somebody holds.
I agree.
And that's how a lot of sociology goes. Yep. A lot of these things are put to being characteristic traits,
when they're things that you experience at momentary times in existence. There's certain things like, let's say what you're talking about, where it's like autism, Down syndrome. These are things that are getting studied on a psychological level, but these are not like debated on the chemical like part of it.
They are.
There are
Well,
parts of
autism
psychology
was a
that are,
neurological thing, and now it's become a psychological thing because they've broadened it so much.
yeah, and I think I've brought this argument up to you, JS, where I was talking to you about how like things like autism are like ever morphing, and they don't have a good understanding on some of these like mental disorders. And
Well,
that's why
then we
you're going to see
shouldn't
the
qualify it as a
classifications
disorder. We
change.
should qualify it as like a hypothesis, but it's not a disorder, and that's where they get loose with the language and they start diagnosing things to people that they can't truly diagnose, like ADHD or autism or depression or anxiety.
Well, with certain things, I think like it depends. Like with Asperger's, if I had to guess, the reason why they stopped diagnosing people with Asperger's is probably because the treatment's almost exactly the same, and there's a lot of comorbidity between the two things, and they pretty much figured they were linked together. So if you're treating them the same way, if they're basically the same thing, you might as well just treat them as if they're the same thing. This idea that Asperger's would have a secondary group is retarded.
I don't think Asperger's or it's all just different. It's just people being different, people being weird. They're a little different. Everybody's a little different. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of like autism is a word to describe somebody that's peculiar, not they're not acting normal in some way. That's why you're saying that they're autistic. Something's not
Right.
registering
And
normally.
I think that's a problem. Instead of putting that label on them and making them live their life thinking that they're different like that, like socially we would just call it weird. And then you'd be like, okay, I'm a little weird. I can either learn to deal with this or I'm just the weird guy. But now when we start putting all these labels and these names on it and diagnosing it through psychology and psychiatry and giving medications for it, we're actually like destroying the uniqueness in humans that we're all supposed to be different.
How do we used to handle that? The weird part.
So ancient
As a
times,
society, I guess.
ancient times, they would just be kind of cast out towards the edge of society. They would live on the outskirts.
A lot of them would become like artists and shit.
Yeah, they'd live on the
But-
outskirts. They'd be nomads. They'd be.
Well, it also depends too, because like James, here's a question for you because you're diagnosed autistic. This could help figure something out here. Have you, at any point, were you low functioning?
Well, I have points when I'm low functioning.
And see, who
Okay, so,
determines
like-
what this is? What does this mean? Low functioning.
What's low function? Yeah, what's low function mean?
I don't like this.
It has to do with the ability to function, like in society. Like the person has low compatibility
This is
with
my whole
society.
argument that certain experts determine what is high functioning in society and what is not functioning properly in society. Because you talk to yourself,
Well, I mean,
or you're a little crazy.
usually low functioning people are like people that are like hitting themselves and hitting their moms, and they don't leave their house.
The poor and the crazy
But
are
that's like
always going to
extremely
be
low
among.
functioning. That wouldn't be. If I had to guess, James has never been that low functioning. But do you know what I'm talking
Well, I've
about,
never been
James?
that low functioning. I don't think.
But if
well,
they tell him
I
he's
myself,
low functioning
but
at
I
a
don't
young
like being
age,
touched by others.
if they tell him
I
he's
don't like being touched by others.
okay, well, whatever. James. If they
It's one
tell,
of my things.
who cares? If they tell him you haven't been touched by the right person yet, James. If they get touched by the right person, you're gonna like it. I promise you. But
well,
they
when I
tell
started-
somebody they're low functioning, or they tell somebody that they don't, that they're autistic, or that they're not normal. Now you've
most
given
low
this
functioning
person-
people, they're telling their parents.
Oh, it's horrible. I think
But
they don't even
But I
understand.
have social issues too, and then when I started managing my stuff, I started seeing a change in how that worked. Like I was more social, and it was a lot more easier to socialize.
So the
and I
therapist
had
did
those
that for you?
issues. No, I started figuring out how to manage my stuff naturally,
But did
not
the
through
therapist
pharmaceutical.
Did the therapist help you figure that out?
Yeah, but the therapist led me to the psychologist, which got me the diagnosis, so then I could look for things natural in order to.
So if
in
you
order
hadn't
to,
had that
deal with it.
diagnosis, you couldn't.
I probably would have never known to look for stuff to manage it.
That's crazy.
I probably would have just went whooped up through life and not even thinking about it. Because
That's
I would
wild.
think about that something was wrong, but I didn't know what it was.
That's
I would have
wild.
missed that critical
And
element of
so
knowing what
a
it was.
therapist needed to tell you and give you a diagnosis so that you could understand.
Well, that gave me the
you were-
word to look up.
So
to
you-
look
this
up
is-
Well,
stuff.
what he's
now
saying,
you do the
know
word
what he's
to
saying,
look
like
up.
autism, that would make sense. Autism's supposed to be the missing of social cues. So it would make sense that James wouldn't be able to get the social cue.
Except for the
that he's
social cue that
crucially
when a
missing something
therapist
unless
tells
someone
you,
tells him.
no, this is bullshit. This is all bullshit. So you miss social cues except when the therapist gives you a social cue that says you're not good at figuring out social cues. So I'm going to tell you how to
She
figure
didn't give
out
me a social
cues.
cue to. No,
Well,
she didn't
hold
give me
on.
a social
They
cue.
didn't- she
The
didn't give
therapist
you-
didn't even diagnose me. It was the psychologist, and the psychologist didn't
James,
give
you
me a
can keep
social
trying to
cue.
defend it all you
The
want,
psychologist told me what the diagnosis was. There was
I
no
think this is
social
evil.
cue.
This is evil. I don't even.
The psychologist gave me just a
I'm not
social
gonna.
cue
I'm not gonna argue it with you, James.
to tell me I was autistic. They told me I was
But you're
autistic.
proving all my points, and I think this is evil shit that people do, and that it's sad that people buy into it. But you can go try to keep justifying.
Yeah, I don't know. My little
So you
friend.
really think people that lose their minds are not mentally ill people that are psychotic?
No, I don't think they should have ever had their minds to begin with. You don't lose your mind. You got taught to gain your mind. You should have never had your mind.
Well, losing your mind's a figure of speech. It doesn't literally mean you lose
Yeah,
your
it's a
mind.
great figure of speech. You lost something that you shouldn't have had to begin with.
Wow. You shouldn't have had it to begin with. Wow. An amazing observation.
Yep. You're super base, James. Keep telling us about how we should follow science and psychology. Like, go ahead.
I don't believe everything the psychology says.
Good. Well, that's a good step in the right direction.
But it doesn't mean I want to throw out the baby with the bathwater.
The baby is Satan, so you can throw it out.
Well, that depends on how you look at it. I'm
the
thinking about
baby's
that.
Satan. Why wouldn't the water be Satan?
Studying. I'm thinking about the part of studying the mind.
The
You think
baby
that's
is Satan,
satanic to study the
and
mind?
the water is contaminated water from Satan.
Wait a
So
minute. Do you think it's
should
satanic
throw
to
them
study
both
the
out.
mind?
Yeah.
Do you think it's satanic to study the mind?
Yep.
So when someone asks you questions and they're trying to evaluate what you're like
You don't know my mind.
to get an idea of how to give you advice, they're not studying your mind somehow?
Yeah, they sound like bitches. Stop trying to study my mind. You don't know my mind.
Oh, so you can't give people advice then because you can't study their mind.
Yeah, I don't give people
Like,
advice.
so if someone comes to you for advice, you don't give them advice?
Yeah, I could tell them what would probably be the right thing, but they're gonna do what they want to do.
But what do you have to do in order to get that conclusion to tell them what the right thing is? You have to ask them questions, right? And study what they may want, right?
Yeah, sounds good.
So therefore you're studying their mind.
Where do these go? I don't.
So
see
therefore
where these go.
you're dealing in psychology.
Oh yeah, is that what that means?
I mean, it's not. I'm not saying that every facet and every foundation that makes up psychology is right, but I'm talking about simply starting with the
It's all
one
right,
thing
James.
that we
I
can.
expect you to think like the world thinks, so I totally expect it.
Huh? How is studying the mind a woman thing?
The
Men
world,
logically
the
study
world,
the mind.
The world. I said the world, but
Oh, I think you said woman.
you can take woman out of that. It's kind of the same thing.
But either way, how's it a worldly thing to necessarily study the mind? Even
It's a
God
womanly
studies
thing
the
too.
mind.
You're
Does
right.
it not? Does not God even study the mind?
God studies mind. God tells us bring all our thoughts into captivity for the obedience of Christ. All thoughts are lies.
All thoughts are lies?
Yeah, your mind is the fiery darts whispered in your ear from Satan. So you have to put on. There's multiple. If you want to get biblical, James.
So even if your mind has been purified by God, then all your thoughts are still evil.
Then you don't live from your mind anymore. You live from your soul, from your spirit, instead of your mind. You don't trust your mind anymore at that point.
I thought the two were linked together.
That's cool if you're some hippy dippy, I don't know.
I mean, I could be wrong.
Could be.
I'm not saying I'm right, because I'm not one of the fathers.
I wouldn't.
I'm not that high on the spiritual plane.
Yep. Appeal to your authorities. You can't figure
And
things out for
everything
yourself.
that I
You have
say
to
is
ask
strictly my
another man
opinion.
to-
I would always go to the fathers to get as a
about-
He's
disclaimer.
only a level
what
1
about
Christian.
study? What
He's
about
not a level 35 Christ boss.
right? What about study to show yourself approved? What about let no man teach you? What about call no man father? What do you say about all that?
Wait a minute, so you're not Orthodox?
You're not Orthodox either, James.
Well, I'm pursuing Orthodoxy, and as far as I know, the abbot said I could
Well, I'm
say that I'm
pursuing
Orthodox.
truth. I'm pursuing truth.
Well, I think Orthodox is truth, though.
Well, that's all right. I pursue Orthodoxy. I pursue Catholicism. I pursue Protestantism. I pursue Baptists and Methodists and Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses. I pursue Muslims. I pursue Hindus and Buddhists. I pursue all of it. So I pursue what's true and what's right. And psychology is not right. It's a lie. And I don't need a church father to tell me that. Even though I think they probably agree with me.
I don't know. Again, I'm not one of the church fathers.
Yeah. You also lack in the common sense department too, because this isn't anything you need a church father to tell you. Jesus told us.
I don't know. I ain't talked to one of them.
The Bible has told us, like,
about it. Excuse me.
Common sense tells us. That's all right. Somebody will wake you up. Maybe if Andrew Wilson tells you psychology is bullshit, you'll believe it. Even though he said it many, many, many times. I've heard him say it. He even says that a psychopath is not actually a diagnosis, and he's right about that. There's no such thing as a psychopath. There's not a true psychopath. He says that all the time.
But why do you care so much about convincing James when you know I believe like most of the
this
same
is my
stuff that
channel,
James
and this is not about convincing James. This is my channel, and this is the things I believe in, so I'm gonna push them. So if somebody wants to come at me about dinosaurs building the pyramid, I'm gonna give them all the information. If somebody wants to come at me about psychology
Well, I feel
or
like you're just
racism,
targeting him with like a lot of the talking points. It's like I agree with him on a lot of the
he's
talking
come in here and
points.
he disagrees with me on something. So I don't like having the channel where we just jerk each other off and talk about what we agree about. I'd rather talk about what we disagree about. So I like this.
So you want it to be a debate channel, basically.
No, I've just been debating people on my channel for the past 4 years, constantly. That's all I do. No, I don't know. I gotta get another shot.
Just saying. That's what it is. That's what it is. A debate channel then. Just calling for what it is. Calling a spade a spade.
Intense discussion.
Oh, he walked off. My bad. But like I was saying, I'm basically calling it what it is. I'm calling a spade a spade.
I
It's a
I also
debate
wasn't
channel.
trying to tell you not to debate, Josh. What I was trying to say was I feel like James, you feel like he's making the weaker arguments, but then you're only engaging with arguing with him and not me on this subject.
What? You want me to engage with you, Goon?
You want him to take your backbone out, Goon?
What's your argument about why psychology is a real science?
It's as real as anything else that we use to try to
listen.
describe something we don't 100% understand.
Modern psychology, the study of mind, psychology, and behavior, which is a circular anyway, but yeah, psychology is the study of mind, psychology, mind, thought, and behavior. I say the mind and the thought part is wrong. Behavior, yes, we can study, especially if we look at people from an animalistic perspective, like we're all just animals. Yes, you could definitely study behaviors. You could put a bunch of people in a room and turn the temperature up and say, I think they're going to put their jackets on, and they'll put their jackets on, and you would be correct. Yes, that's real science. That's behavioral science. As far as thoughts and depression and mind and anxiety and ADHD and anything that's not neurology based and not physical and not your brain, it's just how you feel. Yes, that's all subjective. That's all fake science and it's all made up. And God cast out all fear, doubt, and worry. And emotions are gay and they're feminine. And the fruits of the spirit, none of them are emotions. If you're a follower of God, you're a dispassionate person. You're not a passionate person. That's what I think. Yeah. God will wipe out a whole bunch of people, and that's still love. Humans can't do that because it might give them PTSD. They might suffer from
I feel like you're not even refuting psychology. You're just saying psychology is something
I'm
that
saying
God already
PTSD is
covered.
post-traumatic stress demons, and ADHD is attention deficit hyperactive demons, and depression is depression demons, and these are just demons that you need to overcome those demons and stop being a bitch. I think people need to tighten up. That's the bottom line.
Oh, I mean, we can go down the PTSD argument again, but I mean, like, we'll just wind up at shell shock, which is a physical condition of your muscles reacting before your brain reacts. So I don't know if PTSD would be like the argument you would want to go down when it comes to like psychological.
No. Shell shock. Shell shock. Your body having a biological reaction to something that's happening to defend yourself. So, let's say we're going way back in time, and there's dinosaurs chasing me, and I'm hunting dinosaurs, and when I hear a sound, I hear, I get, oh shit, I gotta defend myself. Oh no, there might be they'd call it paranoia now. It's being aware of your surrounding, it's being alert, and it's being hyper alert to the fact where every sound is going to set you off and you're on tension and you're alert and you're like, oh, this is a survival mechanism, especially built
People with shell shock have it like to a point of a phobia.
Right.
But
So they were in a place.
They were in a survival mechanism that continues.
They were in a place where there was a lot of explosions. Now, when they hear explosions, they get a reaction from that. It's the same way with me. I was in a car accident where 4 people died. I watched my friend die next to me, and then I saw my other friend dead on the hill. And so now when I watch movies where there's a car accident where a car rolls over, I get a little uncomfortable. That's a survival mechanism. Now, if you dwell on that,
Some
keep
people would
thinking
argue
about that.
that's PTSD, but I wouldn't even go that far.
No, they would.
I would go to the point.
That would be the exact
I would
diagnosis.
say PTSD is if whenever you tried to get behind your car, you would freeze up and not be able to drive.
Okay.
Because it's clear that whatever negative experience you had is like making you incapable of operating with society.
Regardless, the point is you need to tighten the fuck up. You need to stop being a bitch. You need to tighten up. That's regardless. No matter what the situation is, the answer is get over it. Stop reliving this trauma. It happened in the past. It's over. You need to move on. And it sounds hateful and it sounds mean and it sounds hurtful,
But instead of catering to people and to letting them hold us emotionally hostage, where we're saying, "Oh, well, they have PTSD. Let's coddle them and let's love them."
So
and
you're just
support.
telling me people that have been in wars just need to get over it. Oh,
Yeah.
just get over it.
Yeah.
Get the fuck over it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think
I
for a
have a
lot
problem
of
with
them that
that.
you're capable of getting over it. The big problem with PTSD is like whatever your
doesn't matter-
trigger is
It
usually
doesn't matter
sends
what
you
your
back to that
emotional
moment.
response is, James. It doesn't matter what your feminine emotional response is when you're psychology brained, when the world has convinced you that psychology is the way, and this feminine mindset of, oh, we gotta feel sorry for everybody. I know it hurts. I know it sounds mean and it sounds hurtful, but yes. Yes.
I mean, when I was in high school,
Get
this kid
over
got
it.
expelled because one of our teachers served in I think it was Vietnam, and
this is
they were in
why
class with him, and
I'll always lose
they
this
threw a
debate.
piece
You'll
of
always
paper,
win this
and they
debate,
said,
James, but you'll always be wrong because people are bitches and people are soft and they can't hear this. These things hurt them. It hurts them to say that
if I had to guess, you're probably a bitch and you're soft. If I had to guess, you probably couldn't make it through the Marine Corps.
I probably could.
You
If
act
I had
like
to
I
guess, you would
don't think
flunk
you should
into
treat
even
these
getting
people.
into the Marine Corps, and you wouldn't even be able to get to the point of being in the Marine Corps.
That's a good emotional response to what I'm saying, to try to say that I'm a bitch, but I'm not the one suffering from PTSD. And I've had
I'm not saying you shouldn't help
I've
them.
had a lot
Treat
of
these people, though.
I've had a lot of traumatic situations where I should have PTSD. I've had a lot of situations where I should be depressed. I've had a lot of depressions where I should have anxiety. I've had a lot of situations where I should support suicide for people who are dying. I've had a lot of so your anecdotes don't fucking matter to an argument. It's just soft. It's just
You realize PTSD isn't crying, right? PTSD is an American sniper when he thinks his dog is going to attack his child, so he goes to put his dog down like it's a combatant's dog. That's what PTSD is. PTSD is when a teacher
sounds rough. I know,
at my
it sounds-
school
it
that
sounds
served
really
in
bad.
Vietnam had a
Yeah.
child yell grenade and throw a piece of paper. He instinctively dived underneath a table, and that kid got
Right.
expelled.
PTSD is somebody who grew up exactly like I did, deciding to shoot up a school. That's PTSD. Yeah.
Well,
PTSD is somebody who grew up exactly
talking about
like
the
I
physical
did, dying
reaction?
from a drug overdose. PTSD is somebody who grew up exactly like I did, killing somebody. PTSD is somebody who grew exactly like my neighbor did, who could never recover from the fact that he killed a bunch of people. PTSD is, yeah, it's subjective. Yeah. The argument you're making is anecdotes and subjective. Like, it's just some people can handle it.
I'm
some
making the
people
argument
can't.
of the muscle memory, which I don't think there's actually any way you can
There's
debunk the
guys
muscle
who
memory
have been to
arguments behind
war.
PTSD.
There's guys who have been to war who have watched their buddies been blown to pieces, and they've killed hundreds of people, and they're chilling. They feel like that's what they were called to do. So it's subjective, right? So some people, it's going to affect them differently than other people. Some people love it. Some people love going to war and just killing some dang Iraqis.
And that's what you call a psychotic person.
And that's okay. So that person's psychotic. Then the other person,
that's not normal, dude. Like, that's just psychotic.
Exactly. And this is exactly what I'm saying. You're right, James. That person's psychotic, but then the other person has PTSD. Yeah. Whatever, James. Keep believing in nonsense all you want, but
people just love going to war. That's got to be psychotic, dude. Like,
that person's that's a psychotic person. And then the person that sees his friend get blown to bits and has PTSD, that's a PTSD person. The other person is a psychotic person. And then the person that watches it on the news and talks about it, that's a normal person. And then the person that watches it on the news and gets afraid of it, well, that person has a phobia. And come on, James.
But I'm not saying that we shouldn't treat these people like
we treat them all like humans, and we love them all. We love everyone. We understand that people
we love
suffer,
them, and
that people go through. People are different,
and we treat them.
They
we treat them in the way that they need to be treated. Whatever it would necessarily be, far as
that's
like
not saying that they're
whatever.
mentally disabled. That's not saying that they have a mental illness. That's saying we love
well,
them
they do have a
because
mental
we all
illness.
suffer. We all deal with suffering
you gotta
differently.
treat it.
We all deal with suffering differently.
What do they do in between times when they get PTSD? I mean, they get it. They don't get it the day they come home. You know what I mean?
No,
I mean, they
apparently
could.
they have it already.
You can
They
see soldiers in combat. You can see
already have
soldiers in
this
combat
disease.
reacting
Dude,
negatively.
they
They
got
get
shell shock
diagnosed with it.
during the event, or
And
PTSD during
alcoholism
the
is a
event.
disease too. It's the best disease because you can have it and you can go to the bar with somebody else who has it and possibly have sex with them.
I mean,
Well,
there's a
it's not a
reason.
disease. It's an addiction, not a disease.
There's a reason
You're
why
wrong.
if you're fighting
wrong,
front line
James.
in the Marine Corps, they don't let you fight forever.
James,
Like
addiction is considered a mental illness or a mental disability according to psychology.
And a disease is something you can.
No, it's a
heal.
disease. Addiction is a disease, James. You didn't know that? From your worldview. Because you don't understand internal critique. So when I say something sarcastically, implying that that's what you should believe, you don't understand it. So from your worldview, it should not be a problem that addiction is a disease. I say.
I mean, I don't care. I don't even
say,
know exactly
fuck
what
that.
classifies
Addiction
a
is not a
disease.
disease. PTSD is not a disease. ADHD is not a disease. Depression is not a disease.
Well, again, a
Anxiety is not a
disease would indicate
disease.
you can heal it.
But from your
ADHD,
worldview,
you
James,
can't just heal. You can manage it, but you can't heal it. I'm talking about managing it, not healing it.
you can't heal any
as far
of
as
these.
ADHD. You can't heal ADHD.
Even if
You don't
addiction,
just it doesn't just go away one day.
No, because it never was there to begin with. It's a fake thing. It's not a real thing. James.
Oh my goodness.
Addiction, you can't heal addiction.
So explain to
even
me,
even people that are in NA and AA.
if ADHD is not real,
James
why
doesn't
is
listen.
it when I manage
James
I do
listen.
better
James doesn't
than
listen.
when I
That's
don't
why he
manage
doesn't.
it?
James doesn't listen. That's why he doesn't get what I'm saying, James. Addiction, even when you're in NA for 12 years, you're still expected to say, "Hi, my name is Josh, and I'm a blankaholic." So the idea is,
well,
it's a disease. You always have it. You can't escape it. And psychology accepts this.
Well, it's not a
accepts this
disease,
too.
then. Disease indicates you can cure it. That's a disease.
I agree.
You can't.
The idea
cure
behind
something
saying
that's
that
not
is just to
disease.
normalize it to
Let's
other
follow
people.
this.
Disease.
Let's follow this. Let's follow this line of logic, James. A disease.
Because every time people go into AA, they always relapse. Every time.
James, you're making my point right now. You don't even know what you're saying right now. Let's follow this line of logic.
I never
James.
said it was a disease.
No.
You're the one that said it was a disease.
You just said.
I keep arguing that it's not a disease. You're the one arguing it's a disease. I never said it was a disease.
Well, wait.
That was never my argument.
Okay, so you're saying that addiction and mental illness is not a disease or not a diagnosable disease or an illness, right? That's what you're saying?
It's not a disease.
Okay, well,
illness doesn't.
All right,
I
so
don't
you just
think
agree
illness
with me.
would indicate
Thanks, James.
disease.
That's what
would
I've
it?
been saying this whole time.
I'm not saying, but I'm
You
not
don't
saying
listen.
it's not
You don't listen.
diagnosable, though. I'm not saying that it's not diagnosable. Just because it's diagnosable doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be a disease. Things can be
Is
diagnosed,
depression,
even though it's
James, is
necessarily
depression
a
a
disease.
disease?
It's a state of mind that people need to get help with.
Is
It
it a
depends
mental,
on what level of
is it a
depression you're
mental,
talking about. What
is
kind
it
of
a
depression are
mental
you talking about?
illness? Is it a mental illness?
Would an illness indicate a disease? I don't think an illness indicates disease.
Yeah, it does, James. Illness implies a disease. Yes.
Well, maybe it should be rephrased then. It's
Well,
a
that's
mental
my fucking
problem.
point. So you lost all the debates forever.
Illness does not imply a disease.
Illness, if you have an illness, you have a disease or a yes, it is a physical. Yeah.
A common cold is being ill.
That's an illness. That's a disease.
The cold is not a disease.
You are not at ease. Cold is not
a
a
disease
disease.
indicates you can heal it. And if an illness is a disease, then
A Addiction is a disease. Mental illness is a disease.
No, it's not a disease.
You
can't just heal.
Oh my God, that's how do you get
Get up and heal. Well,
diagnosis?
ADHD
Diagnosis,
and autism
disability,
and even alcoholism became
dysfunction, dis-ease. These are all medical
How many
words.
times have people relapsed with
This
when they're in AA though?
James,
They relapse
James,
every time.
James, this is my argument.
For the most part.
But this is my argument.
That means it's not a disease then. Because a
Okay.
disease you can heal.
Okay, so you just proved me right. Thank you.
But it doesn't mean that it's not diagnosable though.
Oh, so you can't diagnose a
You can
disease or a
diagnose-
disability or a disailment or an illness or
whatever you want to call it.
All I know is that if
it's not
someone
really-
told me they had a
You're using
disease and they
medical
actually had the cold,
words.
I would be pissed.
You're using medical words which are very specific and they mean specific things to define.
But it doesn't mean you can't diagnose it. And it doesn't mean your psychology
to
shouldn't
define
be
metaphysical
legit.
things. So yeah, you would say addiction is a disease, depression is a disease, anxiety is a disease.
Well, let's rephrase it.
You're not
It's
at
a
ease.
disease. Let's rephrase it.
What do you mean? No. Oh, you want to rephrase it to not use medical language, but you say it's a real medical term. So again,
Well, we can use a different word that's a medical word. We don't have
Yeah.
to use disease.
So you're proving my point. Thanks, James. Thanks.
But it still
I'm
doesn't
glad
mean
you-
that psychology
I'm glad
isn't
you agree
real,
with
though.
me, and you just want to disagree with me because you think JS is this crazy weird guy that I
But
can't
you're talking about
possibly.
psychology.
I can't possibly go on his stream and
The
agree with
argument
what
was
he's
never
saying,
about-
even though what he's saying is way more based than anything I've ever said in my
The
whole
real
life.
argument was about getting rid of psychology, though. That was the real overarching argument.
Yeah.
That was just some details.
I'm still
about the
standing
whole
by
mental.
that. I'm still standing by it, and you're agreeing with me.
No, I'm not, because I'm not saying.
Oh,
I'm not saying
Well, you said
that
addiction's not
mental
a disease.
things aren't real. I'm
Depression's
not
not a-
saying that
What-
ADHD is not real. I'm
Oh,
not
so we
saying
need
that
to
autism is
rephrase
not
it. We
real.
need to change the whole phraseology.
Then rephrase it.
Okay. So yeah,
Because
you're
it needs
saying
a.
what I'm
I
saying.
said it. I've always said it needs a reform anyway. So let's
Thanks for
reform
agreeing
the
with me,
phrasing.
James. I know you just trying
Let's
to disagree
reform
with
the
me 'cause you
phrasing.
think that
then.
I'm like some
You're
crazy
saying
guy that you're
psychology
not
and all that
supposed
needs
to
to
agree
get
with.
gone.
But if you paid
Period.
attention, you might agree with the things I say, James, because you might figure out I'm kind of a
Well, you're
little
saying
based.
I would never agree with psychology need to be gone. Come on, not from you at least. Maybe if one of the fathers in the church convinces me of it, maybe.
Right. As long as your authority.
Or Andrew Wilson, but I don't think you'll ever convince me of it.
Yeah. If Andrew Wilson,
That was the funniest fucking.
if Daddy Andrew told you, you would believe it. God. Oh, there's things I want to say. I'm trying to be nice right now. I'm going to be nice.
But you're just flat out saying that it's all just fake. I don't think Andrew would go as far as saying it's all fake.
Yeah. Well, if Daddy Andrew didn't say it, then I don't know. I don't know how I can compete with that.
Daddy Andrew. I think Andrew would try to say it probably needs to be reformed. I think Andrew would probably agree more like along my lines.
Yeah. Like, well, so when I'm saying
It's bad
the whole
right
thing
now,
is
the way it
invalid,
is.
then it's wrong, and then you say, yeah, so you're just agreeing with what I'm saying. Good job, James.
Do what?
You're just agreeing with what I'm saying, James. When you say
No,
things,
you saying get
when
rid
you
of it
say
all.
things
Get
like
rid of it,
when you
period.
say things like addiction is not a disease, you're agreeing with what I'm saying. When you're saying we need to reform the whole
not
system,
when it comes to
you're
the fact of
agreeing
whether
with
or
what
not
I'm
addiction
saying.
is real or not. You would say addiction is not even real. Like you'd go as far as to say it's not even real. Like I think it's real.
I think weak people are real. No, I believe weak people are real.
Oh, you're just gonna say the weak people.
Yeah, and James,
That's what makes them.
just so you know,
addicted.
James, just so your emotions don't get too tied up in it and you don't start acting too much like a woman. I'm probably what would be classified as an addict, and I would say addiction is not a disease, and you're
So
a
you're weak.
bitch. Yeah.
So
So
you're
are
saying
you.
you're gonna
So are
flat
you.
out say you're weak.
Yeah. So are you. Yeah, I'm weak. I have weaknesses. Yes, and so are you. The only difference is I acknowledge that my weaknesses are spiritual and I'm trying to overcome them. You think that your weaknesses are innate in you that the world gave you because psychology said so and because the doctors told you that you're weak, and you've believed into that. So that's
So
the
you don't
difference.
think I'm trying to overcome my stuff? You think I'm just not trying to do anything about it?
Do you
You don't know
suffer
me that well.
Do you suffer from ADHD, James?
Yeah, I have ADHD and I have autism.
All right. Well,
Does it mean it has to define me? Does it mean
the
that
difference
I
is
can't try to overcome it
I don't
and deal with it? No.
I don't identify with my weaknesses. You identify with your weaknesses.
I identify them to know how to treat them. I don't identify with them.
That's bullshit. You
No,
identify with
that's
them
fact.
to get a cop out.
How do you know what I'm doing? Are you a mind reader all of a sudden? Are you
Yep.
God?
No,
I didn't know
but
you was
but I've
God.
talked to you a lot. I've
Like,
talked to you a lot.
well, just because you talk with me a lot doesn't mean you know me. Because
try
a lot of people can talk to people, but it doesn't
ignore
mean
what
they
I-
actually know
You can
them.
try to
Because they have
ignore
a
what
hard
I'm
time
telling you.
internalizing what they actually believe, because they're trying to put their biases and beliefs on someone else. And I'm not saying that I'm better than someone else on that. I do that a lot too. I have a lot of problems with that myself.
I'm saying you do
So
not
I'm not saying
have.
that I'm better.
All right, you're also not listening. You don't know how to listen. So I'm saying that you do
Well,
not
you don't
have.
either, but I mean,
You do
we all
not
struggle
have.
with that. What can I say?
I don't struggle with that. You struggle with that.
Oh, yeah, you do.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not the mouse in your pocket, James. You might think that everybody's like you, but not everybody's like you. You're not ADHD.
Actually,
You're just.
a lot of people are a lot alike. They just think they're special for some odd reason. People think they're special.
Yeah, you think you're special. I don't think you're special.
I never said that I was special. I've never admitted to be
Well,
special.
but you have ADHD.
I said I have struggles, and I know everybody else has struggles too.
Oh,
I just
struggles.
have
That's
different
my
struggles
word.
than
So
other
now you're
people.
using my word. So now
Well,
you're using
I
my
never disagree
lingo.
with that. Struggles. I never disagree with that if you just listen.
You
But
identify
you
as
chose not
somebody
to
who
listen.
suffers from ADHD. I say that's not a real thing, and you're just copping out, and you're taking what some expert
I'm
told
just copping
you.
out.
Yeah.
When I'm trying to treat it, I'm just copping out, right?
Yeah.
That's
And
copping. Just trying to treat it as
when
copping.
you're showing your ADHD, when you don't listen to people and you just keep talking over them, you're not hearing what they're saying.
Wait a minute, I'm showing something that isn't real? How does that work? Oh,
I don't
that's
know.
a problem.
If you believe in the
How does that
nonsense,
work?
if you believe in the nonsense, you'll portray it. Yeah.
How does that work when I was actually having the same problem before I even got
you're coming out
diagnosed?
with
How does that work?
burns.
How
You
does
think
that
these are
logic work?
burns, but you just proved my point.
No, I had the same problem before I got diagnosed. And in fact, I've actually been getting better at it since getting diagnosed because I've known about my issues. So now I know how to slow down and actually listen.
Some woman told you about your issues, so now you know that you have ADHD.
Well, just because it's a woman doesn't mean that wasn't real. Well, my bad. It's my fault that psychology hires a lot of women. My bad. I can't
Why
help
is that?
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't help what they do.
That's your God. Your God told you have ADHD. God didn't make you with ADHD.
My God?
Your God made you with ADHD.
My God? I thought there was only one true God.
Yeah, there is.
Well, how can I have my God if there's only one true God?
You can have a false God. You can believe that God gave you ADHD.
Did I say God gave me ADHD? I never said God did it.
So who gave it to you?
It may have been a punishment for something man did, but that still wasn't God that gave man that.
So it's of the world.
Man punished themselves.
So it's of the world.
God didn't tell man to do what man did.
No,
God just gave out the punishment.
Let's try to follow a
As a
line of
father
logic,
would
since
any
I
children.
know you struggle with this, James, because every time I try to follow a
If that was
line
the
of
case,
logic,
I don't even know though.
every
I don't
time
know. I don't know where exactly it came from, and
every time
I'm okay with
try to
being in the
follow a
unknown.
line of logic with James, he bounces around because he doesn't want to follow it, because he doesn't want to see what I'm
Well,
saying.
I don't know where it came from. I really don't know where it came from. I wasn't around back then when it started. It's been around for a long time.
How about it came from Satan and it came from commies and it's bullshit?
Well, that's what you think, but does that make it fact though?
Yeah.
just because you believe something doesn't make it fact.
Why
I mean, many people would say
disprove what I'm saying and prove what you're
many
saying?
people would
without
say
sounding like
the same thing about a lot of things, but it doesn't mean that they're true though.
without sounding like a commie. Why don't you explain what you're
A commie.
saying?
Why is it always commie?
Oh no, you
I
don't
don't
like
understand.
it. I know you don't like it, James. Well, you can go to a different channel. You can go on a different stream where we don't talk about how Marxists and
Well, I'm
commies
just
are
trying to understand you why
destroying
it's always commie,
Christianity in America.
Because I want to
it's
understand
important.
people.
Because it's important, James. I talk about politics and theology. So why would I not explain how the
But you can't ever
Marxists?
explain to me why it's always commie though. Like a lot of
Yeah,
things
I
you
do
believe
repeatedly.
in, you
I
say
do.
that it's all.
Nah,
It's all,
shut the
all,
fuck up, James. Because listen, you don't listen.
a lot of these
I've explained it repeatedly and constantly, over and over and over and over again. For 5 years, I've been doing this. So what are you talking about? You're not listening to what I'm saying.
No, you're saying that all these things have roots in commie, but then why ultimately is everything somehow commie just because it may have some sort of a root in something? They have like
Because
a little bit of an idea that overlaps with something.
Because it does.
So it seems
Because
like it
it's
has a root.
obvious.
Doesn't mean it's really literally from it.
No, because I see it.
Can you find someone saying that? Is there evidence of someone saying that Marxism influenced
I went through all that in our debate. I know you didn't listen.
psychology?
I know you didn't listen to anything I said because you didn't rebut anything that I
You
said.
said someone. You said
ever.
someone about something, but I don't remember you saying that they actually quoted a book from Marx.
So in the
So I
50s
don't
when we
remember
had
that.
in the 50s when we had the Red Scare is the also the time that psychology went from empiricism from moral philosophy to empiricism was around the 50s, which is around the time we had the Red Scare, which is around the time we had the civil rights
Yeah.
movement and feminism and racism uprising in America. This all comes
But
from
did someone
Marxism.
quote Marx?
I quoted Marx.
No, did someone in the psychology movement quote something of Marx?
Yeah.
That
Yeah, it was very socially influenced. Yes. I explained all of that in the debate. I know you weren't paying attention to anything that I said and you weren't prepared in any way whatsoever. But yes. Yes, I've explained that. Did you not listen to anything?
Well, I was arguing that psychology shouldn't even be gone. I wasn't arguing
whether we talk about Freud or Jung, even Jungian, and Jung was not some
because
super
I was looking
Christian.
at the root thing of studying the human mind. That isn't somehow inherently communist.
It is.
How?
How? Because we're studying the
Asking
mind.
questions is simply
no.
studying the human
I'm
mind.
answering. No. I'm answering your question. You don't get to talk over me, autistic James. You get to listen and listen to what I'm saying. The mind, the study of the mind. This is what we talked about with Farney and somebody else. Somebody else came in. Maybe it was Effigy or somebody else. But later in the after party, we talked about this. The study of the mind. There is no the mind. What is this, a hive mind? You know we all have different individual minds. So unless we're studying the mind of God, it is not actually...
Well, I didn't mean like as in like a hive mind thing. I meant like the actual thing.
I don't care what you
inside
meant.
of us, the brain.
I don't
I mean,
care
even
what
when they
you
titled
meant.
it "Studying the Mind," they didn't know that minds were different. Like the study on the brain just began like 20,
Yes, they
30 years ago. If
did.
you're talking about the physical brain,
Yes, they did. We've always known that every individual mind was different. We've always known this. So there can be no
we
categorical
don't even
study of
know where
the
consciousness
mind.
comes from right now. There's still like arguments over like
I know.
how
That's my
electrical
point.
releases in the brain affect like
That's
people.
my argument.
I don't.
That there is no study of the mind because there is no such thing as the mind.
But what I'm saying is they probably just called it the study of the mind, though, because they didn't have that good of an understanding of it back then. They thought they were studying the mind. They didn't realize that minds were so different.
No, I think they knew back then, but it was a communal effort to push for one analysis of what is a normal mind. So this is what communism is, a communal effort to
Well,
have
study of
one
a mind.
study of the mind is communism, is psychology. It's how the mind works. What is normal? So who decides what is normal? The guy that talks to himself on the train. He's not normal. Why is he not normal?
Well, society decides what's normal.
But he is a normal part of society.
Well, why does some people get outcasted from society then if there's not set norms according to societal
I agree, James.
expectations?
Yeah, I agree, James.
So there must be a norm. There has to be a norm. So you have to study each person's mind to see what the norm is.
No.
So they
See,
study it through
now you're taking it to
psychology.
now you're jumping to the liberal mindset. The like, well, but there's one normal for what's normal in society. No, there's not.
You keep saying liberal and communist. Like his argument is secular. He's making a secular argument.
I know he is, and he doesn't
It's not
understand.
really.
He doesn't
How's it
understand that he is.
secular,
He thinks he's making this.
No, secular.
Like,
certain secular arguments are
James
good.
was
Your
saying
arguments
this-
should be able to exist within each other.
If James was saying all of this as an atheist, then it would be a totally different approach. It would be like, okay, yeah, let's break down each of these steps. And now I'm trying to do this with James, and I'm like, how do you not get what the fuck I'm saying? Like, come on, dude, wake up. What are you talking
So is that why you're more aggroed on James than me? I think I finally put that together.
Yes,
in my head.
yes, because I expect somebody who doesn't believe in God to say all this stuff. But I don't expect. Okay, so if we're taking it from more naturalistic and animalistic perspective, then psychology kind of makes sense. Let's study how people work as masses, kind of like animals, like rats, like rabbits, and then it's a different approach that I have to take. But with James, it's like everything I'm saying you agree with. It's the same thing that I was doing with that girl the other day about why we should have a physical currency, even though the whole rest of the world is moving towards a digital currency. It's like, yeah, but we don't go along with evil. We have to fight against that.
Well, maybe
and
if I spent more time in-
James just bows. He's just he's a dandelion that's blowing in the wind. His seed has been set in like unsolid ground, and he's like, there's all these roots growing up around him, and so I'm trying to like cut down those roots and bring him back down to being based. And it's not about
Yeah, but like earlier we were talking about like the religious and science war. I feel like you're kind of partaking in that. Like I feel like James can be religious and believe in psychology.
But my argument is that this is not science. This is not physical science.
It's a pseudoscience. Is his argument.
Yes.
But maybe if I study the fathers and everything, and I get more into the Orthodox Church,
James,
maybe
if
I'll
we got
maybe
in
my
a
view will
debate where
change.
it was three people and it was me, you,
But
and
see,
somebody else,
but you got to consider, I
I
came
would
from
say
a very Protestant.
side with me because James wants.
Yeah, but I came from a very Protestant background, though. You've also got to consider that, and
Me
Protestants
too.
didn't have really a set standard on.
I don't care about your anecdotes, James. Me too.
How you deal with all that. They don't
James,
just
I don't
negate
care
psychology.
I don't care about your anecdotes. Me too. I came from a Protestant background.
But you used to believe in psychology, right? When you was in that
No,
background, right?
even when I was a little kid.
You've
going
never
to-
believed in psychology?
Even when I was a little kid going to Christian school, it was like, oh, well, they suffer with depression. As soon as the first time I ever heard that, I was like, that's retarded. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Even with everything. What are you talking about? I went to a Baptist Christian school for the first 4 years of my formative life. I went to Northside Christian Academy and Land O'Lakes Christian Academy. This is all
Well, then
nonsense.
again, I could also be because of the social norms back then.
You
though,
could say it's a Protestant thing. Maybe it's just a Protestant thing. No, because Orthodox and Catholics agree with this too.
Well,
The
it could be a
psychology.
modern Protestant thing.
No, this is an evil science that they've come up with to destroy Christianity and to destroy humans. They make you weaker by making you dependent on psychology because they
But
say
see, I don't know. I haven't studied enough to know
you know now. I'm telling
these
you.
things.
I'm telling you. Google
Well,
it.
you can tell me that, but it doesn't
Google
mean
it. We did
I
a
gotta
debate
check
about
it
it.
out.
Look into my opening and look into anything I said. I told you I'd buy you a book. I'll buy you the book. You can listen to the book. Mental illness is a myth. The myth of mental illness is from a psychiatrist. It's like this is it's always been a thing with controlling language and with controlling the way people think. It's a control thing.
Well, look, buy me the book. I'll listen to it.
I don't think you will, and I'm not going to buy it because you didn't do any.
Really? When I just said it, you can't take my word for it?
Now you're just trying to get me to buy you something. Because I offered you this.
Would I get you to buy me something that I'm not going to listen
I
to?
offered you this before the debate started, and you're like, "Well, I don't know."
Well, maybe
you
my
didn't do
mind's
any
changed.
preparation. You didn't do
So listen,
James. If we do a flat Earth debate, and I say,
because I need more sources than just your word for it.
James, if
I can't
we
just
do
take your word and go with it.
if we do a flat Earth debate, and all I say is, I don't believe the Earth is flat. Prove it to me, and that's all I do, because I'm the negative. And I just say, the Earth's not flat. Tell me about it. Like, you don't win a debate.
Yeah, but I had a different plan how I was gonna go along with it, but then you talking and stuff, and then it changed my mind about how I was gonna go along with the debate.
I made arguments for why psychology is fake, and you did not rebuttal any of them.
Well, you was one that has to be more. The one has to prove things than me in that case.
What I thought the debate was going to turn into was my anecdotes, and my feelings, and that's
either way, if I tried to rebuke you, you would have just said it was anecdotal and can't prove it, and because every time I ever come at you was before the debate.
No, you could have done
something.
Also, to clarify earlier, James, I wasn't saying that you were making a circular argument. Like, arguments shouldn't be circular. I was saying that, like, the point of view is circular. Like, your points of view should be circular, but your definitions and arguments shouldn't be.
Yeah.
But, like, your points of view should lead into your own points of view. That would completely make sense. That means that you're consistent within yourself. Like, to have a circular point of view, that means that everything that you believe leads into something else that you believe, which then supports something that you believe.
When him and John come in and they say, you sound contradictory, like some of the things you're saying aren't making sense. Maybe you just don't listen enough, because I'm very consistent and it all makes sense and it all ties together. There's things that I would say.
I don't know. Can I get a second opinion on that?
That's justifiable science. So we know what shape the Earth is. Or
Josh's worldview is consistent. He makes arguments that are inconsistent sometimes while just talking.
Never.
Oh, I got a second opinion on that, and
because I know exactly what the disconnect in your head right now, James, is. And yes, sometimes while you guys are talking about topics that you're not debating about, Josh will use words that he wouldn't use during the debate, and then it makes you think, well, what? Do you believe all this stuff? I don't know if that's really what that would even mean. I think a lot of times Josh is just talking.
You're right.
He's not like...
Sometimes when I'm talking, I use words that people use because it's the accepted colloquial term that we use to say these things. So when I'm just talking, I'll say things that I don't believe in. Yeah, that makes sense.
Which gets me all out of whack.
It's not that complicated.
I need you to come at me with whatever you believe, unless you're rebuting, rebuttaling what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm hard.
And you're trying to like steel man what I'm saying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
James, you've never steel manned anybody in your life. When we debated, I was like, I wonder if he's gonna steel man me good here, and he would say well, obviously JS thinks da 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 da, and I'm like, That is not anything.
Well, I've
like
tried
what
to
I
still
just
man
said.
people, but usually that's on panels with multiple people on it, which is kind of hard to still man people like on
You're the
VK and
worst.
stuff.
You're the worst at steel manning that I've ever seen, James.
Well, I've not had a lot of experience still manning because I barely ever get a chance to try to still man someone.
What do you mean? You've never had a
Because usually when I
conversation
try to
with
still
somebody.
man someone, I'm on a panel full of people that
This shouldn't be.
shout
This
over me.
isn't like an internet debate thing. This is like when you have conversations with people throughout daily life. You need to be able to understand what they're saying. So
Well, typically I do understand people in daily life because they're people that I
maybe
know.
it's an
I've had a lot of
autism thing. I
experience
don't know.
with. Yeah, but people I deal with in daily life, I usually know, with the exception of like cashiers and stuff. But it ain't really like I gotta really, as far as like out of town. That is, the cashiers in town, I know them people because we live near each other. We're in the same community. But people outside of town, I don't really know. But the thing is, I don't have to, still man their arguments because it's not like I'm trying to argue with them.
You steel man the cashier when you go up and they ring up your stuff and they say, okay, it's $16.95, and you're like,
what's the misunderstand there? $69.95.
What
How do
happens?
you misunderstand that? Like,
Well,
it's the price.
Stop talking for 2 seconds and listen, James. What happens if you bring an item up and you're counting the total up in your head and it comes out to $36, but they scan an item twice and they say it comes out to $39, and you say, no, you're saying that it comes out to 39, but I think that you scanned that item twice, so it's actually 36. That is what a steel man is when somebody's wrong. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, but with modern technology, when they scan it, it should be correct with the exceptions of when something's on sale, and then that doesn't make any sense. But
bro, I don't care about modern technology. They mess up on the scans all the time, especially when there's personal scans.
Well, what you're talking about, JS, though, is like really hard. There's like professional level debaters that suck at steel manning other people's arguments.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's an important thing. You need to understand what the other person is trying to say, and I don't think.
Well,
James
that's
can
true.
do that. I don't think James can do that.
Well, that's one thing I will say. I think that's why me and you get along. Is I think me and you are both really good at steel manning each other.
James has never properly steel manned what I'm saying. Like it's never happened.
Again, I don't have a lot of experience still manning though.
But I can put my head in like the mind of a liberal
debate
and be like,
James, do you have a good understanding of what steel manning is?
It's trying to explain what someone's trying to debate, what their perspective is in a debate.
It's putting yourself in the mind.
Putting good faith.
Right, in good faith from their perspective.
Yeah, good faith.
How it would be.
Yeah.
And that's when I bring a lot of internal critique jokes, and I say something like, "Oh well, I guess depression is da 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 da." When I'm saying that, I'm making a joke from an internal critique, which is a steel man of your perspective. So if I try to see the world from your perspective and I make a joke about it, I know.
Well, I struggle with getting jokes a lot of times. But I've been getting better at it when I've been managing it. Well, that is legitimately autism.
Yeah, but James, the best thing it helps you with is
lack of social cohesion. You haven't been around enough people.
The best thing it helps you with is if you can't properly steel man your enemy,
you'll overcome.
If you can't properly steel man your enemy, then you don't have an understanding of the angle they're coming at. That's why steel manning is so important, James.
Yeah.
Because if in your head you're just building up some like bullshit idea of what this person's saying, but it doesn't actually map onto what they're saying, then you two just spend the whole time talking past each other. That's why like good steelmans is so important.
But I typically get that people are joking once I get to know the person. I don't just understand someone's joking all of a sudden.
Who left? Are you crazy?
Well, the steelman's not about like joking.
Well, I'm talking about Josh and the whole joking thing. I'm throwing back to Josh. He's trying to tell me you'll get it once you'll get joking once you hang around people enough and all that.
Yeah, well, nowadays, James, you won't, because nowadays everybody's retarded and nobody gets jokes anymore. And it's kind of common. So if it's common for everybody to be mentally ill, we should all just be mentally ill.
Well, I mean, autistic people can get jokes. They're just bad with fucking satire and like sarcasm. There's like layers of irony that they don't understand that's going on.
No, I thought it was something that happened because of geological reference. I thought it was something that happened when I came to Utah, but maybe it was something that happened because of time. But people didn't get jokes anymore. Like there was a time, like 4 years ago, and when I came to Utah, and when I used to go on the streets and like I was very anti-Mormon, and nobody got my jokes. But now I see like nobody on the internet gets my jokes either. Like, so I think everybody's kind of retarded.
Well, people are selective too. You're like part of the Trump movement too, so people will jump down your throat extra hard.
Yeah.
Like you've heard me talk about shit. Everyone knows that I have a lot of left-leaning beliefs. So even at my work, I'll say racist jokes because I've gone on and on here about how much I love racist humor, and everyone there thinks it's incredibly funny. But the only reason they're okay with it is because they know I voted for Kamala, and I know that's the only reason they're okay with it. Like,
if you didn't vote, but you actually voted for Trump, I know you did.
I didn't.
Voted for Kamala.
But I do think it's messed up. I think Republican people should be able to make those jokes too. I think Republicans should do better about self-policing neo-Nazis from like taking over a lot of those jokes.
I could see that. I could see that.
I think we should be allowed to make jokes about racially ambiguous people, mentally ill people.
I think jokes are funny as long as they say jokes. Whenever you have like Nick Fuentes out there talking about like your body, my choice, and he really believes it. Like that's not really a joke. The joke is that it's crazy to say, but he believes what he's saying.
But that is true, and that is a good joke, and it's funny, and it's true.
I don't know if you believe what you're saying.
You think Nick Fuentes should get
is it really a joke
for that? I think those people should go to jail.
I think if you're gonna claim that something's jokes, it should probably just be jokes. There shouldn't be like secret veiled meanings.
I think that lady should go to jail, and I think that guy with the crossbow should go to jail.
Yeah, I think there's a proper context for joking. I don't.
Wait, if you're talking about the lady, yeah, no, I think just when it comes to go on to that argument real quick, Josh. When it comes to like people that show up to public streamers' houses and shit, I think one of them deserves to get shot. Whoever does it is going to go to prison for shooting them. But I think it'll be a positive thing on society because people will stop showing up to people's houses.
But if the guy at the house shoots them, he shouldn't go to jail. That's castle doctrine. That's castle doctrine.
Well, I mean, it depends. If he would have shot the old lady, he would have gone to jail because she wasn't armed and she wasn't. The guy who showed up outside of his house with a gun, I think he definitely should be able to just shoot that motherfucker and get away with it.
Mm-hmm. A crossbow and a gun. If I open the door and I'm
he should be able.
Then
he shouldn't open the door. He should shoot through the door. Fuck that. Opening the door. Shoot through the fucking door.
You're still on my property. And it depends. I know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was just saying, fuck opening the door.
I don't know if Chicago has castle doctrine, but as Nick Fuentes, as an American first, why would you live in Chicago still? Like, why wouldn't you get a house in somewhere where you have?
Why was he like in the Bronx, dude? He was out in the middle of the ghetto, dude. That place looked ragged.
Yeah, I'll pop them too.
The second I saw it was like a duplex, and I was like, dude, how the fuck is Nick Fuentes staying alive in the middle of Chicago in a duplex? What the fuck?
But yeah, no, I think that lady, she was crazy. I think it sucks that he's going to catch charges for kicking her, but he's going to have a hard time proving that she posed a threat to him.
Yeah.
I think the guy with the gun, like you mentioned, he deserved to get fucking blasted off that front porch.
Yeah, that was later.
Yeah, I don't know why that happened.
Well, you don't know much of anything, James, so.
I mean, I don't understand what was going through the mind of the person. Like,
It could be as simple as like disagreeing with him or wanting fame. Like there could be multiple different reasons why somebody would show up. It could just be an insane person.
Yeah, I need help. I need serious help.
I mean, I doubt it. There's a small chance that the person there with the gun and crossbow didn't even know Nick Fuentes, and he was just a fucking crazy crackhead. He probably did. He almost definitely did. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of different reasons why somebody would do something like that. It's
I see how you did slipping that in.
When you ask that question, you could just think about if it applies to other things, like other crimes like that. So like school shootings, you could ask the exact same questions. Like, why would somebody ever do that?
Yeah, that's what I asked.
Yeah, but there's just like all these different reasons that get given. Like some of the kids say they were bullied. Some of the kids just say they were fucked in the head and they wanted to kill people. Some of them some of them say it's because their parents, like society.
Where do these two pieces go?
I personally don't think figuring out why crazy people do crazy things is that interesting.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's my wanting to help people nature.
Well, I can understand it, like when you're talking about like autism and stuff like that. But like when you're talking about like people that are like running around trying to murder people and shit, I think they should be euthanized.
Kill them all.
Well, I honestly think people that murder people should probably get the death penalty.
If it wasn't so expensive, I'd agree. But I don't even know if I'm pro death penalty with how much it fucking costs to get done.
Because those people, I could argue from the Bible should be just.
Also, the criteria existed under before was like a bit too loose too, because you'd have people getting fucking death penalty that didn't do what it did.
You could argue a lot of things from the Bible that you don't choose to take from the Bible, like dealing with psychology spiritually from the Bible. You could take that, but you'll disregard all that.
Well, what do you do about autism though? When it's a physical thing, though, and ADHD.
What's a physical thing? Those are all demons.
Autism and ADHD.
Those are all demons.
Can you prove that? And how is that?
My counter to Josh's theory is that they're actually the spirit of Joe Rogan on high tea. And they're coming for your soul.
That's kind of James' theory. That's the theory of James.
How is that? I said it's physical, not spirit.
Have you seen the Beast Games meme where people are like, "Do you want to play the Beast Games?" It's where Have you seen the meme where it's like, "Do you want to play the Beast Games?" It's where I get naked and I chase you on all fours through the forest.
So you're thinking that the part where people have difficulty functioning and stuff could be like a spirit of laziness or something?
Spiritual. It comes from the father and the mother. It's a curse. Yeah. All things. Cancer, too.
Wait a minute, I thought cancer wasn't real.
Cancer is a real... I never said cancer's not real. My dad died of cancer.
I thought that was part of your list. Maybe I'm
I still think cancer
wrong,
is...
but you have such a list, I don't know.
Yeah, you're kind of retarded.
Well, if I had to guess, if I had to guess what Josh's answer is going to be, is he thinks cancer's real because it's linked to like tumors and shit. You can cut cancer out of somebody's body.
Yeah. I would still
My
say...
fucking sister, she had skin cancer when she was like 18. She had to get a whole fucking graft out of her back cut out so she could get rid of it.
I would still say cancer is a spiritual ailment.
Wow.
It comes from it wouldn't have been here naturally from God. It would have been here from the world. So it's yeah.
Wait a minute, it's a spiritual thing that wasn't here naturally from God. But wait a minute, all things come from God though.
So
Good
God
and
gave us
evil.
cancer?
Well, it's not that God necessarily gave us cancer. We it may be a curse as a result of what we did that was
Oh,
evil.
so it's a curse. So it's an evil thing from the world that
But
we were cursed
ultimately
with.
we gave it to ourselves
That's what
and
I'm
God
saying.
allowed that to be given to
Well, I mean, at a
us.
certain point, even in the
So,
Bible,
but God
God
had to
handed us
create
free
such
will,
a thing,
right?
so
Thanks for
in
saying
order
what
for
I'm
us to
saying,
possibly
James.
get it and possibly give it to us. Yeah, but God created it, but God didn't literally give it to us. We gave it to ourselves, but God created it so we could potentially choose to
Even
possibly
under
get it.
the
So you
Josh,
can
Under that
choose.
Josh,
criteria,
even
if that's
under
even exactly
So
how
you can
cancer
choose.
works. Of course,
So you
I'm
can
not saying that's
choose
how
to have
cancer works,
cancer
though.
or not to have cancer, James.
Well, there's things that come along with sin. There's consequences with doing either sin or righteousness.
Yep.
And there's bad consequences that come along with sin. So you choose whether or not whether you're gonna do right or wrong. You have a
Yeah.
conscious choice.
Yeah, I agree
So
with
you do
everything.
choose to get it.
Wouldn't the Christian argument
I
be
agree
that
with
God
everything.
didn't create
cancer
cancer?
works.
You're
If that's how cancer works, I don't know if that's how cancer works. I'm not sure if
Wouldn't
cancer
you're
necessarily comes
making
to you because of
you're
evil.
making my argument, not your
So,
argument, James. I agree
well, I
with
don't know if
everything
cancer
you said.
necessarily comes to you because of evil. I'm not sure if that's necessarily how it works. I'm not sure.
Well,
Because I've had family members that got
definite
cancer,
ending
but I
on
don't
life
think
at
they were
120.
completely evil people and everything.
It's a definitive.
Yeah, but James,
They
that's
had
Indian
problems. They
karma.
made mistakes. They
James
wasn't
doesn't
perfect.
listen.
James, that's
doesn't
Indian
listen.
karma.
James says what I say, but then he doesn't listen to how you justify it biblically. So
Even that belief system, like
he's
what you're
funny.
believing in, is like karma, which is more of like
He's
an
funny. He's
Asian
a funny
philosophy,
guy.
of this
He's a
idea
funny
of like
guy.
obtaining karma and getting cursed. But also, at some point, doesn't God hand over free will to people? Like, isn't that the whole?
No,
Well,
that
God
never
gives us
happens.
free will, yeah.
No, that never happens.
God
Wouldn't
gives
like
us
the
free
Christian?
will because where
Wouldn't
else
the
do we get
Christian
free will
argument
from?
then be that like free will was handed to man, and then man created the
Where did we
diseases?
get free will from if it didn't come from God?
Tell
What
me.
did we create free will?
Yeah.
We created free will, so we're like God.
Yeah.
We're gods.
No, God never gave you free will. But go ahead and tell me about
Does that
where
come
Wait a
from
God
the
minute, we
gave you.
created it, so we're like
Please,
gods.
James,
So you're saying
please
we're God?
tell me biblically where God gave you free will. Please tell me biblically.
Is it the apple? Josh, is it the apple?
No, it's not the apple. The
Wait a minute, I'm
apple.
confused. I'm confused,
Well,
Josh.
that's
Are
what
you
I've
saying
always.
we're gods?
I feel like the apple does kind of give you like critical thought. That's what I've always
I
taken
like
it
how you
as.
try to be like controversial on my channel, James, but it's not gonna work here because everything you're saying.
Controversial on your channel? You act like you're special.
Yeah, no,
I
like
have debates with Speakeasy too and stuff. I don't just
I could.
and people on that too.
Do you know how many fucks I could give? None. So you're talking to me right now. So tell me.
But I'm trying to
tell
understand.
Please tell me where God gave you
saying.
free will in the Bible, James.
I'm confused. Are you saying we're gods though? Because you're saying that we gave ourselves free will.
Tell
So
me.
you're saying we're gods?
Tell me in the Bible where God gave you free will.
Well, the actual words were not there, but the concept is present.
Chapter and verse.
Because the church
Let's
accepts.
go.
Church
For the
accepts.
Bible thumpers. For the Bible thumpers, James. Let's go chapter
The church
and verse.
accepts that there's free will. The church
Is it Jesus?
That.
James, I don't care what the church fathers told you to say. Tell me where the Bible says, and I don't care if you say, well, that's sola scriptura. Tell me where the Bible says God gave us free will. Please.
I never even said sola scriptura. Where'd that come up at?
James, tell me.
The concept is
I
there.
know you're having a hard time following what I'm saying right now. Tell me where the Bible says that God.
Of course,
gave
I'm
us free
arguing with
will.
a guy who doesn't believe in the Trinity, so it's like.
Oh yeah,
I can't use the Trinity argument.
You can keep saying a bunch of dumb shit and trying to sound smart and trying to
James,
sound
just engage with his question.
Why don't you just answer the
I'm
question?
I'm telling him exactly what I'm saying, that it's
Give
the
me the
concept
Bible
is there,
verses. Give
Not
me the
literally.
Bible verse,
It
James.
never says it literally, as
James,
far as I know.
Josh,
okay.
pause, because you're not asking him the right question about this. He's asking
There's
you if
no
you're
way
saying
you can
if
ask
you're
the right
saying that the
questions.
concept is
My
there.
church father said
you-
because I'm
wait, wait, wait,
Orthodox,
wait.
even though he's not Orthodox, and all the Orthodox people will
If
laugh at
you're
him and call him a fag. But tell me, James, tell me
All the
about.
Orthodox?
Yeah.
All the Orthodox is in who? The people online that claim to be Orthodox?
Yeah, tell me what the church fathers told you to say,
I
James.
don't think the people who claim claim orthodoxy online necessarily to be the representative of the church.
James, tell me where God gave us free will in the Bible. Tell me that.
I never said that it says it literally. As far as I know, it's only
No,
there
it doesn't. I'm not
as
making
a
an exact
concept.
word. I know exact word fallacy. Oh my God, he's making an exact word fallacy. I know you're
don't
gonna take
know
your
where
debate
exactly
school
all the
stuff that
verses
you've
are.
learned.
Josh, chill.
I
We
don't
can
remember.
get to the center of this in 2 seconds. Let me just
I don't
James.
remember.
So if you think James, if you think the concept is there, what passages in the Bible gave you that concept? If you don't have any
Well, I
right
don't
now, just
remember
say
the
that.
exact.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay, there we
remember
go.
the exact
Yeah.
verses off the top of my head because I've heard the argument.
There are none.
I just don't
That's
remember
So
the
the
exact
answer is
verses.
James cannot give you a verse that gives that idea.
He couldn't give me
Currently,
one because there
he's
are
saying that
none.
he just can't think of one currently.
There are some that you
Because
could
I don't
kind
have
of.
it. I don't have it in a note
So
file where I
James,
can pull it up.
James, I know
Maybe
this
I should
better.
start gathering all this stuff.
James, I know this better than
If
you.
I'm going to keep having these debates.
I know this better than you. There are some verses that will seem like there's a choice, but every time God gives a choice, he also gives a command. So it's kind of like if you do this, you're going to suffer and die. If you do this, you're going to live forever. That's not free will. That's a choice between right and wrong. That is good or evil. And so the consistent theme throughout the Bible and throughout God and stuff is that we do not have free will. If we follow our free will, we're doing as thou wilt, which is atheist, which is evil, which is satanic. We don't do as we're will. Jesus never did as he will. He submit to his Father's will. You only
So you're
follow the
saying it's
Father.
predestined?
You follow your father Satan or your father the devil. So you
So
cannot
you're
ride.
saying we're predestined, like predestination? What you're saying?
I'm saying God already knows what we're gonna do. We have the
That's
elect.
predestination. Then
Do you know?
you're talking about
Can
predestination?
you recite the Nicene Creed for me real quick, since you're an Orthodox?
I don't remember the Nicene Creed exactly.
We recite it in liturgy every week. After Matins, it's in the liturgy. It's in the Divine Liturgy. You can't tell me the Nicene Creed, James?
I didn't know it's recited every week in the Divine Liturgy.
So you don't know what the hell you're
I
talking
don't go
about.
to
So stop trying to
parishes
act like you're
normally.
some authority.
I have more experience
in
with
the liturgy it
I
says
have more experience with
so
the
the
monastery, not the
Theotokos.
regular parish. If
So
that's what they say in the regular parish.
you acknowledge the Theotokos, the
And
mother
it's
of
also in
Jesus,
Greek.
the Virgin Mother of Jesus. You
so-
acknowledge the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, one essence being three beings, three hypostasis with one ontology, right? You acknowledge that. And what else do you acknowledge? You acknowledge the elect. You acknowledge that we are the elect because everybody else has been given over to a reprobate mind, James. So when you think that you have free will and you don't submit to the will of God, how are you the elect and no longer the self-elect?
Well, don't you have free choice to choose whether or not to accept God or not?
That's what you think. Sounds good. Sounds like you're the self-elect. Sounds like you're God. You decide that you're.
How does I just remember the spot where there's an example of possible of free will and everything. There was a part in
every Bible
in
verse
the law
that you can give me.
Deuteronomy.
Every Bible verse you can give me that you claim
Where it
supports
says that
free will,
I give you the choice today.
Yeah.
Choose life or death.
Yes.
I ask you to choose life.
Exactly. That's my point. Yes, exactly.
That's free. That's an example of free will right there.
I know a lot of people are too dumb to realize that will and choice are not the same things, and they're not. They're not synonymous. They're not the same words. They don't even mean the same thing. Will and choice are not the same things. Yes, you have a choice between life or death. Therefore, if you're willed towards life, You do not have free will. Do you want to live or do you want to die? That is not a free will. If I tell you, if I have a gun to your head and I say, you can.
Okay, then let's call it free choice instead of free will. Then
that's fine. If you want to totally change,
if you
I
really
like how
want to get,
you,
if you
I
want to get
like how you
so,
lose debates. I like how
if
you
you
lose
get,
debates
if you
and the
want to
way
get
you
so
try to act like you're winning debates is by changing
wordy
words.
choicey, we
I
can
like-
call it free
I
choice
like
instead
how
of free
you-
will.
I like how you lose debates, James, and the way that you try to win the debate is by saying, "Let's change everything about." I know
Well, you're
everything
the
I'm
one trying
saying.
to change
I
the
know
idea.
everything I'm saying is wrong. Free will is wrong. Psychology is wrong. But let's just change all the words about it, and then we'll make it right. I like the way you concede and you lose debates that way, James. That's great.
Well, you want to be so choicey about the words and just so caught up in the details of the words.
You just said the way that I laid that out just now. You just said, well, we have to change
I didn't make
the
up
words.
that.
So
the
we have to
name,
change the whole words. Okay.
I didn't make up the name of the doctrine, so I'm just naming the doctrine.
Oh, why am I doing?
I didn't make up the name of it. That was made up before I was even born.
This is why I did a free will debate with John. I got to do with this.
Or at least I won't say made up. Let me rephrase that word. Not
bit
made
smarter
up.
people. You gotta
Rather
be a little
conceived, I guess, in a sense.
If I say something like,
So you think that you think that God predetermines everything?
Yeah, that's what Josh is sounding like. He believes in predestination.
Well, that's why I'm asking. Let him respond.
Yeah,
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, no. That's it. It's determinism, but it's because God already knows. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mean to be like atheist, Reddit brained or anything, but like, isn't that argument the argument saying that like God himself sculpted pedophilia? Like, if you have no free will, then God made all pedophiles and murderers and rapists to be pedophiles and murderers and rapists.
I mean, yeah, all the evil in the world, God had to have sculpted it. So God is the only creator. Satan didn't create. But the thing is, these are evil things that God created, but Satan has control over. So God gave Satan dominion over the earth. So all these fallen things that we fall into is because of Satan. So we're being led by him. He's the influencer. So there's an influencer. You're being influenced. In every decision you make, you're being influenced either by your father Satan or your father God. And so there's right or wrong. There's good or evil. And
I could understand like murder. Why would God ever create rape and pedophilia?
God created evil, and Satan runs the evil and influences it into us. So, God created the evil so that the evil people would have something to follow.
But wouldn't that be like the free will? Is the choice between good and evil?
Because I'm not gonna take the soft road out and say that Satan created evil, because God created it.
Because see, that doesn't work in that predestination idea that God created.
Well, either way, if they're picking between Satan and God, that is implying there's a
because
choice,
that makes
right?
God evil.
Why doesn't that work? Do you think James?
That
Do
makes
you
God
think
evil and not good.
James? Do you think that Jeffrey Dahmer could have chosen differently when he was younger to not be Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yeah, he could have made a choice. He
could have made a
chose
different choice when he was younger. So now we have multi-timelines. So we're doing a multiverse thing here. So we're doing a multiverse timeline where Jeffrey Dahmer didn't eat people and kill gay people.
He could have chose and got help instead of
Ooh, he
going
could've.
down that road.
He could have. Huh. He could have. But God did. So if God knew that Jeffrey Dahmer was going to end up exactly how Jeffrey Dahmer was, but Jeffrey Dahmer made a choice. So God didn't know. God didn't know Jeffrey. Okay, this is interesting. Let's see who's more Christian now. So God didn't know that Jeffrey Dahmer was going to end up as Jeffrey Dahmer? God didn't know? Or maybe Jeffrey Dahmer could have proved God wrong. Maybe God knew that Jeffrey Dahmer was going to end up fucking people.
Fuck it, I'll say it, James. God didn't know.
God didn't know?
There's hella shit in the Bible God doesn't know about.
I expect you to say that, Goon, but I don't expect James to say that. I want to see if James is going to say that.
Well, there is a lot of stuff in the Bible that God doesn't know about.
I want to see if James is going to say that God did not know that Jeffrey Dahmer
Because
was
there's a
going to
lot
end
of
up doing what he
prophecies where
did.
God says this evil thing's going to happen if you don't turn around. So why then does people turn around if God knew that they were just going to do the evil thing and not turn around? Why did he give them a choice to turn around and to repent?
James, do you think that when Jacob and Esau were inside of, was it Sarah? Who was it?
I don't think God knew that that Jacob was going to do what he did.
But what do you mean? The angel of God came down and told her exactly what was going to happen. He said, "You're going to have,
maybe that part
children.
he could have.
You have two
Maybe
nations."
that part.
No, James. He said exactly. No, you wait a minute.
But did
You
he
listen.
say exactly?
No,
I
you
can't
listen,
remember. But
James.
did he say?
No, James,
Did he say
you listen,
hold
James.
on. Did he say exactly the part about where?
No. You listen, James. When God said
What
you have
happened in the
two
womb?
nations, you have two nations fighting in your stomach, and one is going to be younger than the other, but stronger than the other. He's going to be the heel catcher. And when that happened, do you think that the infants could have chosen differently in her stomach?
And according to Orthodoxy, some things the prophecy parts God can know, but not necessarily every other thing. Like there are certain people that are chosen.
So sometimes you have free will, but sometimes you don't.
Sometimes it's predestined. It depends on what God wants.
And
According to
sometimes
Orthodoxy.
do you think sometimes it's random? Do you think sometimes random things happen, James?
Do what?
Do you think sometimes random things happen, James?
Well, a lot of things that happen are by choices that either you make or someone else makes by their own free militia, with the exception of prophecies which are predetermined by God.
Let's go back to the question.
According to Orthodoxy.
Do you think sometimes random things happen, James?
Well, that depends on how would you define random.
Do you think sometimes random things happen, James?
I'm asking for clarification. If you don't give me clarification,
I'm asking
because random could depend on your perspective.
James. Do you think
that's a perspective thing?
James, do you think sometimes random things happen, James?
Based on whose perspective?
James, do you think sometimes random things happen, James?
Based on who? I'm going to keep asking the same question. Based on
I'm
going to
keep asking the same question until you ask it.
It's going to be a circle questioning there.
Yeah, which proves that you can't answer the damn question. So
well, it might seem random to you, but it doesn't mean that it was random to other people because they made choices.
If you go up to a slot machine
that led to that outcome.
James, if you go up to a slot machine,
so it doesn't mean it was random to them.
James, if you go up to a slot machine and you pull the handle, do you think sometimes random things happen, James?
Well, how do you consider that? How are you trying to make that comparison?
Answer the question.
There's odds to that game. That's a different game.
You roll a dice.
You're talking about
James,
life, not
James. You roll a
gambling.
dice. You roll a dice. 12. If you roll 2 dice, snake eyes
means help here.
Snake eyes means you die, and anything else.
He's getting into gambling now. Now he's talking about gambling, which
I'm talking about randomness.
Gambling is not the same as life, though.
We're talking
about choices in life.
We're talking about randomness. The question is, do you think sometimes
you're trying to compare life to a game?
The question is, do you think sometimes random things happen, James?
That's a game, though.
James, yes or no?
You don't.
James, yes
and
or
even
no?
Even technically that game. Even technically.
Yes
hold on,
or
I'm going to answer that question. I'm going to.
I've asked the question 800 times.
No, if you want the simplest answer, no.
No,
Because someone made a
random
choice
things
even in
never
that
happen.
game.
Random things never
Someone
happen.
even made a choice in that game because those tickets are stuck together, and someone chose to put those tickets in a certain order. So
What?
no.
So wait. So it was determined.
No, someone chose it. It was not determined.
Listen, James. If you say it's a gotcha. If you say yes,
No,
random
someone
things happen,
chose
then
it.
I say, well, then that's not
Someone
determined
chose to do
because
that
that's
based on their
random.
free
and that's
militia,
out of
on
your
their
free
free
will.
will.
If you say no random things ever happen, then all things are determined.
No, that doesn't necessarily mean that, because free will means that it doesn't necessarily mean it's random because someone made a choice. Random would indicate that someone didn't even make a choice, that God
Right,
would
but
have made the choice.
if
So
I'm rolling,
no wouldn't mean that
if I'm rolling
that it's
two dice and I choose the
random.
number 6 and I roll it
Like,
and I lose because the dice showed number 7, then is that
now we're talking about dice.
does that mean that I
Which
chose
form of
wrong
gambling you're
or that it
talking
was
about?
random?
We're talking about slot machines, and then
I know it's tough
because
for you
that
to
was
follow.
programmed.
I
Slot
know because
machines
you're
were
not
programmed
not
to
really
get
prepared.
a certain result, though.
Because you're not really
They
prepared for a
programmed it.
debate.
Someone chose a way to program things.
You're not
And
really
even with the dice, you got
You're not really
odds, but I don't know how
prepared
you
for
can
a debate about free
compare.
will, James.
I don't know how you
You're
can compare
You're really
gambling.
not prepared for
I
a
don't know
free
how you
will.
can compare gambling to regular everyday life.
I'm taking a shot.
How on earth can you compare gambling to regular everyday life?
Chat,
That's ridiculous.
He's really not prepared for a free will debate. I'm going to take a shot.
How can he compare gambling chat to everyday life? Because now I'm looking at chat. I finally got chat pulled back up. How on earth can he compare regular everyday life to gambling? That's a poor comparison.
The comparison is the randomness. So if you
No,
have
that's a poor comparison.
Listen, James.
Because that game
No,
is
you
sort of
talked. Now let
built.
me talk. This is my channel. I'll mute you. Listen, James. Randomness. If we have randomness, then we do not have free will. If there's randomness in the way things happen, then that defies free will.
Can you even mute on Discord? I wonder.
Yeah, I can mute you.
I'm just kind of wondering.
If you have randomness, that is not free will. And if you have
I'm not muted.
If you have
You can mute me.
influence, if you have influence that defies the randomness, that's also not free will.
Now we're not doing it too good of faith now.
I know well. I can't.
I'm honestly getting tired of this debate.
I can't expect you to follow like high level, philosophy and stuff when you still believe that you got ADHD and you're depressed, and I can't expect you to move to level 5 when you're still at level 1, James.
I just don't understand how you can. I seriously can't understand how you compare gambling to real life, though.
I know you don't understand.
Gambling's a game. It's not real life, though. How do you compare the two?
I know
Can
you
you
don't
explain
understand.
that?
I know you don't understand.
Can you
how
explain?
randomization-
Can anyone explain that to me?
Yeah,
if Josh isn't going to explain that to me,
I've already explained how randomization defies free will. I've already shown that. If it's random, it's not free.
it's not really random though. In gambling,
Right. So
they structure the game in such a way
so you have
that
to
it's not
deny
really.
that random is a thing.
It appears random, yes, but it's not
James
really
is
random.
retarded.
Because you realize that the house always wins. At the end of the day, the house always wins.
So it seems kind of against free will.
But they chose that to happen, though. The house chose for them to win. Based on their free will, they chose to do that.
They weren't influenced to make that choice based off of making more money. There was no.
Well, even free will
motivation
doesn't necessarily negate that you can't have influence. Influence,
it does.
is different. And in order to have influence, you'd have to have a free choice.
That would literally defy free will.
Predestination would cancel out influence.
No. That would literally destroy.
Yes, it would, because.
Yeah, I know. You're kind of.
Yes, it would. Predestination would destroy the idea of influence.
You just
because how can someone influence you? Influence something that's already predestined to happen.
Yeah.
How can you influence something that's already predestined to happen?
Something can't be influenced and be.
You can't influence something that's already determined to happen. It's just gonna happen.
Thanks
And you
for.
can't, and you also can't really stop something from happening either.
I know the low IQ people
based
aren't
on
gonna
that.
get it, but you've like proved all my points throughout the night. I really
So
appreciate
you're
it.
telling me that literally everything that happens is supposed to happen?
I know.
So
you.
babies are supposed to guaranteedly die. There's
I
always
know when
supposed
you're
to be
like fighting for
war.
communism and
People
like
can't make a
psychology and
choice
stuff. You
whether
think
or
you
not to
sound
go to
smart,
war,
but you're just
and whether or
making
not
all my
babies
points.
die. So abortion is supposed to happen. And it's already been predetermined, and like that's the argument you'd have to make to understand predestination. Because believe me, predestination is very Protestant, and I understand that they believe in predestination.
Yeah.
I just can't believe in predestination. It makes no sense.
I know.
From a just and loving God that He would predestine all these things to happen.
I know. It sounds tough to your feminine mind. It sounds really
Well, He can't be
hard.
loving if you
Sounds
can't
really
have a
hard
choice.
to
I mean,
understand
you're
that,
telling me that God
that your
already
father told you the
predestined.
way to live, and that if you go against it,
You're
you
telling me
suffer.
that God
It
predestined
sounds
already
really
for
harsh
people
to
to go
think
to
you have to
hell.
submit your will to your
They don't have a
father's
choice
will.
whether or not they
I
go to
know the
hell. God already
patriarchy seems
predestined
really
it.
rough, and we all want free will. You bunch of damn commies and atheists.
That's
You
really what you'd have
really,
to be saying. That God has already predestined people to go to hell.
Yeah.
They're just gonna go to hell and not have a choice. Like,
Yeah.
they're just gonna love it because God predestined.
So you think
Like, they're just
you think that everybody that goes to hell, God didn't know they were going to go there?
I think they had a choice. They had a choice to choose
But
God or not.
no. I'm not asking about the people. I'm talking about God. You think that everybody that goes to hell, God didn't know they were going to go to hell?
No, God didn't know because they had a choice to choose God or not.
Interesting. So you're limiting God.
No, I'm not limiting God.
Yeah, you did. You just did.
How did I just limit God?
The Bible limits God.
When God created
why was
the
there a
fabric of
flood?
the
Why was there
universe.
a flood? If He knew that people were going to rebel and live lives of crime where He's just going to flood the planet anyways, what's the point of making the people?
Because some people got to go. He knew.
If He knew Noah was like the only good one, why didn't He just make Noah?
This all sounds like controversial if you believe in free will, but if you don't believe in free will,
if God
you
knew,
believe that that's all the way it was meant for.
I mean, if God knew they were going to build the Tower of Babel, why didn't He just separate the nations?
And then why did He make Lucifer? I mean, why did He make Lucifer if He knew Lucifer was going to rebel?
The atheist problem of evil no longer exists, so I don't struggle with the problem of evil. So like
that doesn't make any sense though from a just and loving
James,
God.
I know you're not very sensible.
How can you be just if
can't
you're just
follow what
gonna?
I'm saying.
People are already
James,
guaranteed.
I know you can't follow what I'm saying because you're kind of retarded.
Like,
James,
that's not
pay
just.
attention. Maybe
that's
just
the
listen.
problem,
James.
With
Maybe
predestination.
James,
and
maybe,
that's why people don't believe in God is because of this doctrine of predestination that Protestantism has pushed.
Right. Yeah, maybe you should listen.
That is one of my biggest problems with Protestantism.
So you think that God was proven wrong? Oh man, God messed up. God messed up when all these people are going to hell. Dang, God should have just let them know.
No, God didn't mess up.
Men
messed up.
This is
Men made a bad choice.
The atheism
God
that has
had to
leaked
punish
into
because he wouldn't be just.
The
if he didn't
atheism
punish
of do as thou
man.
wilt, the free will that has seeped into Christianity.
Who says do as thou wilt? God.
I think it.
God begs us
came with the Trinity
to choose
it came
His
with
will,
that,
but He
Jesus
doesn't
is
force
God.
us to because He wouldn't be loving if He forced us.
Instead of believing that Jesus
to
is your brother
choose His
and you
will,
can be perfect,
because you
and
have
that,
to choose to accept God or else be eternally separated from God.
Right.
Which is what it means to be in hell, to be eternally separated from God.
Yep. That's cool, James. Why don't you choose to never do
It's
wrong?
an eternal
again?
separation.
James. Why don't you choose to never do wrong again?
Well, I have a choice.
Well, yeah, but just choose
I do
to
have a choice.
No, but just make the choice to never do wrong again.
Well, I could do that. I have the choice to do that.
Wait, do you believe that people can be perfect?
But doesn't mean I won't slip up.
No. Stop interrupting me, fucking. It's my show, James. Listen to me. Do you think that you can be perfect?
I can be perfect if I trust in God.
Right. So, but what
and I
about?
put my will towards what God wants.
Interesting. So, what about when your will wants you
I
to do
choose
something?
to do that.
What
I have
about?
to choose to do that.
So you're gonna choose to do God's will.
What God wills.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know this is why I say
Just
people.
like Jesus made that choice.
Mhm.
Jesus made the same choice.
Yeah, James.
When he made that prayer.
James. This is why I say people who get in free will debates and conflate will with choice are retarded. They should not even be in free will debates because they don't even know the difference between the words. Will is agency. Will is not choice. Choice is something that comes that comes from your agency. So you have choices. I would never argue that you don't have choices, but if you have a choice between life or death, James, if your will is for you to live, do you think that it's possible for you to make the choice for death?
Well, is it not God's will also for you to live?
They don't ask me a question with a question. Answer my fucking question, James. Answer the question.
Can you say the question once again, please?
You have a choice between life or death, and your will is to live. Do you think you could choose death?
Of course you can choose death.
All right, well then you're a fucking idiot, dude, and that's why you believe in free will. So that's the end of the.
Because you can choose.
That's the
You
end
can
of the
choose
debate.
to
That's the end
go.
of the debate.
You can
You lose.
choose
You
to
lose.
make a different choice.
Listen, James.
So
James.
at the time,
James,
your choice.
James,
you have
if your
you
choice
can,
is
but
life
you can
or
change,
death, if your
you can
choice is
change your
life or
choice,
death, and your
though.
will is to live, you cannot choose to die.
Yeah, but what if your will changes? What if you change your mind?
Okay, what if you're doing dumb stuff right now, James?
Well, you can't
Instead of
know
just hearing
because
what
in
I
this
just said,
scenario,
instead of just
but
hearing
in this
what I just
scenario,
said,
you didn't limit.
I know
You didn't
because
limit.
the
You didn't
because
limit it
your church
to that
fathers are gonna get mad
he
at
didn't
you
change
if
his
you say you
mind
don't
at
believe in
all,
free will
though.
anymore.
You never limited it. You kept that open though to where he could have possibly changed his
I know
mind.
your church fathers are gonna get mad
In that
at you if you don't.
scenario,
Your church
you
fathers.
never said that.
Your church fathers are gonna get mad at you if you don't believe in free will anymore. But I just destroyed it. You couldn't freely will yourself to die
Well,
if
you
you
go to
wanted
an
to live.
Orthodox church.
You could not freely will yourself to punch your mom if you didn't want to punch your mom.
Yeah, but then if I wanted to, in that scenario, if I wanted to do that, that would already be my will, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
But
the whole. That's the
that
point I'm
will was
making.
still a
I
choice.
know that's the point
So
I'm
I
making,
made a
James.
choice,
James,
though,
that's
to
the
have
point
that
I'm
will,
making.
though.
James, I know this is
But I had a choice to have that
like
will. I
this
could
is like
have. I
philosophy
could have
101.
ignored that anger.
I know this is
Yeah,
philosophy
but I could
101,
have
James.
chosen not
I know,
to have
James.
that.
I
To
know
make that choice.
I know basic philosophy is
So-
tough for you. I know basic philosophy is tough for people that pretend to be philosophy bros, but you have
But I could
no
have
fucking
chosen not
idea
to
what
make
you're
that.
talking about.
This is fruitless. This is a fruitless
James, because
debate.
you don't listen.
Because you're not listening.
No. James, leave my channel then. You're not if you're retarded then
Well,
then
I
don't
was never trying to debate you on this whole thing.
James, listen. You can will
And
your
continue
choice. You
to
can
be
will.
debating.
Stop interrupting and pay attention. You can will your choice, but you cannot will your will. Does that
Cannot will your will?
Yeah,
you can will your choice.
chew on what
that
I
makes
just
no
said.
sense.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
contradictory.
Yeah, you're a fucking
Like,
retard.
that makes literally no sense.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to understand that. Yeah. You think the world's
That
flat,
literally
dude.
makes no sense. You can will your choice, but not will your will. Like, huh?
Yeah,
So,
that's Sagan who said that.
huh? Who?
Carl Sagan. It's I know.
Carl Sagan? Was he a philosopher?
Yeah, I know.
Was he a
Philosophy.
secular?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I know the
philosophy
answer.
is
So,
tough for
Josh, how
you,
do you
James.
change your will then? How do you change your will then?
Your will is just a combination of wants, forces, and needs. So,
Yeah, but do you think someone's will can change?
yeah.
Because I would argue it's probably changed through choice, right? Like choices would change your will. But I get what you're saying. Where will wouldn't change your will.
Revelation could change your will. Once you see the truth, it could change your will.
Well, even like reading a Bible and deciding to
So like
believe it
I say
would
that
be like a choice that's changing your
once
will.
somebody sees God and sees that God is real, they can't choose otherwise. Once they truly see God and they know that God's real, they can't choose otherwise. They
Then
can
how
try
do they fall away then?
Well,
how do they fall away then?
If
they can't choose.
Have you?
How do they fall away?
I mean, I'll tell you, my psychedelic
I'm
experience
not
with
going to
God
try to
was
answer
figuring out
James's
that like
question because
God
when
beings.
I have a like deep answer to James's question, but I know when James asks questions, he doesn't really want to hear an answer. He's just saying shit that comes into his head because there's like a serious deep answer to the question that he just asked. But I'm not even going to try to explain it to him because he's kind of retarded. But go ahead, go.
I don't remember because I'm on the way to McDonald's to get breakfast in a vape pod.
Why do people fall away? Because they don't actually know God. So you can't ride two horses at the same time.
So
I remember. Yeah, I had an experience where I felt like I met God while I was tripping dicks. And what I got out of the trip was that gods are these beings that get you to believe in them, so it's easier for them to digest you when you die, because your soul is real, but it's something they want to add to them so they can get larger.
Yeah, Satan will whisper lies into your ear, and you'll think you know God, but really you know Satan, and you just believe in what the world believes in, but stronger. And then you end up drinking the Kool-Aid, or murdering a bunch of people, or being an apocalyptic cult, or all sorts of things. We've seen examples of this.
Are these things you think I'm going to do?
No, I don't think. I'm just saying to James because I want to answer James's question about why do people fall away, because they never actually knew God. They were never actually born again. They were told about what they should believe and they followed that, but they didn't actually know. They didn't know God. They knew about God. James, that's the answer to your question. True sons of God don't fall away because there is no falling away. Once you know it to be true, you cannot fall away. And I've seen that in my own life. Like, I've been trying to find ways to discredit this dang Jesus and this dang God my whole life, and I can't do it. I can't do it. The more I dig,
I can jive with some of what you're saying. It reminds me of that movie I was talking about a while ago, that like vampire zombie movie with the priest that's like angry that his wife died of cancer, so he hates God and claims to be an atheist, but he actually just like hates God.
Yeah,
he has a
but he
bad
knows
relationship
God is
with God. He
real.
doesn't actually
Right.
not believe in God.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm down. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. A lot of people who hate God know God is real. Satan knows God is real. Demons know God is real. So
yeah, I mean that's true. The Bible says demons know God is real.
yeah, the people who believe in
And then James, that's why you hear like
know.
nonchalantness from me, and I think that's why James like understands my perspective more of through it, because I don't hate God, because I just don't really believe in a God, but I also don't reject God.
I think James has been told by some people that I'm the type of guy that he should not listen to, but he comes on my streams and I say some base shit that he's never heard before, but he doesn't want to
no
hear
one told
it,
me
so he
not to
just
listen.
tries to ignore it. But really, I'm the one really pointing
I
him
don't know
towards
who
the
told
cross.
me this. What? Who told me this?
Yeah. Yeah, you know
Who's the conspiracy all about?
I'll never
Is it the
point you.
Jesuits?
I'll never point you
Like-
towards the church father, but I'll read the church father and talk about it for you, James. So you don't have to do the research.
I will
I'll
openly
do the
say I've
research.
told James to stay clear of the JQ shit.
I'm anti JQ too. I like the Jews. They might be a little
JQ.
corrupt. The Jewish question, but they might be. I don't know. I'm just
don't know if you're
saying.
supposed to actually say that on.
I'll go kiss a wall for some.
You can talk about the fact that the Jewish question exists. You just can't go into like the theory of it.
Yeah, and I can't support it.
Okay.
I'm not going to support it. Yeah.
That's a silly question. I don't understand.
I'm just saying, if I'll kiss a wall for a couple $100K, like
I mean, I understand what the concept
me on the
is for the
payroll.
question, but I don't understand why you're questioning it.
Where's Tenant Media at? Because I'm, I could be a voice for Putin.
Dude, with your viewership, you had an actual chance of getting on. They had some fucking lowballers in there.
I know. With 8 viewers, I might be able to get on Tenant Media.
Oh man, he just calls you a low. You're not even knowing him.
Whatever. His jokes are better than yours, James.
He's not going to deny reality. I mean, he knows the viewership, especially he streams at nighttime. Like, it's going to be harder to build an audience the way that he streams.
I mean, that depends what time of night you're streaming. But Speak seems to do pretty good.
Well, he does like a whole panel shit where he's got all these like built-in gadgets and gigmadoos.
It's StreamYard. StreamYard gives you 30 viewers right off the bat because you pay for StreamYard. I think that's my conspiracy theory.
No, that's not true. Come on. I don't get 30 viewers right off the bat because I pay for StreamYard. I pay for StreamYard and I don't get that many viewers right off the bat. That's a misconception about StreamYard.
Yeah, but like, I don't know, comparing like the type of channel that Josh is building to Speakeasy's channel, they're different too. Like Speakeasy's doing like a panel thing, it's gonna bring in multiple communities at once. Like Josh does do panels, but it's usually with his community.
Yeah, I get that.
But I think Josh Coin's going up. Fuck it, I'm investing. I wish he would get on more Speakeasy panels, because I feel like he draws in a decent amount of viewership from that. But his work schedule like conflicts with it.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, because is that how we picked you up? Was it from a Speakeasy debate?
What?
Is that where you came from? Is from a Speakeasy debate that Josh was on?
I think I've seen Josh mostly on Speakeasies, but I think, and then I think I've seen him before that. I'm not sure though. Can't remember how I found Josh exactly. But it's probably mostly through Speakeasy.
Yeah, because sometimes we get some of those guys in here, and they put up some good conversations. Like, I forgot who that guy was last time. The white guy with the black hair and glasses.
White guy with
I don't know.
black hair and glasses.
He was the guy talking to us. I think it was around your guys' debate time. He goes on fucking Speakeasy shows. His name starts with like a B.
Whoa, was it on my panel?
He was in the Josh's Discord before the debate, and then he was there during the debate. He's one of the guys that gave you pushback. I just can't remember his name.
Oh, that was.
Oh, you mean like the Barney? Maybe.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Oh, Farney, yeah.
The Barney.
Is it not?
Okay.
No.
Is it not? It started with B.
Yeah, Farney disagrees with me on a lot of things, but
So the Barney starts with an F, so, or a T. Well, technically, it's
is
C.
it Barney? I thought it was Barney the whole time.
No, it's Barney. I think Barney would take and make a joke out of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he rolled up in here one night and he held some good conversations.
Yeah, he doesn't like me because of things I've said about the Trinity, and I'm taking a. I don't want to debate about the Trinity. I don't think it's a.
Well,
It's like, why do people are always so serious about shit? It's like, if you guys have a debate about it, it shouldn't excommunicate you from each other.
Right,
Like,
but kind of like if you're in certain denominations, you are excommunicated for even questioning that. Like, and
yeah, as far as the denomination, but I don't think people have to quit like talking to you completely just because you're not part of that denomination. I talk to plenty of people that aren't part of the Orthodox denomination. I don't just
yeah,
talk
anything
with.
if you disagree with him, you feel like he should come in here more to try to argue with you about it more.
Well, I can't really argue about the Trinity because I have to recommend you to a church father. I can only
see, this is the stuff that I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Then, James,
because on that one, that's one of those holy mysteries that I can't really argue it.
Interesting. It's a holy mystery
Church
that you can
fathers
only
say
talk
you're
about
not
at
to
certain levels. Like,
argue something like that. You can argue like morality and talk about morality, but you can't really with the holy mysteries.
holy mysteries sounds like.
I mean, the problem is, James, is you can't really do like a debate channel and not be willing to debate like certain topics because you think they're blasphemous. Like, it's
Well, and that's even what I'm saying is I don't want to debate them because I think they're blasphemous, and I don't think it's edifying to Christians, and I think it's a problem. And but it's like I'm not saying I don't want to debate it because I can't. I'm saying I don't want to debate it because people hate each other over it and they ostracize each other over it, and the reason I don't want to talk about it is because I don't want to make you think that I'm right if I'm wrong. But um but also I'm not gonna think that you're right just because you say you're right. Like I don't think there's evidence. I really don't think there's evidence for this Trinity. I don't think God says it. I don't think the disciples say it. I don't think Jesus says it. And but if that's like
Well, that's one of those mysteries.
but it's not a mystery. I'm an instant heretic just for saying that, or to say that I question that. And if I say I believe the Nicene Creed, I believe that Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit are all of one essence. They're three persons of one essence. That's the Trinity. I believe that. But if I say I'm not a Trinitarian, because I'm not a Trinitarian, I don't think you should call yourself a Trinitarian. I don't think you should call yourself a Baptist. I don't think you should call yourself an Orthodox. We're either Christians or we're not. You're either a follower of Christ, a brother of Christ, or you're not. And Christ is my brother, not my father, not my God. Christ is my brother. I am a follower of Christ. I am one with Christ, and I
Well,
am one
again, I
with the
can't really
Father.
talk about this issue because it's
Yeah,
a holy mystery.
yeah. So shut the fuck up then. Don't say anything if you can't talk about it. I'm talking about it. And anybody who can talk about it, come on the channel. James can't talk about it. So I'll talk to people who can talk about it. But I don't want to have a debate over the Trinity, because if you could be totally right. I don't know the ontology. I don't know the essence of being of God and of his son. Christ is his son. God is the Father. Jesus is
Can't
the
wait to get
son.
past catechumen. Then
If
I can
I
have a
say,
real.
then you can go online and
I think I
really
can talk
debate
about it after
people
getting past catechumen.
like that. So that's like what kind of
Once you're like officially in the church, I think you can talk about it.
But what kind of
Then I can
goal
have a
is
real
that?
discussion and go into the verses.
So your goal to set is, once I'm finally christened into Orthodoxy, now I can talk about Jesus to people on the internet.
Talk about the nature, not the. not what he taught.
All
I
of a
could
sudden,
I could talk about what he taught.
all of a sudden, I'm
besides
going to
the nature
understand the
part.
ontology of God once a bunch of church fathers tell me how to understand it. Then I can talk about it with people.
Well,
on
they're
the
telling me
internet.
to how to understand it according to the scriptures. And
Dude, come on, man. Christ didn't tell you to do that. Whatever, dude. You do what you want to do. You do what you want to do, but Christ didn't tell you to do that. That's not what Christ said.
Yeah, I mean, James, no one's like forcing you not to engage.
Yeah, no,
Like it's not. You,
and I know the ortho bros.
I
will
get
hate
that
me.
you can't make
I'm not
like a
saying
definitive
I go
choice
to
for the. Yeah.
I go to an Orthodox church, but I'm just saying, like, what you're saying right now is the opposite of what Christ said. So deal with that, and then the church fathers will tell you it's okay. But
Can't you just describe what you believe, though?
no,
Like,
you're
even
not
if you're
allowed
not
to.
able to argue it, if you don't think that you're capable of arguing it, you could at least say like what the Holy Trinity means to you or how you understand it, right?
No, it's secret knowledge.
well, that one I'm kind of
Basically
questioning if I can
Gnosticism.
actually even do that.
And then the Orthodox will get mad at him for saying what he's saying right now. Like if an ortho bro was on here right now, they'd be calling him a faggot. Just so you know.
Well, Ortho Bros, I don't know if they're the best representative of the church, though. I wouldn't take them as the best representative of the church.
Nobody's a representative of the church, James. That's the point. The point is,
What do you mean? No one is.
James, the point is study to
You know
show
what
yourself.
church means, right?
Study
You do
to
realize
show
what the word-
yourself approved. Let no man teach you.
Well, you
James,
know what the
James,
the church, the word church means, right?
James, study to show yourself approved. Let no man teach you. Call no man father.
But you know what the word church means, though. Right?
What do you have a problem with anything I just
You're
said?
saying no one's a representative of the church.
James, I just quoted
I wanna
3
go back-
Bible verses for you.
Well, let's go back.
Do
to
I
the
need to give you a
first
verse?
about
Do I
the
need to give
representative
you
of the church
Do I
first,
need
and
to
then
give
we'll
you
worry about the-
chapter and verse? Do I need to give you chapter and verse? Or you say
We'll worry about
I'm
those.
just cherry picking?
I gotta
I'm
go
not
one
just
point at a
cherry
time.
picking.
Hold
I'm taking
on.
in context with the whole
Please.
Bible. Study to show yourself
Whatever.
approved. Let no man teach you,
Whatever.
and call no
I'm
man father.
not gonna sit here and argue. I'll sit there.
Yeah, because you don't listen. You just
No,
you
I'm just trying to go back to the first.
If I had
point
100,000 subscribers and my name was Andrew Wilson, you would listen to everything that I said.
Well, I'm trying to get back
That's
to the
ignorant as
first
fuck,
point first, so we can address that first, and then go to the points afterwards. Because there's a point that I need to address as far as the first point about no one is the representative of the church. That's not a fact, because you know what the word church means, right?
Ideally, a church is wherever 2 or more are gathered in His name
So people are the
for
church, right?
edification. For edification, wherever people are gathered for edification.
But the people are the church, right? It's made up of people, right?
Well, the church is the idea of the people. Yes.
So when we go out into the world and we present ourselves as people that believe in God, right?
But
are we not representing the church?
But where does
we do
where
that?
does the church become the authority? Where do you get that from? The Bible, that the church is the authority of what's right and what's wrong.
Well, God set forth bishops and deacons over each individual congregation.
So you
correct?
don't get that from the Bible. You get that from 300 years
No, you
later?
get it from the Bible. Paul said in Timothy about the bishops
they're
and about the
disciples, but
deacons.
we're all disciples. We could all be disciples.
Yeah, but their leadership, though, the bishops and the deacons.
Why could you
They're
not be a
They're not.
disciple?
They're not. It's not that they're. It's not that they're not flawed and things like that. They are flawed. They have problems too, and they're trying to get better at following God. They're not perfect.
And I don't trust their apostolic succession. I don't trust that they really have like a bloodline, and even what DNA. Now we're appealing to DNA. DNA is BS. Every Christian knows.
Well,
DNA
they're not
is
appealing
BS.
to DNA because not all of them Not
Every
those people
Christian
that
knows DNA is BS. I'm gonna say that.
they're
I'm gonna lay that
they're not
down.
appealing to DNA when it comes to apostolic succession. Though they're not
If
appealing
you're
to
a Christian
DNA.
and
That's
you're
what you're
appealing
not
to
getting.
DNA, you're fake.
But you're
I'm saying that
not
right
getting
now.
that the Orthodox Church is not appealing to DNA though. You're talking about specifically the Orthodox Church. They're not appealing to DNA for
They're
apostolic
appealing to
succession.
apostolic succession. They're saying they have a
They're
family
appealing to apostolic
lineage.
succession, but that does not include DNA though. That
It
does
is.
not
It is
mean
a.
DNA.
It is a. It is a.
Okay, so what's the
Familial.
definition of apostolic succession then?
It's a
What's the
familial.
definition?
It's a familial bloodline with the disciples in Christ.
Well, don't we all become one family once we join up with Christ?
I agree, James. But from
So we all
hold
come
on,
from the same
hold on.
bloodline.
No, hold on.
Based on that, well,
Yes.
in a spiritual sense.
Yes, but from
Not
that
a physical sense, but in a spiritual. So
James.
apostolic succession
God,
works.
James, stop talking. You got to listen. You just asked a good question. Now you have to follow the line of logic from that, right? So if we are all brothers and sisters in Christ, if I'm a brother of Christ as you're a brother in Christ, then we all have apostolic succession. Yes or no?
But there's people that
there's no but.
I
I was a yes or no
so...
question. James, can you answer questions? You haven't answered a single question that I've asked you all night. And this was apparently this is how you win debates when you pay $500 for a debate course on how to dodge questions. But James,
I haven't paid a dime for that.
all right, well, that's what you're gonna get.
I've watched Andrew Wilson
Apparently,
enough to know how
you're gonna
he
get if you pay for
does.
it.
I didn't
Answer the question.
I didn't pay for it. What do I got to pay for when I watched it?
Answer the question. So if we all have the bloodline, if I'm a son of God and a brother of Christ, we are all of one bloodline. I have just as much apostolic succession as who? Anastonius and Docadonius.
So we're talking in terms of bishops and deacons and leadership.
Yeah.
We're not literally talking in terms of just everyone in
the elites.
The church.
The elites of the time decided what was right and what was wrong.
The elites?
Yes.
Not God? I thought God decided what was right and wrong.
Oh my God, James.
Tradition doesn't have to be separate from God as long as it has some sort of
James
root.
doesn't understand anything. When I say things like
what
James
God wants,
takes it as like a shallow liberal would take it. He doesn't take it as like somebody who's deep and sees what I'm saying would take it. Like yeah, James. The authorities decide.
I don't know how enough about orthodoxy to properly.
Yeah, James. If we're all liberals, if we're all commie liberals, yes, the authorities decide what's right.
I'm trying to argue orthodoxy from a person who doesn't know a whole lot yet. I'm still learning about orthodoxy.
You don't have to. I'm not asking you to argue orthodoxy. I'm asking you to argue what you believe.
Well, we're talking about orthodoxy, though.
Do you think that the majority of elites decide what is right and what is wrong?
What does the elites got to do with orthodoxy?
James, answer. Oh my God, James, answer the question.
Well, we're talking about orthodoxy when it comes to apostolic succession, though.
James, answer the question. Do you think?
And you're going to the elites. You're dodging things. I'm trying to talk about orthodoxy.
This is dumber than when I talk.
And you're going to the elites all of a sudden. Were you trying to pose a hypothetical, or?
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you're proposing a hypothetical that's linked to orthodoxy.
Yeah, you should listen.
Maybe you could.
Yeah, you should
maybe
listen.
but maybe you could elaborate on it a bit too.
Maybe you should just shut the fuck up and listen. Maybe that will
elaborate.
Maybe that will
elaborate then.
I'll
listen if you just elaborate.
Already did.
Can you elaborate now?
Do you follow the elites and the authorities that tell you what is right and what is wrong? Or do you follow what is right and what is wrong?
Well, I follow what's right and wrong according to the Bible and the church.
Right, the church authorities.
Well, everybody follows an authority. Christ is an authority. So what's your argument as far as authority?
We've already been through.
Are you saying authority's wrong? Are you saying authority's incorrect?
No.
See, that's kind of like where me and John Mosman would separate, because I don't know if I could believe in the anarchy thing if it's
Probably where you and every Christian would separate is you.
if it's in the sense
just
of
blindly follow
no
the
authority. But then
authorities.
again, John Mosman would argue that anarchy is not necessarily meaning that there's no authority. He says that would be a mischaracterization of anarchy.
Yeah, you're not talking to him. You're talking to me, James.
Well, I'm just trying to.
I know you
think out loud and work
you're
things
struggling.
out.
You're struggling to like deal with me like you're talking to a person. You're trying to think that you're talking to a.
Well, I'm trying to analyze what exactly you're getting at, because you're not exactly telling me a lot. You're just simply asking me the same question over and over without elaborating.
Yeah, cool. That's because
it sounds like you're trying to say authority's bad. Is that what you're saying? That authority's bad?
No.
So then, what are you saying about authority?
That it can be wrong.
Well, of course, authority can be wrong, but that's why you have to test the fruits of the authority to see if they line up with the Bible in this case, because we're talking about the Bible.
And I don't see a lot of fruit coming from the idea that we have free will and that Jesus is 1 and 3. I see a lot of paganism and a lot of demon influence creeping into the church, and I don't think it's helping the church.
Into the Orthodox Church?
Into all the church. The church in general.
I haven't
Christian. The
I haven't
Christian
seen a lot of
church.
paganism
The
creeping into the
Christian-
Orthodox Church.
The Christian
But
church.
you're gonna say, well, I can't go down that road. Let's not go down that road in nature. What are you saying? Like, what do you mean then?
I mean, honestly, to be completely honest, James, it seems like you have like a pretty big fractioning and like your understanding of your faith in general.
Well, I don't know a lot about Orthodoxy yet. And I'm still learning whether or not.
But I'm
Because
not talking to
leaning
you as an
Orthodox.
Orthodox representative. I'm talking to you as you, James.
Well, the thing is, though, joining the Orthodox Church, I become part of that church, and I would become a representative once I join it officially. Granted, I can talk about things now, but I think there's a lot more I can talk about when I am officially.
Well, I think there's things you're confused about. You need to like identify better too.
Well,
so like
I'm
earlier
trying to
when
figure
I
out
was
where
bringing
he's coming from.
earlier when I was bringing up free will and shit, it seems like you maybe don't believe that God's not unfathomable, but you're open to the argumentation because you don't believe whatever Josh believes about unfathomability of God. So it's like I think that's like there's like large disconnects that are happening between the both of you here.
Well, I think
It's gonna
God
be like
is
really hard to have that
infallible,
conversation.
but I think God gives us choices. So
I just don't like when
because
I
if he
say things.
didn't,
I don't like when I say things that are biblical, and James acts like I'm saying some retarded shit that I'm like some heretic, and I'm just quoting Jesus.
yeah,
or
but
I'm,
you're
like,
talking
quoting-
about predestination though earlier, and we're
Yeah.
talking about the whole free will versus
Yeah.
predestination.
Yeah, God never gave you free will in the Bible, James.
How does that line up with God being just?
Makes
And
perfect
stuff?
sense.
How does that line up?
Makes perfect
Because
sense.
if it's already predestined, someone's going to go to hell. How is that
Right. So
justice?
you have to deal with it. So if I was an atheist and I said, "Why does God kill innocent babies?" James, how do you answer that question?
Because they chose. Well, technically, that depends on what you mean by.
The babies chose evil.
Wait a minute, innocent babies. Wait a minute, you're talking about in the
So
terms
see,
of like when he.
The point
Wait a
is that
minute,
you're
hold
gonna
on,
agree
hold
with
on.
what
said
I'm gonna
innocent
say.
babies alone, though. So
No. I'm asking
that's
you.
not
I'm an
a
atheist,
broad
James.
enough.
James.
That's
I'm an
not a broad
atheist.
enough thing. You're saying innocent babies, then no, he wouldn't kill innocent babies, or I should say murder. Well, that would be murder if that happened, because that's not the same as saying like in the case of how he ordered the wiping out of
James.
all the Amalekites. and stuff. That was
James.
because their tribe was being very sinful, and he needed to wipe the whole thing
According to
out.
who?
Because according to who? According to him, he judged them. According to his righteous law, he
So
judged them
so God judged them. Okay.
righteously. He
Yeah.
judged their fruit that they chose to
Now,
bear.
What if I'm an atheist? James, what if I'm an atheist?
And their free will.
James, what if I'm an atheist, but I want to believe in God? I'm not a resistant atheist. I want to see evidence for God and I want to believe in God. But I get shot in the head tomorrow and I don't come to know God before that. But I wanted to. Why didn't God just show himself to me?
Wait a minute, you're an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
The scenario,
but I'm not.
You're an atheist.
I'm not an anti-God atheist. I'm looking. There's a term
Wait a minute,
for
then
it.
you'd be agnostic. You're not atheist.
Well, no, I don't believe in God. But
wait a minute, you can't be both not believing in God and also not be anti-God.
James,
that
you
would
argue like a
entail
liberal,
that you're
dude.
anti-God by
You
being an
argue
atheist.
you argue like a woman liberal, dude. You don't listen to what I'm
No, I'm arguing logically because that doesn't make any
James.
sense. You can't.
James, stop talking like a woman or a fucking retard. Listen, I'm saying I'm a non-resistant atheist. I want to believe in God, but I don't believe in God. But I'm
Non-resistant
looking.
atheist?
Yes, I'm looking.
That would contradict what it means to be an atheist. An atheist is resistant to God. An atheist doesn't believe in God. That would contradict the whole idea of being an atheist. You're not an atheist. You're probably more like an agnostic because you're not sure. But
Okay,
you're also,
all right, James. All right, James. I'm an agnostic. I'm looking for God. All right, woman. Stop talking like a woman and thinking like a woman. Can you just interact with what we're talking about, James? Like a man?
Well, I'm interacting according to what
No!
you're saying.
Stop talking like a woman, James. I'm
looking at the definitions.
I don't believe in God, but I'm looking for God and I die. I get shot in the head. Okay? How do you explain that, James?
You're looking for God and you didn't shot.
God,
well, I'm not
damn.
the final judge. I can't really.
You talk like a woman, dude. Stop it.
Well, that's a difficult thing to judge because I'm not the final judge, though.
Stop, James.
If you're
Answer
looking
the question.
for God, He probably will give you grace. He'll probably give you grace if you're looking for God. If you're looking, you're seeking, He'll probably give you grace.
Really?
Because it's up to Him.
But that atheist person denied God. They said they don't believe in God.
Because there's going to be a judgment. There would be no need for judgment if God knew all things, and plus
I hope Ortho Bros are listening to this right now to hear how James is answering this, so they can tell him where he's totally wrong in everything he's saying, and like.
Well, I don't know enough about Orthodoxy yet. I'm still learning Orthodoxy.
It doesn't matter. It should just be common sense. It should just be
common sense.
You don't need a church father to tell you this, James.
Well, not everything biblically is common sense.
The point is you don't need a church father. When I ask you these questions, is it grace or is it faith? You don't need a church father to tell you this.
Well, there's faith and there's grace.
You've read the Bible, right?
In the Bible. There's faith and there's grace in the Bible.
Mm-hmm. And so is it grace or faith that saves?
Well, there's both faith and there's grace.
Good answer.
In the Bible.
That's the right
both
answer.
things are required. All those things go together. There's not.
That's the
faith
right
and
answer.
Grace are not against one another.
Now, how do we deal with this problem of evil that children die when they're very young, and they have no option to ever meet Christ or be born again, or atheists who never knew about God, they die, but they're open to the idea of God, but they don't believe in Him. How do you deal with this?
Well, innocent children, they don't. They don't.
Let me tell you something, James. I have
From
no
what I
problem.
understand,
I have no
innocent
problem
children-
with this because I don't believe in free will. I believe in the elect.
Innocent children, from what I understand, God will, take them in. I don't know that though. That's not something I know for sure because that's God. God has to deal with that in the
Well,
final
let's just use
judgment.
logic and let's just try to figure it out. So
How can you logically figure out something on a spiritual plane?
I
You can't always logically
that is
understand
what
things.
logic is metaphysical, dumbass.
Logic is yeah, but when it comes to spiritual things, you can't always
Yes, if we're talking
deal
about
with it
logical things, we're talking
logically.
about metaphysical things. We're talking about things that we can't possibly know. But I can know that if there's a bunch of children that
Well,
get
it's
wiped out in a
faith. If you
war,
believe
and if we
something
have a
is
moral
true,
lawgiver,
metaphysically, it's faith.
and he decides they got to go, then they got to go. It's that simple. They had to die because they would not have ended up well. It's not that tough for me. These things, these moral questions are not tough for me. They're not. It's not hard. Now, when you start bringing in free will and a lot of other philosophical questions that were not actually in the Bible, then you start making it convoluted, and it's hard to figure these things out. But there's no problem of evil when I understand that God is the moral lawgiver and He decides
Well,
who lives and who
then,
dies.
but the thing is, with predestination, you're insinuating that God is evil based on predestination because
No.
you're saying that.
No,
Yeah, you are because
you're taking a worldly.
You're saying.
Go ahead.
But with predestination, you're saying God is destining people to go to be eternally separated from Him, otherwise go to hell.
Right, and you're assuming
that's the problem. You're making Him evil, and Him predetermining people to go to hell is evil.
Right.
It is.
You're assuming no. God
and
determining.
there's no justice.
Hold on, James. Let me respond. God,
righteousness in that.
Let me respond, James. God deciding who's going to go to heaven and who's not going to go to heaven is not evil because God is the moral arbiter of what's right and what's wrong. So if God says, this person's never going to make it to heaven, this person's going to be an OnlyFans creator, they're going to have sex with 800,000 people in their life, they might murder a couple people, who knows? This person is a reprobate mind, and I'm giving them over to a reprobate mind. They're never going to make it. They're never going to make it to me. God knows they're never going to make it to Him.
But with free will, God allows them to live out their life and make choices, and then God judges that life.
So people can choose. So people can choose to make God.
People can choose whether or not they want to be on OnlyFans or whatever.
People can choose to make God wrong.
Not bad.
People can choose to make God wrong, is what you're saying.
No, they can't choose to make God wrong.
No. If God knows that you're gonna
God
turn out.
doesn't know. That's the thing. God doesn't know.
Okay, so God's
what
not
you're gonna,
omniscient.
what choices you're gonna make.
You just took away the omniscience of God.
Well, is omniscience necessarily?
You just
where
took
do
away
you
the
get
omniscience
omniscience at? Where does it say in the Bible that God is omniscient? And it clearly says that He's omniscient.
He's outside of time. He's outside of time, and He knows how many hairs we have on our head before we're born. God knows everything before it happens. And after.
But does that make Him omniscient about what choices we're gonna make?
He's outside of
time. As far as action.
God is all-knowing, and He's outside of time. So if God knows that I'm gonna die tomorrow in a plane accident, there's nothing I could do to stop that from happening because I can't prove God wrong. So if God told me, hey, tomorrow you're gonna die in a plane accident, and I said, oh man, I'm going to hide in my house because I want to hide from this plane accident. Guess what's going to happen? A plane is going to crash through my house and kill me. There's no way to defy God's knowledge.
Wait a minute, where did you get the hair on the head? Wasn't that Isaiah?
Yeah.
That's talking about Isaiah. Isaiah is talking about himself there. He's not talking about all of humanity. He's talking about himself there.
When he said that God counts the hairs of every head. So he's
talking about everyone? I don't remember him saying everyone.
Talking about himself there. So he just knew the hairs on Isaiah's head.
Did he say everyone? I don't remember him saying everyone. Do you remember what chapter that is?
You're doing a lot of limiting to God's. You're doing a lot of limiting to God's knowledge.
Because I don't remember what exactly chapter that was, but I'm pretty sure he wasn't talking about every one.
Well, I'm pretty sure when you say that Isaiah refers to the flat Earth, it's not talking about a flat Earth. It's talking about metaphorical things. And I think that if you're going to try to discredit Isaiah and say that you know better than Isaiah, you know better than prophecy. So you know better than God. You can prove God wrong.
No, I never said that.
You can prove
I
God
can't prove
wrong.
God wrong. I don't.
You can
I'm not better than God.
But what if you made a different choice?
Well, God gave me the free will to make a choice.
All right.
To have a choice in the first place.
Yeah, He gave you that free will.
Yeah, He gave me the free will to have a choice.
When He gave you, when He said, if you do this, you're gonna die, and if you do this, you're gonna live.
Well, if you see, that's the key word. If you just said the word, if you
Go
do
ahead.
this,
Tell me about it, James.
if
Tell me about.
So there wouldn't even be no need for the word if.
So God said,
if you had a.
So God says, if you do this, you live, and if you do this, you die. Do you think there's a way to prove God wrong?
Why would He even have to say, if you did this, then you live, and if you do this, you die? Why would He have to do that if it's already predestined? Why would He even have to make those distinctions?
Because
what's the point?
Why even? He gave the command, and
why
He knew
even
the
give
elect.
them the commandments?
He knew the
He's
elect.
He's gonna know what they're gonna do anyways.
He knew the
why
elect.
Give them the commandments?
He knew the elect who were gonna follow His command.